Chapter 95. Guardiola. Quan is a genius. In truth, Mourinho has overthought the situation. Guardiola's tactical approach is not directed at any individual. There are two primary reasons for his formation. 1. Manchester City's principal striker, Aguero, has yet to fully recover from an injury sustained while on international duty. His thigh strain necessitates a healing period of at least 3 to 4 weeks. To prevent exacerbating his condition, Guardiola opted to rest him. The impending clash against Manchester United promised to be a formidable contest, and aggravating Aguero's injury would be detrimental to both him and the entire Manchester City squad. 2. Guardiola aims to experiment with a new strategy, further enhancing Manchester City's overall attacking prowess. The earlier goal by Kroos indicated that the desired effect was already taking shape. With Manchester United now pressing forward, their opportunities have increased, and Guardiola eagerly anticipates whether other players can surprise him. As the first half concluded, Mourinho indeed made substitutions during the intermission. He replaced the underperforming Mata with the homegrown talent, Jesse Lingard, the renowned King Ling. Although not a top-tier star, Lingard enjoys the privileges of one, with countless fans crafting anecdotes about him, elevating his fame beyond his actual prowess. His name has spread far and wide, a phenomenon that raises questions about its implications. Lingard's ability to attract attention and inspire such tales suggests a commendable level of skill. Players lacking in ability seldom find themselves on the pitch, let alone garnering fan interest. Despite facing significant criticism, Lingard's strengths remain evident. His positive attitude on the field, penchant for running, and agility make him a favorite of Mourinho. Were it otherwise, Mourinho would not have chosen this moment to bring him on. If Manchester City's midfield possesses formidable sweeping capabilities, then introducing a vigorous and agile young player to outpace them seems a prudent strategy. Should Lingard seize a couple of chances to score, he would attain legendary status. Yet, for a player under the age of 23, Mourinho does not harbor excessively high expectations. Upon entering the field, Lingard appeared invigorated, showing no signs of the pressure or tension stemming from the team's 2-goal deficit. Instead, his face radiated a pure and brilliant smile, reminiscent of sunlight. Observing the young player exuding such confidence in the face of adversity, Manchester United fans held high hopes for him. Quan, noticing Lingard's introduction, cast a lingering glance in his direction. Upon feeling Quan's gaze, Lingard returned a radiant smile. Just as rumored, he remains as cheerful as ever. It remains uncertain, however, whether he will still be smiling once the match concludes. Upon Lingard's introduction, Manchester United's offensive strategy underwent a notable transformation. In the absence of Mata's orchestration and passing, their approach became more direct, with an increasing reliance on exploiting the flanks. The invigorated Lingard, brimming with energy, seized numerous offensive opportunities. In the 55th minute of the second half, Schweinsteiger delivered a splendid pass to Lingard, who, upon receiving the ball, surged forward with breathtaking speed towards Manchester City's half. It was as if he had been bestowed with the swiftness of the winds, racing forward with ever-increasing velocity. Observing this newly introduced player skillfully navigate beyond the halfway line, Manchester United supporters were filled with excitement. Could this lad be poised for a dazzling solo performance on his debut? Lingard's pace was astounding. Not only could his teammates not keep up, but even the nearby City players were left trailing in his wake. On the sidelines, both Mourinho and Guardiola rose simultaneously, their eyes fixated on this Manchester United player clad in the number 35 jersey. At that moment, Lingard had undeniably become the focal point of the entire stadium, capturing the attention of millions watching the match. Yet, oblivious to this spotlight, Lingard continued to revel in his carefree sprint. As he approached the opponent's penalty area, the imminent threat of an invasion loomed. Van Dijk charged forward to confront Lingard. The latter, undeterred by Van Dijk's presence, felt as if he were a gust of wind, unstoppable on the field. To navigate past this defender, he believed it would require merely a deft maneuver. Thus, he pressed on, while Van Dijk, seemingly wary, chose to retreat rather than confront him head-on. Lingard maintained his advance, while Van Dijk continued to withdraw, neither daring to engage. As the distance between them diminished, Lingard began to feel increasingly uneasy. The opponent had positioned himself to obstruct his path, compelling Lingard to adjust his rhythm and route. His awareness of this defensive tactic indicated commendable skill. He recognized the opponent's strategy aimed at curtailing his offensive thrust. However, he still lacked a measure of experience. Rendered somewhat naive by his youth, As he attempted to accelerate and veer past Van Dijk, the defender unexpectedly closed in, leaning into Lingard without committing to a tackle. The impact left Lingard feeling as though he had collided with an immovable wall, nearly unsettling his balance and abruptly reducing his speed. Consequently, the ball slipped from his control, rolling into the opposing penalty area, where it was intercepted by the City captain, Kompany. What had begun as a promising offensive surge for Manchester United concluded abruptly, fizzling out into disappointment. On the sidelines, witnessing Van Dijk thwart the attack, Guardiola's face lit up with satisfaction, applauding the defender's prowess. "Well done, Virgil," he exclaimed. Following the pass, Kompany approached Van Dijk, offering a congratulatory high five. In the past 2 seasons, Van Dijk's rate of improvement has been remarkably swift. Although he lacks the extensive experience of a seasoned veteran, Kompany believes that, in terms of skill, Van Dijk is undoubtedly his equal, if not superior. While Kompany has reached his zenith, Van Dijk is still young and has yet to realize his full potential. His capacity for growth is immense, and his future prospects are boundless. The Manchester United fans were left disheartened upon witnessing Lingard's attack being effortlessly thwarted by the opposition. However, they consoled themselves, acknowledging that it was merely a squandered opportunity. With his remarkable speed and spirited performance, they felt confident that more chances would arise, and there was no need to fear waste. Their sentiments were echoed by none other than Mourinho, who did not dwell on Lingard's missed chance, recognizing that it was he who had created the opportunity through his own initiative. Understanding the importance of utilizing Lingard's pace, Mourinho called over Schweinsteiger, advising him to pass the ball frequently to Lingard. The German, comprehending the strategy, sought to deliver the ball to Lingard at every opportunity upon his entry onto the pitch. Nonetheless, Manchester United's intentions became glaringly obvious, allowing Manchester City to fortify their defenses, rendering United's tactics less effective. In the 72nd minute of the second half, Lingard finally found himself with another opportunity. Following the familiar pattern, he charged towards Manchester City's goal once more, only to be confronted by Kanté this time. Lingard's focus remained fixated on the goal and the towering defender who had previously obstructed him, completely oblivious to Kanté's approach. When he finally noticed the swift Kanté at his side, he was taken aback. The speed of this player was astonishing. How had he managed to surpass him without Lingard being aware? As the prospect of missing yet another scoring opportunity loomed, Lingard instinctively lifted his foot to shoot. This motion, however, was perceived as an affront by Kanté, who could not believe that Lingard would attempt a shot so close to him, as if he were invisible. With a swift intervention, Kanté disrupted the ball beneath Lingard's foot. The result was a comical tumble, leaving Lingard sprawled awkwardly on the ground, a sight both humorous and absurd. Laughter erupted from the crowd, even among Manchester United supporters, who could scarcely contain their amusement at Lingard's antics. Was this player merely there to provide comic relief? The scene drew uproarious laughter, with spectators likening him to a clown. Manchester City's fans, along with neutral onlookers, were nearly doubled over in laughter at the sight of such a comical player. Yet, it was Kanté, a renowned defensive midfielder in the Premier League and beyond, who was being disregarded in such a manner. After missing 2 consecutive opportunities, the fans began to recognize Lingard's unreliability. In the ensuing moments, while Lingard continued to sprint across the field, it became evident that most of his movements were futile, contributing little to the team's efforts. After Manchester City intensified their defensive efforts against him, he has not had such opportunities again. Particularly after Kanté marked him closely, Lingard was left helpless, unable to find a way past his opponent. Each time Schweinsteiger valiantly delivered the ball to his feet, it would be swiftly disrupted or intercepted by Kanté. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a counterattack from Manchester City, which left the Manchester United players exasperated. This lad was truly a burden. As they witnessed him struggle to maintain possession, his teammates gradually diminished their passes to him, causing Lingard to fade from the game. Having extinguished Manchester United's attacking momentum, Manchester City's offense surged forth with vigor. In the 79th minute, City executed a series of 7 or 8 passes in the attacking third, completely drawing United's players into their web. Their focus was solely on the ball, instinctively gravitating towards whoever had possession. Observing this, Lingard and David Silva exchanged positions once more, with Lingard driving the ball to the flank before suddenly delivering a cross into the vacant space in front of United's defense. De Bruyne, lurking behind, surged forward and unleashed a precise strike from outside the box, once again breaching United's net. 3-0. This goal effectively extinguished any remaining suspense in the match. Unless the legendary Red Devils of their prime were to resurrect, a comeback was implausible. Clearly, this was not feasible. And thus the scoreline of 3-0 remained until the final whistle. Manchester City had once again conquered the hallowed grounds of Old Trafford. After the match, Guardiola approached Mourinho to offer a handshake. Mourinho, in a foul mood after the loss, yearned to confront Guardiola with the question, what did this mean? Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing this, as admitting inferiority to Guardiola was out of the question. Following the conclusion of the match, Manchester City's players, including those on the substitutes bench, rushed onto the pitch to celebrate exuberantly in Manchester United's home ground. They were not only commemorating their victory in this Manchester derby, but also reveling in their record of 10 consecutive league wins, marking the best start in the club's history. This achievement represented not only Manchester City's finest record, but also the best start in the entirety of the Premier League. A record of 10 consecutive victories is a remarkable feat across Europe, garnering significant media attention. In the post-match press conference, Guardiola was accompanied by Lingard, who was awarded the MVP of the match. A reporter from The Times was the first to pose a question. Coach Guardiola, how do you assess this match? Guardiola replied earnestly, it was an exhilarating match. The opponent is quite formidable. Unfortunately, their midfield linchpin was unable to play. Otherwise, our victory would not have been so easily secured. Paul Pogba had fallen ill with a severe cold prior to the match, leading to a last-minute diagnosis that left Mourinho in a precarious position when arranging his tactics. Given Pogba's market value and capabilities, his presence on the pitch would have made it far more challenging for Manchester City to dominate the midfield. Guardiola's remarks were not mere humility or flattery toward his opponents. They were candid truths. How did you conceive the idea of employing a formation devoid of a traditional striker? This was the second question posed by a journalist from The Guardian. In response to Guardiola's peculiar tactical arrangement, numerous queries lingered in the minds of reporters and fans alike. At the onset of the match, upon witnessing Manchester City's lineup, they could only think, surely, one must be suffering from a decade-long cerebral hemorrhage to devise such a formation. However, by the conclusion of the game, opinions had shifted dramatically. It was evident that Guardiola's ingenuity had birthed a tactical masterpiece. The 3-0 scoreline served as irrefutable evidence that Guardiola's strategy was not only viable, but remarkably successful. The formidable control afforded by the three defensive midfielders ensured Manchester City's possession remained consistently high, with their attacking opportunities multiplying in comparison to their adversaries. Throughout the match, one could observe City players exchanging passes, taking shots, and resoundingly scoring. Mourinho's counter-attacking strategy proved ineffective, with Martial remaining largely invisible and Lingard, despite a couple of bright moments, quickly being stifled. Every attacking avenue for Manchester United was resolutely curtailed by City. Consequently, unable to mount a counterattack and struggling defensively, United succumbed to defeat. With Aguero's injury not yet fully healed and lacking a suitable center forward, Guardiola's response elicited nods of understanding. Perhaps this was indeed a forced decision. Yet, moments later, Guardiola elaborated. The rationale behind this arrangement was my desire to assign Lin more responsibilities, to see where his limits lie and whether he could surprise me. Did Lin's performance meet your expectations? A BBC journalist eagerly inquired. Guardiola nodded with satisfaction, a hint of pride in his expression. Indeed, Lin is a genuine prodigy. One can never ascertain his true limits. And how does he compare to Messi? An audacious query from the audience rendered Guardiola momentarily speechless. This chapter concludes with the aftermath of Guardiola's interview being uploaded online, igniting fervent discussions among fans. The BBC journalist certainly knows how to stir the pot. How could Guardiola possibly respond to such a question? One player, once held in the highest regard, and another, his current stalwart, who happens to be his own son. The crux of the matter lies in the formidable talents of both individuals and their similar styles, making Guardiola's choice exceedingly difficult. Had Lin not emerged so spectacularly, it is likely Guardiola would have opted for Messi. I have heard that during his tenure at Bayern, he frequently invoked Messi as a benchmark, often stating how Messi would perform. Indeed, I have also heard tales of Guardiola devising tactics based on Messi's standards, leading players to perform in certain ways, only to realize that they were incapable of meeting such expectations. It was then that he recognized Messi's unparalleled uniqueness, solidifying his status as an ardent admirer of the Argentine maestro. It is unfortunate that such a fervent supporter of Messi has, in just a few short years, betrayed the organization. This statement, clearly made by a fan of Messi, carries a tone that is both playful and tinged with a hint of resignation. Prior to Quan, the duo of Messi and Ronaldo was frequently juxtaposed. However, the differences in their styles are striking, each possessing unique advantages. If one were to force a comparison, it would inevitably boil down to statistics and accolades. Quan, on the other hand, bears a remarkable resemblance to Messi in playing style. So much so that one might say they are virtually identical. When he first emerged on the scene, he was affectionately dubbed Little Messi. But as his fame has soared and he has amassed numerous honors that even Messi has not achieved, he has shed that moniker. Nevertheless, when it comes to identifying the player most akin to Messi in the footballing world, fans would undoubtedly first think of Quan. Their physical attributes are quite similar, and their technical styles, including their positions on the field, dribbling techniques, and shooting skills, are nearly indistinguishable. It could be said that they are cut from the same mold, making a comparison between the two entirely reasonable. The debate surrounding who is the superior player, Quan or Messi, has long been a topic of discussion online. While there are many who rally behind Quan, the number of Messi supporters is even greater, owing to the extensive fan base he has cultivated over many years of play. However, Quan's momentum is formidable. He has clinched a World Cup title that Messi has yet to secure, and he did so as a pivotal figure in the Spanish team, garnering him countless admirers. For the younger generation of fans, Quan is particularly appealing, as they began watching football after Messi had already passed his peak, while Quan is still in his prime and continues to improve. Conversely, older fans tend to favor Messi, influenced by his remarkable performances over recent seasons and nostalgic sentiments tied to their own youth. Indeed, Messi was once an extraordinary talent, but injuries and the dynamics of his team's roster and tactics have severely impacted his current form. Age is no ally to Messi. If he does not adapt his playing style and continues to suffer frequent injuries, he risks following in the footsteps of Ronaldo, leading to a sense of loss for fans who cherish his matches. Since 2013, Messi has been plagued by injuries, and this year has seen him miss numerous League and Champions League games due to recurring ailments. The dismal performance of Barcelona this season can be attributed to Messi's absence, compounded by Neymar's departure, which has left the team in a weakened state, unable to contend with Real Madrid and even struggling against Atletico Madrid. Furthermore, the ongoing Catalan independence movement casts a shadow over Barcelona's future prospects, instilling a sense of anxiety among their supporters. In stark contrast to the troubled and uncertain future of Barcelona, Quan's Manchester City appears to be on a decidedly bright path. With ample transfer funds, a stable management team, and a formidable coach alongside powerful teammates, Manchester City possesses all the essential attributes of a top-tier football club, awaiting only their own endeavors on the pitch to secure trophies and accolades. The debate surrounding who reigns supreme between Quan and Messi may not yield a definitive conclusion in the short term. However, it is universally acknowledged that if Quan continues his current trajectory, he will undoubtedly surpass Messi in a few years, potentially becoming the most formidable player on this planet. Indeed, one might argue that he is already on that pedestal, should no young talent emerge to reach the heights of Messi and Ronaldo. Quan could very well herald the end of the illustrious era of the dual icons, monopolizing the football world. Quan remains unfazed by the probing questions from reporters. Unlike Guardiola, who appears somewhat apprehensive, in a departure from his usual practice of sitting alongside Quan, today he deliberately positioned himself at the front of the bus. Nestled among several assistant coaches, one might ponder, Pep, why do you refrain from addressing the reporter's inquiries? Torrent, squeezed onto the edge of his seat, provocatively pursued the unanswered questions from the previous press conference, attempting to corner Guardiola. Only a fool would respond. Guardiola shot him a glance, internally acknowledging the futility of engaging with such loaded questions, clearly designed by the reporters to entrap him. After expressing his thoughts, Guardiola dismissed his assistant and turned his attention to the team's schedule, diligently studying it. At the end of October, Manchester City has 2 matches to contend with, one in the League Cup against Crystal Palace and another in the league at home against Norwich. Both opponents lack considerable strength, and given Manchester City's current form, overcoming them should not pose a challenge. Guardiola does not place significant importance on the League Cup results. Hence, he plans to field substitutes against Crystal Palace to help them regain their rhythm. As for the match against Norwich, The decision will depend on the substitutes' performances in the League Cup. Should they excel, Guardiola may grant them further opportunities. Conversely, if their performance falters, they would have to face the consequences. As the year draws to a close, Premier League teams dread the rapid-fire schedule of the Christmas season. For the Premier League, which lacks a winter break, this period represents a grueling test. The Christmas fixtures are numerous and filled with high-stakes matches. A loss equates to a 6-point swing, and even a substantial prior lead can be swiftly eroded by opponents. Coupled with the absence of a winter break, players are unable to return home for Christmas, which can dampen morale and significantly affect performance. Additionally, the dreary weather of the British Isles further exacerbates the situation, rendering this period a peak time for player injuries. A single misstep can leave a team crippled with casualties. Thus, each year, this time serves as a formidable examination for all clubs, testing their squad depth and management capabilities. During the summer of this year, Manchester City exhibited a restrained approach in their recruitment. Consequently, Pep Guardiola intends to procure an additional forward during the winter transfer window to bolster the team's attacking line. Although the bench includes Steven Jovetic, his capabilities fall short of Guardiola's standards, and he does not embody the type of player the manager prefers. To prepare for potential injury crises and a congested schedule, enhancing the depth of the squad is deemed essential. Of course, if necessary, they could revert to scouting talent from the youth team, similar to last year. On October 29th, in the League Cup at the Etihad Stadium, Manchester City faced Crystal Palace at home. Guardiola fielded a significant number of substitutes and even youth players, resulting in a squad that may not have appeared superior to Crystal Palace on paper. However, this group of substitutes exhibited a remarkable performance, securing an emphatic 5-1 victory over their rivals. Notably, Son Heung-min scored twice, Kelechi Iheanacho netted 1 goal, and Kevin De Bruyne, who came on as a substitute, converted a penalty. Remarkably, 17-year-old youth player Manu Garcia made his appearance in the 84th minute and scored during stoppage time, garnering considerable attention from the media, with numerous teams now turning their gaze towards this young talent. Following the successful example of Quan, many clubs are becoming increasingly enamored with players aged 17 or 18, eager to unearth hidden gems that others may overlook. This trend offers ample opportunities for young players, such as Kylian Mbappé. In the recently concluded 11th round of Ligue 1, he made his first team debut in the 82nd minute, at the tender age of 16 years and 308 days, breaking Thierry Henry's long-standing record set in 1994, thus becoming the youngest player to debut for AS Monaco in a league match. This debut occurred more than a month earlier than Quan's own first appearance for Monaco's first team. Although Mbappe's performance in this match was modest, simply being present on the pitch at such a young age is a considerable achievement. Following this initial outing, provided that Monaco's performance does not decline significantly, their coach may offer Mbappé further opportunities in the future. With the experience gained from competing in a league of this caliber, Mbappe's rise to prominence may occur sooner than anticipated. Following the resounding victory achieved by the substitutes at home, Guardiola's confidence soared. In the subsequent league match 2 days later, he boldly continued to utilize newcomers, not only including Son Heung-min in the starting lineup, but also placing Iheanacho and Manu Garcia on the bench. Playing at home, Manchester City exuded vigor, leading 2-0 at halftime thanks to goals from Quan and Son Heung-min. In preparation for the upcoming Champions League match, Guardiola made daring substitutions, replacing Quan and David Silva, among other key players, with Iheanacho, Fernando, and Sagna. As these players took to the field, Norwich appeared to still be reeling from the heavy blow dealt in the first half, exhibiting a timorous demeanor. However, once they discerned their opponent's vulnerabilities, they resolutely intensified their offensive efforts. Whether it was a stroke of luck for their adversaries or misfortune for Manchester City remained uncertain. In the 66th minute of the second half, a shot from the opposing team struck a defender's hand, prompting the referee to award a penalty. In this match, the starting goalkeeper for Manchester City was not Navas, but rather Joe Hart. Hart's fortune had been remarkably poor after finally seizing a chance to play. He encountered such a distressing turn of events. Yet, as the old adage goes, from adversity comes fortune, and perhaps his dire streak was destined to shift. Although he misjudged the direction of the shot, it fortuitously struck his foot, deflecting away. Captain Kompany, quick to react, cleared the ball, sparing Manchester City from disaster. It seemed as though even divine favor was shining upon them. Norwich had finally managed to carve out an opportunity, yet they squandered it with their own hands. After Hart blocked the penalty, he let out a roar, releasing the pent-up frustration that had long been bottled within him. Finally, fortune had turned in his favor. However, reality proved that his misfortune was not yet at an end. In the 82nd minute of the second half, with their own offensive efforts failing to penetrate Manchester City's defense, the opponent's forward, Jerome, attempted a speculative shot from within the box. Surprisingly, this ill-conceived effort produced a beautifully arcing trajectory, leaving Hart frozen in disbelief, unable to react. With a swish, the score became 2-1, as Norwich breached Manchester City's goal and successfully netted a goal. Although they still trailed, the spirit of Norwich soared. Their players wasted no time in celebrating, rushing to retrieve the ball from the net. They seemed poised to equalize or even overturn the match in the dwindling minutes. Thus, the closing moments transformed into a spectacle of Norwich besieging Manchester City's goal on their home turf. Guardiola's expression turned serious. His players appeared rattled by the opponent's late goal, adopting a more conservative mindset, seemingly intent on holding on to their lead through defense. This displeased him greatly, for even with several newcomers on the field, the team should not resort to such passivity. Offense is the best defense. To be constantly on the back foot invites the opponent to seize control. Therefore, he promptly called out to the players on the pitch, urging them to resume their attacking strategy. At this moment, Son Heung-min remained on the field, and his speed was a potent weapon for Manchester City's counterattacks. If they could deliver the ball to his feet during a break, and with the support of his teammates, scoring would not be an insurmountable challenge, especially as the opposition pressed forward, leaving their defense vulnerable. As Guardiola anticipated, in the 88th minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half. Kroos launched a long pass seeking Son Heung-min. With the ball at his feet, Son surged forward like lightning, his pace astonishingly swift. The opposing defender found himself with no choice but to bring him down, resulting in the main referee issuing a red card and expelling him from the match. Witnessing their counterattack succeed, with the opposition reduced to 10 men, Manchester City's morale was swiftly restored. They resumed their relentless assault on their adversaries. In the second minute of stoppage time, De Bruyne surged into the penalty area only to be tripped, prompting the referee to award Manchester City a penalty. However, in a twist of fate, De Bruyne's penalty struck the crossbar and rebounded out of play. The sight of De Bruyne missing the penalty left Quan and Guardiola utterly astonished. What transpired? Had De Bruyne succumbed to a lapse in form? Was he infected by the misfortune of the opposing players? It is a rarity to witness 2 penalties awarded in a single match, thereby drawing considerable attention to what began as an ordinary game. Nonetheless, the state exhibited by Manchester City in this match illuminated opportunities for several teams. Even Norwich came perilously close to toppling Manchester City. Why couldn't they? Chapter concluded. Chapter 97. Champions League top scorer surpassing Ronaldo. Ronaldo's commanding declaration, missing a penalty is not a grave matter, especially given that Manchester City emerged victorious. Consequently, Guardiola would not reproach his players for such an oversight. Yet, De Bruyne was unable to easily forgive himself. Following this match, he incorporated penalty-taking practice into his training regimen. Although opportunities to take penalties are infrequent, as Quan is the primary penalty taker for Manchester City, monopolizing such chances whenever he is on the field, this did not grant De Bruyne the liberty to neglect his preparation. Should a scenario arise similar to today's match, where Quan is absent and the responsibility of taking a penalty falls to him, he must be adequately prepared to avoid faltering once again. Guardiola observed De Bruyne's dedication with satisfaction. The player's self-discipline was commendable. With De Bruyne's innate talent and the proactive attitude he has displayed, it is merely a matter of time before he ascends to the ranks of world-class midfielders. On November 4th, the 4th round of the Champions League commenced. Manchester City set forth to challenge Sevilla in an away match. Following Juventus's draw with Borussia Mönchengladbach at home, the current standings in Group D became exceedingly intricate. Apart from Manchester City, who triumphed in all 3 encounters, securing the top position, the points among the other 3 teams were closely contested. Juventus, with 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw from 3 matches, amassed 4 points, placing them second. Sevilla, with 1 victory and 2 defeats, accumulated 3 points, ranking third. Borussia Mönchengladbach, with 1 draw and 2 losses, found themselves at the bottom of the group with 1 point. Theoretically, all three teams still possessed a chance to advance, even Borussia Mönchengladbach. Should they succeed in defeating Juventus at home, while Manchester City triumphed over Sevilla away, they could even ascend to the second position in the group. However, the fate of these teams hinges not solely on their performances, but also on the formidable Manchester City's display. If Manchester City were to lose to Sevilla away, the implications would be dire for both Juventus and Borussia Mönchengladbach. Following the completion of 2 back-to-back matches against Manchester City, Sevilla's upcoming schedule appears remarkably favorable. With encounters against Borussia Mönchengladbach and Juventus, the likelihood of accruing points is substantial, potentially allowing them to secure 9 points or even more to advance from the group stage. Consequently, both Juventus and Mönchengladbach cannot afford a loss in this match and must exert every effort to claim victory, while hoping that Manchester City does not relent or falter. On November 4th, at 17:45, both matches commenced simultaneously. Apart from Manchester City, the coaching staff of the remaining 3 teams keenly monitored the live scores of the other match. For Manchester City, a victory in this encounter would guarantee their advancement to the knockout stage 2 rounds early. Thus, Guardiola had no intention of easing off. Rather, he intensified the offensive strategy in the first half. Upon arriving at the away venue, Manchester City swiftly took control, launching an aggressive attack that caught Sevilla off guard. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Quan breached the opponent's defenses, granting Manchester City an early lead. 8 minutes later, Kroos added to the tally with a long-range strike, extending the score to 2-0. In the 25th minute, Sevilla executed a delightful ground play, successfully netting a goal. The emphasis on technical prowess is characteristic of La Liga teams, and Sevilla, being a formidable force within the league, demonstrated such skill with ease. Guardiola, having faced Sevilla numerous times during his tenure at Barcelona, remained unfazed. He waved his hand, urging his team to intensify their assault. In the 35th minute, Manchester City retaliated with a series of exquisite combinations, culminating in a wall pass between Quan and De Bruyne, who penetrated the penalty area and scored, marking Quan's second goal of the match. Upon learning that Manchester City led 3-1 away from home, Juventus and Mönchengladbach breathed a sigh of relief. However, glancing at their own score left them dismayed. As the first half approached its conclusion at the 45th minute, the score between Juventus and Mönchengladbach stood at 1-1. Compared to the previous matches 0-0, this encounter finally saw both teams finding the net, indicating a degree of progress. Yet, if both teams only managed a single goal, it would render the outcome almost inconsequential. Should both teams settle for a point, it would be mutually detrimental. Juventus' next match against the formidable Manchester City poses a significant challenge. Unless City opts to ease their efforts after securing advancement, Juventus' prospects appear grim. This implies that Juventus is likely to fall further behind Sevilla. The final round will see Sevilla hosting Juventus, where a draw would suffice for the home side to progress, while Juventus faces elimination. Therefore, Juventus cannot afford to lose or even draw. Allegri felt a sense of urgency. Why was Mönchengladbach proving to be such a formidable opponent? Although he had heard of Mönchengladbach's prowess against Bayern, what relevance did that hold for his team? Why were they also proving to be a challenge? He reflected that he had never felt so constrained in previous encounters against Sevilla or even Manchester City. Juventus possesses remarkable talent, yet they fail to manifest it on the field. The German defense stands as an impenetrable fortress. The head coach, visibly anxious, shares the players' urgency on the pitch. In their haste, the Juventus players became overly aggressive in their tackles and defense, resulting in 3 yellow cards. The pivotal moment of the match arrived in the 53rd minute of the second half, when Juventus midfielder Hernandez, in a reckless challenge, exposed the sole of his boot and was shown a red card, leaving the field. Forced to contend with a one-man disadvantage, Juventus found themselves in a precarious position. Despite Massimiliano Allegri's reluctance to accept this reality, he had no choice but to make substitutions to bolster the defense and compact the team's formation. Securing at least 1 point was preferable to leaving empty-handed. Although being held to draws by Borussia Mönchengladbach in consecutive matches was somewhat embarrassing, losing would have been even more shameful. As Juventus leaned towards a more conservative approach, Sevilla's head coach opted to gamble, introducing 3 attacking players in a bid to overturn the situation. However, Manchester City's defense is among the finest in Europe, not easily breached. Guardiola, noticing the vigor of the opponent's attack, instructed his team to retreat in formation and brought on Son Heung-min, a swift winger. The intention was clear. Should the opponents press forward, he would unleash a counterattack. The fear of a robust team employing defensive counterplay is palpable, with their players' individual prowess. A top-tier team like City can unleash a devastating counterattack. Upon entering the match, Son displayed remarkable activity, frequently initiating threatening attacks. Unfortunately, fortune eluded him, as two of his shots narrowly missed the target. Nonetheless, his presence on the field was palpable. Leaving Sevilla in a quandary, they struggled to breach the opponent's defense while also failing to contain their counterattacks. As time elapsed, Sevilla ultimately had to swallow the bitter fruit of home defeat. Meanwhile, Manchester City secured their advancement to the knockout stage with 2 rounds to spare, allowing them to contemplate potential opponents. On the other hand, despite Juventus's beleaguered defense, Gianluigi Buffon's extraordinary performance enabled them to hold on to a draw until the final whistle. With this single point, Juventus raised their total to 5 points, insufficient for guaranteed progression, but enough to stabilize their position in second place in the group. As for Borussia Mönchengladbach, with only 2 points from 4 matches, their theoretical hopes of advancement are exceedingly slim. In this round of group matches, the Premier League teams achieved 3 victories and 1 defeat, the latter belonging to Arsenal. At the Allianz Arena, they were thoroughly outplayed by Bayern Munich. Goals from Müller, Lewandowski, Alaba, and Robben led to a staggering 15-3 defeat for Arsenal over 2 legs. This outcome not only highlights Bayern's formidable attacking strength, but also reflects the frailty of Arsenal's defense. The defeat in this match has led Arsenal to endure the bitter fruit of 4 consecutive losses in the Champions League, leaving them at the bottom of their group with a disheartening tally of 0 points. Nevertheless, despite this grim situation, there remains a theoretical glimmer of hope for advancement. In this round, Olympiacos, after missing a penalty, was dramatically defeated by their opponents just before the final whistle, thus failing to secure early qualification. Currently, in Group F, Bayern Munich stands triumphant with 4 victories and 12 points, while Olympiacos and Dinamo Zagreb both have 2 wins and 2 losses, accumulating 6 points apiece. And Arsenal languishes with 4 defeats and no points. Should Arsenal secure victories in their final 2 matches, while Olympiacos and Dinamo Zagreb fail to earn a single point and suffer substantial defeats, they could potentially surpass their rivals on goal difference and achieve qualification. However, this prospect appears exceedingly bleak. Arsenal must not only hope for a resurgence in form to conquer these 2 teams, but also rely on Bayern to exhibit leniency and deliver significant defeats to their opponents. Otherwise, with a current goal difference of -9, Arsenal faces insurmountable challenges to advance. The path to qualification seems daunting indeed. The hope is but a flicker now. After the previous home defeat to Bayern, I sense that Arsenal's chances had evaporated. Indeed, if they could squander a 2-goal lead at home, how could one expect them to perform away? After all, this is Bayern. The prowess of Bayern is well documented. Their fearsome strength was on full display during last year's Champions League semi-final against Manchester City. Arsenal's current roster lacks the requisite quality, and their tactics are inadequate. Against such formidable opponents as Bayern, they are destined for a painful defeat. Yet, even as fans of the Gunners acknowledge the objective disparity between the 2 teams, they cannot help but feel an unresolved frustration when recalling the humiliating home loss. What a splendid opportunity squandered. To lead by 2 goals only to face a reversal. Where does one go to seek justice in such a scenario? For years, the mentality of the Gunners has remained unchanged, invincible in favorable conditions, yet collapsing under pressure. In stark contrast to the misfortunes of Arsenal, the supporters of Manchester City, Manchester United, and Chelsea find themselves in a notably comfortable mood. City, of course, has already secured qualification with 2 rounds to spare. Meanwhile, Manchester United, after triumphing over CSKA Moscow at home in this round, has surged to the top of their group with 7 points, presenting a promising outlook for qualification. A single additional victory in the forthcoming matches will seal their advancement. As for Chelsea, although their league standing has plummeted to 15th, their performance in the Champions League has been commendable. In this round, Chelsea claimed a 2-1 victory against Dynamo Kiev, raising their group points to 7 and securing the top position on goal difference ahead of the Portuguese powerhouse Porto, thereby solidifying their prospects for advancement. Considering the strength of their group rivals, Chelsea's qualification seems assured, with 3 of the 4 English clubs leading their groups. This is a source of pride and joy for fans of the Premier League. What does it mean to be the world's Premier League? What? There are 3 group leaders in La Liga as well? Oh, well, that changes nothing. The fans of La Liga scoff at the self-proclaimed title of the English Premier League as the world's foremost league. Among your three group leaders, aside from Manchester City, the remaining two possess little advantage. In contrast, both Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga maintain unbeaten records, leading the second place by at least 3 points, indicating a stable path to advancement. Furthermore, should these three La Liga teams progress from their groups, they each possess the capability to reach the semi-finals. On the other hand, aside from Manchester City, the remaining two English teams struggle to assure even a spot in the top 8, let alone the top 4. Likewise, the remarks from La Liga fans are met with disdain by their English counterparts. With Barcelona's current form, you believe they can penetrate the semi-finals? Hardly a chance. However, Barcelona's lackluster performance is largely due to Messi's absence from injury. By the time the knockout stages commence, Messi will have returned to full fitness. Unless they encounter the top-tier teams of Real Madrid or Atletico Madrid early on, the hope of reaching the semi-finals remains substantial. In the latest round of matches, Cristiano Ronaldo failed to score, marking 2 consecutive games without a goal. This allowed Quan to overtake Ronaldo by a single goal in the Champions League scoring chart, reclaiming the top position. This development is not particularly alarming, as both players are elite scorers, and finding the back of the net is as effortless for them as eating or drinking. However, Ronaldo's consecutive goal drought has sparked concerns regarding his form. According to reports from Kicker magazine, born in February 1985, Ronaldo is nearing his 31st birthday. For athletes of his age, a gradual decline in performance and ability is an irreversible process. In contrast, Quan, a mere 20 years old and 11 years Ronaldo's junior, is still in the ascent of his career. It is widely acknowledged that an athlete's prime age is around 23, suggesting that Quan will only grow stronger in the coming years, while Ronaldo and Messi will inevitably begin their descent. Thus, this may very well be Ronaldo's final opportunity to compete against Quan for the Champions League Golden Boot. Missing this chance would render future aspirations of claiming this title nearly impossible. The article's observations and analyses hold a degree of validity. However, for the fiercely competitive Ronaldo, it is inconceivable to accept such a definitive conclusion from the journalist. Consequently, he took to social media to assert, true strength is not confined by age. Chapter conclusion. The terrifying strength of Klopp's Liverpool. Ronaldo has always been fiercely competitive, and resisting the passage of time is entirely natural. After all, his accolades still significantly trail behind those of Messi and Quan, compelling him to strive diligently to close this gap. Astute fans have meticulously compared the achievements of these three footballing giants in terms of national team, club, and individual honors. The resulting statistics are not particularly favorable for Ronaldo. On the national team front, Ronaldo has yet to secure any accolades, while Messi at least boasts an Olympic gold medal. Quan, meanwhile, holds the most honors in this regard, with both the Confederations Cup and World Cup titles in his possession, placing him a step ahead of the legendary duo. In terms of club and Champions League honors, Cristiano Ronaldo secured 3 Premier League titles and 1 Champions League trophy. After joining Real Madrid, he contributed to 1 league title for the club, albeit without adding to their Champions League accolades. Lionel Messi, without a doubt, boasts the most club honors among the trio, having amassed 7 league titles and 3 Champions League trophies during his tenure at Barcelona. Quan, having debuted later, possesses fewer titles than the aforementioned players. However, his efficiency is remarkable. Since joining Manchester City, he has claimed 2 league titles and 2 Champions League trophies in just 2 seasons. At this rate, it is not far-fetched to imagine Quan potentially surpassing Messi in terms of club honors. In the realm of individual accolades, Messi has received 4 Ballon d'Or awards, Ronaldo 2, and Quan 1. Overall, Ronaldo finds himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to Messi. Yet, in comparison to the emerging Quan, he retains a slight edge in club achievements and personal honors. However, given Quan's current trajectory, this advantage may soon evaporate, particularly in terms of individual accolades. Although Ronaldo possesses 1 more Ballon d'Or than Quan, the forthcoming awards ceremony looms, and this year's winner appears to be a foregone conclusion. Last season, under Quan's leadership, Manchester City not only achieved back-to-back league titles, but also successfully defended their Champions League title. The combination of these honors can only be counterbalanced by a World Cup victory, which was absent last year, making club performance the paramount criterion for evaluation. In contrast, Ronaldo's last year at the club yielded no trophies, neither in the league nor the Champions League. Messi's situation mirrors his, compounded by significant injuries that hindered his availability. Even with the judges possibly viewing through a fan's lens, they cannot overlook Quan's substantial accomplishments. Thus, it is widely believed that Quan's receipt of this year's Ballon d'Or is virtually assured, with minimal contention. Should Quan win this year's Ballon d'Or, he would equal Ronaldo in award count, effectively nullifying Ronaldo's remaining advantage. Consequently, Ronaldo is engulfed by a sense of urgency, exerting immense effort in both League and Champions League matches to prevent Quan from catching up while simultaneously striving to narrow the gap with Messi. Despite Ronaldo's relentless drive, the Real Madrid squad is not without its flaws. Following the conclusion of the Champions League group stage, they returned to La Liga, only to face a Sevilla side eager to teach them a lesson. At the Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan Stadium, Sevilla laid out a robust challenge, engaging in a high-stakes confrontation with the top-ranked Galacticos. Known for their formidable attacking prowess, Real Madrid unexpectedly succumbed to the kings of the Europa League in this offensive showdown, leaving La Liga fans in shock. How could the seemingly unstoppable Galacticos be so decisively halted by Sevilla? While spectators often relish tales of the underdog triumphing over the favored, Real Madrid embodies the prestige of La Liga. He was defeated by Sevilla, who themselves suffered a humiliating double defeat at the hands of Manchester City, rendered utterly powerless in the process. When one reflects on this, it becomes evident that the disparity in strength between Real Madrid and Manchester City is indeed considerable. This realization has left La Liga fans deeply concerned. Not only are they troubled, but the lackluster performance of Cristiano Ronaldo, along with the entire Real Madrid club, has also instilled a sense of anxiety. In this match, Real Madrid's midfield faltered, to the extent that one could say it was thoroughly overwhelmed. Since the departure of Xabi Alonso, they have lacked a commanding presence in the midfield. Although Luka Modric is present, his role resembles that of an attacking midfielder, leaving the pivotal role of a deep-lying playmaker vacant. Real Madrid initially aimed to acquire Toni Kroos, but Manchester City acted first, thwarting their plans. Fortunately, Casemiro's return has bolstered the strength of their midfield and defense considerably. Casemiro excels in both offensive and defensive duties, truly embodying the essence of a versatile warrior. However, in terms of orchestrating play and organizational skills, he evidently falls short compared to elite midfielders. In this match, despite Sevilla having 10 less possession than Real Madrid, they surpassed them in key statistics such as passing frequency and accuracy. When one cannot restrain the opponent's passing, it becomes impossible to thwart their attacks. And this is merely Sevilla. Should they encounter a more adept side like Manchester City, what would Real Madrid be left with? Just as Real Madrid was grappling with their concerns, news from the Premier League brought a welcome surprise. Manchester City was held to a draw by Aston Villa. This match not only invigorated Real Madrid, but also provided a sigh of relief to fans across the Premier League and the entirety of European football. Manchester City has achieved 11 consecutive victories, and should they continue this streak, they would indeed become an invincible force, leaving other teams bereft of the courage to confront them. Aston Villa's timely draw not only halted City's winning streak, but also rendered their previously formidable attacking prowess utterly ineffective. The final score of the match was 0-0. Such a result is exceedingly rare for Manchester City, who boast the most luxurious attacking lineup in contemporary football and have not faced a shutout in a long while. Consequently, this match garnered widespread attention across the football world. Numerous experts and coaches began to investigate how Aston Villa managed to withstand Manchester City's relentless assault. While Aston Villa may not be a powerhouse, they are far from being a pushover. In recent seasons, several illustrious teams have succumbed to their prowess. Their defining characteristics are notably robust physiques, aggressive tackling, and a remarkable proficiency in physical confrontations, often resorting to fouls when necessary. With their somewhat rudimentary technical skills, it can sometimes be unclear whether they are targeting the ball or the player, leading to a frighteningly high rate of bookings in previous seasons. 5 to 6 yellow cards per match has become a standard, with instances of 7 or 8 yellow cards occurring, most notably in their encounter with Chelsea 2 seasons ago. Despite their efforts to temper their fouls over the past 2 seasons, they have retained their prowess in physical confrontations and their penchant for fierce duels. In this match, their strategy was remarkably straightforward. They positioned a swift forward up front to engage Manchester City's defense, while the remaining players retreated into their own half, forming a resolute defense. Should Manchester City advance, they resorted to a physical battle, utilizing body contact and even fouls to disrupt City's fluid passing game. Once they regained possession, they opted for long clearances, eschewing any elaborate midfield organization. This antiquated yet effective tactic proved advantageous against a fatigued squad, recently returned from an arduous Champions League away fixture. The opponent's approach significantly increased the distance they had to cover defensively, compounded by the physical duels, further depleting their stamina. Consequently, by the end of the first half, several Manchester City players began to suffer from cramps. Recognizing the troubling signs, Guardiola made decisive substitutions at halftime, introducing a cadre of youthful replacements. However, with only 3 substitutions allowed and the entire team grappling with fatigue, this strategy yielded limited results. Additionally, the younger players lacked the proficiency and experience of the starters, finding it challenging to penetrate Aston Villa's dense defense, ultimately resulting in a disappointing draw. Upon closer examination, Aston Villa's tactics were not overly complex. Yet, replicating them posed a challenge for other teams. Meanwhile, their neighbors Liverpool boldly declared their intent to give it a try. On November 22nd at the Etihad Stadium, Klopp's revitalized Liverpool delivered a masterclass to the world, demonstrating how to confront Manchester City. The match began with a dream start for Liverpool, as a defensive blunder from City gifted them an early goal just 2 minutes in, establishing an early lead that exhilarated their players. Throughout the match, their movement was particularly vigorous. Despite having an equal number of midfielders, they exhibited the energy of a team with an extra player. In addition to their spirited running, Liverpool effectively implemented Klopp's high-pressing strategy, drawing from Aston Villa's successful tactics and adapting to the Premier League's officiating standards. They increased the intensity of their physical confrontations without risking cards, occasionally even evading fouls altogether. This relentless style of play left Manchester City disoriented, as they had not faced such a team in a considerable time, feeling as though a youthful tempest had swept across the pitch. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Liverpool executed a splendid combination, with Firmino assisting Coutinho for a goal. 7 minutes later, Coutinho reciprocated by providing a pass to Firmino for another goal. By the 30th minute, the score stood at 3-0. The Manchester City supporters present at the scene were utterly astounded. When was the last time they witnessed their team trailing by such a margin at home? The memory seemed so distant that it was nearly forgotten. Yet now, the glaring score of 0-3 lay before them, rendering any attempts to bury their heads in the sand and feign ignorance utterly futile. They were incensed. Meanwhile, the traveling Liverpool fans, watching their team decisively score 3 goals against Manchester City, were filled with elation, embracing one another in celebration. Simultaneously, in Liverpool's pubs, in countless homes before television screens, and across the internet, the news of Liverpool's remarkable 3-0 lead over Manchester City spread like wildfire, akin to a thunderclap. Was Liverpool truly on a path to defy the odds? Their performance was astonishing, managing to leave the illustrious Manchester City in such disarray. They truly deserved the title of Mighty Liverpool, who among other teams could produce such a rousing offensive display. Calm down, no exuberance just yet. Klopp indeed possesses remarkable talent. Within less than 6 months, he has elevated Liverpool to such heights. Given a few more years, one might dare to dream of winning the league title. Liverpool has previously claimed the Champions League trophy, yet it has been over 2 decades since they last won the league championship. The legendary captain Steven Gerrard, who departed the team this past summer, carries the greatest regret of not having lifted the league trophy, the pinnacle of English football, alongside his teammates. Now, after years of stagnation, witnessing this vibrant new Liverpool under Klopp, the fans are overwhelmed with emotion, some even shedding tears of joy. It has been a long and arduous journey. Might Liverpool finally be on the brink of resurgence? However, let us not celebrate too prematurely, for one must not forget the Istanbul miracle. As the online atmosphere buzzed with excitement over Liverpool's potential triumph over Manchester City and Manchester United, a voice emerged to temper the enthusiasm. Indeed, it is far too early to pop the champagne. With Manchester City's prowess, they would not concede defeat so easily. There remains ample time in the match for them to mount a comeback and perhaps equalize the score. Liverpool has previously orchestrated stunning comebacks from 3 goals down, and their opponents, Manchester City, boast a squad that is arguably more formidable than the Liverpool of yesteryears. Furthermore, with superstars like Haaland and the enigmatic coach Guardiola at the helm, no one could guarantee victory for Liverpool. Should they celebrate too soon only to witness a disastrous turnaround by Manchester City, the mocking of AC Milan would come back to haunt them like a boomerang. Initially, the Manchester City fans and players were indeed somewhat bewildered, primarily due to their prolonged absence from such a predicament. This year, whether in the league or in the Champions League, Manchester City has consistently enjoyed a favorable run, rarely finding themselves in a position of trailing, let alone experiencing a scenario where they fall behind by 3 goals within the first 30 minutes. Such an occurrence has truly been unprecedented. However, they are a team that has claimed the Champions League title twice. It is hardly plausible for them to be easily dismantled. Moreover, this is the Etihad Stadium. How could they possibly tolerate a band of Liverpool players wreaking havoc on their home turf? Thus, from the 30th minute onward, Manchester City launched a vigorous counterattack. Chapter complete. Chapter 99. A revolutionary transformation. Guardiola's 3 center-back system. Focus up, remain vigilant, do not slacken. Klopp continuously urged his players from the sidelines, reminding them to sustain their fervent fighting spirit and not to become complacent due to a temporary lead. The resilience of this Manchester City side is formidable. If given the opportunity, they can certainly level the score. Having faced both Quan and Guardiola during his time in the Bundesliga, Klopp would never underestimate either of them. Furthermore, the time remains too early. Securing an early lead has its advantages and disadvantages. The positive aspect is that it significantly boosts the players' confidence, enabling them to adopt a relaxed mindset as the match progresses. The downside, however, is that it affords the opponent ample time to mount a comeback, and an early substantial lead can diminish the players' alertness, fostering a false sense of security. Should they indeed fall into such a mindset, their competitive spirit may wane, potentially leading to reduced effort in their running and challenges. Klopp's tactics are predicated on extensive movement among the players. If they fail to engage in vigorous running and instead meander about the pitch, how could his high-pressing strategy possibly be executed? To confront Manchester City in a static fashion would be akin to courting disaster. There are no more than 3 teams in Europe bold enough to attempt such a strategy, and Liverpool is certainly not among them. Initially, Klopp's admonitions did not capture the players' attention until Manchester City, under Quan's leadership, initiated their counterattack. In the 32nd minute, Kante intercepted the ball and passed it back to Kroos, who then executed a wide-ranging transfer to the flank, targeting Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Quan evaded Liverpool's full-back Mourinho and feigned an inward cut to shoot. Both Liverpool's center-back Lovren and midfielder Lucas were drawn to Quan, converging towards him. However, in their movement, they inadvertently left space for Manchester City's attacking midfielder De Bruyne. Quan decisively distributed the ball to De Bruyne, making a penetrating run into the penalty area. Just as he entered the box, De Bruyne, with remarkable synergy, delivered a perfectly timed through ball. This pass was exceptionally penetrating, slipping between Lovren and Lucas. Had either of them focused their attention on De Bruyne, they would have had the opportunity to intercept the ball. Regrettably, they both presumed Quan intended to shoot directly, failing to contemplate further, thus granting De Bruyne the chance to execute such a lethal through ball. Breaking free from the defensive player and accelerating into the penalty area, Quan comfortably received De Bruyne's pass. With a smooth push, the ball rolled beneath the outstretched legs of the advancing goalkeeper into the net. Liverpool's goalkeeper, Mignolet, thudded to the ground, glancing back at the ball that had collided with his own net, and in frustration, struck the turf. For any player, being nutmegged is a source of humiliation, especially for a goalkeeper. Once they are beaten in such a manner, it signifies not only disgrace, but also conceding a goal. However, Mignolet found himself powerless. He was merely a goalkeeper, and the opposing team had already breached his defense to create a one-on-one situation. Did they expect him to challenge the world's most formidable striker? He certainly believed he lacked such prowess. Boom. At the moment Quan struck the ball into the net, a tremendous cheer erupted from the Etihad Stadium. If the first 30 minutes had left Manchester City fans in utter despair, questioning if they had entered the wrong stadium, witnessing Quan's goal confirmed for them that this was indeed the invincible Blue Moon they had passionately supported. Led by some diehard fans, over 40,000 supporters in the stands began to sing the famous club anthem, "This Life, No Regret," loyal to the Blue Moon. Quan did not squander time celebrating. After racing to retrieve the ball from the Liverpool net, he dashed out of the penalty area, exchanged a high-five with De Bruyne, who was also retreating, and placed the ball at the center circle, preparing to restart the game. His goal not only ignited the atmosphere, but also rekindled the fighting spirit of the Manchester City players. They would not sit idly by while Liverpool effortlessly claimed victory on their home turf, let alone under such humiliating circumstances. In football, no team remains invincible forever. Manchester City's undefeated streak would eventually be broken. They could accept defeat, but not in such a disgraceful manner. Perceiving the players' renewed vigor, Guardiola, who had initially intended to shout instructions from the sidelines, swallowed his words. There was no longer a need for exhortation. Quan had successfully stirred his teammates' resolve. Now, they simply needed to execute the tactics he had previously outlined. Meanwhile, Guardiola busied himself with a careful analysis of Klopp's strategies employed in this match, seeking ways to counter them. As the match resumed, the intensity of the battle on the pitch escalated. Manchester City's goal had equally spurred Liverpool's players, reminding them not to underestimate their opponents due to a temporary lead. Unlike the teams they had faced previously, Manchester City possessed unparalleled attacking prowess. As evidenced by the recent goal, a 3-goal lead was precarious, and now, with only a 2-goal advantage, they had to return to the proactive state they had at the match's outset, vigorously running, contesting every ball, and seizing every opportunity. Even when aware that some balls were out of reach, their players charged forward without hesitation. Even if they cannot seize the ball, it is imperative to impede and disrupt the dribbling and passing of Manchester City players. Should the opponent become overly attached to the ball, nearby players will converge, employing a strategy of collective pressure to reclaim possession, launching immediate counterattacks. This high-pressing and rapid counterattacking tactic accelerates the pace of the match. Both teams create numerous offensive opportunities, frequently penetrating the 30-meter zone and even attempting shots on goal. Consequently, the match becomes exceedingly captivating, providing a visual feast for the spectators present. This could very well be the most intense and visually appealing encounter of the Premier League season thus far. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler and his colleague Andy Gray expressed their admiration. The first half witnessed both sides competing vigorously, yet the frequency of fouls remained relatively low, with Manchester City committing only 2 and Liverpool 5. Remarkably, there was but a single yellow card issued, which was received by Liverpool's midfielder Lucas for a foul on dribbling player Quan. The allure of this match may stem from the fact that these two teams are playing at the Premier League's tempo, yet their styles reflect a clash between Bundesliga and La Liga. Andy Gray's observation resonated with many fans, as Klopp's tactics bear a resemblance to those he employed during his tenure at Dortmund. Meanwhile, Guardiola's Manchester City showcases a style akin to his previous possession-based approach at Barcelona. Of course, both managers have made adjustments and upgrades to their tactical systems to align with the pace of the Premier League and the evolving trends of football. A match that embodies the essence of the Premier League, while also integrating the dynamism of the Bundesliga and the technical flair of La Liga, is undoubtedly enthralling. Andy, who do you think will emerge victorious? Martin Tyler posed a question to his partner, confident that it mirrored the curiosity of many viewers at home. Given the current scoreline remained unchanged, it's hard to say. Liverpool holds a 2-goal lead, yet their opponents are Manchester City, a formidable team featuring Lin. Moreover, they are the reigning champions of both the Premier League and the Champions League for the past 2 years, indicating their higher potential and superior overall strength. If it weren't for that early fatal-own goal, I would lean more towards Manchester City. Since the time he misjudged them, Andy Gray has since reformed, now becoming Quan's staunchest supporter. Whenever he commentates on a Manchester City match, he transforms into an enthusiastic advocate for Lin. Upon hearing his partner's remarks, Martin Tyler chuckled. Indeed, I believe many fans were inclined to favor Manchester City before the match, just like you. However, Klopp and his disciples remind us that football is unpredictable. No matter how strong the paper strength or how many past accolades, it means little once the match commences. Yes, that is the allure of football, is it not? Andy Gray nodded in agreement, adding, but I must emphasize, one should never underestimate the heart of a champion. Manchester City is no longer the ordinary team that Ferguson once derisively labeled as noisy neighbors. They have evolved into a top-tier powerhouse in contemporary football, a true giant. Liverpool fans scoffed at Andy Gray's remarks, questioning whether Manchester City possessed a champion's heart, implying that Liverpool lacked such tenacity. In terms of heritage, Who among the Premier League dares to discuss legacy in the presence of Liverpool? Aston Villa, please take a seat. After a protracted 25-year drought without a title, the fervent desire of Liverpool supporters for a league championship is beyond the comprehension of most. Therefore, when it comes to determination and the yearning for victory, Liverpool shall not be outdone by anyone. Since they will not falter in spirit, let the two sides demonstrate their mettle on the pitch. In the closing stages of the first half, both teams had opportunities to alter the scoreline, yet they squandered them. In the 38th minute, Liverpool executed a successful counterpress, with Coutinho delivering a brilliant pass. However, Liverpool's winger Sterling failed to convert a clear chance, allowing Manchester City to escape unscathed. Just 2 minutes later, Aguero's angled shot within the box struck the post and rebounded out of play, sending a chill down the spines of Liverpool's fans. Had either of those chances been converted, the dynamics of the match would have shifted dramatically. If Sterling had not missed his opportunity, the score could very well have been 1-4. Even with Manchester City's strength, scoring 3 goals against Liverpool would be a Herculean task. Conversely, had Aguero capitalized on his chance, the score might have stood at 2-3. With City trailing by just a single goal, significantly boosting their morale while severely undermining that of the Liverpool players. In such a scenario, upon the resumption of the second half, Manchester City might have surged forward, equalizing or even taking the lead. Regrettably, neither team capitalized on these golden opportunities, and the score remained 1-0 at halftime. During the intermission, Guardiola refrained from criticizing the player responsible for the own goal. Instead, he quietly conveyed his tactical plans to the team. Liverpool's energetic movement posed considerable challenges for our midfield, making it difficult to deliver the ball to our wingers. On the tactical board, Guardiola marked Liverpool's player positions, pressing tactics, and defensive formations from the first half. With no traditional center forward, Aguero lacked the stature and resilience of a classic striker, which meant Manchester City's central attacking capabilities were relatively weak. Their strength lay on the flanks, bolstered by the presence of Quan, a world-class winger, a fact that Guardiola sought to exploit fully. The only goal of the first half for Manchester City stemmed from a collaboration between De Bruyne and Quan on the wing. However, that was their sole success. Following that goal, Liverpool intensified their pressing on Manchester City's midfield outlets, making it increasingly difficult for them to deliver the ball to Quan. This situation led to Quan frequently dropping back to receive the ball. Yet, once he retreated, organizing an offensive became challenging, as the opposing defense had already established its positions, rendering them quite formidable. Furthermore, Liverpool utilized their proactive movement to create numerical advantages in localized areas, ensuring that any slight delay in Manchester City's attack would result in them being encircled and overwhelmed by Liverpool's pressing. Consequently, not only would their offensive efforts falter, but they might also find themselves vulnerable to counterattacks from their opponents. In the realm of football, a significant portion of goals conceded occurs during transitions between offense and defense. When both teams adopt a confrontational stance and engage in direct battles, even a weaker side can challenge a stronger opponent by maintaining a cohesive formation and defending resolutely, causing the stronger team to falter. A notable instance was when Pep Guardiola's Barcelona faced the modestly skilled Rubin Kazan. Despite their lack of prowess, Rubin Kazan's defensive strategy of parking the bus effectively neutralized Barcelona's formidable attack, culminating in a shocking 2-1 defeat for the Spanish Giants. Similarly, in a friendly match a few years ago, the world champion Spain struggled against the Chinese national team, which, despite being largely on the defensive and lacking significant offensive threats, managed to hold Spain at bay until the 84th minute, when David Silva finally broke the deadlock. Liverpool's tactical approach has proven to be a source of considerable discomfort for Manchester City. When it is their turn to attack, they must confront the opponent's defensive line head-on. Yet, during the opponent's offensive maneuvers, Manchester City's defense often remains incomplete. Had it not been for Virgil van Dijk's extraordinary performance, City would likely have conceded more than 3 goals. Jurgen Klopp's tactical acumen is indeed remarkable. His ability to elevate Borussia Dortmund to such heights appears to be no mere coincidence. Guardiola, momentarily at a loss for an effective strategy to counter Klopp's tactics, opted to exploit his own strengths. Recognizing that the opponent's aggressive pressing limited his midfield, he decided to bypass it entirely, allowing his wingbacks to directly deliver the ball to the wingers. However, executing this within the confines of traditional positioning and formations proved challenging. Thus, Guardiola devised a 3 center-back formation, Unbeknownst to him, this adjustment heralded a revolutionary new style of play. In this chapter, titled Guardiola versus Klopp, a clash of world-class managers, we delve into the essence of the three center-back system. This approach entails advancing wing-backs or center-backs into midfield during offensive phases, establishing a three center-back formation. The advantages of this strategy are manifold. Firstly, the three center-back alignment reduces the width of the defense by limiting the presence of wing-backs, compelling opponents who wish to maintain high pressing to have their wingers exert pressure on the two wide center-backs. Consequently, Manchester City benefits from an additional midfielder, pressuring the opponent to allocate resources to midfield, thereby forcing their formation into a trapezoidal shape. This, in turn, opens up passing lanes along the flanks for Manchester City, allowing wingbacks to deliver the ball directly to wingers, who can then orchestrate offensive maneuvers. Furthermore, the compression of the opponent's defensive setup grants wide players greater freedom of movement during their attacking runs, minimizing immediate interference and interceptions. This enhancement significantly increases their likelihood of penetrating the opponent's half, even advancing into the critical 30-meter zone with greater ease. Guardiola undoubtedly exemplifies a world-class coach. The tactical scheme he has devised possesses the potential to significantly enhance Manchester City's offensive prowess. However, at this moment, he finds himself beset by uncertainty, unsure whether this strategy will indeed yield the desired results. Meanwhile, within the confines of Liverpool's dressing room, Klopp is fervently encouraging his disciples. "You performed exceptionally well in the first half. I am immensely proud of you." Upon hearing Klopp's commendation, the Liverpool players stand tall, their hearts swelling with pride and elation. The strength of their adversaries serves only to underscore their own capabilities. Nevertheless, Manchester City is no weak contender, and the Etihad Stadium is not an arena easily conquered. Therefore, I implore you to maintain your utmost performance in the second half, to remain composed yet fervent. Contest every ball, and grant our opponents not a single opportunity. I aspire for us to return to Liverpool victorious. After uttering these words, Klopp's gaze sharpened, sweeping across the Liverpool Warriors in the dressing room before he boldly inquired, "Tell me, can you achieve this?" "Yes," the Liverpool players roared in unison, determined to secure victory as a tribute to their coach and supporters. "Then let us seize the day," Klopp declared as he flung open the dressing room door, exchanging high fives with each player as they prepared to take the field. The distance between the two teams' dressing rooms is minimal, and the commotion emanating from Liverpool is distinctly audible to the Manchester City players next door. Yet, their expressions remain stoic, each player maintaining a resolute silence as they stride towards the pitch. With their opponents in high spirits, a grueling battle awaits them in the second half. Such a struggle is a rarity for Manchester City. But will Manchester City cower? If they did, they would not be Manchester City. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the second half commenced in earnest. Manchester City initiated a substitution, with the underperforming Aguero replaced by Son Heung-min, who assumed a forward position. Upon witnessing this, Klopp's heart raced. Are they making their move? He was evidently aware of the recent Manchester derby, so Guardiola's decision to replace a forward did not entirely surprise him. Yet, if they intended to adopt a formation devoid of a striker, should they not have substituted a forward for an additional defensive midfielder? What could Guardiola's introduction of a winger signify? Could it be that, trailing in the score, he was reluctant to withdraw an attacking player? However, without a forward to exert pressure, Liverpool's defenders could advance with greater audacity, and with Manchester City failing to deploy three defensive midfielders, could they withstand Liverpool's onslaught? Klopp found himself momentarily perplexed by Guardiola's reasoning, yet recognizing the latter's prowess, he refrained from deeming it a grave error. Instead, he pondered whether Guardiola had considered factors beyond his own perception. If that were the case, the situation could indeed become precarious. With this thought, Klopp steeled himself, concentrating intently on the unfolding match. This scrutiny soon revealed a notable transformation. Manchester City's formation had altered. He observed that during Manchester City's offensive maneuvers, the right-back Zabaleta vacated his position to assume a role in midfield, while the remaining three defenders converged towards the center, forming a three-man defensive line. Could this be Guardiola's cunning strategy? By positioning the fullback forward without diminishing the number of attackers, was he ensuring sufficient interception capabilities in the midfield? Yet, the question arises, is Zabaleta truly competent in the role of a defensive midfielder? This concern was not solely recognized by Klopp. Liverpool's players also noted the alteration in Manchester City's formation. Initially, they paid little heed to it, even seizing the opportunity presented by the thinning of City's defensive line to intensify their pressing in the attacking third. Their two wingers aggressively closed in on the flanks of City's center-backs, pushing the overall formation significantly forward. The advance of the wingers compelled Liverpool's midfielders to push up as well, maintaining an appropriate distance across their three lines. Liverpool's players diligently implemented Klopp's directives from the locker room, utilizing vigorous movement and tenacity to restrict City's passing and coordination. Throughout this endeavor, Liverpool functioned like a well-oiled machine, with every component operating at full capacity, leaving no room for complacency. However, they soon discovered that their high press in the second half was markedly less effective than in the first. City escalated their offensive efforts, frequently exploiting the flanks to penetrate Liverpool's half, and even creating promising scoring opportunities. In the 52nd minute of the second half, Quan successfully broke down the wing and opted to cut inside for a shot, striking the crossbar, which sent a wave of anxiety through the Liverpool ranks. That was a close call. Had the ball veered just a fraction more, their lead would have dwindled to a mere goal. Although the shot did not find the net, it served as a clarion call for Liverpool, signaling a flaw in their defensive strategy. But where had the issue arisen? On the sidelines, Klopp also recognized this predicament, furrowing his brow as he meticulously replayed the sequence of City's offensive surge from inception to conclusion. Why had Liverpool's wide players failed to apply immediate pressure on Quan upon receiving the ball? A question sparked in his mind. He had placed significant emphasis on defending against City's wide play, especially concerning their chief scorer Quan, of whom he had been particularly wary. Yet, he distinctly recalled that when Quan received the pass from his teammate, Liverpool's winger had not rushed to disrupt or intercept in that critical moment. What was the reason for this? Were the players shirking their tactical responsibilities, or had some unforeseen development occurred on the field that he had overlooked? Contemplating this, Klopp widened his eyes, intently scrutinizing the positioning of City's players on the pitch. For a head coach, discerning the players' formations is not a simple task, as they exist on the same competitive level, making it challenging to observe their positioning at a glance. If Klopp were to stand in the stands at this moment, he would unmistakably observe that the defensive positioning of the Liverpool players had, unbeknownst to them, undergone a transformation. This alteration was not the result of Klopp's deliberate adjustments, but rather a consequence of circumstance. Following the introduction of Zabaleta, the opposing midfield now boasted 4 players. Should they continue to employ the pressing tactics from the first half, they would find themselves outnumbered, and despite their diligent efforts, it would be exceedingly challenging to bridge the numerical gap and exert sufficient pressure on their opponents. Consequently, Liverpool's formation was compelled to contract, retreating towards the center. This was an unavoidable reality. The players instinctively adopted this approach, and even if Klopp were to witness it, he would not perceive anything amiss, for he himself would have instinctively done the same in a previous match. However, it was precisely this organic response that invigorated Manchester City's offense. Upon Son Heung-min's entry onto the pitch, he repeatedly exploited his speed, darting down the flanks with the ball. His ability to cut inside and shoot was limited, so he merely needed to utilize his pace to advance the ball into the attacking third before seeking to deliver it to Quan, thus fulfilling his duty. In response, Quan would actively position himself closer to the flank to support him. This maneuver rendered Liverpool's fullbacks incapable of closely marking Son Heung-min, compelling them to adopt a position between the two, striving to sever the connection between them. Such positioning offered Son Heung-min minimal interference, allowing him to comfortably carry the ball to the byline and execute a pass. Moreover, during this offensive sequence, Manchester's resource allocation was markedly evident. Not only Son Heung-min, but Quan would also be active on the flanks, while De Bruyne and even Zabaleta would gravitate towards this side, creating a localized numerical advantage. Their positioning was also quite dispersed, avoiding clustering that would hinder their own movement. This dramatically increased the difficulty of Liverpool's defensive efforts on the flanks, rendering them incapable of intercepting Son Heung-min's dribbling and passing. Once the ball reached Quan, with his explosive speed and ability to break through, the defensive midfielders and defenders found it nearly impossible to halt him in a timely manner. As a result, Liverpool's defensive line was perilously fragile, with conceding a goal merely a matter of time. As fate would have it, shortly after Quan's shot struck the crossbar, in the 58th minute, Manchester City surged forth once more. Son Heung-min, once again racing down the flank, approached the 30-meter area, but instead of cutting to the byline, he glanced in the direction of his teammates and passed back to the advancing Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan executed a series of deft touches and direction changes, evading a defender and penetrating the penalty area. This time, he refrained from rushing a shot. Instead, as the goalkeeper advanced, he deftly executed a delicate lob, sending the ball arching gracefully into the net. 23. Manchester City had pulled one back, narrowing the scoreline to a mere goal's difference. On the sidelines, Klopp could no longer remain seated. His eyes widened, and with a grave expression, he fixated on the Manchester City players on the field. What captured his attention was not Lin Quan, but rather Manchester City's right back, Zabaleta. The shift in this individual's position has instigated a cascade of reactions. Indeed, Guardiola's formation with 3 central defenders is a masterstroke. Klopp, undaunted, immediately gestured for 2 forwards from the bench to warm up in preparation for their entry onto the field. While Manchester City's tactical offensive capability has been significantly boosted, the visible sacrifice in their defensive solidity is equally apparent. Players like Coutinho have exhausted their stamina, rendering them incapable of exerting further pressure on City's backline. Given this circumstance, Klopp resolved to utilize all 3 of his substitution slots for forwards, opting for fresher substitutes to challenge City's defense. He was eager to see if Guardiola's formation could withstand such an onslaught. After making the substitution decision, Klopp summoned Coutinho, instructing the players slated to be substituted to exert themselves on the pitch, employing various strategies to deplete the stamina of Manchester City's defenders. After all, they would soon be resting on the sidelines, so it was of little consequence if they expended extra energy at this juncture. Klopp's ruthless decisiveness left Guardiola visibly anxious. Observing the opponent's maneuvers, he surmised Klopp's intent. The audacity to substitute 3 players at once is a rare trait, not possessed by just anyone. He was uncertain whether his team could withstand the impending assault, especially since this novel tactic was a spontaneous idea, lacking extensive experimentation. As media and fans have remarked, this was his creative endeavor, yet Guardiola himself harbored doubts about its success. Klopp proved to be even more audacious than Guardiola had anticipated, not only substituting 3 attacking players in the 65th minute, but also advancing the team's formation further. During offensive plays, both of Liverpool's fullbacks surged forward, transforming their overall setup into a 2-1-4-3 formation. The fullbacks pushed to the flanks, thereby augmenting the team's attacking width and pressure in the final third. Consequently, Manchester City found it increasingly challenging to transition from defense to attack, needing to wait for Liverpool's fullbacks to retreat before effectively distributing the ball to their wide players. They could opt for a risky long pass to the flanks, but such a strategy might easily fall into Liverpool's offside trap, with few defenders left in their own half. Failing to collaborate with the offside trap to fortify their defense would leave Liverpool's goal wide open, inviting inevitable defeat. The tactical exchanges between the 2 coaches might elude the understanding of the average fan, yet they could palpably sense the intensifying and exhilarating nature of the match. Truly, these are 2 of the world's foremost coaches. Guardiola's 3 central defender setup has enhanced the team's wing play, while Klopp's relentless pressing and fullbacks' complete commitment have effectively nullified the corridors of attack that City had just established. Guardiola's tactical adjustment can be deemed a stroke of genius, and it is likely that his offensive system will resonate throughout the footballing world in the future. Jurgen Klopp's ability to swiftly discern his opponent's intentions and make timely adjustments attests to his exceptional prowess as a tactician, a fact that Martin Tyler, from Sky Sports commentary booth, wholeheartedly acknowledged. These 2 coaches are undoubtedly matched rivals, showcasing the beauty of the Premier League. Chapter 101. A last-minute goal, another 93-20 miracle. The stylistic differences between Pep Guardiola and Klopp are quite pronounced, despite both currently employing a pressing attacking strategy. Guardiola's approach revolves around orchestrating passes to unsettle the opponent's defense and exploit their errors. In contrast, Klopp's tactics hinge on vigorous movement to create numerical superiority in localized areas, thereby inducing mistakes for counterattacks. The clash of these 2 methodologies is akin to a cosmic collision, resulting in a spectacular display. The match unfolded at a frenetic pace, with possession oscillating between the 2 teams. After Liverpool introduced 3 substitutes, they immediately intensified their pressing on Manchester City's defenders. Under this relentless pressure, City struggled to maintain possession, nearly succumbing to several interceptions. Furthermore, even when the ball reached Toni Kroos, it did not guarantee safety. Liverpool's midfielders and forwards would swiftly converge on him, denying him the opportunity to orchestrate with ease. In the face of such aggressive pressing, City's defenders were compelled to release the ball quickly, avoiding any hesitation, lest they fall prey to a threatening counterattack. However, Liverpool's formidable pressing is predicated on the players' relentless running and significant manpower commitment. Should their stamina wane, the efficacy of this strategy diminishes considerably. Moreover, positioning too high up the pitch leaves them vulnerable to counterattacks, necessitating a robust central defender to act as a sweeper. Historically, after selling Philippe Coutinho for a handsome sum, Klopp acquired Virgil van Dijk and Alisson Becker, one an indomitable center-back, the other an exceptional one-on-one goalkeeper, both of whom were the ideal choices to rectify the tactical imbalance. Yet now, one resides at Manchester City, while the other remains in Brazil, far from Klopp's command. Consequently, Klopp's current squad falls short of his standards, exhibiting numerous shortcomings. As the clock ticked past the 75-minute mark, the fatigue of the Liverpool players became increasingly evident. Aside from the substitutes, the remaining players struggled to maintain their pace. Fortunately, the Manchester City players were also experiencing significant fatigue. The rapid tempo and intense physical confrontations of the match had taken their toll, resulting in both teams exhibiting declining defensive quality as the game progressed past the 70-minute mark. This presented both teams' forwards with opportunities to score. In the 76th minute, Liverpool's substitute forward Bentic, upon receiving a cross from a teammate within the penalty area, aimed a header that soared over the crossbar. By the 78th minute, a swift counterattack from Manchester City brought the ball into Liverpool's half. Quan, attracting the attention of three opposing players, deftly passed to De Bruyne. De Bruyne's long-range shot narrowly evaded the goal, similarly squandering a chance to alter the scoreline. Liverpool was the first to break the deadlock. In the 82nd minute, following a series of set pieces, Liverpool capitalized on a corner opportunity, with Skrtel scoring with a header, extending Liverpool's lead to 2-0. This goal from Liverpool at such a critical juncture nearly extinguished any suspense surrounding the match. Consequently, following Skrtel's goal, his teammates, the coaching staff on the sidelines, and the Liverpool supporters in the stands erupted with joy. Klopp, animated on the sidelines, performed a celebratory gesture, though he dared not predict the outcome before the goal. However, upon its realization, he felt the match was secured. With the score now in the latter stages of the game, time was running short for Manchester City. A two-goal advantage was substantial for Liverpool. As long as they did not commit any unforgivable errors, it would be exceedingly difficult for their opponents to equalize, let alone take the lead. Although Liverpool's performance this season has been less than stellar, currently languishing in 10th place in the Premier League standings, he believed that securing this victory away from home would mark a turning point for Liverpool. Overcoming the formidable Manchester City was not merely about securing 3 points. It represented a significant boost to the morale of the entire Liverpool squad. This victory would be sufficient to instill confidence in their players, rekindling the essence of a prestigious club. Therefore, he implored the players to persist through these final minutes and ensure that the victory was brought back to Liverpool. Had he not exhausted his substitutions, Klopp would undoubtedly have introduced several defensive players to bolster their defense. Though he may be brash, he is not foolish. It is impractical to expect players who are fatigued to continue the relentless pace they maintained in the first half. Thus, following Skrtel's goal, Klopp promptly adjusted the tactics, instructing the Liverpool formation to retreat into their own half. Of course, he is not one to passively absorb pressure. The few forwards who had come on as substitutes maintained their positions, continuing to press the opposing players in possession, striving to impose pressure and deny them the opportunity to orchestrate an attack. To serve under Klopp, mere technical skill is insufficient. One must possess abundant stamina. For under his tactical regime, it would be impossible to endure a full match otherwise. Naturally, even abundant stamina is inadequate without the resilience to withstand the rigors of the Premier League, where injuries abound for those lacking fortitude. However, such concerns are for the future. For now, Klopp's primary objective is to demonstrate the effectiveness of this tactical approach to the players, the supporters, and the club's hierarchy. Triumphing over Manchester City away from home serves as the finest testament to Liverpool's prowess. The fourth goal struck a significant blow to Manchester City's morale. This goal, scored at such a pivotal moment, rendered their comeback utterly implausible. To net more than 2 goals in the final 10 minutes proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Were they truly destined to succumb to defeat on home soil? As the players grappled with these tumultuous thoughts, one individual emerged resolutely. He calmly approached the goal, retrieved the ball, and made his way back to the center circle, cradling it in his arms. Along the way, he offered reassuring pats on the shoulders of his teammates, silently conveying that the match was far from over. Upon witnessing Quan's unwavering gaze, a flicker of hope ignited within his teammates, rekindling the flame of aspiration that had nearly extinguished. It appeared that Manchester City had not yet surrendered, bolstered by Quan's comforting presence. In the commentary box, the two analysts observed this scene with a sense of admiration, acknowledging that the team indeed required his leadership at this juncture, despite his commendable performance thus far. Indeed, to lead the team to a miraculous turnaround in adversity and score 2 goals, momentarily unsettling Liverpool's defense, was a remarkable feat. Unfortunately, Liverpool appeared to be in exceptional form, with Klopp's tactics effectively neutralizing Manchester City, suggesting that Quan and his team were on the brink of experiencing their first defeat of the season. As a seasoned commentator in the Premier League, Martin Tyler had witnessed countless matches and possessed a keen acumen for discerning the flow of the game. Judging by Liverpool's current state, they did not resemble a team likely to falter in the dying moments of the match. On the contrary, this Liverpool squad was united in purpose, willing to sacrifice everything for victory. Their fervent eyes reflected an insatiable desire for triumph, making it highly improbable for Manchester City's late-game resurgence to alter the outcome. And indeed, as Liverpool concluded their jubilant celebrations and the match resumed, Manchester City, under Quan's leadership, launched wave after wave of fierce attacks, yet failed to breach Liverpool's defenses. The 90 minutes of regular time swiftly elapsed, with the referee allowing only 3 minutes of stoppage time. In the second minute of added time, amidst the chaos Quan created within the opponent's backline with his formidable individual skill, David Silva surged forward unexpectedly, unleashing a long-range strike that altered the score to 3-4. With just 1 minute remaining, Manchester City trailed by a single goal. Without wasting a moment in celebration, Quan and David Silva raced towards the goal, retrieving the ball and signaling their teammates to prepare for a quick restart. The Liverpool players stood momentarily stunned. The recent goal by Manchester City had left them disoriented, unsure of how it had materialized. Wasn't the ball at Quan's feet? How had it suddenly appeared before David Silva? Moreover, why had the defender assigned to Silva failed to mark him closely, allowing him to receive the ball so effortlessly at the edge of the penalty area? At this critical juncture, conceding a goal left the Liverpool players feeling quite anxious. Although only a minute remained in the match, Manchester City was known for their miraculous comeback during the 93-20 moment. Even though Aguero had been substituted, the player still on the field was far more formidable than Aguero ever was. 3 years prior, Manchester City had scored 2 goals in stoppage time, ultimately achieving a stunning turnaround against Manchester United to claim the championship. Now, 3 years later, could the more powerful Manchester City be poised to repeat that same narrative? At this thought, the over 40,000 fans in attendance collectively stood, straining on their toes and craning their necks towards the pitch, not daring to blink for fear of missing the final thrilling moments. With only a minute left, could Manchester City equalize? On the sidelines, Liverpool's coach Klopp felt a twinge of nervousness. His palms, tucked into his pockets, began to perspire. Despite the Manchester temperature hovering around 7 to 8 degrees, he felt a wave of heat engulfing him, wishing to shed his jacket. Meanwhile, Guardiola experienced a similar sensation to Klopp's. Dressed in a tailored suit, he felt as though his tie constricted his throat, making it difficult to breathe, yearning to loosen it for a deep gasp of air. Though merely a routine league match, it rendered both world-class coaches breathless, as if they were contesting a Champions League final. The Liverpool players dawdled, making every effort to waste time. Eventually, under the referee's admonition, they reluctantly approached the center circle to kick off. Upon starting the play, the Manchester City players surged forward en masse. Time was running short, and Manchester City likely had only one chance to attack. Therefore, they could not allow Liverpool to control the rhythm of the game, wasting time with back passes in their own half. The Liverpool players were acutely aware of their opponent's intentions, so after the kickoff, they passed the ball back, ultimately reaching the goalkeeper's feet. The goalkeeper then booted the ball forward, using the moment to waste precious seconds. At this point, all the Manchester City players had crossed into the opponent's half, leaving only their goalkeeper to defend. Navas, observing the opposing goalkeeper's clearance, instinctively anticipated the ball's landing and charged forward. The referee had begun to check the time, and the scoreboard was nearing the 3rd minute of stoppage time. The Manchester City fans could no longer contain their prayers. Do not blow the whistle. Do not end the match. Navas, quicker, faster. Navas swiftly controlled the ball and passed it to Kroos, who had dropped back to receive it. Kroos made an expansive transfer to the front, accurately finding Quan on the flank. As the ball reached Quan's feet, all eyes in the stadium were fixed upon him. Could he alter the score? With time dwindling, Quan decided to take matters into his own hands. After receiving the ball, he no longer sought collaboration with his teammates, instead charging directly towards the opponent's penalty area, seemingly intent on breaching their defense single-handedly. At other times, this may not have seemed a wise choice, but in the final seconds of the match, it was indeed the only option. Stop him. All the Liverpool players were captivated by Quan, whose threat at that moment surpassed the combined efforts of all the other Manchester City players. Oh my goodness, is he going to take on the entire opposing team single-handedly? How is this even possible? He maneuvered past Llorente, evading Lucas's tackle. In the commentary booth, Martin Tyler excitedly narrated the game at a rapid pace. However, fans watching on television were completely engrossed in the match, paying no heed to his commentary. Under the watchful gaze of countless supporters, they witnessed Quan charging into the enemy's encirclement, deftly dodging multiple players in a confined space, evading interception time and again. Surged into the penalty area, surrounded by 5 defenders, with the entirety of Liverpool's backline focused on him, plunging him into an unprecedented predicament where nearly all shooting angles were blocked. There was no space to shoot. Beside him, Andy Gray was equally anxious, his hands clenched in anticipation. Despite being surrounded by defenders, remained remarkably composed. He glanced up to assess the goalkeeper's positioning and, while in motion, deftly flicked the ball with his left foot. As the football slowed and bounced, he executed a precise shot with the inside of his left foot. The ball soared into the air, slipping through the gap between 2 retreating Liverpool defenders, navigating through the crowd, and heading towards Liverpool's goal. The attention of Liverpool's goalkeeper, Mignolet, had been fixed on but the placement of Lin's shot was aimed at the top left corner of the net, a position so acute that, with his weight already low, he could not leap in time, only watching as the ball traced a beautiful arc before swishing into the net. At that moment, the scoreboard displayed 93-19. Another miracle at 93-20 had been born. Chapter 102, The King of Manchester City. Upon witnessing Quan's score, the Etihad Stadium erupted in jubilation. Countless fans stood up, exuberantly waving their arms, with some even bowing in reverence to Manchester King. Manchester King. Manchester King. The chants grew louder, ultimately resonating throughout the venue. In the commentary booth, Martin Tyler and his partner were still grappling with the incredibility of that goal when they were suddenly met with the roar of the audience. Indeed, in the hearts of Manchester City fans, was undoubtedly the king of Manchester City. Andy Gray nodded in agreement, affirming that this title was well-deserved. In a moment of crisis for the team, scoring 3 goals and providing an assist, he had single-handedly led them out of the abyss. Were Quan not present in this match, I would have no doubt that a harrowing defeat awaited Manchester City. For those who had just switched on their televisions, the harmonious banter between the 2 commentators might lead them to believe they were extolling a particular player. However, for fans who watched the entire match, they could not agree more with the seasoned commentator's sentiments. The City supporters were immensely relieved to have on their side. On the pitch, Manchester City's players, in a frenzy of jubilation, surged towards hoisting him aloft and tossing him into the air. When Liverpool scored their 4th goal, they believed all hope was lost. Yet, the astonishing turnaround that ensued left even those who had witnessed the miraculous September 3rd, 20 moment in disbelief. In stark contrast to the elated City players, the Liverpool athletes appeared somewhat bewildered. They seemed unable to fully comprehend the outcome, with some standing in a daze, staring at the scoreboard. Just moments ago, the numbers clearly indicated a 2-0 lead. How had it transformed into a 4-4 tie? Where had their 2-goal advantage vanished? Beside the pitch, Klopp, momentarily stunned, rose and approached Guardiola. The match had concluded, and the result was immutable. No matter how profound the regret or reluctance to accept it, one must come to terms with reality. You possess an extraordinary group of players, particularly Klopp sincerely remarked while shaking hands with Guardiola. He couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have a player of Lin's caliber at his disposal. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. When Lin first joined the Bundesliga on loan, he had faced Borussia Dortmund in the Telekom Cup. Had he made the decision to sign him back then, perhaps the current circumstances would be different. I thank you for your kind words. Your team is exceptional, especially the remarkable job you have done. This victory rightfully belonged to you. Guardiola responded with equal sincerity, with a similar level of coaching prowess and only a slight age difference. Mutual admiration between the two was entirely natural. Indeed, Klopp chuckled, acknowledging that had Manchester City been without Lin, Liverpool would have surely triumphed. But then again, City had Lin. After all, he looked forward to their next encounter at Anfield, vowing to give it their all. After a brief conversation with Guardiola, Klopp made his way to the locker room. He noticed that many players appeared despondent, which was understandable. A cooked duck had flown away, and anyone would feel disheartened, especially when that duck was named Manchester City. However, Klopp's perspective diverged from that of his players. This was merely a regular league match and should not be viewed through the lens of their formidable opponent. Given Liverpool's current points tally, thoughts of this season's championship were futile. It was more pragmatic to focus on securing qualification for the next season's Champions League. At the post-match press conference, a remarkable scene unfolded as both head coaches took turns praising a singular player, Quan. At the press conference led by Klopp, Coutinho was left unacknowledged, despite his commendable performance, which included a goal and an assist. However, in the presence of Quan, his brilliance was overshadowed, leaving Coutinho feeling somewhat aggrieved. Once a prodigy at Inter Milan, he had experienced a period of decline. Yet, in recent seasons since his transfer to Liverpool, his form has significantly improved under Klopp's guidance, allowing him to regain his confidence. He firmly believes that he stands equal to any contender and is destined to become a top-tier superstar. Time ebbs and flows, and one should never underestimate the youth. Ironically, Coutinho is 4 years older than Quan, who truly embodies youthfulness. In the latest round of the Premier League, numerous spectacular goals emerged. Yet Quan's final strike stood out, earning the accolade of the best goal of the round. The Premier League's official commentary described it as a precious goal, a testament to the extraordinary talent shining on the field. UEFA echoed this sentiment, adding that we should be thankful to witness such a plethora of talented players in this era, enjoying their performances up close. This statement garnered widespread agreement, with many fans sharing it along with their own remarks. I declare Lin the king. Who agrees? Who disagrees? It's astonishing how such a significant disadvantage could be overturned, leaving many speechless. Guardiola's tactical approach appears to have merit, amplifying Manchester City's attacking prowess on the flanks. Conversely, Klopp's strategy seems equally formidable. Yet, it begs the question, if they can challenge Manchester City so fiercely away from home, why do their season results remain so disheartening? Prior to this round, Liverpool had played 12 matches, achieving 4 victories, 5 draws, and 3 losses, accumulating 17 points and placing them 10th in the Premier League. Following another draw this round, their ranking slipped to 11th. Although their situation is considerably better than Chelsea, currently in 15th, fans are perplexed. With Liverpool's strength against Manchester City, shouldn't they dominate other Premier League teams? How could they fall to such depths? Liverpool supporters attempt to explain that Klopp has only recently joined the team, and the initial tactical integration has been subpar. Since the 4th round, they have encountered 3 winless matches, including 2 losses, which set them back, alternating between wins and losses with a couple of draws. Indeed, new coaches require time to assimilate, and players need time to adapt to new tactics. However, based on the team's performance in this match, it appears the moment for results has arrived. The question now is whether they can seize the opportunity to earn points. I find the situation quite precarious. Liverpool's bench depth is evidently insufficient, and Klopp's tactical approach, which was already proven to be taxing on players during his time at Dortmund, poses significant challenges. The relentless pace of the Premier League during the Christmas period is not only an unfavorable opportunity for Liverpool to accumulate points, but it may also lead to their downfall. After all, their exertion of player stamina is more intense than that of other teams, making them more susceptible to the rigors of a congested schedule. This fan's analysis is remarkably calm and objective, garnering considerable agreement from others. Liverpool boasts a substantial fan base. Despite recent lackluster performances, a devoted following still persists. Witnessing the transformative impact of Klopp's arrival has invigorated these supporters, who eagerly anticipate Liverpool's resurgence to prominence. In contrast, another team that once languished but has now returned to its former glory is deeply concerned about the impending match against Manchester City in 4 days. City's form is exceptionally strong, and even at home, we may find the contest challenging. Juventus coach Allegri is increasingly anxious. Currently, the team holds a mere 5 points, sitting in second place in the standings. However, a loss to Manchester City could potentially see them slip to third. Should that occur, facing Sevilla in a decisive away match would place them in a precarious position. Therefore, it is imperative for Juventus to secure at least a point in this upcoming game. This way, even if Sevilla emerges victorious, both teams would share the same points, allowing Juventus to advance based on goal difference in the final round. With this in mind, Allegri has resolved to scrutinize recent match footage of Manchester City, hoping to uncover any weaknesses in their opponents. Many teams in the football world are similarly focused on Manchester City, striving to identify their vulnerabilities. The recently concluded match between Liverpool and Manchester City has naturally become a focal point for analysis among various clubs. Although Liverpool ultimately drew with City, they held the upper hand for the majority of the match, at one point boasting a 3-goal lead. Had they faced any other team, victory would likely have been theirs. Yet they encountered Manchester City. Nevertheless, establishing such a substantial lead against City underscores the efficacy of Klopp's tactics when confronting them. Klopp's strategy is fundamentally straightforward. It revolves around relentless movement. While he evidently favors attacking football, his offensive tactics hinge on the players' vigorous running. High pressing, aggressive defending, and quick counterattacks are all predicated on the players' active movements, creating localized numerical advantages before launching an offensive. Once successful, this approach can yield a lead. This methodology is not overly complex, and some elite teams might consider experimenting with it. On November 28th, the 5th round of the UEFA Champions League group stage commences, with Manchester City having already secured advancement and clinched the top spot in their group 2 rounds early. Guardiola has opted to field a significant number of substitutes for this match. Upon observing Manchester City's starting lineup, Allegri and the Juventus players felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, their opponents had opted for a more lenient approach. Had Manchester City fielded their strongest squad, victory would have been far from assured. However, with only a group of substitutes on the pitch, claiming 3 points seemed a reasonable expectation. Yet, as the match commenced, Manchester City's reserve players exhibited remarkable vigor, embodying the fearless spirit of youthful exuberance. Guardiola, undeterred by the absence of his key players, remained actively engaged from the sidelines, vocally guiding his team throughout the match. Under Guardiola's attentive supervision, these substitutes orchestrated a surge of offensive play within the first 15 minutes, achieving an impressive 65 possession and executing 3 shots on goal. The nearest attempt at scoring came from Son Heung-min, who, after receiving a pass from Fernandinho, attempted a delicate lob within the penalty area. Alas, Buffon, displaying his seasoned prowess, anticipated Son's intentions before he could strike, positioning himself perfectly to thwart the effort. The pivotal moment of the match arrived in the 18th minute of the first half when Juventus, capitalizing on a coordinated press in the attacking third, successfully intercepted the ball. Mandzukic and Morata combined brilliantly, with Mandzukic ultimately penetrating the box to convert with precision, altering the score to 1-0. This goal significantly transformed Juventus' fortunes. Even with Sevilla triumphing over Mönchengladbach in another match, Juventus maintained a 2-point advantage, ensuring that a draw in their next fixture would secure their progression. Following the goal, Mandzukic exuded exuberance, shedding his jersey as he raced to the sidelines to celebrate. In passing Guardiola, he unleashed a roar, seemingly channeling the frustrations he had harbored since their previous encounter at Manchester City, where he had desired to express such fervor but was thwarted by a loss and his own inability to find the net. Guardiola, rubbing his nose contemplatively, discerned the underlying reason for Mandzukic's outburst. Had he not intervened, the player might have remained at Bayern. And it was evident that Guardiola struggled to utilize a striker of Mandzukic's caliber effectively. In earlier years, despite Ibrahimovic's undeniable talent, Guardiola had been unable to harness his potential, leading to a contentious parting between them. Given that Mandzukic's stature and reputation paled in comparison to Ibrahimovic's, his eventual departure seemed inevitable. Despite fielding a team of substitutes, Guardiola was resolute in his refusal to accept defeat. Seizing the moment of Juventus celebration, he summoned Son Heung-min, imparting tactical instructions. Upon the resumption of play, Manchester City's approach underwent a conspicuous transformation. Their forwards displayed relentless movement, applying intense pressure on Juventus ball carriers. On the sidelines, Allegri was momentarily taken aback by this strategy, recognizing it as reminiscent of Klopp's tactics against Manchester City. Had Guardiola truly gleaned insights from his rival's playbook? Upon reaching this thought, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart. Klopp's team, despite lacking the individual prowess and talent of their opponents, nearly cornered Manchester City into a dire predicament through their tactical approach. Now, could the substitutes of Manchester City employing this same strategy pose a threat to Juventus? Chapter conclusion. Chapter 103. The mental imprint left on the opponent by Quan. In fact, the strategy previously executed by Manchester City was one of high pressing. While engaging in possession play, their formation inevitably advanced. In such a scenario, if they did not enhance their pressing in the attacking third, losing possession could allow the opponent to launch rapid counterattacks, placing Manchester City in a precarious situation. Allegri's belief that Guardiola had borrowed tactics from Liverpool primarily stemmed from the fact that City fielded a team of substitutes for this match. Although Manchester City is of elite European caliber, the disparity in strength between their first team and these substitutes is significant. Achieving effective possession play with a substitute lineup proves to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, in this match, Manchester City did not adopt a possession strategy, but rather utilized a conventional approach, even opting to retreat and focus on defensive counterattacks as Juventus pressed forward. However, Mandzukic's goal illuminated Guardiola to the stark contrast in defensive capabilities between the substitutes and the starters. Merely playing defensively would lead to a slow, inevitable demise. It would be better to take risks and fight back. After all, attacking has always been his forte. And only by fully unleashing the offensive potential of these substitutes could a miracle be wrought. Even in the event of defeat, perhaps even a significant loss to Juventus, it would matter little, as Manchester City had already secured advancement and bore no pressure regarding results. For Manchester City, the stakes felt lower, whereas the situation for Juventus was markedly different. They did not possess the same nonchalance as City. They carried the heavy burden of expectations. A loss in this match would severely jeopardize their prospects for advancement. Thus, their players felt a palpable tension, embodying the desire to win coupled with the fear of losing. In such critical matches, this psychological burden can significantly influence performance on the field. In the 35th minute of the first half, Manchester City successfully intercepted the ball in the attacking third. Son Heung-min, after advancing down the flank, delivered a crucial cross. Iheanacho's header at the near post was deftly parried by Buffon, and Sonia, following up for the rebound, unfortunately struck the ball against the defender's leg. Inside Juventus's penalty area, chaos ensued, as amidst the turmoil, an unknown foot nudged the ball into the net. The score was mysteriously equalized, with the goal seemingly scored by City's substitute player Nasri, who celebrated by pointing skyward after confirming his goal. Soon after, the large screen at the venue replayed the recent goal. Fernandinho successfully intercepted the ball, eluding Marquisio's challenge, and distributed it to Son Heung-min, who surged forward at pace, delivering a cross. Iheanacho had positioned himself well, but his header was too direct and lacked sufficient power, making it an easy save for Buffon. However, the rebound was poorly positioned, and Juventus players failed to seize the opportunity to control the ball, which instead fell to the feet of a Manchester City player. Fortunately, the collaboration between Chiellini and Barzagli was commendable, as they promptly blocked Sagna's follow-up shot. Yet, the ball rebounded back into the possession of the Manchester City players. Nasri, having just surged into the penalty area seeking an opportunity, observed the ball rolling towards him. He aimed to shoot, but due to his shorter stature, he found it difficult to reach the ball. Meanwhile, Juventus's Sandro had already lunged in for a tackle. With little time to ponder, Nasri instinctively went to ground, using all his might to poke the ball with his toes. His luck was remarkable, amidst the crowded penalty area. The ball remarkably evaded any contact with the legs of the defenders and rolled directly into the net. Thus, Manchester City equalized through a chaotic sequence of play. Was this truly possible? Juventus fans were left aghast, having labored to gain the lead only to see it slip away so easily. On the sidelines, Quan and his teammates exchanged bewildered glances upon witnessing their comrades level the score in such a manner. Wasn't Juventus's defense supposed to be formidable? How had they exposed so many defensive frailties during that attack? The follow-up shots from Sagna and Nasri were direct consequences of Juventus players losing their defensive assignments. Such blunders often occur with teams of lesser strength, yet they should be inconceivable for elite teams. Perhaps they were simply too tense, Quan remarked with a smile. When it comes to defense, the choice between marking an opponent or the ball is indeed a challenging dilemma, particularly for those players not assigned specific marking duties. Each possesses a designated defensive zone. Within this area, their primary task is to maintain their defensive position while monitoring the ball's movement and the opposing players within their zone, thus embodying the principle of marking both man and ball. For seasoned defenders, striking this balance and making judicious judgments according to the flow of the game is not particularly arduous. However, even for these experienced players, during relentless and concentrated attacks from the opposition, especially with continuous shots and follow-ups, their defensive positioning is inevitably disrupted. Unless one maintains an exceptionally calm demeanor, most will inevitably be drawn to the ball, neglecting their marking responsibilities, resulting in scenarios where numerous players chase after the ball. This phenomenon can ensnare even the most illustrious clubs. In truth, stronger teams often harbor a certain apprehension towards chaotic skirmishes, as luck plays a more significant role in such situations, overshadowing the impact of skill. Given their capabilities, they should not afford the opposition such opportunities. They ought to assertively maintain control of the match. Although the unfolding of events diverged significantly from Guardiola's vision, witnessing his players ultimately score through their efforts brought him joy, and he raised his thumb in approval. After all, compelling Juventus into a state of disarray was a commendable achievement, and the substitute's performance undeniably merited praise. Allegri was incensed by the recent goal conceded. Standing on the sidelines, he urged his players to summon their spirits and boldly launch an offensive against Manchester City. After all, they were merely facing a squad of substitutes. What was there to fear? In his view, this Juventus team undoubtedly possessed the capability to reach the quarterfinals, if not the semifinals, of the Champions League. The lackluster performances on the European stage could be attributed not only to misfortune and encountering formidable opponents early on, but also to the players' mindset. Since the Calciopoli scandal, although Juventus swiftly returned to the top league, their absence from the Champions League had been prolonged, rendering them ill-prepared for the rigors of European competition. In recent seasons, Juventus's best achievement in the Champions League was reaching the quarterfinals once and the round of 16 twice, with 2 instances of failing to advance past the group stage altogether. Such results were incongruous with their stature as a Serie giant. Despite the gradual decline of Italian football, Juventus, having dominated the domestic league, should not be underperforming in the Champions League. He understood the players' apprehensions. After being held to draws by Borussia Mönchengladbach twice, Juventus had lost their initiative to advance, coupled with facing the formidable Manchester City. A sense of trepidation took hold of the players, inhibiting their ability to showcase their true capabilities on the field. This could not continue. A draw was insufficient for Juventus. They needed a victory, 3 points, and they were up against substitutes, not the first team. What were they afraid of? Allegri's exhortations had some effect. Towards the end of the first half, Juventus players finally steadied their nerves and began to regain composure under City's relentless pressing. However, time was running short, and they had not regained the lead before the half concluded. During the interval, Allegri delivered a stern rebuke to the players who had taken the field. He typically preferred not to speak excessively in the dressing room, rarely indulging in motivational rhetoric. However, today was an exception. "Open your eyes and see clearly," he admonished. Only 3 of the opposing squad are regular starters. The rest are substitutes or young players promoted from the youth team. This lineup, in Serie A, could only aspire to avoid relegation. Are you telling me you cannot compete against a relegation-threatened team? While Allegri's comments might have been exaggerated, City's substitute lineup would likely rank mid-table in Serie A. Rather than being relegation fodder, he was correct in asserting that there was a significant disparity in power between Manchester City and Juventus. And Juventus should not find themselves in such a passive position. "Boss, just tell us how we should play in the second half," the players implored. "Yes, boss. Guide us on how to overcome them, and we will execute your strategy in the second half." After Allegri had vented his frustrations, the players eagerly expressed their readiness to respond. "Very well, this is the competitive spirit you should embody. Listen, we shall proceed in this manner during the second half." At halftime, Guardiola made minimal alterations to the lineup. A score of 1-1 was certainly acceptable to him. As for the second half, he intended to observe the unfolding events before making any decisions. Juventus would undoubtedly not be content with a draw. Thus, they would mount a vigorous offensive in the latter half. Consequently, he devised a tactic centered on counterattacks, albeit with some adjustments to their defensive strategy compared to the initial approach of the first half. He advanced the defensive formation slightly, enhancing player mobility and pressing to minimize direct shooting opportunities for the opponents. As the second half commenced, surprisingly, Juventus did not launch an immediate attack, but instead patiently organized their offense in midfield, fully exploiting the width of the pitch. They engaged in extensive passing to manipulate Manchester City's formation and players, seemingly in search of weaknesses in City's defense. Upon witnessing this strategy, Guardiola felt a sense of unease. The drawbacks of Klopp's tactics were apparent. Due to the frequent running and pressing, the players' stamina would wane in the second half. If their opponents were not broken down, seizing an opportunity could potentially lead to their own downfall. Juventus' tactics in the second half were evidently aimed at ensnaring Manchester City's players, increasing their running distances and amplifying their physical exertion, hastening the onset of their stamina threshold. Allegri had crafted a clever strategy. Guardiola cast a glance at Allegri, then called several key substitutes from the bench to warm up in preparation for their entry onto the field. Most players on the pitch were substitutes, having seen limited playtime this season. Thus, their physical reserves were plentiful, likely lasting until the 70 or 80-minute mark. Juventus had a well-calibrated plan, but it might not succeed. When the players on the field reached their physical limits, Guardiola could simply substitute in fresh legs to replace them. He named 3 individuals: Kanté, Van Dijk, and Zabaleta. All 3 were defensive players. Clearly, given the limited substitution opportunities, he intended to bolster the defense rather than deploy attacking players to engage Juventus in a tactical duel. In light of his teammates' fatigue, introducing 1 or 2 attacking players would be ineffective without sufficient support from fellow teammates. However, Quan was an exception. Even without the backing of teammates, he could still wield considerable influence. Thus, as Guardiola contemplated his substitutions, he wrestled with the decision of whether to bring Quan onto the field. Noticing the stir from Manchester City's bench, the Juventus coaching staff and fans alike turned their attention, evidently curious about who City would substitute in. Observing their reaction, Guardiola devised a plan. In addition to the previously mentioned players, he called out, "Go warm up." Excellent. Quan was uncertain whether Guardiola genuinely intended to send him onto the field or if he merely wished to strategically deceive the opposition. Upon hearing Guardiola's remarks, he promptly removed his jacket and meticulously inspected his equipment, exuding an aura of readiness to enter the fray. Initially, the Juventus fans felt a sense of relief when only Kanté and a couple of others were seen warming up on the sidelines. The absence of the most formidable figure from the opposing bench was indeed a stroke of good fortune for their team. However, their relief was short-lived as Quan appeared at the edge of the pitch, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was truly about to take the field. The mere sight of Quan sparked vivid imaginations among the Juventus supporters, envisioning him single-handedly breaching their defenses and scoring with ease. Their apprehension was not unfounded, as his prowess had left an indelible impression upon them, akin to an unassailable mental brand. Allegri, noticing Quan warming up, felt a surge of anxiety and quickly gestured for his players to intensify their offensive efforts, striving to alter the score before Quan's entry. On the field, the Juventus players, upon spotting Quan preparing to enter, needed no further prompting from their coach. They surged forward with renewed vigor towards Manchester City's goal. Chapter 104. Should League One be excluded from the top 5 leagues? Despite Juventus's relentless assault momentarily rattling Manchester City's defenses, they could not find the net again. The City players held firm until Guardiola opted to substitute, adjusting the team's formation. Kanté and Van Dijk were the first to be introduced. However, Guardiola hesitated to deploy the final substitution, intending to use it as a psychological weapon against the opposition. Uncertain whether Juventus would utilize their last substitution to bring Quan onto the field, they were hesitant to exhaust their strategies entirely. Yet it seemed implausible to secure victory without doing so. With Van Dijk and Kanté on the pitch, Manchester City's defensive fortitude significantly strengthened, particularly with the impenetrable barrier formed by Kanté and Fernandinho in front of the backline, which left Juventus in dire straits. As time dwindled, Juventus's players grew increasingly frantic, and such urgency often leads to errors. especially when confronting a player as adept at interception and tackling as Kante. In the 82nd minute of the second half, Kante capitalized on a mistake from a Juventus midfielder, successfully intercepting the ball and initiating a swift counterattack. Son Heung-min, having exerted himself throughout the match, summoned his remaining strength to sprint down the flank towards Juventus's half. The Juventus players, taken aback, retreated in haste, but it was too late. Buffon, witnessing the inadequate defensive response from his teammates, had no choice but to abandon his goal and confront the impending threat. Son Heung-min demonstrated the composure of a top-tier striker and showcased his exquisite shooting technique. He swiftly assessed the distance between himself and the goalkeeper, as well as the angle for his shot. Rather than rushing, he chose to execute a delicate lob as Gianluigi Buffon approached within 3 meters and attempted a block. As one of the world's premier goalkeepers, Buffon possessed a wealth of experience and anticipated his opponent's likely move the moment he made his advance. He promptly raised his arms in an effort to intercept Son's lob. While Buffon's judgment was astute, he appeared to underestimate the velocity of the shot. The ball soared over his head before his arms could reach it. With a swish, the football rolled into Juventus's net, and Manchester City turned the tide of the match with a 2-1 lead. After scoring, Son seemed almost incredulous. Had he truly breached the fortress guarded by the world's finest goalkeeper? Was this real? He widened his eyes and gazed towards the net, confirming the goal multiple times before succumbing to euphoric joy. He turned, removed his jersey, and waved it triumphantly while sprinting towards the stands filled with Manchester City supporters. Scoring on the UEFA Champions League stage was already a monumental achievement for Son, let alone against Buffon, a living legend, the greatest goalkeeper in the world. The Manchester City fans in the stands were equally exhilarated. Upon seeing the starting lineup, they had feared defeat. Little did they expect the substitutes on the field to deliver such a delightful surprise, particularly the newcomer who had just joined the team this summer. His offensive plays along the flanks had caused significant trouble for Juventus, directly contributing to both goals. This astonishing talent reminded many longtime fans of a Chinese player who had once spent 5 years with Manchester City. Unfortunately, Chinese football has encountered difficulties in recent years, with the presence of skilled Chinese players in the top 5 leagues becoming increasingly scarce. Should a few more capable players emerge, given Manchester City's affinity for China, they would likely be open to bringing 1 or 2 over for a trial. In South Korea, tens of thousands of fans eagerly tuned in to watch the live broadcast upon learning that Son Heung-min was starting. His ability to serve the world's top team, Manchester City, has significantly elevated his reputation domestically, rendering him a prominent figure in South Korean football. Consequently, many in Korea eagerly anticipated witnessing his stellar performances in the Premier League and even the Champions League. In this match, Son fulfilled their hopes. With a goal created and another scored, his MVP-level display crowned him a national hero in South Korea. Countless fans, upon witnessing Son's pivotal goal that turned the match around, felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. Our Heung-min is truly remarkable. He is undeniably the pride of the Republic of Korea. Given Quan and Manchester City's influence and fanbase in China, there were also a substantial number of Chinese fans closely following this match. Upon witnessing Son Heung-min's goal, certain domestic fans could not help but sigh in lamentation. Alas, the number of players venturing abroad from Japan and South Korea has surged in recent years, with their presence increasingly visible across the top 5 European leagues. In contrast, our own situation remains dire. Given the current state of our football, the pool of players meeting the criteria for overseas play is inherently limited. Furthermore, the rampant monetization within our domestic leagues has dissuaded local talents from seeking opportunities abroad. Indeed, players of the caliber of Wu Lei and Zhang Limpeng should have been sent overseas years ago, yet they have been regrettably delayed. It is understandable that they are reluctant to leave, especially considering their domestic annual salaries exceed 10 million. Reports suggest that earnings abroad may not match those of the domestic leagues. Following the national team's disheartening defeat to Spain, it seems the Football Association has been jolted into action, beginning to encourage capable players to venture abroad and embrace the rigors of European football. This summer, after establishing numerous connections and persuading several players, a handful of promising young talents finally secured opportunities overseas. Among them are the highly regarded Wu Lei and Zhang Limpeng. Particularly Wu Lei, who stands out as a unique presence within the domestic attacking lineup. At merely 24 years of age, he is still quite young, and there is hope that his experiences abroad will foster his growth and bolster the national team's future offensive line. The clubs that these players have joined, however, are not particularly prestigious, apart from a select few who have made their way into lower-tier teams of the top 5 leagues. Others have transitioned to leagues such as the Primera Liga, Eredivisie, and Belgian Pro League, with some even competing in the Segunda División and Bundesliga. Nevertheless, the opportunity to play abroad is inherently beneficial. Even in these secondary leagues, the level of competition is not inferior to that of the Chinese Super League. By honing their skills in these environments and striving for starting positions, their development may be significantly enhanced compared to remaining in the domestic league. Of course, the financial implications cannot be overlooked, as they will undoubtedly incur substantial losses. The domestic clubs have been exceedingly generous in their recruitment, with national team players already crossing the threshold of 10 million in annual salaries. In these foreign leagues, not only are the wages lower, but there is also the risk of diminished playing time leading to a decline in skill, potentially resulting in difficulties securing a new club upon returning home. Thus, many are hesitant about pursuing opportunities abroad. It is not solely the players who are apprehensive, but also the clubs within the Chinese Super League. Consequently, this summer has seen a lower-than-expected number of players opting to leave, with only 6 or 7 true national team members among them. While the majority are young players under the age of 18, sent abroad for development. Whether they will ultimately flourish remains uncertain. Son Heung-min's goal left Juventus in a state of bewilderment, prompting them to launch a frantic offensive in the final moments of the match. Allegri ultimately executed all substitutions, yet the time remaining was tragically insufficient. After 10 minutes of intense pressure, Juventus had no choice but to accept the outcome of defeat. After suffering a defeat in this match, Juventus remains precariously positioned with only 5 points. As for Manchester City, already assured of advancement, this victory merely serves as an embellishment. Following the conclusion of the match, Morata approached Quan to exchange jerseys. Quan, somewhat perplexed, looked at him and remarked, "Mate, I didn't even step onto the field. Are you certain you wish to exchange jerseys with me?" Undeterred by this, Morata had noticed Quan warming up on the sidelines earlier. Although he had donned his jacket again, he was still wearing a jersey underneath. Given Morata's insistence, Quan reluctantly removed his jacket and handed over the jersey. At that moment, a sudden wave of cheers erupted from the stands of Juventus's home ground, leaving both players bewildered. What is happening? Isn't Juventus the one that lost? Why are their fans so jubilant? Quan queried his teammate, who had been monitoring the results of another match. Indeed, Borussia Mönchengladbach triumphed over Sevilla with a score of 4-2. What? Sevilla lost? Didn't they just defeat Real Madrid? How could they possibly fall to Mönchengladbach? David Silva expressed his astonishment, fully aware of Sevilla's caliber as a Spaniard. As the reigning champions of the Europa League, Sevilla possesses considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have overcome Real Madrid. Mönchengladbach was widely regarded as the weakest team in the group, often viewed as mere fodder. Yet it was unexpected that Sevilla stumbled against this so-called underdog. Indeed, it is quite surprising. The standings in our group are currently a tangled mess. Group D is indeed chaotic. Apart from Manchester City, who remains unblemished with 5 victories, the other 3 teams are languishing in disarray. Juventus has secured 1 victory, 2 draws, and 2 losses, totaling 5 points and sitting second in the group. Mönchengladbach mirrors this record with 1 win, 2 draws, and 2 losses, also accumulating 5 points, but trailing in third due to goal difference. Sevilla finds itself in the direst position, with 1 win and 4 losses, earning a mere 3 points at the bottom of the group. However, even Sevilla still harbors a chance for advancement in the final round, and the prospects are promising. Should they triumph at home against Juventus, they are likely to advance alongside Manchester City. The rationale is simple. Mönchengladbach's final opponent is Manchester City, and no one expects them to secure a victory at City's home ground. It's virtually a foregone conclusion of defeat. Thus, despite Mönchengladbach holding more points than Sevilla, their chances of progression may not be as favorable. Nonetheless, Juventus stands in the most advantageous position. Sevilla's loss has effectively placed the initiative in their hands. As long as Manchester City does not unexpectedly falter, Juventus merely needs to secure a draw in the final round to advance with a single point. A draw is a rather lenient condition for qualification, is it not? However, this seems to evoke a curse. as teams that only need a draw to advance often find themselves in unexpected peril. It is no wonder that Juventus fans rejoiced upon hearing this news. For them, it indeed represents a glimmer of hope amidst a series of unfortunate events. Following the conclusion of this round of the Champions League, the qualification scenarios across various groups have become exceedingly clear. In Group A, both Real Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain have secured their advancement ahead of schedule. In Group B, Wolfsburg has also qualified a round early, although the top position remains uncertain. In this round, Manchester United was held to a draw at home by PSV Eindhoven, squandering a favorable opportunity and rendering their qualification prospects quite nebulous. In the final round, they will be compelled to face group leaders Wolfsburg away. Should they lose this match, Manchester United can only pin their hopes on PSV Eindhoven suffering defeat. If their opponents triumph over CSKA Moscow at home, they will be eliminated from group contention. In Group C, Atletico Madrid and Benfica progressed together, while in Group E, a resurgent Messi marked his return with a hat-trick, leading Barcelona to a resounding victory over their opponents and ensuring their early qualification. Group F saw Bayern Munich dominate, mirroring Manchester City's flawless record of 5 victories, thus securing their advancement well in advance. Arsenal, having suffered 4 consecutive defeats in the initial rounds, finally found their form in this match, triumphing 3-0 against Dinamo Zagreb and earning precious points. Although the Gunners remain at the bottom of their group, they still cling to a slender theoretical chance of qualification, especially with their direct competitors faltering. In comparison to Arsenal and Manchester United, Chelsea has performed far more commendably in the Champions League. Following another significant victory over Maccabi Tel Aviv, their qualification outlook appears quite promising. However, Group G presents a complex scenario, as Dynamo Kiev, after overcoming Porto, has closed the gap in points. In the final round, all 3 teams in contention face potential elimination, contingent upon seizing the opportunity. Group H has yielded some unexpected developments, with 2 teams from the top 5 leagues, Lyon and Valencia, suffering considerable defeats. Conversely, 2 teams from lesser leagues have ascended to the top 2 positions, notably Zenit St. Petersburg from the Russian Premier League has achieved a perfect record of 5 victories, making them one of the only 3 teams yet to lose in this Champions League season. The most astonishing aspect remains Lyon, a club that once troubled Real Madrid in years past, now languishing in a dismal state with 4 losses in 5 matches and a mere single point to show for their efforts. This is no longer the bane of Real Madrid, but rather a team that has become a mere shadow of its former self. As the second seed from League One, their performance has been nothing short of lamentable. It is no surprise that many fans advocate for the exclusion of League One from the top 5 leagues, as aside from Paris Saint-Germain, the other teams hardly seem competitive. The dismal showing of the second seed in their league raises eyebrows, while the third seed falters in the playoffs, failing to even reach the group stage. The points amassed by the Portuguese league have surpassed those of League One, prompting the suggestion that perhaps the Primeira Liga should be recognized among the top 5 leagues. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 105. The unbeaten streak is broken, truly a disgrace. While French clubs may falter on the Champions League stage, the performance of the French national team remains commendable. In the realm of the 5 major leagues, numerous players have emerged from League One. The reason League One languishes at the bottom of this esteemed hierarchy can largely be attributed to its lack of a leading powerhouse. Unlike the other leagues, each of which boasts its own elite teams, such as the Premier League's Big Four, La Liga's Barcelona and Real Madrid, Serie A's Milan duo and Juventus, and even the Bundesliga's Bayern Munich, League One has historically been devoid of such a dominant force prior to the rise of Paris Saint-Germain. While the league presents a vibrant tapestry of talent, the overall strength of its clubs remains relatively modest, preventing any team from establishing a significant gap over the others, thereby hindering the emergence of a true giant. In a league without a powerhouse, it becomes challenging to retain homegrown talent. As these exceptional players seek better remuneration and grander stages, they naturally gravitate towards opportunities abroad, resulting in a significant brain drain from League One. Arsène Wenger has notably plucked many young stars from the league over the years, and following his tenure, other elite clubs have also turned their gaze towards French teams. With players such as Karim Benzema, Antoine Griezmann, Olivier Giroud, Samir Nasri, and N'Golo Kanté being successively lured away, the French have evidently recognized this predicament, leading to interventions by the government and even the president when Kylian Mbappé expressed a desire to transfer to Real Madrid. Upon returning to Manchester City swiftly faced a challenge from Southampton, a team of middling strength in the league. With a significant portion of City's key players absent from previous Champions League matches, they were well rested and, playing at home, easily triumphed over their opponents with a score of 3-1. Following this match, City expanded their lead at the top of the standings to 9 points. With only a third of the season completed, they had already established a nearly 10-point gap over the second-place team. Guardiola's squad has exhibited remarkable consistency in their league performance, and the sight of Manchester City atop the standings has become quite commonplace. After this round of matches, aside from a handful of media outlets reporting on City's results, the majority shifted their focus to an unexpected contender, Claudio Ranieri's Leicester City. Early in the season, Leicester captured attention with a series of consecutive victories, earning them the moniker of a dark horse. However, many believed that, with a relatively thin squad and a lack of marquee players, Leicester would eventually succumb to mediocrity as other teams deciphered their tactics. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ranieri's Leicester displayed remarkable resilience, defying predictions and growing stronger as the season progressed. Aside from a defeat to Arsenal in the 7th round, they have achieved an impressive record of 8 wins, 5 draws, and 1 loss to date. In this round of the league, Leicester City decisively triumphed over the formidable Manchester United with a score of 11 at home, solidifying their position in second place in the league. Although the chasm between them and Manchester City is considerable, rendering their hopes for the Premier League title slim. Maintaining their current form suggests that securing a spot in next season's UEFA Champions League will likely become a reality. As a team that has long dwelled in the lower divisions, Leicester City has never reached the Champions League proper in its 132-year history. Should Ranieri lead his squad to accomplish this remarkable feat, their names will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of Leicester City's history, forever cherished by its fans. The Premier League has traditionally been dominated by established giants, with opportunities for ordinary teams to shine being exceedingly rare. Thus, when Leicester City emerged as a dark horse this season, they immediately captured the attention of numerous fans and media alike. There seems to be a growing discontent with the perennial monopoly held by these elite clubs, as spectators yearn for challengers to rise and contest their supremacy. A few years ago, Manchester City played this role, yet their acquisition by wealthy investors from the Middle East instilled a sense of aversion among some fans due to the perceived taint of commercialism. In contrast to Manchester City, Leicester City is a true underdog. Their current successes are not built upon extravagant expenditures, but rather on the foundation of collective effort and unwavering determination. Reportedly, Leicester City's transfer budget last summer was merely over €30 million, insufficient even to cover the cost of a single star player for the elite clubs. Their outstanding achievements stem from the relentless commitment and unity of their players and coaching staff, reflecting a spirit that resonates deeply with fans. After all, the majority of people are ordinary and cherish tales of grassroots triumphing over the affluent and powerful. Leicester City embodies such a narrative, with Manchester City and Manchester United as their intended adversaries. Following Leicester City's draw with Manchester United, fans eagerly anticipated their clash with Manchester City. This encounter is scheduled as the final match of the first half of the season and the second fixture of the festive fixtures. With an entire month remaining until that match, anticipation has already begun to brew. On December 2nd, during the press conference following Manchester City's 4-1 victory over Hull City in the quarterfinals of the League Cup, the most pressing questions posed by reporters were not about the match itself, but rather about their upcoming game against Leicester City. Coach Guardiola, how do you assess Ranieri and his Leicester City squad? Ranieri is an exceptional coach, possessing a remarkable vision that enables him to discover and nurture astonishing young talents. Guardiola has been closely monitoring Ranieri's team, identifying several players he highly regards and even wishes to acquire. The accomplishments of these individuals are undoubtedly attributed to Ranieri's guidance and mentorship. Ranieri possesses an extraordinary ability to unearth the latent potential within a seemingly lackluster hand of cards, particularly in the foundational aspects of team construction. His profound understanding and mastery in this domain are such that even Guardiola finds himself in awe. Guardiola is acutely aware of the high demands his tactical approach imposes on players. It is a system that only the elite clubs can effectively execute. The thought of him managing a more modest team akin to Ranieri's is one he views with trepidation, privately conceding that survival in the league would likely elude him. So, Do you believe Leicester City poses a threat to Manchester City? A fellow journalist, intrigued by Guardiola's high regard for Ranieri, seized the opportunity to inquire further. Naturally, any team could potentially challenge Manchester City, for we are not invincible. Yet, thus far, City has maintained an unbeaten record across all competitions, including the League, Cup, and even the Champions League. The journalist scoffed at Guardiola's remarks, noting that City has yet to suffer a defeat this season. Well, anything can happen on the pitch. Although we remain unbeaten to this point, perhaps we will lose in our next match? Guardiola's statement felt somewhat dismissive, especially with City's upcoming opponent being Stoke City, currently languishing in 14th place, a team that hardly seems capable of overcoming Manchester City. Who would believe that City would falter against them? However, in a surprising turn of events, Stoke City indeed triumphed. On December 5th, during the 15th round of the Premier League, Stoke faced Manchester City. The home team struck early, catching the lackadaisical City off guard with a goal just 2 minutes into the match. As City, incensed and eager to retaliate, launched a vigorous offensive. Stoke executed a swift counterattack in the 8th minute, netting a second goal and elevating the score to 2-0. Britannia Stadium erupted with jubilation. Not only City fans, but even Stoke supporters were astonished by their team's dreamlike start. This scene bore a resemblance to the previous encounter between Liverpool and Manchester City. Yet Stoke's manager exhibited a pragmatic approach. After establishing a 2-goal lead, he promptly opted for a defensive strategy, fortifying their goal with a resolute defense. For the subsequent 80 minutes, City employed a myriad of tactics to breach Stoke's defenses, yet all efforts proved futile. Ultimately, Manchester City succumbed to a 0-2 defeat, marking their first loss of the season. This outcome left many astonished, and thoughts of Guardiola's earlier remarks resurfaced. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly casual comment would manifest into reality? As Manchester City faced their season's inaugural defeat, Leicester City concurrently achieved a resounding 3-0 victory over Swansea, successfully narrowing the points gap between themselves and City to 6. When the two teams were previously separated by 9 points, few entertained the notion that Leicester could contest for the league championship title. However, when Manchester City was defeated by a mid-tier team, and Leicester City seized the opportunity to narrow the gap between the two teams, the expectations for Leicester City to clinch the championship surged dramatically. Are we truly on the brink of witnessing a miraculous upset from an underdog in the Premier League? How many years has it been since we last saw a non-elite team triumph in the top league? If memory serves me right, the last non-elite team to win the Premier League was Blackburn Rovers in the 1994-95 season, which has now been over 2 decades. I sincerely hope that Leicester City can dethrone Manchester City. I am weary of seeing Manchester City and other elite teams continually monopolize the league title. To the commenter above, I too yearn for an underdog's triumph. If Leicester City does succeed, we would be fortunate witnesses to a miracle. However, let us temper our enthusiasm. Manchester City possesses formidable strength. Although other elite teams have faltered this season, City's foundation appears remarkably stable. The challenge for Leicester City to surpass them and claim the title is indeed formidable. After all, their opponents are currently among the best in the world, boasting a plethora of star players, a top-tier coach, and elite talent. To overcome them, exceptional fortune is essential. Indeed, if Leicester City aspires to surpass Manchester City, they must secure victory in the crucial match on December 28th, a 6-point battle that could grant the winner a significant advantage in the title race. The external hype seems to have placed no pressure on Guardiola and Manchester City. Rather, the defeat has seemingly alleviated some tension within the squad. While maintaining an undefeated streak is admirable, the constant pressure to uphold it can be exhausting. If this state persists, it may prove detrimental to the players, as it continuously subjects them to psychological strain. Although losing to Stoke City was somewhat unexpected, their substantial lead means the title race remains largely unaffected. As long as they avoid further missteps, they should be fine. On December 9th, the final group stage match of the Champions League will take place. Manchester City will host Borussia Mönchengladbach. While this match holds little significance for City, it is crucial for the fates of the other 3 teams. Consequently, Juventus and Sevilla have already dispatched representatives to the Etihad Stadium to relay real-time updates, ensuring their teams are promptly informed of the unfolding events. Moreover, Morata, who shares a close bond with Quan, reached out for assistance, hoping Quan could teach Mönchengladbach a lesson at home and deliver them a humiliating defeat. Given that Quan did not play in the previous match, he is uncertain about his chances in this one. He merely expressed that if given the opportunity, he would do his utmost, but it ultimately depends on the coach's decisions. Prior to the match, Mönchengladbach's head coach lavished praise on Guardiola, extolling his youth, capability, and exceptional coaching prowess. It appears that there is an intention to persuade the opponent to grant leniency. In the previous match, Manchester City fielded a team of substitutes, so it stands to reason that they would do the same in this encounter. After all, the relentless festive fixture schedule of the Premier League is fast approaching, and one can surmise that Guardiola would prefer to conserve his team's energy during this demanding period. Although Borussia Mönchengladbach may not pose a significant challenge to Manchester City's first team, should City indeed deploy an entirely reserve squad, Mönchengladbach might find themselves with a glimmer of hope. Currently, Mönchengladbach has accumulated 5 points, and a victory in this match would greatly enhance their chances of advancing. However, upon reviewing Manchester City's starting lineup, Mönchengladbach's coach was left astounded. Aguero, Quan, De Bruyne, where is the promised reserve lineup? Such an approach seems utterly devoid of sportsmanship. What is the value of sportsmanship when a single victory in the Champions League group stage can yield a bonus of €5 million? Many have forgotten that the Champions League is not merely about the prestigious trophy, but also significantly impacts the financial prospects of the participating clubs. Thanks to the lucrative commercial operations of the Champions League in recent years, UEFA has substantially increased the prize money allocated to the tournament. This season, the Champions League prize pool has surged by over 50, with all tiers of rewards seeing considerable enhancement. Thus, participation in the Champions League signifies a substantial financial windfall for many clubs. According to UEFA's distribution standards, merely qualifying for the group stage guarantees a minimum of €12 million, even if a team exits without a single victory. Beyond this baseline income, there are varying rewards for wins, draws, and progression through the knockout rounds, including the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. A win in the group stage awards €5 million, while a draw earns €500,000. Should a team successfully advance to the round of 16, an additional €5 million awaits them. With a stroke of luck or considerable strength, advancing from the round of 16 to the quarterfinals yields a further €6 million. Reaching the semifinals grants an extra €7 million, while the two finalists receive even more, with the runner-up receiving €5 million and the champion €15 million. It is essential to note that these bonuses are cumulative. Should a team triumph in the tournament, they would receive all the rewards from the group stage up to the championship. Just from these bonuses alone, the total can exceed €50 million. And if a team were to win all their group matches, they could amass a staggering €54.5 million. Additionally, there is revenue from broadcasting rights, which varies based on the league in which a team competes and the number of participating clubs. Generally, teams from the top 5 leagues enjoy higher shares. Last year, Manchester City received €35 million from broadcasting rights, and this year's figure is unlikely to fall below that. Should Manchester City secure another championship this year, the cumulative bonuses could potentially exceed €90 million. Certainly, if the championship-winning teams were to be Barcelona, Real Madrid, or Bayern Munich, the monetary figure would likely exceed €100 million. The rationale lies in their considerably more substantial historical points accrued in European competitions compared to Manchester City, which translates into significantly higher bonuses. The distribution of UEFA Champions League prize money is divided into 4 components. 1. A base participation fee of €12 million. 2. Performance bonuses, contingent upon results, ranging from 0 to €42.5 million. 3. Broadcast revenue sharing. 4. Historical points allocation. The historical points allocation is determined by the points accumulated over the past decade in competitions such as the Champions League and Europa League. The greater the accumulation, the larger the share. For instance, last year, Manchester City, as the reigning champions, received a total prize of €68 million, whereas the runners-up, Barcelona, garnered an impressive €78 million, surpassing them by €1 million. How did Barcelona achieve this? The answer is straightforward. 30 of the Champions League prize pool is distributed based on historical points accrued in European competitions over the past decade. From 2004 to 2014, Barcelona amassed the highest points in European competitions, thus securing the largest allocation of historical points, amounting to 20 million euros. Prior to last year, Manchester City had only participated in the Champions League twice, with one instance resulting in a last-place group exit and the other culminating in victory. Consequently, in comparison to other elite clubs, their historical points represent a significant shortfall. Last year, among the 32 teams, City ranked 19th in historical points, receiving merely 8 million euros from this allocation. It is noteworthy that Juventus, which was eliminated in the quarterfinals last year, ultimately received 62 million euros, nearly matching the champions Manchester City. The reason for their substantial prize was that only Juventus and Roma represented Serie A last year, leading to both teams enjoying the entirety of the league's broadcast revenue. This resulted in Juventus securing the highest broadcast revenue share among all competing teams, reaching an astonishing 48 million euros. Such an amount is not trivial for any club. Thus, for the major football clubs, participation in the Champions League is not merely a matter of honor and prestige. It is also a crucial source of revenue. For Guardiola, the 150,000 euros is not of significant concern, as Manchester City is not financially constrained. His decision to deploy a significant number of starters rather than substitutes in this match is twofold. Firstly, the substitutes had previously participated in the League Cup, and their stamina has not yet fully recovered. Secondly, this is a home match and the final game of the group stage. He aims to conclude with a victory while familiarizing his players with the rhythm of European competition, preparing them for the forthcoming knockout phase. This year's second-place teams in the groups do not possess particularly strong capabilities, so as long as luck does not run particularly awry, there should be no major issues. However, one must not let their guard down. In the UEFA Champions League, there are countless instances each year where renowned teams falter. He himself has previously stumbled against the dark horse of Atletico Madrid while leading none other than the reigning champions, Bayern Munich. Faced with a fully rested and formidable Manchester City, Borussia Mönchengladbach found themselves utterly powerless. By the end of the match, Manchester City decisively triumphed over Mönchengladbach with a score of 3-0. The latter's dreams of advancing from the group stage were completely shattered at the Etihad Stadium. Upon learning of Manchester City's effortless victory over Mönchengladbach, the other two teams breathed a sigh of relief. In this match, Juventus displayed an uncharacteristic fervor, launching a vigorous assault on Sevilla from the outset. Although a draw would suffice for their progression, they exhibited an unusually aggressive demeanor, seemingly intent on securing a victory to advance with distinction. From the commencement of the match, Morata was undoubtedly the most scintillating presence on the field. In the 4th minute, Morata connected with a cross from Marquisio on the right flank, leaping to head the ball, which narrowly missed the goal. By the 6th minute, Morata penetrated the penalty area from the left sideline, delivering a low shot at a tight angle that struck the post. In the 9th minute, he once again surged into the box, evading defenders before tumbling in the area, yet the referee remained unmoved. This incited a vehement protest from the Juventus players, who surrounded the referee in dissent, resulting in 2 yellow cards being issued. Despite the lack of fruitful outcomes in the early stages, Juventus's fervent attack remained undeterred. Throughout the first half, they maintained dominance on the pitch, rendering Sevilla nearly powerless to retaliate. Nevertheless, Juventus's relentless assault bore no fruit, as they squandered countless opportunities. With the score still locked at 0-0, in the 66th minute of the second half, Sevilla capitalized on a counterattack, with former Juventus player Llorente heading the ball into the net, breaking the deadlock. This goal pushed Juventus to the brink. Should they succumb to this scoreline, they would face elimination alongside Mönchengladbach. In the dying moments of the match, Juventus threw caution to the wind, launching a desperate onslaught against Sevilla's goal. However, Sevilla's players resolutely defended their net, repelling attack after attack. Just as the match neared its conclusion, Morata emerged once more. In the 91st minute, Cuadrado delivered a cutback pass, and Morata, refusing to squander yet another opportunity, calmly maneuvered past a defender, adjusted his angle, and placed a precise shot into the far corner. The score transformed to 1-1. Juventus snatched victory from Sevilla's grasp, successfully advancing to the knockout stage. Given that this match took place on Spanish soil, both Real Madrid and Barcelona dispatched their scouts to observe the proceedings. Barcelona's intentions remained ambiguous, seemingly assessing the Argentine prodigy Dybala. In contrast, the purpose of Real Madrid scouts was unequivocal. They were there for Morata. Although he squandered several chances during the match, in the face of immense pressure, Morata ultimately delivered, stepping up to alter the course of his team's fate. This has left Real Madrid scouts exceedingly satisfied with Morata's performance, praising him during their assessment. It appears that Morata is one step closer to returning to his cherished Real Madrid. The final match of the UEFA Champions League group stage was rife with dramatic encounters. In the enigmatic Group B, Manchester United, in a heartbreaking turn of events, succumbed to a 2-3 defeat against Wolfsburg in their last away match. Meanwhile, in another fixture, PSV Eindhoven triumphed at home with a 2-1 victory over CSKA Moscow. Consequently, despite a favorable outlook for advancement, Manchester United suffered a reversal at the hands of PSV Eindhoven, finishing third in the group and missing out on the knockout stage, while Wolfsburg and Eindhoven progressed together. In Group E, Bayer Leverkusen valiantly held the formidable Barcelona to a 1-1 draw at home, but ultimately missed qualification for the knockout stage due to a goal difference disadvantage, allowing AS Roma to advance smoothly. In Group F, Arsenal, having lost all 4 previous matches, delivered a decisive 3-0 victory against Olympiacos in their final game. Simultaneously, Bayern Munich fulfilled expectations by defeating Dinamo Zagreb 2-0. This enabled Arsenal to perform a miraculous turnaround, advancing to the knockout stage with a total of 6 points. Despite the slim hope of qualification, at the conclusion of the match, even Wenger could not contain his emotions, embracing his players with tears streaming down his face. Their journey to advancement had indeed been fraught with challenges. Following the conclusion of the group stage, the draw for the knockout rounds was swiftly conducted. Still basking in the joy of qualification, Arsenal fans were soon disheartened. Having just overcome the formidable Bayern Munich, they were immediately faced with their nemesis, Barcelona. When the camera panned to Arsenal's coach Wenger, his lips quivered slightly, seemingly at a loss for words regarding this outcome. How many times had his team faced Barcelona? Could they not encounter a different opponent? It was either Bayern or Barcelona. What had Arsenal done to deserve this? Arsenal supporters found little to smile about, and the Chelsea fans were equally dismayed. Although they advanced as group leaders, Chelsea drew the potentially strongest second-place team, Paris Saint-Germain, while PSG finished second in their group. Their prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Chelsea. Given Chelsea's current form, facing the Parisians in the Champions League would likely lead to a harrowing experience. Alas, Chelsea and Arsenal seem to have drifted further apart. Sigh, with Manchester United eliminated, only Manchester City remains as the sole representative. This situation has become all too familiar. It is not a new development. Premier League fans observed this draw with mixed emotions. Prior to Manchester City's rise, there were frequent assertions of the Premier League's decline. Fans of the Premier League would often refute such claims. Yet after witnessing the performances of Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Liverpool in European competitions over recent seasons, even they were compelled to concede. If one were to eliminate Manchester City from the equation, it becomes evident that the overall performance of the Premier League in European competitions has indeed been declining, especially when compared to La Liga. The trio of Spanish giants has displayed remarkable prowess in the Champions League over recent seasons, overshadowing their Premier League counterparts. Were it not for Manchester City's presence, the English teams would have been eclipsed by La Liga long ago. Consequently, a prevailing sentiment has emerged. It is not the Premier League that is formidable, but rather Manchester City itself. With Chelsea and Arsenal seemingly out of contention, Premier League supporters find themselves placing their hopes solely on Manchester City. In the round of 16, the second-place teams included Juventus and Paris Saint-Germain, both of which possess considerable strength. Paris Saint-Germain has drawn Chelsea, while Juventus, having previously faced Manchester City, finds itself in a less threatening position against the remaining teams, which lack significant strength. Thus, Manchester City's advancement to the quarterfinals appears assured. Once in the quarterfinals, however, they will face formidable opponents, and their progression will depend on their own performance. Despite Manchester City's undeniable strength, Premier League fans harbor a sense of uncertainty. The lackluster performances of other teams from their league and international competitions have led them to question the true quality of the Premier League. Is it possible that the Premier League is indeed inferior to La Liga? If not, then why do Spanish teams excel in European contests? Setting aside Barcelona and Real Madrid, even Atletico Madrid has made a significant mark in recent years, boasting superior results compared to many traditional powerhouses. As anticipation builds among Premier League fans, The draw results for Manchester City have been unveiled. They are set to face Dynamo Kiev from the Ukrainian League in the round of 16. Undoubtedly, this is a favorable draw. The opponent's strength is relatively weak, and aside from the challenge of playing away, they do not pose a significant threat to Manchester City. Upon seeing the draw results, anxious fans breathed a sigh of relief, while supporters of Chelsea and Arsenal lamented their misfortune. Why could our teams not draw such a favorable opponent? In truth, several top clubs have secured commendable draws as well. Real Madrid has been paired with Roma. And given Roma's capabilities, Madrid's progression to the quarterfinals seems virtually assured. Barcelona has drawn Arsenal, a matchup that heavily favors them, increasing their chances of advancing, perhaps even achieving a double victory over their rivals. Bayern Munich faced a slightly tougher draw against Juventus. However, Bayern's formidable performance this season suggests that even Juventus will struggle to impede their progress, leading many to predict Bayern's advancement to the quarterfinals. Atletico Madrid also fared reasonably well with a draw against PSV Eindhoven, enhancing their prospects of advancing. This year's Champions League quarterfinals may very well witness the emergence of three teams from La Liga once again. End of Chapter 107. Manchester City becomes Europe's top adversary. La Liga's dominance has not emerged overnight. In previous years, it was primarily upheld by Barcelona. However, in recent seasons, with Atletico Madrid's rise and Real Madrid's resurgence, La Liga now boasts three teams with the caliber of Champions League semi-finalists. It would indeed be surprising if their performance in European competitions were lacking. Yet, possessing teams of such caliber alone is insufficient. For the ultimate championship does not belong to them. Since the 2010 to 2011 season, La Liga has not secured a Champions League title for a full 5 years, while the Premier League has claimed 3 trophies during this period. Judging solely by the number of championships won, it is evident that the Premier League holds a distinct advantage. Although the performance of traditional Premier League giants has waned, the formidable presence of Manchester City is more than sufficient to tip the scales. This single entity has surpassed the combined efforts of La Liga's 3 illustrious teams. In the last 2 years, the 3 titans of La Liga have all succumbed to Manchester City, with Barcelona suffering defeat on 2 occasions. This has left La Liga fans in a state of despair, as Manchester City appears overwhelmingly dominant. Consequently, Premier League supporters admire La Liga's remarkable achievements in European competitions, while La Liga fans envy the unparalleled supremacy of Manchester City. This sentiment extends beyond ordinary fans. Even executives from some La Liga powerhouses have been influenced by Manchester City's recent successes. While the technical prowess of Premier League teams was once regarded as subpar, the influx of high-caliber coaches and players in recent years has allowed some clubs to catch up to, and even surpass, La Liga in technical finesse. Take Manchester City. For instance, their approach clearly emphasizes technical skill, deviating from the traditional style associated with Premier League teams. This style was once considered unconventional in England, with only Wenger's Arsenal steadfastly adhering to a technical philosophy. However, following Manchester City's resounding success, this model is being widely adopted and emulated throughout the Premier League. Given time, Premier League teams are destined to become both physically robust and technically proficient, making them even more formidable opponents. Moreover, what is particularly concerning is that those who previously viewed Premier League teams as technically crude and overly aggressive may alter their perceptions due to the evolution of the league's technical playstyle, potentially leading them to shift their allegiance to the Premier League. This trend has gradually emerged in recent years, as the matches between Arsenal and Manchester City have drawn increasing audiences, particularly for the latter, whose international viewership has seen significant growth. A considerable portion of these new fans once belonged to the La Liga audience, now defecting to support the Premier League. This shift will undoubtedly impact La Liga's broadcasting revenue, which is crucial for the clubs. The abundance of elite teams in the Premier League can largely be attributed to its superior commercial promotion, allowing clubs to generate substantial income from the league each year, should they continue to attract audiences and resources from other leagues. The ascendance of the Premier League may become unstoppable. In such a scenario, the Premier League will grow increasingly powerful, while other leagues may weaken, reminiscent of Serie A's recent decline. Thus, La Liga clubs must achieve breakthroughs in European competitions to dismantle Manchester City's monopoly on the Champions League title. This pursuit is not only a matter of honor for La Liga's 3 giants, but also a question of the league's very survival. To this end, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and even Bayern Munich from the Bundesliga have reached a tacit agreement. Regardless of who faces Manchester City, they must exhibit an unwavering resolve to contest fiercely, striving to deplete their strength, even if victory proves elusive. This year's champion could be any team, except for Manchester City. Unbeknownst to City, a covert alliance against them has formed among the other clubs, and it is evident that a coalition to thwart Manchester City's dominance in the Premier League has already taken shape. The major teams in the league appear unwilling to witness City monopolizing the championship title for an extended period. Thus, whenever they face City, they exhibit an unprecedented fervor. There is no need for pre-match motivation, as the players are already brimming with enthusiasm, eager to dethrone Manchester City. In the 16th round of the league, Manchester City hosted Swansea, whose league standing was a precarious 15th, languishing near the bottom. Conversely, City occupied the summit of the league, making this match seem relatively straightforward in the eyes of the spectators. However, the match proved to be anything but smooth for City, as Swansea's defense was tenacious, employing robust tactics. In the 33rd minute of the first half, David Silva fell victim to a foul, sustaining an injury that forced him to exit the match, prompting a reluctant substitution for City. In the 65th minute of the second half, the substitute defender, Sagna, suffered a malicious foul from the opposition and had to be carried off on a stretcher. Guardiola realized that Swansea was not there to play a fair game. Rather, they were intent on inflicting harm. The Etihad Stadium echoed with boos as the fans expressed their dissatisfaction with Swansea's aggressive tactics. But their frustration was further compounded by the referee's apparent favoritism towards the opposing team. Even though the Premier League is known for its leniency in officiating, the blatant targeting of players should have warranted a direct red card, yet the referee merely issued a trivial yellow card. Who are they trying to deceive? Despite Manchester City eventually securing a decisive 2-0 victory, the loss of 2 players rendered the 3 points less rewarding. In another pivotal match, Leicester City hosted Chelsea, triumphing 2-1 and maintaining a 6-point gap with Manchester City. Although this gap remains considerable, it still preserves some intrigue in the race for this season's Premier League title. Particularly after Leicester's victory over Chelsea, external observers have begun to regard them with heightened optimism. Have you noticed? When other Premier League teams encounter Manchester City, they either park the bus in hopes of securing a draw or resort to aggressive tactics alongside their defensive formations, aiming to inflict damage even if they cannot secure a win. This trend emerged last year, but it has become increasingly prevalent this season, with 9 out of 10 matches featuring City facing an impenetrable defensive wall. A sentiment seems to be brewing among the public, a collective desire to thwart Manchester City's quest for the championship, as they relentlessly create obstacles for them. The saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, and as the frontrunner, City inevitably attracts envy, especially after securing 2 consecutive league titles. Numerous teams are eager to prevent them from achieving a 3rd consecutive triumph. Moreover, I have observed that numerous players from various teams exhibit exceptional vigor when facing Manchester City, particularly young talents who seem eager to prove themselves in such encounters, aspiring to capture the attention of other clubs, especially those of a more prestigious nature. The fan base of mid-tier and lower-tier teams is relatively scant, resulting in minimal viewership during their matches. It is only when they face renowned clubs that they garner significant attention. Consequently, for players of these teams, each confrontation with a top-tier club presents a golden opportunity to showcase their talents. As the reigning champions of both the UEFA Champions League and the Premier League, Manchester City enjoys considerable fame and visibility in the football realm. An outstanding performance in a match against them could significantly enhance the likelihood of becoming an overnight sensation, propelling them toward the realization of their dreams of joining illustrious clubs. After all, a player who does not aspire to play for a prestigious team is not deemed a commendable player. For young athletes, who does not harbor dreams of grandeur. In fact, should they perform exceptionally well, they might even attract the attention of Manchester City's manager, Pep Guardiola, potentially earning a coveted spot on the team. Conversely, Leicester City is entirely exempt from facing such pressures. It is universally acknowledged that they are merely a team of the common folk, despite currently holding the 2nd position in the Premier League standings. However, the longevity of their underdog status remains uncertain. They could very well plummet in the rankings next month. As a result, other teams do not specifically target Leicester City. Aside from relegation-threatened clubs, most opponents engage with Leicester in a standard manner, without resorting to overly defensive tactics. The challenges faced by the two teams in the league are distinctly different. Every match for Manchester City is a grueling battle. This continuous strain may lead to a situation where, by the time the festive season arrives, Manchester City could find themselves plagued with injuries, and players may suffer a significant decline in form due to excessive fatigue. Both the club and Guardiola are acutely aware of this predicament. Thus, the club has increased its investment in the medical team, striving to recruit more skilled medical experts from around the globe to bolster the health of the squad. Furthermore, the club has allocated over €100 million for Guardiola to strengthen various positions during the winter transfer window. This season, Sergio Aguero has faced numerous injuries, resulting in a low attendance rate, which has greatly impacted Manchester City. Therefore, acquiring a formidable striker during the winter break is imperative. With David Silva now injured, reinforcements are also required for the winger and attacking midfield positions. In the defensive midfield role, a suitable backup for Toni Kroos is necessary to ensure preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. Regarding the defense, Martin de Michelis, due to his advanced age, has seen a significant decline in his appearances this season, serving merely as a rotational player. With retirement potentially looming next season, the team requires an appropriate substitute to enhance bench depth. As for the fullbacks, whether on the left or right, this remains one of Guardiola's most pressing concerns. In Guardiola's tactical framework, the two fullbacks carry substantial responsibilities, thereby necessitating a higher caliber of player. In the realm of football, the number of exceptional fullbacks that meet his criteria is already limited, and the prospects of acquiring one are even slimmer, thus leaving the outcome to chance. Fortunately, Manchester City possesses a reservoir of talented young fullbacks. With a few years of development, they should be able to step up seamlessly. Beyond the aforementioned positions, there remains a player whose substitute Pep Guardiola is somewhat ambivalent about, uncertain whether to pursue a replacement. The player causing Guardiola some consternation is none other than Quan. Lin, do you believe the team should prepare a substitute for you? Instead of indulging in idle speculation, it would be more prudent to directly solicit the player's opinion, particularly when the individual in question is his own son, as candor often yields greater efficiency. My substitute? That would be a challenging acquisition, wouldn't it? Upon learning that Guardiola was contemplating bringing in a substitute for him, Quan couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. For a player with such a fluid position, finding a fitting substitute would indeed be a formidable task. It is a difficult endeavor. Hence, I primarily aim to recruit a right winger. Guardiola is cognizant that substitutes of Quan's ilk are hard to come by. His style bears resemblance to that of Messi, and players who play in such a manner are exceedingly rare in the footballing world. Achieving a perfect replacement is nearly impossible. Therefore, his requirements are modest: proficient technical skills, exceptional dribbling and maneuverability, a respectable footballing intelligence, and a degree of speed suffices. There should be a fair number of wingers who meet this criterion, and a price around 40 million could likely secure some commendable players. I happen to know of an individual who aligns quite well with your standards. I wonder if you might be interested? Oh, do tell. Guardiola holds Quan's judgment in high regard. Players like Kante were procured based on Quan's recommendations, and the outcomes have proven to be exceedingly worthwhile. There is an Egyptian player who previously had a brief stint at Chelsea. His name is Salah. Salah is often regarded as the player most akin to Messi in later years, possessing a nimble and agile playing style reminiscent of Messi, and his own prowess is formidable. As a winger, he has been a nightmare for defenders across top clubs. At the height of his career, Salah's market value soared to €150 million, marking him as a bona fide superstar. Last year, Quan had recommended Salah to Pellegrini, and Manchester City had even made an offer to Chelsea. However, Chelsea preferred to loan him out rather than sell to City, and the deal ultimately fell through. With Mourinho's departure from Chelsea, the club's performance has sharply declined. As a player originally acquired by Mourinho, Salah had struggled to find his footing at Chelsea, and with the new coach's system, his chances for play have diminished further. Thus, the likelihood of his return to Stamford Bridge is virtually non-existent. At this juncture, if Manchester City were to submit a bid, the transaction could very well come to fruition. If Quan's memory serves him correctly, by next spring, Salah, currently on loan at Roma, is poised for a breakout performance. Consequently, Roma's inclination to purchase him outright will likely intensify, thereby complicating Manchester City's pursuit of Salah. Moreover, it is troubling that Liverpool has also set its sights on him. Should Salah indeed make his way to Liverpool, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength significantly. Guardiola has taken note of Salah's name and promptly dispatched scouts to Rome to assess his performance and compile pertinent information. With less than half a month remaining until the winter transfer window opens, they must act swiftly. Manchester City aims to make a substantial move during this winter break, while their neighbors, Liverpool, are not idle either. Given that Liverpool's current lineup is insufficient to compete with top teams like Manchester City under Klopp's directive, club owner John Henry has generously allocated a substantial sum to Klopp, allowing him to seek out exceptional players during the winter break to enhance Liverpool's squad and vie for a Champions League berth next season. While hopes for the league title may be dim, the Champions League qualification remains a worthy pursuit for Liverpool, especially in light of the rapid decline of the long-dominant Chelsea, which naturally opens the door for Liverpool to step in. For Liverpool, successfully qualifying for the Champions League would not only improve the club's finances, providing an additional source of income, but also attract top-tier players, as many have explicit Champions League requirements during transfers. Clubs unable to compete in the Champions League find it exceedingly challenging to lure elite players, much like Manchester United in the years to come, when quality players become reluctant to join. Chapter 108. Wenger's Grand Aspirations. The Arsenal on the wind. I am aware that many harbor doubts regarding Arsenal's ability to overcome Manchester City. Indeed, our performance against City in recent years has been less than stellar. However, I wish to convey that today's Arsenal is a different entity altogether. We are destined to triumph in this match. Prior to the match in the 17th round of the Premier League, as Arsenal prepared to host Manchester City, Wenger, during an interview with reporters, expressed his unwavering conviction that Arsenal would secure victory when questioned about defending their home ground. The professor's tone was remarkably resolute, resembling an edict to himself. This ignited intrigue among the public regarding his words. Should Arsenal indeed defeat Manchester City at home, as Wenger asserted, the gap in points could potentially narrow to just 3. Consequently, the suspense surrounding the title race in this season's Premier League would be significantly heightened. In light of this, numerous fans, after inquiring, positioned themselves in front of their televisions, eager to witness how Arsenal would mount an assault against City. Amid the anticipation, this highly anticipated clash between two footballing powerhouses commenced. Arsenal, shedding their previous style, adopted an aggressive approach from the outset, displaying remarkable tenacity in both offense and defense, as if they were an entirely different team. Observing such a profound transformation in Arsenal, the fans following the match were filled with curiosity. What has transpired with Arsenal? They appeared as if infused with newfound vigor. Is this still the Arsenal we once knew? The external perception of Arsenal is that they are a traditional powerhouse in the Premier League, yet they have not clinched the league title for many years. Each season, they start with great vigor, but often falter at the critical moment. However, their performance has remained remarkably consistent, as they have not fallen outside the top 4 in the past decade. Although they often cling to that 4th position, maintaining a spot among the elite in the competitive Premier League is a testament to their strength. After all, even more storied clubs like Liverpool and Manchester United have found themselves outside the top 4, highlighting the difficulty of securing a top position in this league. Hence, the external skepticism regarding Arsenal's status as a footballing giant has been minimal. Nevertheless, their prowess is perceived as residing in a rather awkward middle ground, above the average teams, yet below the elite. Evaluating Arsenal's performance in the league and the Champions League over the last decade, this assessment is not entirely misplaced. While their tangible strength may lag behind that of top teams, it does not imply that Arsenal lacks the potential to triumph against such formidable opponents. A defining characteristic of Arsenal is their invincibility when the tide is in their favor. Perhaps due to the generally youthful age of their players and their technical style of play, they often project a sense of fragility, perceived as lacking the resilience to contend in adverse situations. This has been particularly evident in the physically demanding environment of the Premier League, where Arsenal has faced criticism for lacking tenacity since the days of Dennis Bergkamp. Yet, when conditions are favorable, Arsenal's exquisite interplay is a sight to behold. Their attacking flair mesmerizing and difficult to counter. Even top-tier teams struggle to contain them. Bayern Munich, for instance, has found themselves bewildered. Recently, during a Champions League group stage match against Bayern at home, the 2 goals scored in the first half elicited applause from all who witnessed them. Many supporters believe that Arsenal was destined for victory after their commanding first-half performance. Who could have anticipated Bayern's astonishing turnaround in the second half, where they scored 5 goals. This match epitomizes Arsenal's dual nature. They can be extraordinarily brilliant when the wind is at their backs, yet when faced with adversity, the entire team appears to lose focus, as if they have forgotten how to play. Following this match, criticism of Arsenal intensified, with many suggesting that Arsene Wenger had grown weary and should retire. Had Arsenal not withstood the pressure and miraculously advanced from the group stage, the backlash would likely have been far more severe. Thus, this match was pivotal for both Wenger and Arsenal. Securing a win could not only shift public perception, but also demonstrate their capability to endure tough contests. More importantly, Wenger hoped to leverage this victory to elevate the team's momentum and facilitate a transformation into a genuine elite squad. As the manager of the Gunners, he has grown weary of the recurring narrative of second-half collapses. He yearns to defy fate, with Manchester City serving as the ideal stepping stone for this ambition. On the visiting team's bench, Guardiola observed Arsenal's proactive play at home with a sense of respect for Wenger. Few teams now dare to engage Manchester City in an open contest. The majority of Premier League clubs adopt a conservative approach when faced with City, seemingly content with merely securing a single point. Such matches prove challenging for Manchester City, as a more aggressive opponent like Arsenal simplifies the game considerably. Despite this acknowledgement, Guardiola remained vigilant. Wenger was no reckless strategist. Arsenal's audacity must stem from a solid foundation. Curiosity piqued, Guardiola pondered what Arsenal had devised to counter his tactics. The fans who flocked to the Emirates Stadium were oblivious to these strategic nuances. Witnessing both teams engaging in attacking football, they erupted in applause, especially the Arsenal supporters, whose spirits soared as they fervently sang the club's anthem, rallying behind their team. The youthful starting lineup of Arsenal was particularly susceptible to external influences. The resounding chorus invigorated them, spurring their efforts on the pitch. However, Wenger found himself slightly anxious, advising the young players to conserve their energy and not get carried away, lest they tire in the second half. The determination displayed by Arsenal's players yielded palpable results, as they dominated the first 15 minutes of the match. Under relentless pressure from Arsenal's relentless pursuit, Manchester City struggled to mount effective attacks, managing only a few shots through individual brilliance. Yet, Arsenal's goalkeeper, Cech, was in remarkable form. In the 12th minute of the first half, he executed a stunning save, thwarting Quan's close-range opportunity. This save elevated the atmosphere to a new crescendo, with the morale of both the Arsenal fans and players soaring to extraordinary heights. Following his missed chance, Quan was somewhat taken aback. His success rate with one-on-one situations was typically high, and such saves were rare. As he faced the advancing Cech, preparing to sidestep the goalkeeper, Cech anticipated his move, preemptively intercepting the ball. Truly, the man once deemed the world's best goalkeeper by IFFHS displayed an exceptional prowess. While the reasons behind Chelsea's decision not to retain Cech remain unclear, Arsenal evidently seized a treasure, reportedly signing him for a mere $12 million. After the save, Cech glanced at Quan, who responded with a smile and a thumbs up, commending his performance. Although Cech initially intended to assert his dominance, he hesitated upon receiving Quan's gesture of appreciation and returned the thumbs up, acknowledging the beauty of Lin's earlier maneuver. Just as Manchester City's attacking sequence concluded, Arsenal swiftly retaliated. Seizing the opportunity presented by City's advanced formation, they executed a rapid counterattack, with Ozil delivering a precise pass to a teammate on the flank. The young Tiger Walcott dashed down the flank with fervor, slicing through the defense and delivering a cross into Manchester City's penalty area. Giroud, following closely, leapt with determination, directing a powerful header towards the goal. Fortunately, City's goalkeeper Navas, displaying remarkable focus and agility, managed to deflect the ball onto the crossbar. This save was equally spectacular, rivaling Cech's earlier stop against a one-on-one. Both goalkeepers showcased their prowess, each executing a brilliant save. Upon witnessing his shot thwarted, Giroud clutched his head in disbelief, his expression akin to encountering a ghost. Walcott, observing his teammate's missed opportunity, shook his head in disappointment. What a splendid chance it was. In the fast-paced nature of the match, such attacking opportunities abound, and Walcott would soon shake off his frustration. Moments later, Arsenal mounted another assault, with Walcott once again at the forefront. After executing a delightful 1-2 with a teammate, he surged towards Manchester City's goal. This time, however, the young Tiger opted against a low cross, instead cutting inside and attempting a shot from the edge of the box. Under the pressure of a defender, the attempt lacked finesse and was easily dealt with by the goalkeeper. Giroud, exasperated, gestured towards Sanchez as if to say, with such a clear opportunity, why did he not pass the ball? How selfish. Sanchez, equally perplexed, wondered why Ozil seemed intent on feeding Walcott instead of himself, the true cornerstone of Arsenal. Walcott's energetic presence drew the attention of City's defenders, who subsequently focused their efforts on neutralizing him, denying him further chances to shoot. Ozil, possessing a keen footballing intellect, recognized the heightened defensive scrutiny on the right flank and swiftly redirected his passes towards Sanchez on the left. Since joining Arsenal, Sanchez had consistently proven to be a vital asset, having participated in 52 matches last season and netting 25 goals, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Once Ozil began supplying him with the ball, Sanchez swiftly exhibited his prowess. In the 33rd minute of the first half, Arsenal executed a breathtaking series of passes, with Sanchez receiving a sublime assist from Ozil, firing a low shot into the net, altering the score to 1-0. The goal was a visual delight, as Arsenal's counterattack showcased exquisite teamwork, capitalizing on a lapse in City's defense to grant Sanchez a golden opportunity. Yet, Ozil's contribution was equally significant. Had he not identified the defensive frailty and established a rapport with his teammates, Sanchez would not have enjoyed such a chance. Therefore, in celebration of the goal, Sanchez pointed towards Ozil, acknowledging the latter's pivotal role in the achievement. On the sidelines, the professor leapt in exhilaration upon witnessing Sanchez's goal, his fists clenched in jubilant celebration. The Emirates Stadium erupted in an overwhelming surge of excitement at the moment Sanchez found the net. We are in the lead. Coach Wenger has truly done it. Arsenal supporters seem to have genuinely begun to believe in Wenger's pre-match declarations, wherein he asserted his commitment to leading Arsenal to victory over Manchester City. Currently, the score on the field appears to vindicate his words. Well done. Maintain this momentum. Let's vanquish Manchester City. Within the taverns of North London, a group of fans clad in Arsenal jerseys, their faces flushed from drink, raised their glasses in raucous cheer. The exhilaration of scoring against Manchester City is unparalleled. It has been years since they triumphed over that wretched team. Should they secure a victory today, it would undoubtedly merit a night of revelry. The opponent's lead has not instilled any sense of anxiety or trepidation in Manchester City's players. They have weathered numerous battles and accumulated a wealth of experience, along with a mature mindset. What does being a goal down signify? They have encountered far worse scenarios before. During their match against Liverpool, they found themselves 3 goals down at the outset, yet they managed to claw back to parity. On the sidelines, Guardiola observed with satisfaction as his players remained composed and unflustered by the opponent's lead. It appears that Manchester City has undergone a genuine transformation within his players. He perceives the essence that befits a top-tier club. Confidence, poise, and calmness characterize their demeanor. This mindset will mitigate fluctuations in their performance, enabling them to exhibit their capabilities more effortlessly on the field. Even when trailing, they possess the potential to reverse the outcome, firmly believing in their ability to do so. The difficulty in competing against elite teams stems from their profound heritage. Their players exude more self-assurance than those from lesser squads. Manchester City is evolving in this direction. It is a positive development. As the match resumed, the Gunners fans at the Emirates Stadium widened their eyes, fully engrossed in the spectacle. Everyone knows that Arsenal players excel in favorable conditions, and at this moment, it is none other than Arsenal leading the match. Thus, anticipation runs high. What splendid display can Arsenal deliver while enjoying this advantageous position? Will they extend their lead further, perhaps rewriting the score to 2-0 or even 3-0? Given that Manchester City had previously managed to equalize from a 0-3 deficit at home, some Arsenal supporters even felt that scoring 4 goals would ensure their safety. As for whether 4 goals against Manchester City might be overly ambitious, they harbored no such concerns. Once Arsenal finds their rhythm, scoring becomes remarkably facile, a scenario familiar to Gunners fans. The sole question remains, how long can the Gunners maintain this form, and how long until the next goal arrives? Should they delay until the second half, and if Arsenal's performance begins to wane, the dynamics of the match may very well shift. End of chapter. Chapter 109. The despair of Arsenal supporters. It is truly remarkable that Arsenal has established such a clear advantage. Is this still the Arsenal I know? Witnessing Arsenal leading at halftime, and dominating Manchester City in the process has left many fans, who have only just tuned in to watch the match, utterly astonished. In their perception, Arsenal did not seem to possess such formidable strength, did they? It feels as though they have suddenly transformed into a more powerful team. I comprehend now. It must be the law of enhancement when facing Manchester City that is in play. Recently, in the Premier League, whether they are ordinary teams or prestigious clubs, every team that steps onto the pitch against Manchester City appears invigorated, showcasing performances that exceed their usual capabilities. This phenomenon has come to be known among fans as the Manchester City law. Arsenal indeed played exceptionally well in this match, particularly Ozil, whose performance in the first half was remarkable. Had he maintained such form throughout the match, the post-game MVP award would undoubtedly have been his. On the sidelines, Wenger, like the fans, expressed satisfaction with Ozil's display. Since joining Arsenal, Ozil has garnered mixed reviews from the public. Some critique his playing style as too soft, fearing physical confrontations and struggling to adapt to the pace of the Premier League. Others praise his exceptional technique and broad vision, deeming him a true maestro in midfield. Both assessments hold validity. Ozil indeed shies away from physical duels, often finding himself overpowered by opponents, at times becoming a weak link for Arsenal. His mental fortitude and ambition have also been areas of concern. He consistently exhibits a languid style of play, never rushing, and his expression often appears as though he has just awakened, devoid of any visible emotional shifts. Such a demeanor clearly disqualifies him from the role of a team leader, and one cannot expect him to rise in times of adversity. He is more suited to be a supportive ally to his teammates. If he were paired with a supremely talented partner, akin to Messi or Ronaldo, Ozil could deliver exquisite passes, enabling these elite scorers to net even more goals. Upon his arrival at Arsenal, fans harbored high hopes, envisioning him as a core player akin to Fabregas or Van Persie. However, within just one season, Ozil demonstrated his inability to meet the lofty expectations set by the ardent supporters. As Arsenal's record signing, it is entirely natural for disappointment to arise when he fails to fulfill the aspirations of the fans. Wenger has evidently recognized this issue and, upon realizing Ozil's inability to shoulder the team's burden alone, made the painful decision to invest heavily in the formidable Barcelona winger, Sanchez, thereby addressing this concern. Sanchez is a player of great caliber, one of the top wingers in the current footballing landscape. Yet, there is a drawback to Sanchez. His style tends to be somewhat solitary, and his synergy with teammates is not ideal. Arsenal's current passing and movement still fall short of Wenger's envisioned ideal. Contemplating this, Wenger cannot help but glance once more at the figure adorned in Manchester City's sky blue jersey. How splendid it would have been if he had chosen Arsenal instead. Such thoughts have crossed his mind more than once. Each time Arsenal faces Manchester City, Wenger seems to internally lament the extraordinary talents he has let slip through his fingers throughout his life. Ibrahimovic, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and the later Quan. These are among the strongest elite football stars of our time, and nearly all have narrowly evaded Arsenal's grasp. To have consecutively missed so many top-tier talents is indeed a remarkable feat. However, this indirectly attests to Wenger and his team's discerning eye for talent. Various factors, however, prevented them from steadfastly bringing their coveted players into the fold. In the first half, Arsenal launched an unrelenting offensive, while Manchester City adopted a defensive stance. Yet, Guardiola did not allow the opposing midfielders to operate freely. Under his strategic guidance, Kanté marked Arsenal's cerebral player, Ozil. After being closely shadowed by Kanté, Ozil found it increasingly challenging to survey the pitch and deliver precise passes as he once did. The pressure from Kanté made even ball control a daunting task for him, rendering forward passes nearly impossible. Consequently, he was compelled to pass back to teammates, allowing Ramsey or Cazorla to initiate the play anew. Ramsey and Cazorla, though capable players, lacked Ozil's passing finesse and overall vision. Once the ball found its way to their feet, crafting threatening passes akin to Ozil's became a formidable challenge. Moreover, due to their positioning, establishing synergy with Sanchez proved difficult, leading to a significant decline in Arsenal's offensive threat. On the sidelines, Wenger, who had initially worn a smile while admiring Ozil's splendid performance, saw his expression swiftly change as Ozil struggled under the pressure, resorting to backward passes. Arsenal's strategy in the first half necessitated advancing the ball to consistently threaten Manchester City's goal. Should their attacking rhythm falter, a counterattack from City would inevitably follow. As anticipated, upon noticing Arsenal's offensive momentum stifled, Manchester City swiftly adjusted their formation. The two wingers moved inward to bolster the midfield, joining the fray. Realizing their midfield was outnumbered, Arsenal was forced to adapt their formation, with their wingers also drawn into the midfield melee. The frequent physical encounters and confrontations ushered the match's tempo toward the traditional style of English Premier League teams. Although Manchester City is not typically a team that favors physical confrontation, they possess superior alternatives. In contrast, their adversary, Arsenal, is even less adept at physical duels, clearly indicating that City holds the advantage in terms of squad robustness. Given this, Guardiola was naturally inclined to exploit this advantage to the fullest. As the physicality of the match intensified, Ozil's performance plummeted to the point of almost vanishing from the field. Ironically, the diminutive Cazorla, standing at under 1.7 meters, outshone Ozil, at least managing to retain possession under the fierce pressure without conceding the ball to initiate a counterattack. Yet, merely holding onto the ball was insufficient. Lacking dominance in the midfield skirmish meant that sustaining their offensive efforts would prove exceedingly difficult. This caused the momentum that Arsenal had previously sustained to rapidly decline. The fervor they exhibited earlier seemed increasingly difficult to maintain. As a consequence, the control of the match gradually shifted into the hands of Manchester City, who began to gain the upper hand in midfield and initiated counterattacks. Indeed, Arsenal remained the familiar Arsenal, unchanged. Witnessing their opponents revert to their original form, Arsenal's offense began to gain traction, prompting a remark from Manchester City's assistant coach, Blatt. If you were to choose a Premier League match to watch, excluding Manchester City, you would likely opt for an Arsenal game. The reason is simple. Arsenal's style of play is exquisite, capable of executing dazzling combinations in their attacks that are a delight to behold. However, achieving such fluid coordination is exceedingly challenging for Arsenal. Once they are unable to execute this strategy, their threat diminishes sharply. As the focal point of this round of the Premier League, this match undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. In the aftermath, it will be scrutinized and analyzed repeatedly by many coaches, and the tactics employed by Guardiola against Arsenal will certainly be adopted by various teams. This is beyond doubt. Just recall how, after Guardiola introduced the three center-back system, Premier League teams swiftly adopted this approach almost overnight. Of course, many failed to replicate its success and quickly abandoned the tactic, yet some, like Klopp of Liverpool, chose to persist. After experimenting, he found this system to be quite effective in attack. In this match, Guardiola's answer was to apply pressure on Arsenal and stifle their midfield. This is the simplest and most practical method, easily replicable by nearly all Premier League teams, given that most possess robust lineups, with some relying heavily on physicality and brawling. Like West Ham United, as it became evident that his team was beginning to falter, Wenger on the sidelines felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he could not devise a better solution in that moment. Wenger's in-game management and adaptability have never been his strongest traits, and coupled with his indecisive nature, he is unable to emulate certain coaches who, upon sensing a shift in momentum, unhesitatingly make substitutions regardless of the match's progress, even if just minutes into the game. Risking player discontent, Wenger decided to wait until halftime to make adjustments, contemplating whether to substitute players or alter tactics. It must be said that Arsenal's players, despite their physical disadvantage, fought valiantly on home soil, fiercely contesting with Manchester City in midfield. As the first half drew to a close, the score remained 1-0, and Wenger finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had managed to hold on. It appears that adjustments must be made during the halftime break. Otherwise, if the team continues to play at the same pace as the closing stages of the first half, Manchester City may soon equalize. Wenger intends to revise the team's tactics and formation, and coincidentally, Guardiola has the same intention. Let us cast aside that conceded goal. Your performance in the first half was commendable, yet there is room for further improvement. Guardiola, a relentless perfectionist, finds it challenging to commend his players. With the exception of Lin, the players anticipated criticism upon returning to the locker room, only to be pleasantly surprised by Guardiola's praise. This invigorated many players, who instinctively lifted their heads to attentively listen to the coach's tactical instructions. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and the second half commenced. Both teams made personnel adjustments. Arsenal substituted defender Gibbs for midfielder Campbell, aiming to bolster their defense. In contrast, Manchester City opted to replace a defender with a midfielder. The contrasting choices and substitutions clearly indicated which team would assume the offensive and which would adopt a defensive stance in the second half. Could it be that Arsenal has suddenly become overly cautious? They performed admirably in the first half. Why such a drastic change? It seems the professor has succumbed to caution. The fans were taken aback by the substitutions made by both teams. Arsenal had been so proactive in the first half. Yet they began the second half by replacing an attacking player with a defensive one, suggesting a complete tactical reversal. This transformation appeared rather abrupt and comprehensive. Arsenal is currently in the lead, and adopting a more conservative approach is not unwarranted. As long as they can maintain this scoreline, securing victory is paramount. Indeed, the successful tactics of the first half were predicated on the players' relentless running, but they are not made of iron. It is unrealistic to expect them to sustain such exertion throughout the entire match. Not all fans criticize Wenger's decision. Some more composed and rational supporters view his choice as pragmatic. Arsenal is not Liverpool. They cannot maintain such frenetic running for the entirety of the match. While this strategy may yield surprising results when employed occasionally, it is evidently impractical for continuous use. Should they fail to proactively adjust their tactics by the 70th minute, when their players are fatigued and unable to run, Manchester City could easily overpower them. Can they truly hold their ground? Indeed, we only lead by a single goal. The advantage feels precariously slight. Many Arsenal supporters recalled the previous home match against Bayern, where they succumbed to a reversal despite leading by 2 goals. Now, they face a Manchester City team that is equally formidable, if not stronger than Bayern, leading many fans to fear a recurrence of past misfortunes. Fearing what comes. In the 56th minute of the second half, Manchester City unleashed a crescendo of attacks, besieging Arsenal's goal. Quan, Son Heung-min, De Bruyne, and Kroos took turns shooting, instilling dread in the hearts of countless Arsenal supporters. Although Arsenal managed to withstand this wave of assault thanks to Cech's remarkable performance, prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Once they lost control of the midfield, they were unable to halt Manchester City's relentless advance. In the 67th minute of the second half, De Bruyne and Quan executed a wall pass, with Lin feigning a shot to deliver a sublime through ball to Aguero in the penalty area. Aguero seized the opportunity created by his teammate, calmly slotting the ball into the net. The score transformed into 1-1, and at that moment, the Emirates Stadium fell into an eerie silence. Nothing is more despairing than witnessing a glimmer of hope only to see it vanish before one's eyes. At this juncture, the Gunners fans were enduring just that. Chapter 110. Treating Guardiola as a rag Andy. Why do you appear utterly unfazed by Manchester City's goal? In the commentary booth of Sky Sports, Martin Tyler, with fervor, had just narrated the moment of Manchester City's goal. Turning around, he found his partner calmly sipping water, seemingly unperturbed. Is this guy not a Manchester City fan? Why does he remain so composed upon witnessing such a crucial goal? Of course, I'm not surprised, for I knew Lin would deliver. Andy Gray wore an expression of knowing anticipation, leaving Martin Tyler momentarily speechless. That goal was scored by Aguero, wasn't he it? Nevertheless, it was indeed Lin who provided the assist, and he could have taken the shot himself, but selflessly opted to pass instead. Lin, thank you for the exquisite pass. On the pitch, Aguero, elated after scoring this pivotal goal, rushed towards Quan, embracing him with fervor. Aguero had struggled with form due to a recent injury, making this goal incredibly significant for him. After netting this goal, he finally began to regain some semblance of his former self, restoring a measure of confidence. Well, you shot brilliantly as well. Aguero's shooting prowess is exceptional, rarely missing opportunities, a stark contrast to later forwards like Sterling, known for their carefree approach. During De Bruyne's peak years, many players in Manchester City's attack squandered his assists, often showcasing their own misfires, much to De Bruyne's chagrin. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon them when they acquired a highly efficient goalscorer, ending De Bruyne's torment. Otherwise, after spending more years alongside teammates like Jesus and Sterling, he might have been driven to despair. In fact, during the summer transfer window, Manchester City had sent scouts to assess Liverpool's prodigy Sterling, but ultimately abandoned the idea of signing him. The reasons for the abandonment of the transfer are primarily twofold. Liverpool's exorbitant offer of $50 million for Sterling, which Manchester City deemed excessive, leading them to negotiate down to $30 million, a proposition Liverpool firmly rejected. The second reason stems from Manchester City's acquisition of Son Heung-min. Coupled with the presence of Aguero and Iheanacho in the forward line, they found themselves not particularly in need of additional personnel. Consequently, with the price negotiations stalled, they refrained from forcefully pursuing the transfer, resulting in its eventual collapse. Judging by Sterling's performance this season at Liverpool, it appears fortuitous that Manchester City did not proceed with the expenditure, as they would have ended up at a loss. Thus far, the Premier League season has seen 16 rounds of play, during which Sterling has managed a mere 3 goals, averaging less than 0.2 goals per game. A strikingly low efficiency. Although he is still quite young at 21, his performance pales in comparison to that of Manchester City's substitute forward, Iheanacho. This season, Iheanacho has participated in 13 matches across all competitions, netting 5 goals and providing 2 assists. Given his significantly lower playing time and appearances compared to Sterling, his scoring efficiency is evidently superior. Consequently, an increasing number of teams have expressed interest in Iheanacho, hoping to secure his services during the winter transfer window. The external valuation of Iheanacho is approximately 20 million, a considerable figure for a player yet to reach his 20s. At that moment, sitting on the bench, Iheanacho leapt in excitement alongside his teammates upon witnessing Aguero's goal. Following the jubilation, he silently prayed, "Please score again, Captain Lin and Captain Quan. Only when you two collaborate to seal the match's fate will we substitutes have the opportunity to step onto the field." Guardiola, applauding Aguero's goal, wore a satisfied smile. Despite the score being merely 1-1, he sensed an intuitive assurance. This match was secure. True to his instincts, after Manchester City equalized, Arsenal appeared to revert to their original state, with internal discord emerging. Some players advocated for an aggressive approach, seeking to score again as they had in the first half, while others felt it prudent to stabilize, waiting for Manchester City's momentum to wane before launching their own offensive. With the situation on the field deteriorating and the team's mindset fragmented, Arsenal's formation became disjointed, revealing substantial vulnerabilities on both offensive and defensive fronts. Such weaknesses, especially against a top-tier team like Manchester City, are bound to be punished. Between the 71st and 73rd minutes, Manchester City executed 2 rapid counterattacks following successful interceptions in the attacking third, with Quan and Son Heung-min each finding the back of the net. In the blink of an eye, the score shifted to 3-1. Arsenal, who had been leading just 10 minutes prior, now trailed by 2 goals. The Arsenal fans present at the stadium were left in shock, some incredulously clutching their heads, filled with questions. What has happened to our team? Why do they seem so fragile? The opposition had not yet exerted their full strength when we had already succumbed. It is truly regrettable that we placed our trust in Arsenal. Indeed, relying on Arsenal to thwart Manchester City is a fool's errand. On the internet, a number of fans who pinned their hopes on Arsenal to challenge Manchester City, upon witnessing Arsenal's swift collapse in the second half, unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Many among them are not even Arsenal supporters. Some are fans of Manchester United, while others support Liverpool and Chelsea. Their support for Arsenal in the face of Manchester City stemmed solely from a desire to see City defeated. Therefore, when Arsenal's performance fell short of their expectations, they showed no restraint in their criticisms. This is the Arsenal I am all too familiar with. With the current lineup, it was never plausible for the Gunners to rival our illustrious City. I wonder what those fans were anticipating. Akanji's performance in this match was commendable. He had a clear chance to shoot, but chose to pass to Quan, showcasing his team spirit. Indeed, witnessing Akanji's return to form brings me more joy than a mere victory. While you all praise Akanji and Lin Huang, allow me to commend the newcomer, Son Heung-min, whose performance was also remarkable. Not only did he score a goal, but his several counterattacks down the wing posed a significant threat, effectively drawing the opponent's defensive resources. Although his technical skills may not rival those of Lin Huang and Akanji, they are sufficient and highly practical, with an impressive goal-scoring ability. I calculated that since his arrival, he has already netted 9 goals across all competitions, averaging 0.65 goals per match, a rather astonishing efficiency. A Manchester City fan conducted an analysis of Son Heung-min's scoring efficiency since joining the team, leading to widespread astonishment. Goodness, at such a scoring rate. The 30 million price tag seems exceedingly reasonable. It is no wonder that Guardiola consistently discovers hidden gems. I hear this talent was acquired from Tottenham. Witnessing Son Heung-min's splendid performance must surely have the Spurs management in tears. Over at Tottenham, Chairman Levy is undoubtedly seething with frustration. since Son's transfer to Manchester City. He has been closely monitoring the situation. Although he once held high hopes of acquiring Son, ever since the transfer, his sole desire has been for Son to remain benched, fail to score, and see his market value plummet, leaving him unwanted. This way, Manchester City would incur a significant loss of the £30 million transfer fee along with substantial wage expenses. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the developments have unfolded in an entirely opposite manner. Since joining Manchester City, although Son has not secured a starting position, he has frequently made impactful contributions off the bench and has excelled in his limited starting appearances. More alarmingly, through continuous observation, Levy has keenly noted that Son has actually improved since joining Manchester City, with marked advancements in his dribbling and breakthrough capabilities compared to his time in the Bundesliga. This indicates that he has not yet reached his peak form. He is continuously evolving and improving, and in the future, he will undoubtedly become even more formidable. The mere thought of this outcome fills Levy with exasperation. He can only curse inwardly, "Damn Manchester City. Damn Manchester City. Why won't they just fade away?" Arsenal fans share Levy's disdain for Manchester City. In various pubs across North London, witnessing Manchester City skillfully score 3 goals within a mere 10 minutes left Arsenal utterly bewildered, inciting a wave of furious exclamations from their supporters. Had it not been for the glimmer of hope provided by a first-half goal, their reaction would not have been so intense. They had glimpsed the dawn of victory, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. What must Arsenal do to triumph over Manchester City? Wenger grapples with this very question. Recent victories had led him to believe that his team was finally on the right track. However, after today's match, he is acutely aware that there remains a significant gap between Arsenal and the elite teams, and that gap is substantial. Experiencing a single turnaround may be deemed an anomaly, but if it occurs repeatedly, it ceases to be mere chance. Arsenal currently lacks the capability to convert advantages into decisive victories. A 1 or 2 goal lead does not guarantee their success. It seems that his decision not to acquire players during the summer transfer window was indeed an overestimation of their capabilities. Reflecting on this, Wenger begins to feel regret once more. He recalls the world-class forward Suarez whom he missed out on. After transferring to Barcelona, Suarez's performance has been evident to all. He undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 forwards in contemporary football, one of the elite strikers. Yet again, Arsenal let such a player slip through their fingers. At the time, when Suarez faced a ban from the FA for biting during a match, his market value significantly decreased. Arsenal had been in negotiations with Liverpool and had even reached an agreement with the player himself. However, in an attempt to bargain, upon learning Liverpool's asking price, they offered £40 million plus £1, which Liverpool perceived as an affront, leading them to send him to Barcelona in a fit of anger. Although £40 million is not a trivial sum, the transfer fees for Ozil and Sanchez in recent years have been around the same figure, not significantly more than that of Suarez. Had they been less parsimonious and slightly more generous at the time, this transfer might have succeeded. With the likes of Ozil, Sanchez, and Suarez in their ranks, the Arsenal squad would undoubtedly be far superior to their current form. Alas, after establishing a substantial lead, it became evident that Arsenal lacked the fighting spirit to pose any real threat to Manchester City. Guardiola, with a wave of his hand, summoned several substitutes to warm up. Iheanacho was among those on the warm-up list. Moments later, City made another personnel adjustment, bringing on Iheanacho to replace the outstanding Aguero. Although Aguero's injury has healed, Guardiola remains cautious and refrains from taking unnecessary risks. With the match already devoid of suspense, he opts to allow Aguero to rest to prevent any unforeseen complications. Upon seeing the substitution board, Aguero swiftly descends from the pitch, exchanging a high-five with the incoming Iheanacho before approaching Guardiola, who is met with a warm embrace from Aguero. Some players may feel disgruntled when substituted, even directing frustration towards the coach. However, Aguero is not one of them. He understands that Guardiola's decisions are in his best interest. "Well done, Quan. Take a break." Guardiola initially intended only to share a handshake, but was pleasantly surprised by the embrace, reciprocating with a pat on Aguero's back. Moments later, Guardiola makes another tactical adjustment, bringing on Nasri for Lin Shin. As Lin departs, he shares an enthusiastic hug with Guardiola, his hand playfully brushing against him. Once Lin leaves, Guardiola glances down at his coat, astonished to find it speckled with sweat, dirt, and grass. "What a rascal! Do you see me as a rag?" he muses. casting a disapproving glance at Lin, who is innocently chatting with Aguero, seemingly oblivious to the situation. The cameras capture this amusing moment, projecting it onto the stadium's big screen, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Indeed, Lin and Guardiola share a remarkable bond. Martin Tyler chuckles at the sight. Of course, they are like father and son. Can their relationship be anything less? Andy Gray rolls his eyes, finding his partner's remark redundant. After all, if Guardiola holds such affection for Messi, who is not related to him, what more can be said about his own son? With Lin Chun and Aguero off the field, Manchester City's attacking prowess diminishes considerably. However, Arsenal, now a startled prey, fails to capitalize on this opportunity for a counterattack. Instead, it is Manchester City that continues to besiege the Gunners' goal in the dying moments. Iheanacho's lively performance catches the commentator's attention, particularly when he attempts an audacious lob in front of the goal, though his shot is unfortunately too straightforward. Easily dealt with by Cech. Ultimately, after a fiercely contested battle, Manchester City emerges victorious, overturning Arsenal at their home ground with a score of 3-1. Nevertheless, due to Leicester City's narrow 3-2 win over Everton in another match, the point gap remains at 6, keeping the competition tight. It seems the two teams will settle their rivalry in a decisive showdown in the final game of the first half of the season. Chapter concluded. Chapter 111. Christmas break. De Bruyne's secret love. As Christmas approaches, various leagues commence their winter breaks. Many stars begin to share photographs online, showcasing their vacations with family and girlfriends. However, in the Premier League, rather than enjoying a holiday, everyone is preparing for the intensive schedule during the Christmas break. The veteran players have grown accustomed to this. Yet some of the newly arrived foreign players seem somewhat unprepared. Lin, will the coach grant us a day off today? During the training session on the morning of December 24th, Son Heung-min approached Lin Quan, seeking information. The other teammates, overhearing Son's inquiry, perked up their ears, clearly intrigued. What? Are you planning to go out on a date? Lin Quan cast a sidelong glance at Son Heung-min. This lad usually trains with utmost seriousness. Yet today he appeared distracted from the very start, revealing an evident preoccupation. Ahem, tomorrow is Christmas, isn't it? This holiday seems quite significant for those from the West. Son Heung-min's face flushed with embarrassment at Lin Quan's question. Understanding the situation immediately, Lin Quan continued, "It is indeed quite important, but we have a match on the 26th, leaving just 2 days before the game. Generally speaking, the coach does not grant days off in the 2 days leading up to a match." Oh, is that so? Son Heung-min's expression fell with disappointment. It seemed highly unlikely that there would be a holiday, given Lin Quan's words. Well, I only speak of general circumstances. Considering our next opponent is Sunderland, there is still a possibility of a half-day off. Sunderland does not pose a significant threat to Manchester City, particularly with City playing on home turf, thus avoiding the fatigue and weariness associated with travel. Therefore, it is plausible that Guardiola might show leniency. I hope so, thank you. Lin Quan's response sparked a glimmer of hope in Son Heung-min. During training, he frequently cast glances at Coach Guardiola, seemingly attempting to discern whether the bald tactician would indeed grant them a half-day off. Guardiola was on the sidelines, discussing the lineup arrangements for the period between Christmas and New Year with several assistant coaches. Rotation is certainly necessary, and it may involve considerable changes, as they have 3 matches to play within 6 days, including a crucial showdown against Leicester City. This match holds great importance, so Guardiola must ensure that the team is in peak condition when they travel to face Leicester City. Consequently, in the upcoming match against Sunderland, he is likely to make substitutions based on the match situation, ensuring that the key players maintain their physical fitness. This also implies that the substitutes and rotation players must step up. Why does it feel like everyone is so distracted? Guardiola soon noticed the unusual demeanor of the players. Many of them, although present on the training field, seem to have mentally drifted elsewhere. The absence of a winter break tends to elicit such sentiments, particularly among the newer players, who resist the notion of competing during the holiday season, yearning instead to reunite with family or even vacation on Mediterranean islands. An assistant coach from the UK remarked that he had witnessed this phenomenon numerous times throughout his years in the Premier League. Is that so? Guardiola's tenure at Manchester City has been relatively brief. It wasn't until last year that he truly became aware of the substantial impact that the absence of a winter break has on both the team and the players. Nevertheless, he decided to grant them a half-day off, recognizing that their current state was merely a waste of time. Shaking his head, Guardiola walked onto the training ground, clapped his hands, gathered the players, and announced his decision. "Remember, we reconvene tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning. I expect no tardiness." Upon hearing the announcement, the players erupted in cheers. "Hooray! Long live the coach. Coach, I love you." Even a mere half-day was invaluable for them, their hearts yearning for home. "Lin, you are truly remarkable," Sun Xingmin exclaimed excitedly, giving Lin Quan a thumbs up before hastily rushing to the locker room to change. Observing his eagerness, it was evident he had a date with his girlfriend. Recently, he had seen a report in the Sun stating that Sun Xingmin was spotted on a date with his girlfriend during national team duties, captured by paparazzi. Now a prominent figure in the Premier League, Sun Xingmin had attracted considerable attention, especially given that the Sun relishes such sensational stories. Fans, upon seeing the physique of Sun Xingmin's rumored girlfriend, felt a mix of envy and admiration, deeming him a winner in life. Lin Quan, however, held no interest in others' privacy. As his teammates departed, he chose to remain and continue training. De Bruyne, displaying commendable camaraderie, noticed Lin Quan's persistence and decided to stay and train alongside him. Yet, when lunchtime arrived and they headed to the cafeteria, Lin Quan discovered that De Bruyne was nowhere to be found. "Hey, Kevin, where are you?" "Of course I went home. Didn't the coach say we had a day off?" De Bruyne replied, perplexed. "If the coach announced a break, why would I remain with the team? Is anyone at home?" "No one." "Wait, are you referring to Caroline? I broke up with her." "Oh." Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Lin Quan, while uninterested in others' affairs, found himself captivated by De Bruyne's relationship status. The reason was simple. De Bruyne's girlfriend might have been unfaithful. Poor De Bruyne. Was he destined to face such a fate? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Quan lost focus on training and quickly drove to De Bruyne's residence, eager to uncover the truth. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? De Bruyne's home was not empty. A stunning woman was present, and their demeanor suggested a romantic relationship. Ahem. Michelle just arrived. Would you believe me if I said that? De Bruyne had a habit of lowering his head and touching his nose when he lied. I believe you. Of course. I merely came to deliver Christmas gifts. Lin Quan replied, producing 2 presents he had prepared in advance and handing them to De Bruyne. Since De Bruyne was accompanied, Lin Quan did not linger to avoid being a third wheel and swiftly departed. "Kevin, why didn't you invite your friend in for a chat?" Michelle had just gone to brew tea for Lin Quan, preparing to host him. But by the time she brought out the tea, Lin Quan had already left. "I forgot." De Bruyne scratched his head, feeling inexplicably anxious despite their familiarity. As if caught in a misdeed, and completely neglected to invite the other in or offer a return greeting. Michelle found De Bruyne's explanation somewhat amusing. However, having spent considerable time with him, she understood his character well enough not to press the matter further. Instead, she produced 2 carefully prepared gifts, reminding De Bruyne to present them to Lin Quan and the coach when he went to the team the following day. Upon returning home, the vast villa was devoid of company. Sierra had taken her younger siblings back to Spain early, while Guardiola, the workaholic, appeared to still be laboring away at the club. Lin Quan removed his coat, switched on the living room lights, and sank into the sofa, idly turning on the television. The screen displayed highlights from the previous round of Premier League matches, where he spotted himself alongside Son Heung-min. Hearing the commentators awkwardly praise him, he felt somewhat bemused. His last goal had been far from spectacular. Being included in the highlight reel seemed more a favor due to his reputation than merit. In contrast to the Premier League rivals, Lin Quan found himself more intrigued by opponents from other leagues. He perused highlights from recent matches between Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga, noting that both Messi and Ronaldo had exhibited outstanding performances over the past month. Under Zidane's guidance, Ronaldo showcased his prowess as a top striker, with an even higher scoring efficiency this season, thanks to the attacking tactics that allowed him to shine on the front line, scoring at will. Although they failed to reach the semifinals last year, this season, Real Madrid appeared a formidable opponent, seemingly elevated in strength. As for Barcelona, Messi's return from injury had also been remarkable, even suggesting a resurgence to his peak form. The departure of Neymar had intensified his responsibilities, yet the immense pressure instigated a transformation. Messi became increasingly well-rounded, enhancing both his offensive and organizational capabilities. With Suarez still in his prime, their partnership remained a daunting offensive threat in both La Liga and the Champions League, commanding respect from any team that faced them. Compared to these two giants of La Liga, Atletico Madrid, despite lacking star players, had become a cohesive unit under Simeone's management, operating on the field with military-like discipline. This team had shed its underdog status and was gradually emerging as the third powerhouse in La Liga, with few teams across Europe capable of besting them. The triumvirate of La Liga appears formidable. Should they encounter one another in the quarterfinals or semifinals, the matches would indeed prove challenging. The most concerning aspect is that if fortune does not favor them, and they are faced with such tenacious opponents throughout, by the time Manchester City reaches the final, they may be significantly fatigued. La Liga stands as a league that rivals, and perhaps even slightly surpasses, the English Premier League, leading many to pin their hopes of overcoming English teams on the Spanish clubs. However, aside from the three giants of La Liga, Bayern Munich from the Bundesliga and Paris Saint-Germain from Ligue 1 also present a robust challenge this season, making them formidable adversaries. Following the acquisition of Neymar, Paris Saint-Germain now boasts an abundance of talent and financial resources, yet they still yearn for the elusive championship. In an effort to promote the Qatar World Cup, the Qatari investors are keen for PSG to ascend to the pinnacle of European football. They have already invested over €1 billion and are willing to spend even more. Despite PSG's enhanced strength this season, their prospects of clinching the Champions League remain tenuous. Their inability to overcome Real Madrid during the group stage underscored the difficulties they face against Europe's elite teams. Additionally, there are three other teams of comparable caliber to Real Madrid, and should PSG encounter any of them, their ability to advance is uncertain. A failure would necessitate a renewed attempt in the following year. While watching highlights of PSG's matches, Quan took particular note of another Ligue 1 team, as Monaco. Although Monaco did not progress to the Champions League proper this year, having been eliminated in the qualifying rounds, Quan's interest was piqued not by the team itself, but by their young player Kylian Mbappé. Influenced by Quan, Mbappé has made his mark on the Ligue 1 stage at a remarkably young age. Moreover, due to Monaco's elimination by Valencia in the qualifying rounds, coupled with PSG's dominance in Ligue 1, Monaco finds themselves in a position where they are neither contending for the title nor fearing relegation, thus affording them ample time to nurture new talent. Consequently, Mbappé's appearances and playing time in Ligue 1 have been steadily increasing. This season, he has represented Monaco in a total of 8 matches, 4 in Ligue 1 and 4 in cup competitions, during which he has scored 2 goals. While his goal-scoring rate may seem modest, he is merely a child of 17, having already set records simply by taking the field, let alone scoring. Thus, Mbappé, who has shattered the record for the youngest goal-scorer in Ligue 1, has naturally attracted the attention of numerous clubs. In Ligue 1, he is regarded as a future star for the French national team, and even the head coach Didier Deschamps made a personal visit to Monaco to observe him play. Following the match, Deschamps heaped praise upon him. Mbappé's remarkable performance not only caught Deschamps' attention, but also elicited admiration from the retired Thierry Henry. The record for the youngest goal-scorer in Ligue 1, which Mbappé has broken, was originally set by Henry during his time at Monaco. Thus, the outside world has drawn connections between these two individuals. Both are wingers, renowned for their remarkable speed, and they share numerous similarities, making it quite reasonable for people to perceive Mbappé as a second Thierry Henry. Although Monaco is not technically French territory, Mbappé is undeniably a true Frenchman. As long as he continues to develop, it is a foregone conclusion that one day he will don the national jersey. Should Mbappé indeed ascend to the heights of Henry, the future French team would be formidable. In recent years, there has been an explosion of talent across all positions in the French squad, with stars like Pogba and Griezmann rapidly rising. Deschamps' team is predominantly youthful, and many predict that France may very well become the grave diggers of Spain in the future. Chapter 112. Youngsters, exercise restraint. Listening to the various praises of Mbappé from the television, Quan could not help but yawn. While Mbappé is destined to be formidable in the future, it is still somewhat premature, and early fame may not necessarily be advantageous for him. Star players often face targeted scrutiny on the pitch. For athletes at his age, an injury could be catastrophic for their careers, particularly for a speedster like Mbappé, where the repercussions are even more severe. Just as he was about to rise and turn off the television, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, a smile spread across Quan's face. "Let me venture a guess. Your call is surely not merely to wish me a Merry Christmas, is it?" "Haha, that's exactly it. You didn't expect me to deliver any surprises, did you? I'm not in the UK right now. On the other end of the line, Lily Collins chuckled. Well, I sent your Christmas gift a week ago. Considering the time, it should be arriving soon, right? Is that so? However, I haven't received anything yet. Upon hearing that it had been sent a week prior, Quan felt a twinge of unease. International courier services typically take 3 to 5 days. If it hasn't arrived after 7 days, there's likely an issue. Haha, you'll see your gift very soon. On the phone, Lily Collins stifled a giggle. Quan detected a hint of something unusual in her laughter. Why was she not the least bit concerned about her parcel being lost? Could it be? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. The moment he heard it, Quan immediately understood. The gift she mentioned was herself. As he opened the door, Lily Collins leaped into his arms. Surprised? You didn't expect me to return, did you? A triumphant smile graced her face. She had deliberately concealed her travel plans to orchestrate a delightful surprise for Quan. It seemed her efforts had indeed borne fruit. It was somewhat unexpected, especially considering someone had mentioned their schedule was fully booked with no spare time. Lily Collins is currently engaged in the production of a film, a fact that Quan had long been aware of. Thus, he was genuinely taken aback by her sudden return. The film has already wrapped up ahead of schedule. Lily Collins appeared somewhat exhilarated, as it had been a while since she had landed a leading role following the dismal box office performance of City of Bones. Therefore, this opportunity was immensely valuable to her. Should it fail again, she might have to contemplate a career change. Her unexpected appearance infused Quan's Christmas with a semblance of festive spirit. The following day, during team training, De Bruyne approached Quan, presenting him and Guardiola with a gift prepared by Michel. Observing De Bruyne's offering, Quan fell into deep contemplation. What's the matter? Do you not like the gift? De Bruyne, noticing Quan's furrowed brow, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. This gift was entirely curated by Michel, with no input from him, leaving him uncertain as to whether the recipient would appreciate it. Not at all. I am merely curious about how you suddenly acquired a new girlfriend. In October, Quan had seen De Bruyne with his former girlfriend, Caroline, and now, less than 3 months later, he had quietly moved on. That was quite a swift transition. I parted ways with Caroline due to certain unique circumstances. As for Michelle, she has been a longtime fan of mine, frequently engaging with me online and occasionally sending handmade gifts. We have known each other for quite some time, so it isn't as sudden as it may seem. De Bruyne spoke with candor, divulging everything that needed to be addressed. I see. I was merely wondering how a homebody like you managed to find a new girlfriend so quickly, unlike teammates who frequently frequented nightclubs and reveled in social scenes. De Bruyne's social circle was rather limited. Outside of training and matches, he preferred the comfort of his home, rarely venturing out. For someone like him, unless the woman took the initiative, meeting new people would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Perhaps it was for the best that he had moved on. Although Quan remained somewhat apprehensive about whether Caroline had been unfaithful, Michelle clearly embodied the archetype of a devoted partner. This was evident from the thoughtful Christmas gifts she had prepared for De Bruyne's teammates. Quan didn't recall receiving a gift from De Bruyne last year. This year, however, not only did he receive a gift, but even teammates who rarely played received tokens from De Bruyne. It was evident that this was not something De Bruyne had invested his own time in, as he lacked such inclination. In the original timeline, De Bruyne had suffered greatly due to the incident involving Courtois. Now that he had avoided such a tragedy, it could be considered a blessing. Conversely, the romantic situation surrounding Son Heung-min was entirely different. What on earth have you been up to? You look utterly drained. Observing Son Heung-min, whose complexion had turned pale and whose steps were unsteady, Quan and De Bruyne were taken aback. Ahem, I didn't rest well last night. I'll be fine after a moment. Son Heung-min's face flushed with embarrassment, as he seemed reluctant to divulge the cause. Those present, being seasoned individuals, understood the implications. Quan recalled the sizzling figure of Son Heung-min's rumored girlfriend featured in The Sun and immediately grasped the situation. He patted Son Heung-min's shoulder firmly and earnestly advised. Young man, moderation is key. Son Heung-min nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that Lu Xiaoying only visited occasionally and could not remain by his side indefinitely. In fact, she was set to return to South Korea today, thus any indulgence would require such opportunities. This, of course, explained why he may have overindulged the previous night. Now, Son Heung-min's primary concern was not anything else but the fear of being seen in his current state by the coach. Should the coach form a negative impression of him, it would spell disaster. However, Son Heung-min ultimately could not evade scrutiny. During the roll call, Guardiola discerned the signs. Enraged, Guardiola excluded him from the starting lineup for the upcoming match. On December 26th, the 18th round of the Premier League proceeded as scheduled, given the holiday season. And with teams from other leagues on break, this round of matches attracted a vast audience. In addition to the regular Premier League fans, many supporters of other leagues were drawn in. For these newly attracted fans, their familiarity with teams in the Premier League was limited, making the prominent clubs their natural choices for viewing. Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Chelsea all reaped the benefits. However, the team that gained the most was the rising star, Manchester City. As the team with the best performance in Europe over the past 2 years, Manchester City's international renown rivaled that of other elite clubs. With a roster brimming with stars, including football icon Quan and coaching giant Guardiola, they had no shortage of appeal. Furthermore, Manchester City's style of play was particularly captivating, especially for fans who favored La Liga. Watching Manchester City felt akin to witnessing a La Liga match. Thus, the match between Manchester City and Sunderland drew in billions of overseas viewers, predominantly from Asia. Before the game commenced, the Etihad Stadium was filled to capacity, with fans unable to secure tickets congregating around the stadium, reluctant to depart. As Manchester City's bus arrived at the venue, countless fans surged forward, completely surrounding the vehicle. What a day this is! Why are there so many people? Even the seasoned Guardiola could not help but be astonished at the throngs outside. Perhaps it was the holiday season that contributed to such an influx? Among the fans outside, many were neither from Manchester nor even from the UK. They had traveled from abroad to witness the match, a scenario not uncommon in Europe. Due to the prevalence of football culture, many individuals traveling to Europe seized the opportunity to visit the home grounds of various teams, often making a pilgrimage to watch matches. Take, for instance, Manchester United. The neighbor of Manchester City, Old Trafford consistently draws a significant number of overseas spectators for each game. Such a phenomenon was once beyond the reach of Manchester City. But in recent years, bolstered by improved performance and growing recognition, they too have begun to attract international fans. A considerable portion of these supporters hail from Asia. Prior to the arrival of Son Heung-min, the majority of match attendees were Chinese fans. However, after Son's signing, the presence of Korean supporters has notably increased. Yet, due to the vast population disparity, the number of Korean fans attending matches remains significantly lower than that of their Chinese counterparts, perhaps influenced by the electric atmosphere. Manchester City's players exhibited remarkable vigor from the outset of the match. In the 4th minute of the first half, Quan surged into the penalty area and was brought down, prompting the referee to award a penalty kick. Lin took the responsibility himself, converting it effortlessly and altering the score to 1-0. Within just 4 minutes, Manchester City had secured a dream start on their home turf. Following this auspicious opening, their offensive onslaught became increasingly formidable. In the 12th minute, De Bruyne delivered a precise through ball from the right, and Lin, fully attuned to the play, made a sudden dash. After receiving the pass, he found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, deftly maneuvering past him to score into an open net, bringing the tally to 2-0. The City fans in attendance erupted with joy. Within mere minutes of the match commencing, 2 goals had already graced the scoreboard. Many sensed that this encounter would surely culminate in a rout. Such brilliance! Quan's prowess was nothing short of magnificent. For many Chinese fans attending their first match, witnessing Lin's effortless brace was exhilarating, prompting an avalanche of applause and cheers. Is this truly the caliber of Quan? It felt even more astonishing than what had been observed on television. The visual impact of watching a live match far surpassed that of televised broadcasts. While viewing games on screen often fosters a false sense of capability, experiencing the match in person obliterated such illusions, leaving one to ponder. Is this speed, this agility, this dribbling truly human? Quan's exhibition was far from over. In the 22nd minute of the first half, he assisted Aguero in netting the 3rd goal of the match. Shortly thereafter, in the 33rd minute, he completed his hat trick with a free kick. Before the first half concluded, the score had escalated to 4-0. The Manchester City supporters at the Etihad Stadium were euphoric, alternating in songs celebrating Quan's exploits. On the sidelines, Guardiola rose from his coaching seat to applaud Lin's achievement. This lad is truly formidable. While I did instruct them to resolve the match early, I did not anticipate such a ruthless display. The opposing team is on the verge of mental collapse. A glance at the Sunderland players and their bench revealed a scene shrouded in dismay. The people of Sunderland may have sensed an impending defeat, yet they could hardly have anticipated such a humiliating loss. Despite the evident disparity in strength between the two teams, the sheer magnitude of the scoreline will undoubtedly deal a severe blow to Sunderland players' morale and confidence. Should their spirits be shattered by this match, the subsequent relegation battle could prove perilous. Indeed, while the first half of the Premier League season has yet to conclude, Sunderland and other teams have already begun their fight for survival. With a record of 3 wins, 3 draws, and 11 losses from the first 17 matches, Sunderland currently languishes in second-to-last place, trailing Newcastle United by a daunting 5 points. This gap, compounded by their dismal performance, places Sunderland's hopes of avoiding relegation in a precarious position. Under such dire circumstances, the massacre at the hands of Manchester City casts a dark shadow over the Black Cats' future. Just as Guardiola contemplated whether to show mercy to his players, De Bruyne found the net. The score escalated to 5, marking a calamitous outcome. At this juncture, any words would be futile. Guardiola resignedly returned to the bench, the scoreline having firmly secured Manchester City's victory. Consequently, he could now afford to make bold substitutions in the second half, resting several key players in preparation for the next match. One wonders how matters stand on the other side with Liverpool. At Anfield, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere at the Etihad Stadium just a few kilometers away, tension permeated the air. With 40 minutes elapsed, the score remained at 0. Although both teams displayed audacious attacking play, neither Liverpool nor Leicester City could breach their opponent's defenses, each side's backline proving resolute, thwarting numerous attempts. The outcome of this match is critically significant for both teams, currently sitting 9th in the league. Liverpool must secure a place in the top 4 for the next season's Champions League qualification. They find themselves 6 points adrift of the coveted positions. A substantial deficit indeed. To close this gap, winning every match is imperative, particularly against direct rivals like Leicester City. As for Leicester, they currently trail Manchester City by 6 points, and with a decisive clash between the two teams looming in 2 days, they cannot afford to fall behind. A loss in this match would see them 9 points adrift. Even if they win their next match, the gap would still remain at 6 points. However, should they triumph in both this and the following match, Leicester would find themselves just 3 points behind Manchester City. This margin signifies a genuine opportunity for them to contend for the championship. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 113. Guardiola's weakness. The title battle unfolds. The deadlock between Liverpool and Leicester City was irrevocably altered in the 65th minute of the second half with a goal from Bentic. This marked the first goal of the match and pushed Leicester City into a desperate situation. Bentic scored a crucial goal, a strike of immense value. Despite squandering several opportunities created by his teammates throughout the match, he ultimately seized one chance and converted it into a goal. This goal was pivotal, not only for Liverpool and Leicester City, but also for Manchester City on the other side. Leicester's situation has become precarious. A defeat in this match could see them trailing Manchester City by more than 10 points at the halfway mark. Commentators began to express concern for Leicester City. Should they lose this match, they would find themselves 9 points behind Manchester City. If they were to lose again in their next encounter with the league leaders, the points gap would widen to 12, falling behind by 12 points at the halfway stage. And barring a catastrophic collapse from Manchester City in the second half of the season, Leicester City would find it nearly impossible to catch up. Consequently, their hopes of contending for the championship might be irrevocably dashed due to this match. Ranieri appears to be a mild-mannered gentleman, yet even the kindest can reach their limit. Observing his team's deficit on the scoreboard, he decisively made substitutions to accelerate the attacking tempo, sacrificing some defensive strength to bolster their offensive efforts. He urged his players to engage in fierce battles in the attacking third, adopting a desperate posture for the final 30 minutes of the match. With nothing left to lose, Leicester City either faced the prospect of Liverpool overwhelming them or they would rally to equalize or even take the lead. Though Leicester City is a club with humble beginnings, their emergence as this season's dark horse is a testament to their undeniable talent. When such a team adopts a life-or-death mentality, even a storied powerhouse like Liverpool may find it challenging to withstand. In the dying moments of the match, Liverpool found themselves in a vulnerable position. This was partly due to Klopp's tactical emphasis on movement and pressing, which led to excessive physical exertion among the players, causing a stamina crisis in the second half. Additionally, Leicester City, driven by determination, applied immense pressure, leaving Liverpool's players struggling to breathe under the weight of it all. Nevertheless, Liverpool, as a seasoned giant, demonstrated remarkable resilience. Even when faced with relentless assaults from their opponents, they held firm, repeatedly thwarting Leicester's advances despite the mounting pressure. As the match reached its climax, Liverpool players frequently suffered cramping but chose not to lie down and waste time. The home crowd, a sea of passionate supporters, united in singing the renowned anthem "You'll Never Walk Alone" to rally their team. Amidst the cheers of tens of thousands, Liverpool persevered until the final whistle. When the referee signaled the end of the match, nearly all Liverpool players collapsed onto the pitch. This contest had truly exhausted them, and their hard-fought victory was undeniably hard-earned. Meanwhile, the Leicester City players stood with hands on hips, their faces etched with disappointment. The defeat in such a pivotal match has significantly impacted the team's morale, particularly at this critical juncture as they prepare to face the league leaders. On the sidelines, Klopp took the initiative to approach Ranieri, offering a handshake and exchanging a few pleasantries. "Your team performed remarkably well. I hope for your victory in the upcoming match," he remarked. On December 28th, Leicester City will host Manchester City, and as challengers, Liverpool naturally hopes for an opportunity to hinder City's progress. In such a scenario, they would theoretically still harbor hopes of claiming the championship, albeit merely in theory, as the gap between them and Manchester City is currently quite substantial. Ranieri managed a faint smile, responding, "Thank you for your kind wishes, and congratulations on your victory today. You deserved it." Had it not been for the exhausting toll of this match, he might have felt more confident about facing Manchester City at home. However, after enduring such a brutal contest and ultimately suffering a defeat, the team has not only exhausted its physical reserves but also diminished its morale, resulting in a double loss. Given Leicester's current state, even returning to their home ground, Ranieri harbors little confidence. What are the chances of victory? Perhaps even 30% would be overly optimistic. The media's focus following this round of matches primarily centered on Manchester City and Leicester City. This season, traditional powerhouses have faltered, leaving a new contender and a dark horse vying for the title, an outcome that few anticipated before the matches commenced. Although public sentiment has been largely supportive of Leicester City and many fans wish for their triumph, the objective reality remains unchanged. Leicester's inherent strength is inferior to that of Manchester City, and their current form does not match City's prowess. This has led to a chorus of despair before the top-of-the-table clash, with many believing Leicester's defeat to be a foregone conclusion. Not only was the public sentiment aligned with this view, but even Leicester's head coach, Ranieri, expressed doubts about overcoming Manchester City in interviews. Manchester City is a great team, and Guardiola is one of the most talented coaches in football. Under his guidance, this City side appears flawless, Ranieri candidly stated, and sincerity is indeed a powerful asset. Consequently, many Manchester City supporters began to celebrate prematurely, popping champagne before the match had commenced. Ranieri has shown fear. How could he not? What level are they at? And what level are we at? Tell me how I am to win. With the match yet to begin, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. In light of the disappointing performances from other traditional powerhouses this season, I hereby declare that the 2015 to 2016 Premier League champions are Manchester City. This sense of overconfidence and underestimation is not limited to casual fans. It permeates the atmosphere within the Manchester City squad as well. Some players have even begun to speculate whether, following this match, the team might enjoy a holiday on New Year's Day or engage in some form of celebration. Similar festivities were held several times last year, and the team's owner is quite generous, frequently organizing raffles where, with a stroke of luck, one might win substantial prizes. Guardiola remains acutely aware of this complacent atmosphere within the team, unfazed by the external flattery. While Ranieri's comments may indeed hold a kernel of truth, they could also serve as a psychological tactic aimed at misleading Manchester City into a false sense of security. In the realm of football, prematurely celebrating a victory is deemed a grave misstep. Should one falter, the repercussions would be swift, leaving them ridiculed and shamed. The cautionary tale of AC Milan looms large, serving as a stark reminder. Thus, upon sensing this burgeoning complacency, Guardiola promptly gathered the players to address the matter. "Do you believe the next match is already a foregone conclusion?" His gaze swept across the players, and upon hearing his question, some shook their heads in denial. while others remained silent, seemingly acknowledging their thoughts. Most of those harboring such sentiments were younger players, the seasoned veterans, with their wealth of experience. Understood that every Premier League team poses a formidable challenge, thus exhibiting less arrogance. If this is your belief, then I might as well grant you an early holiday, and you need not attend the next match. Upon hearing Guardiola's announcement of a potential holiday, some players could hardly contain their excitement. Yet, upon witnessing his stern demeanor, they hesitated to celebrate, standing obediently in place, awaiting their reprimand. I speak sincerely. If you take the field with such a mindset, we are destined to lose. Guardiola's words resonated powerfully, leaving the players momentarily stunned as they turned their gazes towards him. Some appeared perplexed, others indignant, while a few fell into contemplation, and some maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly as spectators to the unfolding drama. If you believe that you can triumph merely through external praise and the comparison of our respective strengths on paper, then let us forego all subsequent matches and simply present you with the trophy in advance. Guardiola locked eyes with each player, compelling those who had grown proud and complacent to lower their heads in shame. As players, they were well aware of the unpredictable nature of football. Anything can happen on the pitch. A lesson imparted to me during my playing days was to refrain from celebrating victory before the final whistle. Now, I impart to you another. Never underestimate any opponent. Following his address, Guardiola proceeded to announce the starting lineup for tomorrow's match. Those players who had demonstrated a lack of seriousness were entirely omitted from the squad, even from the substitutes bench. Guardiola's temperament is not particularly admirable. He is a rather obsessive individual with a strong desire for control, often employing psychological tactics on his players. He prefers to assert dominance over every aspect, including the game itself and his athletes. When it comes to those he disapproves of or who do not perform to his standards, Guardiola is unyielding in his decisions. Consequently, those excluded from the main roster find themselves in a state of unease, fearing that any misstep could lead to their departure from Manchester City during the transfer window. After training, they approached Quan, hoping he could intercede on their behalf. "Gu, could you possibly speak to the coach for us?" Quan smiled and replied, honestly, "If you apologize to him directly or maintain a low profile for a few days and pray for our victory against Leicester City, that should suffice. However, do not repeat such mistakes in the future. The coach places great importance on a player's attitude towards the game. While skill can be honed over time, a flawed mindset is irreparable." It is not surprising that Guardiola is prone to such outbursts. Quan is somewhat aware of the reasons behind this. During his tenure at Barcelona, under Guardiola's guidance, the team transformed into an invincible force, surpassing even the legendary Galacticos through the tiki-taka strategy. However, some players, after amassing various accolades, gradually lost their hunger for victory and ambition, resulting in a lack of motivation on the pitch. This led to Barcelona, despite its rich history of triumph, faltering across all competitions. Guardiola's departure from the club was undoubtedly influenced by his strained relationship with President Rosell, but his disappointment and dissatisfaction with the team's condition were equally significant factors. For a perfectionist like him, it is imperative that his players maintain unwavering competitive spirit and deliver their utmost performance in every match, adhering strictly to his tactical directives, even when the outcome appears inevitable. Such expectations may seem reasonable, yet they are exceedingly difficult to fulfill. After all, humans are not machines and are prone to errors. If he were to impose such stringent demands on each player, it could be perceived as somewhat inhumane. In his previous role at Bayern, Guardiola's obsessive tendencies sparked discontent among certain players, and now this issue has merely been carried over to Manchester City. However, the absence of rebellious personalities within the squad, coupled with the deference shown to his esteemed reputation as a world-class coach, has thus far prevented any overt conflicts. Nevertheless, if these issues remain unaddressed, it is only a matter of time before they manifest. He contemplates whether he should seek an opportunity to communicate with Guardiola, both as a player and as a son. Yet for now, regardless of his internal musings, Quan remains unwavering in his support for Guardiola. After all, a major battle looms on the horizon, and he cannot afford to undermine the coach's authority. After receiving guidance from Quan, the players dutifully approached Guardiola to express their contrition. Guardiola forgave them, yet he remained steadfast in excluding them from the next match's roster. Their future opportunities to participate in matches would hinge on their attitude during the upcoming training sessions. On December 28th, The concluding match of the first half of the Premier League season commenced as the spotlight fixture of this round. The encounter between Manchester City and Leicester City was scheduled to be the final match, rendering it the last match of the 5 major leagues in 2015. To prevent any impact on viewership, all other matches in this round had concluded before this pivotal clash began. Consequently, the match garnered unprecedented interest and attention, with hundreds of broadcasters covering the event and the number of viewers potentially exceeding 1 billion. Particularly in the UK, the atmosphere was electric. The King Power Stadium was packed to capacity, with even the aisles filled with spectators. Countless fans were poised for the kickoff. Chapter 114. The clash for supremacy begins. Schmeichel's miraculous save. Due to its long-standing presence in lower leagues, Leicester City's home ground is relatively modest, accommodating just over 30,000 spectators. Given the significance of this match, all tickets for the King Power Stadium had swiftly sold out, leaving many fans without the opportunity to secure a seat. The city of Leicester itself is not insignificant, boasting a population of approximately 300,000. While this might equate to a small county in other countries, within England's population of just over 60 million, it is undeniably a major city, more than capable of supporting a top-flight club. In contrast, nearby Manchester, with a population of merely 500,000, is home to 2 footballing giants, Manchester City and Manchester United. Given the English people's fervor for football, as long as Leicester City remains in the Premier League for a few more years, solidifying and expanding their fan base, they could amass funds to renovate their stadium. Of course, this also depends on whether the benefactors behind Leicester City are willing to invest. If they encounter an owner akin to Arsenal's, who is reluctant to spend and treats the club merely as a profit-generating entity, then hope would be futile. Whenever Quan visits a stadium, he habitually surveys the entire venue first. As his career has progressed, and he has participated in an increasing number of matches, he has checked off many renowned stadiums across Europe, such as the Bernabeu, Camp Nou, Allianz Arena, and Old Trafford. Among these, a few have left a profound impression on him, particularly the Allianz Arena and the Bernabeu. The Camp Nou, due to his frequent visits, has lost its novelty for him. Old Trafford, Manchester United's home ground, is indeed quite beautiful, and as a local rival, Quan holds a fondness for it, as it has been a place of fortune for him. While the commercialization of the Premier League has been remarkably successful when it comes to fervor for the sport, the British may not surpass the Germans. This is evident from the scale of the home stadiums of the 2 countries' football clubs. Typically, Bundesliga stadiums are larger and boast higher attendance rates. This phenomenon is undoubtedly linked to the relatively affordable ticket prices in the Bundesliga, where most clubs operate on a membership basis. Ownership does not rest with individuals, and profit is not the primary objective, thus allowing for consideration of the ordinary fan's perspective. As Quan surveyed the home ground of Leicester City, the home supporters were also scrutinizing him. Perhaps aware that this man would pose the greatest threat to their team that day, the Leicester fans began to jeer as soon as he entered. Some shouted at him, even gesturing in a somewhat friendly manner, attempting to intimidate him. Quan had witnessed such scenes countless times and chose to ignore them. After all, retaliating with a rude gesture would likely lead to an investigation or punishment from the English Football Association, which was hardly worth the risk. Once he began his warm-up, he retrieved a football and called over Joe Hart, and the two commenced their practice of shooting and saving. This one-on-one training serves as a significant test for both the goalkeeper and the striker. Shots taken from outside the penalty area are not particularly challenging for a goalkeeper who is focused, thus scoring requires a high level of skill. This might entail selecting tricky angles that are difficult to save, increasing the shot's power to hasten its speed and compress the goalkeeper's reaction time, or imparting spin to the ball to affect its trajectory, thereby misleading the goalkeeper and inducing errors. Joe Hart remained highly attentive, successfully parrying 3 out of Quan's first 10 shots. Witnessing such a low save rate, the Leicester supporters' expressions shifted noticeably. Coincidentally, their star striker Vardy was engaged in a similar training routine on the opposite half, yet he managed to score only 4 out of 10 shots, having 6 saved. Although Leicester's goalkeeper, Schmeichel, possessed considerable skill, Joe Hart was no novice. He had once been a member of the England national team. While he had lost his starting position to Navis in the past 2 seasons, it did not imply that he was devoid of talent. Thus, the outcome of their practice only served to highlight one undeniable fact. There existed a significant disparity in the capabilities of the 2 team strikers. Observing this, Vardy expressed his irritation to his teammate. "Hey, Schmeichel, can't you ease up a bit? Don't you see our home fans are eager to witness my brilliance?" Schmeichel rolled his eyes in response. "I too must strive to maintain my form and find my rhythm. Otherwise, when the match begins, how will I confront the fierce onslaught from Manchester City?" Schmeichel was unwilling to compromise his performance by slacking off, as he sensed that the match would pose an exceptionally stern test for the goal he was defending. Manchester City's configuration in the attacking midfield is truly formidable within the Premier League. Each player possesses the capability to score, particularly Quan, Aguero, and Son Heung-min. The reason why Schmeichel Jr. places such significance on this match, aside from its implications for the league title as a top-of-the-table clash, is also tied to his past as a player for Manchester City. In the realm of football, many players tend to elevate their performances when facing their former clubs, eager to showcase their prowess. However, during Schmeichel Jr.'s tenure at Manchester City, the club had yet to receive investment from the Abu Dhabi consortium and was merely an average mid-table Premier League team. His inability to secure a place in that ordinary Manchester City side is a testament to his skills at that time. His subsequent evolution into an esteemed goalkeeper is a reflection of his own dedication and effort. Now, 7 or 8 years have passed since his departure from Manchester City, and had the club not risen to prominence, he might have forgotten about them entirely, let alone consider seeking revenge. For Quan, taking set-piece shots poses little challenge, prompting him to summon Kroos and De Bruyne, asking them to deliver passes from both flanks at various angles and intensities to simulate real match scenarios. Observing Quan unleash a barrage of shots with his toes, instep, and even heel, employing a myriad of techniques such as pushes, chips, volleys, and curls from different positions, left the Leicester City fans in awe, momentarily forgetting to boo. This individual possesses an astonishingly comprehensive shooting skill set. It is no wonder he has claimed the Premier League Golden Boot. He is indeed formidable. Concerns began to surface among Leicester City fans regarding their defensive line's ability to withstand the onslaught. Leicester's defense has not been particularly impressive, having conceded 25 goals over the past 18 matches, averaging 1.39 goals per game, ranking them 6th from the bottom in the league. Their victories have often relied on their offensive prowess, frequently achieving narrow wins by a single goal. In contrast, Manchester City has exhibited tremendous defensive strength this season, conceding only 9 goals, making them the most formidable defensive team in the Premier League. Offensively, their firepower is equally intimidating, with a total of 49 goals scored this season, leading Leicester City by a staggering 12 goals, firmly establishing their dominance at the top. Faced with such a formidable team, Leicester City will encounter significant challenges on both ends of the pitch. Guardiola, initially engaged in casual conversation with his assistants on the sidelines, found himself captivated by Quan's impressive display. Feeling a surge of enthusiasm, he removed his suit and joined the ranks of those feeding Quan the ball on the field. However, whether due to the length of his retirement or the hindrance of his dress shoes, his passing quality paled in comparison to that of the other two, inadvertently increasing Quan's difficulty in handling the ball, yet also serving as a means of training. Pep Guardiola, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to engage further in the match. However, while handling the ball, his foot slipped, causing him to tumble awkwardly onto the pitch, eliciting peals of laughter from the Leicester City fans. Nearby players hurried to assist their coach back to his feet, while Guardiola feigned calmness, brushing off the grass from his sweater. After exchanging greetings with his players, he limped toward the coaching bench, rubbing his back and grimacing in pain. This comical scene provoked hearty laughter from the crowd, and even the Manchester City supporters joined in. A rarity, given their usual composure. Perhaps Guardiola's pre-match strategies bore fruit, or perhaps his own peculiar rituals proved effective. Once the match commenced, Manchester City surged forward with relentless momentum, launching an aggressive assault on Leicester City's home turf. Despite Leicester's coach having repeatedly emphasized the formidable nature of Manchester City to his players, the stark contrast between mere words and the palpable experience on the field was immense. At that moment, they were overwhelmed by an acute sense of helplessness and suffocation, feeling the oppressive strength of their opponents. On the sidelines, Ranieri, the tactician, clenched his fists in anxiety. He had meticulously prepared for this encounter, yet as the match unfolded, despair seeped in. Manchester City was simply too powerful, an almost suffocating presence. Meanwhile, Guardiola, having returned to the bench, was taken aback by Leicester City's swift advance into Manchester's territory at the match's onset. This was no solitary player charging forward. It was a concerted effort by many, seemingly aiming to catch City off guard. How fortuitous. It mirrored Guardiola's own intentions. Thus, Leicester City's offensive attempt was swiftly countered by Manchester City, who were equally poised for an aggressive strike. The considerable commitment of Leicester's players to the attack left their defensive line vulnerable. When Manchester City seized the ball and transitioned to the offensive, alarms rang within Leicester's defense. City's attack commenced, featuring a sweeping crossfield move. Quan received the ball and passed to Son Heung-min, who dashed to the byline and delivered a cross into the box. Aguero took a shot, dangerous, but Schmeichel, the goalkeeper, made a remarkable save, blocking Aguero's attempt with his body. In just the first minute, Manchester City had created a notably threatening opportunity, causing anxiety to ripple through the hearts of Leicester City fans in attendance. Was this the caliber of a Champions League champion? Indeed, it was terrifyingly formidable. While the media had touted Leicester City as the dark horse of the Premier League, and some optimistically believed they could maintain stability, the more discerning Leicester supporters recognized the formidable challenge ahead. Unless Manchester City faltered in the latter half of the season, akin to Arsenal's decline, it was nearly impossible for Leicester to dethrone them as champions. This match further solidified their conviction that Manchester City far surpasses Leicester City. They are simply no match. After Aguero squandered a golden opportunity, he raised his hand in apology to Son Heung-min, taking responsibility for the miss. Son, however, bore him no ill will and instead gave him a thumbs up, praising the beauty of his shot. Throughout the game, the wingers made numerous attempts to deliver crosses from the flanks, yet the chances that culminated in shots and goals were scarce. The initial offensive failure did not dampen Manchester City's spirits in the slightest. They quickly regained possession in the attacking third and launched a counterattack even more threatening than the previous one. This time, Quan broke down the flank and cut inside, glancing at Aguero's position, feigning a pass to him, only to create space for himself and unleash a sudden strike. Utilizing Aguero's screen, Quan's shot was executed with remarkable surprise and an exquisitely acute angle. However, Schmeichel Jr. seemed to have discerned Quan's intentions before he even took the shot, moving preemptively to soar and deflect the ball away. Schmeichel Jr. He stepped up and executed a phenomenal save. His brilliant performance left the fans and commentators in utter astonishment. The slow-motion replay revealed that Quan's shot was of exceptional quality, directed towards the far corner of the net. Yet, a lithe figure appeared in front of the goal, resembling a soaring rock, and forcefully parried the ball away. It was a pity. Had that shot found the net, it could have easily become the best goal of the match or even the entire round of the Premier League. After executing that miraculous save, Schmeichel Jr. leapt from the ground, roaring with excitement. Such a save is undoubtedly a tremendous morale booster for both the goalkeeper and his teammates. The spirit within Leicester City was significantly uplifted by Schmeichel Jr.'s two early saves. Though Manchester City is formidable, with a guardian angel in goal, what have we to fear? In this match, King Power Stadium welcomed a special spectator, the elder Schmeichel. When the broadcast camera captured him, he was seen applauding his son's splendid save alongside the fans. Upon realizing he was on the big screen, he paused momentarily and waved at the camera. The elder Schmeichel is a renowned figure from Manchester United and one of the finest goalkeepers of his era. Witnessing his son's remarkable performance, many drew parallels between the two. One wonders if Schmeichel Jr. can ever reach the heights achieved by his father. The conclusion of this chapter. Chapter 115. The defensive midfielder and three center-backs, Zidane's tactical response to Manchester City. Despite Schmeichel Jr.'s outstanding individual performance, he could not alter the prevailing momentum of the match. Shortly after the kickoff, Manchester City had already seized control of the game, imposing pressure on Leicester City. Although Leicester City's players exerted great effort to reverse this unfavorable situation, Manchester City's tactical formation effectively subdued them. Guardiola's three center-back setup, along with the strategic deployment of a defensive midfielder, rendered Leicester City's pressing in the attacking third largely ineffectual against Manchester City's ball carriers. They are capable of methodically orchestrating repeated offensives and benefiting from their numerical superiority in the midfield. Manchester City seized control of the central area from the very beginning. This dominance enabled them to consistently propel the ball forward, effectively exploiting the vacant spaces along the flanks and relentlessly launching attacks against Leicester City from both sides. Such a strategy rendered Leicester City quite uncomfortable, while their left flank was manageable. Following David Silva's injury, either Navas or Son Heung-min took his place. Both players lacked the passing and dribbling finesse of Silva, thus relegating them to a more rudimentary role, either delivering crosses or cutting in for shots. In contrast, the right flank was animated by none other than the exceptional winger, Quan. Once the ball found its way to his feet, the options became abundant. Consequently, Leicester City placed special emphasis on fortifying their defense on Quan's side, deploying heavy artillery to counter him. However, this adjustment inevitably caused their formation to tilt towards the right, granting Manchester City's players ample space to maneuver on the left. Observing this scenario, Kroos, the orchestrator for Manchester City, decisively switched the ball to the vacant left side, creating an opportunity for Son Heung-min. Understanding the situation, Son retreated to draw the defender's attention away, before suddenly accelerating towards Leicester City's half. The opposing fullback was caught off guard, and by the time he turned to pursue, Son had already established a significant distance. A clear shot on goal for Manchester City. Opportunity. Son Heung-min shoots. Schmeichel, the keeper, made a brilliant save, but wait, Manchester's assault was not yet over. De Bruyne seized the ball, and all of Leicester's defenders converged upon him. De Bruyne passed the ball, but to whom? It was Quan. The ball found the net. The score became 0-1. Leicester City's players committed a fatal error in their defense, allowing Quan to remain unmarked, an egregious blunder. In the commentary booth, the announcers were left speechless by Leicester's concession. The reason for their astonishment was the astonishing ease with which Quan scored. Taking advantage of his teammates drawing the defender's attention, he stealthily entered the penalty area, and just as he found the opening, De Bruyne's precise pass arrived. All Lin had to do was receive the ball and slot it into the empty net. Such a comfortable shot posed no challenge for a top-tier striker like Quan. Given 100 chances, he might not miss a single one. After scoring, Lin gave De Bruyne a thumbs up. Well played, Kevin. At least 3 Leicester City players had rushed towards De Bruyne, yet amidst the pressure, he not only retained possession but also delivered an impeccable pass to Quan's feet. This level of composure and skill under duress truly exemplified the value of a playmaker. De Bruyne stood tall with pride. Of course. Just look at who is delivering the pass. In regard to the previous play, he felt a sense of pride, though he had not truly seen whether Quan was present. However, as the opposing player lunged towards him, he discerned an opening. If he could successfully pass the ball, any teammate in position would be afforded an excellent opportunity to score. His instincts proved correct, as Quan indeed appeared in the right place at the right time, demonstrating remarkable synergy. On the sidelines, Guardiola clenched his fists in excitement upon witnessing Quan's goal. While Quan's final shot was rather unremarkable, it was De Bruyne's deft touch that truly captivated him. This young man consistently conjures unexpected moments of brilliance. It seems there is no pass he cannot execute, and his choices and techniques continually astonish onlookers. Truly, he is a masterful playmaker. With a few elite forwards at his disposal, his assist tally would surely soar. Fortuitously, Manchester City possesses such formidable strikers. Thus, Guardiola sensed that De Bruyne's statistics this year would likely experience a remarkable surge. While this thought filled him with joy, it also instilled a degree of trepidation. As the saying goes, fame can attract unwanted attention. Once De Bruyne gains recognition, the allure of prestigious clubs will undoubtedly increase. The mere thought of these elite teams brandishing checks to poach players left Guardiola with a throbbing headache. Since last year, the transfer window has consistently seen a flood of offers for various players from Manchester City, including Kroos, Aguero, and even Quan. Each transfer period, the task of rejecting these bids has left him feeling overwhelmed. Now, with De Bruyne added to the mix, his workload would only increase. While declining offers from other clubs is relatively straightforward, managing the player's sentiments poses a greater challenge. Should any player succumb to the temptations of rival clubs and insist on departing, the club would find it difficult to retain them. Particularly, these players, especially the key ones, are integral to Guardiola's tactical framework. Losing them would undoubtedly diminish Manchester City's strength. Following this match, the winter transfer window is set to commence, and he could already foresee numerous inquiries regarding De Bruyne's valuation. Meanwhile, Schmeichel Jr. sensed something amiss as Quan prepared to shoot, exerting every effort to retreat, yet ultimately arriving too late. By the time he executed his save, the ball had already found the back of the net. This left him with a profound sense of frustration, unwilling to accept being so easily breached. Despite his prior stellar performance, why did he still concede a goal? In the stands, Schmeichel observed his son's disheartened expression and could not help but sigh. The unique nature of the goalkeeper's position is such that even 100 or 1,000 magnificent saves can be rendered meaningless by a single error. Before Manchester City's goal, the situation on the pitch had already been quite unfavorable for Leicester City. At this moment, buoyed by their goal, the opposing team's morale surged significantly, while, in stark contrast, Leicester City found their spirits severely dampened. This shift in momentum could render the match increasingly unfavorable for Leicester City. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Schmeichel felt a pang of concern for his son. In the forthcoming matches, the goal he guards will undoubtedly face more rigorous challenges than before. One cannot help but wonder if he will withstand the pressure. His foremost fear is that Manchester City might achieve an overwhelmingly impressive score, as conceding numerous goals can shatter a goalkeeper's confidence, plunging him into a state of self-doubt. On the sidelines, Ranieri clearly recognized the unfavorable situation for his side. However, he found himself powerless against Manchester City's relentless offensive, as their midfield and flanks were exceptionally formidable. Given Leicester City's capabilities, they could only concentrate their resources on countering one area, unable to manage both ends simultaneously. After all, their players' individual prowess paled in comparison to their rivals, and they could only rely on numerical superiority in localized regions to impose limitations on the opposition. Yet, this strategy would inevitably diminish their strength in other areas, thereby amplifying the threat posed by the opponent's attacks. Conversely, if they opted for a more balanced distribution of forces, they would leave vulnerabilities everywhere, making it impossible to defend effectively. What to do? How could they possibly unravel Manchester City's attacking tactics? A wry smile appeared on Zidane's face as he conversed with his assistant from a section of the stands at the King Power Stadium. It was the winter break in La Liga, and he had taken the opportunity to observe this high-stakes Premier League clash. Although uncertain whether Real Madrid would face Manchester City in the Champions League knockout stage, they could not afford to be complacent. Should such a confrontation occur without adequate preparation, the consequences could be dire. After all, 2 years prior, Real Madrid had succumbed to Manchester City, missing a golden opportunity for glory. The team often reflects on this, harboring resentment and a fervent desire to avoid repeating past mistakes. What if we relinquish pressure on their defensive line and instead sever the connection between Manchester City's flanks and their defense? The assistant coach proposed. Zidane shook his head. That won't do. Manchester City's outlet from the back lies at the central defensive midfielder position. If we do not apply pressure on their defenders, their connection with the midfield will strengthen, allowing the ball to reach the wingers effortlessly. In contemporary football, there is a discernible trend of teams' organizers retreating to deeper positions, transitioning from the traditional attacking midfielder to the defensive midfielder, and now to the central defensive midfielder. The classical attacking midfielder has vanished from the game. The rationale behind this disappearance is straightforward. The closer players are to the front line, the greater the intensity of the defensive pressure they face. Under the relentless pursuit and harassment from opponents, it becomes exceedingly challenging to orchestrate effective attacks. Once the team's organizing core is neutralized, their offensive capabilities become stifled. In order to provide the team's organizational core with a more comfortable opportunity to receive and handle the ball, their positions have been strategically placed in the midfield's defensive role. In this position, the only threats they face are the opposing forwards, significantly outnumbered, thus reducing the pressure and intensity of their challenges, allowing for a more composed ball-handling experience. However, in the contemporary football landscape, the trend is increasingly towards tactical sophistication and holistic strategies. The high-pressing tactics have garnered considerable acclaim, which means that even when the organizational core is stationed in a more defensive role, they still encounter substantial pressure. To alleviate this burden, some have devised the unconventional roles of wide and central defensive midfielders. Although this may sound rather absurd, these niche positions indeed pose considerable difficulty for opponents attempting to apply pressure, effectively easing the strain on the central midfielders. Zidane's skepticism towards Leicester City stems from their inability to pose a significant threat to Kroos thus far. This allows Kroos to orchestrate the game with remarkable ease, leveraging his expansive vision and overarching perspective to shift the ball towards the opponent's defensive vulnerabilities. Each successful pass creates a potential threat to Leicester's goal, and over time, the possibility of a Leicester comeback diminishes, while the gap between the teams only widens. What, then, should be done? The assistant coach felt somewhat at a loss. If Real Madrid were to encounter Manchester City in the Champions League, and Guardiola were to implement such tactics, how would they respond? Zidane pondered for a moment, formulating two potential strategies in his mind, unsure of their viability. There are fundamentally two ways to secure victory: offense and defense. The primary threat posed by Manchester City's tactics lies on the flanks. Thus, the defending side could arrange a formation with 5 defenders to completely neutralize the opposing wing threats. Alternatively, one could adopt a strategy of dual wing assaults, exploiting the opponent's weakness of having only 3 defenders and their vulnerability on the flanks to launch aggressive attacks on both sides. Offense is the best form of defense. If the opponent attempts to exploit the wings, the team can also capitalize on the flanks, effectively suppressing the opponent's wing play, thereby dismantling Guardiola's tactical framework. Of course, these remain idealized notions in his mind, the feasibility of which would require practical experimentation to ascertain. Ranieri swiftly made his decision, recognizing Manchester City's exceptional activity on the flanks, prompting him to compact his formation and enhance wing defense. Should the opponent's attack breach the 30-meter zone, he instructed Leicester's number 4, known as Waterboy, to retreat into the defensive line, forming a 5-defender setup. This adjustment would ensure sufficient width for the defenders to intercept the opponent's wing attacks, keeping vigilant watch over any attempts to cut inside or deliver crosses, thereby limiting their opportunities. Upon witnessing Ranieri's tactical choice, the assistant coach of Real Madrid felt a surge of surprise and couldn't help but steal a glance at Zidane. The head coach had accurately predicted the opponent's strategy, revealing a depth of skill that exceeded his initial expectations. Indeed, to be held in such high regard by President Florentino signifies that one is no ordinary talent. The question remains whether he can guide Real Madrid back to their rightful throne and secure their coveted 10th Champions League trophy. Zidane, oblivious to the thoughts of his assistant, immediately rallied his focus upon witnessing Ranieri's conservative choices, intent on observing the efficacy of such decisions on the pitch. If a 5-defender formation could genuinely contain Manchester City, then the latter's prospects in the Premier League might become rather grim. Chapter 116. Kroos, Kanté, De Bruyne, the triumvirate of Manchester's midfield. As their adversary fortified their flanks, Manchester City swiftly adapted, with Quan opting to drift more centrally while in possession, seeking to collaborate with teammates to stretch Leicester's defensive line through incisive passing and movement, all while waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Leicester City's decision to withdraw Drinkwater from a defensive midfield role to the backline significantly weakened their protective capabilities. This diminishment compelled their overall formation to retreat, necessitating others to fill the void left by his departure. However, this retreat ushered in a relentless siege from Manchester City, transforming the match into a half-field exercise in offense and defense. Although the setting was Leicester's home ground, the unfolding scenario left the home supporters in a state of trepidation. They were acutely aware of the disparity between their team and Manchester City, yet the magnitude of the difference was staggering. Visually, they were thoroughly subdued, unable to pose any threat, while every offensive maneuver from Manchester City sent shivers down their spines, fearing the imminent arrival of another goal. Fortunately, their worst fears did not materialize, as Leicester's resolute defense prevented Manchester City from extending their lead. However, the overwhelming emphasis on defense severely hampered Leicester's counterattacks. Without midfielders supporting the forwards, they were left to rely solely on individual efforts. In terms of one-on-one prowess, Van Dijk was unyielding. Thus, Leicester's scant counteroffensives in the first half were largely thwarted by Van Dijk's steadfast defense. The score remained 1-0 until the halftime whistle, at which point both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms for a 15-minute respite to prepare for the second half. In the visitors' dressing room, Guardiola appeared remarkably at ease. He commended his players for their first-half performance and outlined tactical adjustments for the second half. With Manchester City currently in the lead, albeit by a slender margin, Leicester's offensive efforts posed no threat to them. Even if Manchester City failed to net further goals in the remaining time, they could comfortably secure 3 points with a modest score of 1-0. Upon clinching this victory, Manchester City would extend their lead to 12 points. With a commanding 12-point lead at halftime, the likelihood of a setback in the second half diminishes significantly, allowing Manchester City to focus more intently on their European endeavors. Thanks to the collective misfortunes of traditional Premier League giants, City faces minimal competition domestically. However, The situation in European competitions remains uncertain. The current landscape of European football is tumultuous, with established powerhouses retaining their strength while emerging forces assert themselves vigorously. Guardiola identifies 5 or 6 teams as formidable adversaries, including the trio from La Liga, the giants of the Bundesliga, and the formidable Paris Saint-Germain from Ligue 1. Should Manchester City encounter any of these teams in the knockout stages, even they cannot guarantee advancement. Of course, their immediate challenge lies in the round of 16 against Dynamo Kiev. This team may not possess exceptional strength. Yet the timing of the match could render their home turf quite challenging. According to the Champions League format, in the knockout phase, the first-place team faces the second-place team, with the latter hosting the first leg. This arrangement typically favors the group winners, serving as a slight advantage. However, February in Kiev is notoriously frigid, should inclement weather arise. The match could become increasingly arduous. More concerning is the potential for injuries on the artificial turf combined with icy conditions. Should a few key players sustain injuries against a seemingly less formidable opponent, the repercussions could be disastrous. Thus, Guardiola ponders how to approach the first away match, seeking a strategy that mitigates the risk of injuries while ensuring progression to the next round. He has contemplated a tactical concession in the first leg, though such a gamble could backfire, turning him into a figure of ridicule. While Guardiola's thoughts drift towards the forthcoming matches, Ranieri wears a frown. For Leicester City, the urgent need is to score. Their defense can only limit the opponent's lead, but it cannot facilitate an equalizer or a comeback. Therefore, his focus must shift to offensive tactics. Vardy, in the second half, you need not retreat to defend, stay up front. We need your goals. Vardy nodded gravely, acutely aware of the burden he carries as Leicester's leading striker. If he fails to deliver, the team's prospects in this match appear grim. Mahrez, your responsibilities in the second half are twofold. Mark their number 12 closely, preventing him from orchestrating and distributing the ball comfortably. If you manage to intercept, do not hesitate. Immediately pass forward to Vardy. Our counterattacks must be swift, leaving no time for their defense to settle. Mahrez, with a stoic expression, nodded and took a swig from a water bottle. He is among the most tenacious players on the pitch, driven by a fervent desire to prove himself to Guardiola. Manchester City had previously made an offer for him during the summer transfer window, but it was rejected due to an insufficient bid. Like many midfielders, Mahrez yearns to serve under Guardiola's tutelage. However, he feels that he has not received the respect he deserves. If Manchester City and Guardiola truly valued him, they would not have presented a mere $30 million offer. Therefore, Mahrez aspires to utilize this match as an opportunity to showcase his capabilities to Guardiola, demonstrating that he is far more formidable than the latter perceives. To secure his services, a fee of at least $40 million, if not $50 million, is warranted. Mahrez holds himself in high regard and does not consider himself inferior to others. Yet, achieving such a valuation for a player in his position poses a significant challenge. Had he continued on his previous trajectory at Leicester City, excelling alongside his teammates to achieve the miracle of winning the championship, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, if Leicester City fails to clinch the title this season, the absence of the Premier League champion accolade will make attaining a valuation of $40 million or even $50 million exceedingly difficult. After all, that is the price tag associated with players of Modric's caliber, and currently, he is far from reaching such heights. With little prospect of matching Modric's level in the future, the 15-minute halftime swiftly concluded, and both teams resumed their contest. Merely 5 minutes into the second half, Guardiola discerned the adjustments made by the opposition during the break. Leicester City had designated a specific player to mark Kroos, evidently recognizing the significant threat he posed to them. Commentators noted that Mahrez, in his defensive duties, adhered to Kroos like a piece of chewing gum, remaining almost inseparable from him. This strategy appeared to yield some effectiveness, as Kroos seemed uncomfortable, with his touches and passes considerably diminished compared to before, making it challenging for him to deliver threatening passes as he had previously. What was apparent to the commentators was equally evident to both coaches. Are they attempting to neutralize Kroos? Guardiola pondered, analyzing seriously. Kroos's position had already retreated considerably. The opposition, even at the expense of disrupting their overall formation, had committed a player specifically to mark him, clearly intimidated by Kroos's prowess. Guardiola acknowledged that this approach was indeed effective, but at what cost? A disjointed formation meant that Manchester City would have more opportunities. As anticipated, while Kroos faced restrictions, Manchester City's organizational core extended beyond just one player. With Kroos limited, De Bruyne quickly emerged to take charge. His position, being closer to the front line, amplified the threat of his passes. In a short span, De Bruyne delivered two incisive passes that pierced through Leicester City's defense. One was thwarted by a timely intervention from the advancing Schmeichel, while another resulted in a goal that was regrettably disallowed due to Aguero's offside position. On the sidelines, Ranieri broke into a cold sweat. The opponent's midfield configuration was indeed enviable. The trio of Kroos, Kanté, and De Bruyne constituted one of the strongest combinations in contemporary football. Merely neutralizing one player was insufficient. It was imperative to contain them all. Even if all three of them were subdued, they still had Quan in the front. This fellow can also act as a facilitator, providing assists and helping his teammates score. Thus, attempting to restrict Manchester City's midfield orchestrator is an almost insurmountable task. Damn it. How can Manchester acquire such a wealth of talent? If I had such a stellar lineup, well, I imagine I would be facing dismissal. Ranieri felt a mix of envy and resentment, yet he found himself powerless. He lacked the social finesse necessary to build rapport with players, especially the star athletes. In elite clubs, where the locker room is teeming with stars, chaos often reigns. A head coach who cannot maintain order in the locker room will inevitably find themselves packing their bags. Although Ranieri has managed elite teams before, sustaining a long tenure at such clubs proves arduous. He is best suited for mid-tier teams, which are relatively straightforward, with fewer star players and a more stable locker room, allowing him to focus on showcasing his strengths. But there was no time for such thoughts now. His immediate concern was the match at hand. Would his strategies be deciphered by Guardiola? It seemed, for the moment, that they had not been uncovered. Thus Leicester City still had a glimmer of hope. How peculiar. After observing the match for a while, Martin Tyler in the Sky Sports commentary box sensed something amiss, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. What's wrong? What seems strange? His partner, Andy Gray, immediately inquired. Do you not find Mara's performance a tad too rigid on the field? Why do you say that? Ranieri's assignment for him should be to limit Kroos, and judging by his performance in the second half, he seems to be executing that well. Have you not noticed Kroos' reduced frequency of touches? That is indeed correct. However, once Manchester City shifted their organizational core, Shooting Maras have retreated slightly to better maintain midfield positioning and prevent a loss of balance in their formation. It does appear that way. Kroos' teammates are no longer passing to him, and continuing to tightly mark Kroos seems to serve little purpose, especially when he is not in possession of the ball. Hearing Tyler's observations, Gray too found it somewhat odd. Ranieri is attempting a stealthy maneuver. From the stands, Zidane quickly discerned Ranieri's intentions. Why was Mahrez still fixated on Kroos? On the surface, it appeared to be a task assigned by the coach, one he was dutifully executing. Yet, in reality, marking Kroos was merely a facade. He used this guise to position himself closer to the forward, ready to deliver passes that could create prime scoring opportunities when Leicester City launched a counterattack. The reason Leicester City's counterattacks lacked threat in the first half was due to their front line being disconnected from the supporting players after being pressed, forcing them to rely solely on individual prowess. Manchester City, boasting some of the finest center-backs in football, was unperturbed by such solitary efforts, resulting in Leicester's counterattacks inevitably faltering. Currently, Ranieri has positioned Mahrez behind Vardy, a strategic choice that allows Mahrez to deliver passes to Vardy while also utilizing his own dribbling prowess to launch attacks. Manchester City's formation is overly advanced, leaving their defense vulnerable. When counterattacking with only one player, they pose little threat. However, should Leicester City commit two or more players during a counterattack, Manchester City's defense would face a formidable challenge. Thus, the difficulty for Leicester City to score diminishes significantly. The anticipated opportunity soon presented itself. In the 65th minute of the second half, following the conclusion of a Manchester City offensive sequence, Schmeichel made a save, quickly rising to his feet and launching the ball forward with a powerful throw. Mahrez, with a deft header, assisted Vardy, who surged towards Manchester City's goal like a speeding sports car. Regrettably, he could not shake off Van Dijk. Van Dijk's awareness was exceptional. As soon as the opposing goalkeeper secured the ball, he began to retreat. Noticing his teammates' failure to win the aerial duel, he charged towards Vardy. The moment Vardy received the ball, Van Dijk was right before him. As before, Van Dijk did not recklessly lunge at Vardy. Instead, he angled his body to monitor the ball at Vardy's feet, while simultaneously retreating and obstructing Vardy's path, compelling him to decelerate. This defensive approach proved to be quite discomforting for Vardy, inevitably reducing his speed. Meanwhile, the Manchester City defenders pursuing him showed no signs of slowing down. As the defensive players closed in, Vardy found himself cornered. Ultimately, under pressure and with no viable options, he was forced to take a hurried shot, which lacked quality and was easily dealt with by Navas. Afterward, Navas passed the ball to Zabaleta and exchanged a fist bump with Van Dijk. This collaboration, honed through countless hours of training and matches, had become second nature to them. Witnessing Vardy's missed opportunity, the Leicester City fans in attendance let out a collective sigh. During Mara's header assist, they had believed the goal was imminent, only to be left disappointed in the end. The most disheartened was coach Ranieri, who grew concerned that this attack might have revealed his strategy, potentially alerting Guardiola to the issue. Chapter 117. This is the strength of Manchester City, Zidane's shock. Mahrez should not be utilized in such a manner. It is indeed a pity. Guardiola felt a sense of regret seeing Mahrez, who was striving on the pitch to assist his team. Mahrez possesses a well-rounded skill set, with excellent technical ability and keen awareness. Such talent, in the context of Leicester City's roster, ought to be developed as the focal point of their offensive strategy. Yet in this match, Ranieri's deployment of Mahrez contradicted this notion, relegating him to a role akin to a laborer, tasked with the arduous defensive duties typically assigned to defenders. It is not to say that such an approach is entirely unfeasible. However, the player's energy is finite. Once Mahrez is burdened with excessive defensive responsibilities, his capacity to contribute to the offensive play diminishes significantly. Leicester City's attack has already been lackluster, and without Mahrez in that crucial role, their offensive threat is further diminished and rather one-dimensional. Ranieri's subtle strategies have not gone unnoticed by Guardiola, yet he refrains from engaging with them, firmly believing that a single additional goal from Manchester City would shatter Leicester's morale. The vulnerabilities of Leicester are quite apparent. Their midfield lacks the necessary robustness and a defensive midfielder of notable capability. Should they manage to identify a suitable player to address this shortcoming, they might still contend with Manchester City and seek opportunities for counterattacks. However, throughout this match, Leicester's midfield has been consistently subdued and without control in that area. They are unable to supply the front line with effective support. Consequently, Ranieri's arrangements in the attacking third are rendered futile. Rather than targeting the opposition's setup, it would be more prudent to maintain pressure in the attacking area, denying the opponent opportunities for distribution. After Vardy squandered an opportunity, Ranieri felt a wave of anxiety. Yet, upon observing that Guardiola had not made any adjustments, he breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Guardiola had not grasped his intentions. However, the previous opportunity had been long awaited, and it was uncertain how long it would be before another such chance arose. Manchester City intensified their pressing in the attacking third. Zidane in the stands astutely noticed the tactical shift from Manchester City and glanced at the match clock, which had just surpassed 60 minutes. Prior to this tactical alteration, Guardiola had not signaled any changes, indicating that this adjustment had been premeditated. What, then, was the purpose of altering tactics at the 60-minute mark? With Manchester City ramping up their pressing, Leicester's players found themselves increasingly challenged. The opponent's pressure forced them to hasten their passing, and as the pace quickened, their success rate in passing began to decline. Within a mere 5 minutes, Manchester City had executed 4 successful interceptions. It is noteworthy that this was within Leicester City's half. Conceding possession in their own territory signified an immediate threat to their goal. The situation on the field mirrored this urgency. Of the 4 interceptions made by Manchester City, 3 converted into shots on target by Son Heung-min, Quan, and Aguero, respectively. Although they failed to score, it sent a palpable sense of alarm through Leicester's defense, with nearly every player's nerves frayed. This scenario was perilously precarious. If they continued in this manner, conceding another goal was merely a matter of time. Thus, Ranieri faced 2 options: to persist with the previous strategy, banking on Mahrez and Vardy to shine and salvage the match, or to decisively adjust, relinquishing unrealistic hopes, fortifying the team's defense, and weathering this storm before reassessing their approach. If the score were currently 0-0, Ranieri would likely lean towards the second option. However, the unfortunate reality is that Leicester City is trailing. This implies that even if they withstand Manchester City's current offensive onslaught, it would be futile. As long as they fail to score, they are merely prolonging their demise. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ranieri clenched his fist, resolved not to waver any longer. Although he felt that maintaining the current rhythm would likely increase the chances of Manchester City scoring first, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Retreating into a defensive posture did not guarantee solidity, as Vardy and Mahrez were not particularly renowned for their defensive prowess and would not contribute significantly. Enhancing the defense necessitated substitutions, specifically introducing dedicated defensive players. Yet, in light of the adverse scoreline, he, like many other coaches, was tempted to swap in all available attacking players from the bench. How could he possibly consider replacing his two key offensive players? At that moment, an incident on the pitch further solidified Ranieri's determination. In the 69th minute of the second half, Leicester City, after a prolonged wait, finally seized an excellent opportunity. After a successful defensive play, Drinkwater surged forward with the ball, skillfully evading the opponent's interceptions and pressure, delivering a crucial pass. Mahrez, seeing the ball rolling towards him, felt a surge of joy. After such a prolonged wait, he had finally been presented with a chance. Mahrez instinctively dropped back to receive the ball. Executing a beautiful Cruyff turn to shake off the defender, rapidly advancing into Manchester City's half. The Leicester City fans at the King Power Stadium could hardly contain their excitement. They leaned forward, fists clenched, as this was the best opportunity they had encountered since the second half began. Should they capitalize on this chance? Both teams would find themselves on equal footing once again. On the sidelines, both Ranieri and Guardiola rose simultaneously from their respective benches, their gazes fixed on the pitch. Focused on Mahrez. As Mahrez darted forward with great speed, he remained keenly aware of his teammates' movements. Vardy, as Leicester City's primary striker, was under intense scrutiny from Manchester City. Van Dijk closely shadowed him, denying him any space to receive the ball. If Mahrez were to pass directly to Vardy, even if he managed to receive it, it would likely be challenging for him to shake off the defender and execute a quality shot. Thus, Mahrez resolved to take matters into his own hands. The situation on the field was a 2-on-2 scenario, with him and Vardy facing Manchester City's two central defenders. Van Dijk was tightly marking Vardy, while Mahrez found himself face-to-face with the City captain, Kompany. However, Kompany was positioned centrally, while Mahrez was still on the flank, granting him ample room to maneuver. Yet, Kompany was beginning to shift towards the wing. If Mahrez continued to advance, he would undoubtedly face interception. Therefore, for Mahrez, the optimal course of action was to take a shot before the opponent could close in. During his dribbling, he could have identified other promising opportunities, such as Vardy finding space, with teammates making runs to support. Although the football pitch is vast, under the swift pace of the players, the distance across the half is covered in mere seconds. Regrettably, this latter scenario did not materialize. Vardy was tightly marked by Van Dijk, leaving him with no openings. Additionally, his teammates, due to their previously defensive positioning, were unable to provide support at this critical moment. Conversely, several players from Manchester City were closing in rapidly. This indicated that he must make a swift decision. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared by their defensive press, potentially losing even the chance to shoot. Mahrez promptly opted for an inward cut and shot. A commendable choice. Indeed, with no teammates available for support and Vardy being closely guarded, Mahrez had to take matters into his own hands. The commentators expressed their understanding of Mahrez's decision. In light of the overall team being under pressure, Leicester City could not afford to position too many players forward. This necessitated that, during counterattacks, the players had to rely on their individual prowess to create opportunities. Although modern football increasingly emphasizes collective play, one can still witness renowned stars altering the course of matches through their exceptional individual skills. Among Leicester City's adversaries, there existed such a talent. Upon witnessing Mahrez's decision, Guardiola's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He eagerly awaited Mahrez's forthcoming display, as the ability to cut in and shoot is an essential skill for an outstanding winger. Guardiola had the fortune of coaching some of the finest in this category, allowing him to easily gauge Mahrez's true capabilities. Realizing Mahrez was poised to shoot, Kompany finally sprang into action. He placed his hands behind his back, intending to block Mahrez's shooting angle. Uncertain of his opponent's dribbling ability, Kompany remained cautious, especially given the presence of a skilled dribbler on his team. Therefore, when confronted with an opponent's inward shot, he was careful not to commit too early, preventing any opportunity for Mahrez to bypass him. Consequently, obstructing the shooting angle to reduce Mahrez's accuracy became the most prudent strategy. Upon noticing Kompany's movements, Mahrez discerned his intent and deftly pushed the ball laterally, denying Kompany any chance to close in. He aimed to create a shooting angle towards the far corner for a quality strike. However, Van Dijk also reacted, abandoning Vardy to advance a step closer to Kompany. This left Mahrez in a quandary. Vardy was in an offside position, rendering a pass to him impossible, with teammates unable to arrive in time. If he delayed his shot any longer, he would be ensnared by both defenders. Thus, he could only make a slight adjustment to his angle before unleashing his shot. Mahrez was fortunate. Despite the attempts of Kompany and Van Dijk to block the ball with their bodies, it managed to slip through the narrow gap between them. However, fortune was not entirely on Mahrez's side, as the gap was precisely where Manchester City's goalkeeper, Navas, was stationed, lacking the angle to aim for the far corner. Mahrez's shot was somewhat straightforward and was met squarely by Navas. Upon securing the ball, Navas noticed Kroos retreating near the edge of the penalty area and promptly threw the ball to him from the ground. Observing Navas' action, the Manchester City players, who had been defensively retreating, swiftly halted and pivoted direction, charging towards the opposing half. In the wake of the recent offensive, Leicester City's formation had been drawn out. Thus, seizing the opportunity to initiate a rapid counterattack would present Manchester City with an optimal chance to score. Kroos, understanding the situation, turned with the ball, surveyed his teammates' positions, and executed a long pass from a considerable distance into the left side of Leicester's half. The pass seemed to possess excessive force, sailing over the heads of both his teammate and the defending players, landing on the grass behind them. Well played, Kroos. As Son Heung-min accelerated towards the ball's landing spot, he couldn't help but mentally commend Kroos with a thumbs up. The pass was executed brilliantly. Had it reached his feet directly, he would have needed to decelerate to receive it, complicating his ability to evade the opposing fullback. However, Kroos had delivered the ball into the space behind the defenders, allowing Son to maintain his speed and surge forward effortlessly. Meanwhile, the opposing fullback, caught off guard, would have to turn to contest the ball, a maneuver that consumes precious time. Even with rapid reflexes, that fleeting moment would be sufficient for Son to create distance. The opponent was evidently aware of this, resorting to a tactical foul by tackling Son to the ground. Bewildered, Son wondered if he was playing football or engaging in wrestling. Is this how the game is meant to be played? To his surprise, there was no whistle for a foul. The referee, poised to blow his whistle, hesitated upon witnessing Manchester City's number 9 charging forward and receiving the ball, subsequently signaling for play to continue with a gesture favoring the attack. Upon receiving the ball, Aguero was immediately pressed by the opposing defender. He dared not linger and swiftly shifted the ball to the center. There, De Bruyne was ready, receiving the ball and promptly delivering a through pass that once again penetrated the penalty area. This was nearly identical to the position in the first half, with the passer remaining the same. Certainly, the receiver was equally remarkable. Quan appeared like a spectre, emerging within the penalty area to receive De Bruyne's pass in an unmarked position. With a deft touch, he effortlessly slotted the ball home, completing his brace and altering the score to 2-0. The King Power Stadium fell silent, as Leicester City's fans stared in disbelief at the ball rolling into their net. The swift transition between offense and defense occurred with such rapidity that none of them had time to react. Mere seconds earlier, they had been on the attack, even harboring hopes of equalizing. Yet, in less than 10 seconds, their opponents struck again, scoring the match's second goal. Not only was their intention to level the score extinguished, but the deficit had also widened. What a terrifying pace of counterattack. In the stands, Zidane felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing Manchester City's second goal. The efficiency of their counterattacks was unsettling. Elite teams relished the opportunity to exploit their opponents' vulnerabilities during counterattacks. The ability to transition between offense and defense serves as the ultimate test of a team's prowess. After all, the lineups of prestigious clubs are formidable, making it challenging to defeat them in a static battle. However, once a team begins to move, vulnerabilities and lapses are inevitable. Thus, in encounters between giants, the side that capitalizes on the opponent's weaknesses will emerge victorious. Manchester City had just demonstrated their formidable capacity to seize opportunities. If Real Madrid were to face this City side unprepared, they would likely find themselves in dire straits. Indeed, as the adage goes, a reputation is well earned. Manchester City, the reigning champions, proved their might. This match was not a mere spectacle. It was a revelation. Chapter 118. The winter transfer window opens. Barcelona offers 100 million for Reyes. Quan's second goal marked a pivotal moment in the match, shattering Leicester City's morale completely. In the ensuing minutes, they could no longer mount any significant offensive threat. Conversely, as the match drew to a close, Quan assisted Aguero in scoring the third goal, definitively sealing the outcome. After this assist, Quan was substituted. Being an away game, this substitution did not afford him the opportunity to bask in the applause of the fans. It was merely Guardiola's decision to make a routine rotation, recognizing that the match was well in hand. Surprisingly, as Quan exited the field, not only did the Manchester City supporters rise to applaud him, but some Leicester City fans donned in their team's colors also stood to acknowledge his performance with applause. Quan had delivered an outstanding display, with all three goals intricately linked to his contributions. Even the Leicester City fans were left in awe. In the commentary booth, witnessing the home fans applauding Quan, both commentators were taken aback. It seems the MVP of this match has already been determined by the home crowd. The home crowd bestowed applause upon the visiting players, marking one of the most gracious displays I have witnessed in recent matches. There exists no animosity between these two teams. Otherwise, Leicester City supporters would never have acted thus. The highly anticipated clash at the top of the league did not unfold as expected. Rather, the match was decidedly one-sided. This reality has led many fans to recognize that Manchester City's dominance in the Premier League is unlikely to be challenged in the near future. Following the match, BBC Sports headlined, "The birth of a dynasty, one belonging to Manchester City." Having vanquished their fiercest rivals for the title, Guardiola was elated. After commending his players in the locker room, he announced a 3-day holiday. This decision was met with jubilant cheers from the entire squad, who excitedly lifted Guardiola and tossed him into the air. For players in other leagues accustomed to nearly a month off, this brief respite might seem insignificant. However, for those competing in the Premier League, it represents a cherished opportunity. Many players contemplated seizing this chance to spend the new year with their families, hoping to compensate for the disappointments of Christmas. Guardiola and Quan discussed plans to return to Catalonia to celebrate the new year with Sarah and the children. The weather in Manchester had been abysmal, dreary, damp, and cold, making it difficult to venture outside even during the holiday. Rather than languish at home in the gloom, it seemed far more appealing to bask in the sunshine and enjoy the beaches of Catalonia. Before finalizing this decision, Quan conferred with Collins, who also shared a disdain for Manchester's weather and readily agreed, suggesting they treat it as a vacation. The Premier League has much to offer, yet the dreary climate is truly lamentable. Upon landing, the warmth and radiant sunshine of Barcelona were immediately palpable, presenting a stark contrast to Manchester, prompting Guardiola to voice his complaints once more. During his previous tenure in Germany, Sarah and the children had always been by his side. Yet this year, once the children were on holiday, Sarah eagerly whisked them back to Catalonia, seemingly unwilling to remain in Manchester for even a moment, as if it were a veritable hell on earth. With his family gone, had it not been for Quan's company, Guardiola would have felt like an empty nester, a sentiment that is far from pleasant. Truth be told, were it not for the generous treatment bestowed upon us by our owner Mansour, I would have seriously considered leaving Manchester City. Quan cast a sidelong glance at Guardiola, questioning why he was so loquacious today. Perhaps, liberated from all pressure and defenses, this was his true self? His tactics may falter against weaker teams. One must coach a powerhouse to truly succeed, and few clubs today are willing to provide the unwavering support required. Ultimately, Manchester City stands as the finest choice. Quan's words served as a sobering reminder for Guardiola to confront the stark realities of their situation. Despite incessant complaints about the weather in Manchester, he finds himself unable to leave, even if he wished to. The world may be vast, but there are few places that could accommodate a team like Guardiola's. Indeed, Guardiola refrains from vehemently disputing this, for Quan speaks a truth that cannot be denied. The climate in the UK has always been characterized by its dreary chill and dampness. Naturally, due to Manchester's geographical positioning, its weather is even more dismal than that of London and other locales. Excluding the Premier League, the number of clubs that Guardiola could potentially join is limited, with two notable exceptions, Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain. Barcelona, his former club, has always welcomed his potential return, should Guardiola wish to come back. The club would undoubtedly open its doors to him, especially considering the amicable relationship he shares with the current president, Laporta. His arrival would likely garner substantial support from Laporta, thus mitigating the challenges he might face. Beyond Barcelona, the only remaining option is Paris Saint-Germain. Like Manchester City, this club is backed by a Middle Eastern consortium, which is evident in its lavish financial capabilities. To fulfill Guardiola's tactical requirements, the team must possess sufficient financial resources to attract high-caliber players and assemble the squad he envisions. The art of possession and control cannot thrive without financial backing, and PSG meets this criterion. However, the club is notoriously unprofessional and overly eager for immediate success. In terms of developmental strategy, they significantly lag behind the Abu Dhabi consortium that supports Manchester City. Moreover, PSG bears the burden of a political agenda to promote the Qatar World Cup. Thus, the level of support Guardiola might receive at PSG is unlikely to mirror that which he enjoyed at Manchester City. As for Barcelona, their performance this year will be telling. Should they falter again, a complete overhaul may be necessary. Reflecting on Barcelona evokes a complex array of emotions for Guardiola. As a legendary player and coach for the club, he harbors a desire for Barcelona to flourish, yet their current circumstances appear dire. The challenges confronting Barcelona are substantial, even if he were to return. He might only find himself sinking alongside them. Guardiola acknowledges with a nod that the issue of aging within Barcelona's roster is becoming increasingly severe, a reality evident to all. Many of the stalwarts from the illustrious Dream Team era have since retired or departed. Icons like the former captain Puyol and midfield maestro Xavi are no longer part of the squad. Iniesta is nearing 32 and his form is waning. Even Messi, once a marvel on the pitch, is now seldom seen executing those breathtaking dribbles and feats of skill. A significant factor contributing to Barcelona's lack of promising talent is the decline of their youth academy. Since the days of Boyan, few players from La Masia have managed to establish themselves in the first team. Compounding this issue, the last gem to emerge post-Messi, Quan, has been abandoned by Barcelona itself. While La Masia's reputation has grown, the output of talent in recent years has been disappointing, far removed from its former glory. Without exceptional youth training talent, one must spend exorbitantly to acquire players from outside. Originally, Barcelona demonstrated remarkable foresight in signing Neymar, whose prowess and performance met expectations. However, the dilemma arose when Neymar was lured away by Paris Saint-Germain. Although his departure left Barcelona with a substantial sum of money, the damage inflicted by his exit cannot be compensated by mere finances. At the onset of this season, influenced by Neymar's departure and Messi's injury, Barcelona struggled significantly in both the league and the Champions League. Despite a series of consecutive victories following Messi's return, and successfully advancing to the knockout stage of the Champions League as group leaders, the absence of Neymar left Barcelona's attacking framework somewhat limping. Without Neymar to alleviate the pressure on the flanks, the burden on Messi became increasingly onerous. Opponents recognized Messi's pivotal role within the team and subsequently adopted strategies aimed at curbing his influence. This rendered Messi's performance considerably more arduous than in the previous year, resulting in greater physical exertion. As the season progressed, with the title race intensifying and the Champions League entering its demanding knockout phase, the pressure and intensity of matches escalated significantly. This understandably raised concerns regarding Messi's stamina and potential injuries. Should he suffer another setback, Barcelona could face a calamitous collapse. Consequently, during this winter transfer window, Barcelona has been fervently waiving their financial resources in pursuit of a suitable replacement for Neymar. They have expressed interest in high-caliber young talents such as Marco Reus from Borussia Dortmund, Antoine Griezmann from Atletico Madrid, Philippe Coutinho from Liverpool, Ángel Di María from Paris Saint-Germain, and even James Rodriguez from Real Madrid. The profiles of these targeted players reveal Barcelona's need for immediately impactful young talents, rather than merely promising prospects. Notably, all the players they have shown interest in come with a hefty price tag, whether it be Reus, Coutinho, Di María, or James. Securing their signatures would likely demand a transfer fee exceeding 80 million. The only relatively affordable option might be Griezmann, who has been performing remarkably well at Atletico Madrid and contributed to their La Liga triumph last year, significantly inflating his market value. However, considering Atletico's previous sale of their star striker Diego Costa for merely 50 million, bundled with the transfer of fullback Felipe, the prospect of Barcelona acquiring Griezmann for around 60 to 70 million seems plausible, although Atletico's ambitious aspirations this season might deter Simeone from parting with him. As for the player himself, it is rumored that Griezmann has been an ardent Barcelona supporter since childhood and harbors a deep admiration for the club. Should Barcelona extend an olive branch, he would likely accept. Pep Guardiola furrowed his brow in contemplation. If he were the current coach of Barcelona, how would he navigate the complexities of the team's reconstruction? Rebuilding is an arduous endeavor, particularly for a prestigious club. The arrangement of veteran players who have contributed significantly, the integration of newcomers, the establishment of new formations and tactical systems, and the assurance of maintaining competitive performance during the reconstruction phase are all formidable challenges. Moreover, during a rebuilding phase, a team's performance is unlikely to be stellar. However, for a prestigious club like Barcelona, even in times of reconstruction, fans harbor elevated expectations. They demand the capability to contend for the league title and the Copa del Rey against their arch-rivals, Real Madrid. Additionally, they must secure advancement from the group stage in the Champions League. This is the bare minimum to maintain their visibility and commercial value. Failure to progress in the Champions League would result in significant financial losses for Barcelona, which is particularly detrimental for a club in dire need of funds to acquire new players. In this era, where player valuations have skyrocketed, procuring desired talents is no trivial task. Neymar's transfer fee, inflated by Paris Saint-Germain, signifies that transfer fees exceeding 100 million will soon become the norm. For a club like Barcelona, which almost wears the label of a naive spender, any acquisition will likely lead to exorbitant costs. Thus, the focus must return to their youth academy. Pep Guardiola finds himself pondering the remarkable reputation of La Masia in recent years, attracting numerous promising talents from around the globe. Could it be that there are no worthy prospects? This seems implausible, as he once set a record for having an entire squad composed of players from La Masia during his tenure at Barcelona. At that time, La Masia's fame was far from what it is today, and the talent pool was considerably smaller. Logically, it would suggest that the current La Masia should still be brimming with talent. With this thought in mind, Guardiola contemplates visiting La Masia. However, as the current manager of Manchester City, such a visit might be perceived as poaching from Barcelona. Even with his amicable relationship with Laporta, it is unlikely he would receive approval. Thus, he decides it is best not to meddle in Barcelona's affairs. Rather, he should devote his energy to considering what players Manchester City might require during the winter transfer window. On January 1, 2016, the first day of the new year, the winter transfer window officially commenced. As anticipated, Barcelona, unable to make acquisitions during the summer window, hastily entered the market. Their initial offer left many astonished. Barcelona proposed 80 million for Marco Reus from Borussia Dortmund. Reus's prowess is well established, and Barcelona desperately needs a strong player to alleviate the burden on Messi. However, Reus remains fiercely loyal to the yellow wall and is unwilling to depart at this juncture, resulting in an immediate rejection of Barcelona's offer. Seeing the resolute stance of the opposition, Barcelona shifted their focus and approached Paris Saint-Germain with a 75 million bid for Ángel Di María. PSG had acquired Di María from Manchester United for only 65 million in the summer, allowing them to profit from this transaction. Yet, does the Qatari consortium truly need this sum? Certainly not, and thus, Barcelona's offer was once again declined. The chapter concludes. Chapter 119, recommending Mbappé to Guardiola. The consecutive rejections from two clubs have made Barcelona realize that acquiring their desired players is far from an easy task. Consequently, they resorted to traditional methods of discreetly engaging with the players themselves. If they can persuade the player to join their ranks, negotiating with the player's current club becomes significantly more manageable. Should the player express a strong desire to join Barcelona, they might even leverage this enthusiasm to negotiate a better deal. In instances where a player harbors aspirations of playing for Barcelona, it is not entirely out of the question for them to cover part of the transfer fee themselves. However, times have changed, and Barcelona's allure has diminished considerably. Many of the players they once successfully recruited were products of their own youth academy, such as Pique and Fabregas. Now, however, none of the players they are eyeing hail from La Masia. Thus, the emotional appeal of nostalgia proves less effective. To entice these players, Barcelona must offer promises of superior treatment and higher status within the team, tangible benefits that are hard to overlook. Yet, fulfilling such conditions presents a formidable challenge for Barcelona. The players they are interested in are often the stars of their respective clubs, and should they transfer to Barcelona, their status would inevitably be subordinate to Messi's. making it impossible for them to eclipse his position. Not every player is willing to settle for a supporting role, even if the other is a footballing legend. Neymar's departure was fueled not only by the more lucrative offer from Paris Saint-Germain, but also by his feeling of living in Messi's shadow at Barcelona. Lacking the attention and recognition from the club, fans, and media. This dissatisfaction led the proud Neymar to seek a leadership role in Paris to assert his worth. Many young players of considerable talent share Neymar's sentiment, each possessing their own ambitions and unwilling to endure a subordinate role at Barcelona. Consequently, Barcelona's strategy has met with utter failure. After several attempts at contact, few players expressed a willingness to join. Not only did player negotiations falter, but discussions with the respective clubs yielded no positive outcomes either. It appears that numerous teams have reached a consensus, viewing Barcelona as a deep-pocketed target. Fixated on the nearly 200 million transfer fee acquired from Neymar's sale, which now seems difficult to conceal, Barcelona's recruitment efforts seem to be progressing rather poorly. Meanwhile, Quan and Guardiola, who are enjoying a vacation in Barcelona, have been closely monitoring Barcelona's actions in the upcoming winter transfer market. Previously, they speculated that Barcelona would make significant moves, but they did not anticipate such urgency. Submitting a bid at the very start of the transfer window clearly signals to other clubs Barcelona's eagerness to acquire players, inadvertently encouraging them to set exorbitant prices. Indeed, there was a hint of impatience. An impulsive move was made, and the players they seek to acquire hold significant value for clubs aspiring for league titles, Champions League success, and coveted Champions League berths. The opposing teams are unlikely to part with their core members easily. Thus, unless Barcelona presents an exorbitant offer, far exceeding the market value to compensate for this, it is improbable that the other parties will consent to any transfers. Should Barcelona be interested in promising young talents, the situation would be more manageable, as their importance to the teams is not as pronounced, and their absence would not drastically affect the team's performance. However, Barcelona is targeting the offensive linchpins of various clubs. Should they actually relinquish these key offensive players, the performance of these teams in the latter half of the season would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Therefore, these clubs will approach the situation with considerable caution and will not easily acquiesce. Reflecting on the short-sightedness of Bayern's management, it is infuriating to consider that they sold Kroos during the winter transfer window. Just the thought of it is enough to provoke anger. Guardiola was left fuming. In his inaugural season at Bayern, he faced betrayal from the club. They sold Kroos without his consent solely for the $50 million offered by Manchester City. This blindsided Guardiola and was a significant factor in his team's failure in the Champions League. Although Kroos had not yet reached the status of a core offensive player, his significance to the team was indisputable. His absence greatly weakened Bayern's midfield strength. For a club as affluent as Bayern, losing a non-core player like Kroos had such a profound impact. One can only imagine the ramifications for other clubs. In this light, one might express gratitude towards those at Bayern, for otherwise, Manchester City's midfield prowess would not be as formidable as it is now, Quan remarked, jesting at Guardiola. Guardiola chuckled in response. We owe our thanks to those bastards at Bayern. In contrast to Barcelona, Manchester City's winter transfer dealings were far more straightforward. During the winter break, their objective was to bolster the existing squad, leaving the primary framework intact while accumulating players in specific positions for contingencies. For instance, the forward line had faced frequent injuries to David Silva and Aguero this season, resulting in their absence from numerous matches, which significantly impacted the team's performance. Consequently, Guardiola sought to acquire a substitute for these two players to ensure the team was adequately equipped in their absence. The situation with David Silva was somewhat manageable, as Son Heung-min could fill in for him. Although their roles and functionalities differ, Son's remarkable on-field performance has garnered Guardiola's approval. Thus, the acquisition of a winger is negotiable, yet a central forward is a necessity. Currently, the club's substitutes, Jovetic and Iheanacho, fall short of his requirements. Their talents are not particularly high caliber, and should they depart Manchester City for other teams, they might compete for starting positions. However, at Manchester City, they find themselves relegated to the bench, with limited playing time, making it unlikely for them to become mainstays in the team's future. In his vision, the substitute forward must possess a strength surpassing that of the two candidates currently considered, while also being of a relatively young age to maximize the potential for development and training. Within the football realm, there exists no shortage of promising young talents. and Guardiola has already identified several prospects in his mind. However, the repercussions of Neymar's transfer have exceeded Guardiola's expectations, as those players he has set his sights on have seen their respective clubs demand exorbitant fees upon receiving offers from Manchester City. It is utterly bewildering. A mere 19-year-old is being valued at a staggering 40 million. Why not seize the opportunity? Guardiola is infuriated, for he seeks merely a substitute. A player of only 19 years, who should reasonably command no more than 30 million. Yet the other party stands firm, refusing to budge from their 40 million asking price, adopting a stance that conveys an air of indifference to the potential buyer. This leaves Guardiola utterly perplexed. What has transpired in the transfer market? How has it descended into such madness? A term comes to mind: inflation. The transfers of Neymar and Pogba have spurred various clubs into a new arms race, inadvertently inflating player values across the board. Indeed, the times have changed. One can no longer expect to acquire skilled players at a bargain. Quan had anticipated this development, akin to the rising prices seen across Europe over recent years. The inflation within the transfer market was inevitable. Furthermore, the broadcasting revenues of major leagues have surged significantly in recent years. This increase in income has provided top clubs with ample resources to fuel their arms race. It is truly absurd. If I possessed such wealth, I would prefer to invest in a player with immediate impact. Quan concurs with Guardiola's sentiments. Yet the matter of acquiring a substitute forward cannot linger indefinitely. With the skyrocketing player values in European leagues, it is prudent to scout for talent in overseas leagues. In Brazil, there exists a young player named Gabriel Jesus, whose performances have been commendable, making him a viable option for the forward line. He warrants further attention. Quan recalls that Gabriel Jesus has seemingly entered Manchester City's scouting radar and is likely to transfer to the club in the future. While he may not be the archetypal center forward, his abilities are undoubtedly commendable, making him an ideal substitute. Should he be nurtured properly, he could later be sold for a profit, allowing for further enhancements to the team's offensive lineup. Alternatively, he could serve for a few years until a striking talent like Haaland matures and takes his place. Brazil? Which team does he play for? Upon hearing Quan mention this name, Guardiola has a faint recollection, as if someone has previously brought him up. He is from Palmeiras, born in 1997. And at not yet 19 years of age, would likely have no grievances about being acquired as a substitute. Not only would he harbor no complaints, but for a young player emerging from the Brazilian league, the opportunity to compete in one of Europe's top 5 leagues is a dream come true, especially by joining Manchester City, the reigning champions of the Champions League over the past 2 years. Quan may still be unaware of Manchester City's allure in the international market. Drawn by Manchester City, Pep Guardiola and his illustrious name attract countless players. Guardiola nodded. Youth is indeed preferable, as it brings greater malleability and compliance, avoiding the discord that can arise with rebellious players. Speaking of which, a promising talent has emerged in League One. Are you intrigued? The mention of Haaland immediately conjured thoughts of his principal rival, Mbappe. Oh, what position does this talent play? A winger. A winger? What is his name? Kylian Mbappe. On January 9th, during the 20th round of League One, Monaco faced off against Ajaccio at home. The match appeared rather unremarkable and garnered little attention. However, 2 unexpected guests graced the stands: Manchester City's head coach, Guardiola, and their star player, Quan. As the Premier League was ongoing, having just concluded a match, the duo was not on vacation but rather scouting for talent. Is this the Mbappe you mentioned? In the stands, Guardiola's attention was piqued as he observed a young player on the brink of entering the field, clad in Monaco's colors. Yes, that's him. This lad appears exceedingly youthful. According to my records, he is only 17? Indeed, he has just turned 17, which restricts him to a substitute role with very limited playtime. Guardiola felt a wave of confusion. Had Quan misunderstood his intent? While he indeed sought a backup striker, this was not the type he had in mind. The young player seemed far too inexperienced. What could he possibly contribute at 17? Of course, Quan was an exception. This lad had shown promise from a young age. Take a look at his performance before making a decision. Moreover, if you genuinely wish to make a purchase, Monaco is unlikely to part with him for anything less than 40 million. He is their treasure. Upon hearing Quan's remarks, Guardiola was taken aback. Quan appeared to hold this player in high regard, and being considered a treasure by Monaco indicated that the young man possessed considerable potential. Thus, Guardiola resolved to observe him further. Having just celebrated his 17th birthday, Mbappé was notably less polished than the 25-year-old version of himself. At this moment, he still bore a somewhat slender physique, and his technical skills were relatively raw. Yet, he possessed a remarkable strength, his speed. Astonishing speed. Watching Mbappé dart down the wing, leaving all opposing players in his wake, even a prepared Guardiola could not help but be taken aback. He was immediately reminded of a certain individual, a former king of Highbury, Thierry Henry. Guardiola had briefly coached Henry, and although Henry was no longer young upon joining Barcelona, even at 30, his speed remained impressively unforgettable. Oh, such speed indeed. Quan, witnessing Guardiola's astonished expression, chuckled and remarked, his secret weapon comprises more than just one tactic. In addition to his speed, he possesses another skill, though it remains uncertain if he will have the opportunity to showcase it in this match. Oh, what might that be? I find myself quite eager to learn, Guardiola responded, his excitement palpable. While speedy players are not an uncommon sight on the football pitch, and speed is indeed a crucial attribute for wingers, it does not inherently guarantee the making of a great winger. However, the existence of this speed advantage bestows upon them the potential to evolve into elite wingers. Should they possess the requisite talent, with proper development and the infusion of robust technical skills to complement their velocity, they could ascend to the ranks of top-tier wingers. His ability to feint and change direction is exceptionally strong, which constitutes another one of his lethal weapons. Mbappé's technical prowess, in truth, is not particularly remarkable. When compared to his Paris Saint-Germain teammates Neymar and Messi, his skills appear rather coarse. Nevertheless, this does not impede him from being the most threatening presence at PSG, for his strengths are so pronounced that they overshadow his shortcomings. End of chapter. Chapter 120. Securing 17-year-old Mbappé for 40 million. Upon returning from Monaco, Guardiola promptly sent a bid to the club, intent on acquiring Mbappé. If he had not noticed this gem, it would have been one matter, but having recognized his potential, it would be remiss not to act on it. To prevent alerting Monaco and other competitors, Guardiola's initial offer was rather cautious, proposing a sum of 20 million. For a mere 17-year-old, this price is indeed exorbitant. The current transfer record for players under 18 is held by former AC Milan player Pato, who was signed in 2007 for 24 million, establishing the highest transfer fee for a young player to date. Following his transfer to AC Milan, Pato exhibited commendable performances, notably during his second season when he netted 18 goals in 42 matches, earning him the prestigious Golden Boy Award. At that time, he was perceived as a potential rival to Messi and Ronaldo, the third figure in the footballing elite. Unfortunately, Pato's career was marred by injuries and personal decline, leading to a disappointing trajectory that failed to meet external expectations. In 2013, after 5 years with AC Milan, he was sold to Corinthians for a mere 15 million euros. This record once seemed within Quan's grasp, yet due to his free transfer from Barcelona, he forfeited the chance to break it. However, it is now highly likely that Mbappé will shatter this record. Upon receiving Manchester City's offer, Monaco felt a sense of urgency and bewilderment. How had Manchester City set their sights on Mbappé? At such a tender age, Kylian Mbappé has had limited appearances in League One, raising the question of how a player of his caliber captured the attention of Manchester City's esteemed manager, Pep Guardiola. The audacious offer of 20 million for a mere 17-year-old underscores Manchester City's admiration for Mbappé. Consequently, as Monaco promptly rebuffed this bid, partly due to the perceived inadequacy of the sum, but also out of a sense of expectation for the young talent. After all, Mbappé is a product of their youth academy, and the entire club harbors high hopes for him. By this point, he had already garnered recognition and praise from the French national team coach, Didier Deschamps, and football luminary Thierry Henry, leading Monaco to believe firmly in his future as a top-tier star. Thus, within the hearts of the Monaco management, their valuation of Mbappé far exceeded the offer from Manchester City. Upon learning of Monaco's rejection, Guardiola was taken aback. He was fully aware that Mbappé was not worth such a price. However, he was hesitant to raise his offer. If he were to propose 40 or 50 million from the outset, it would be evident to Monaco that they held a prized asset, potentially prompting them to inflate their demands to astronomical heights. Should he continue to increase his bid? Guardiola was uncertain and sought the counsel of Quan, who deliberated carefully. He noted that Mbappé's performance in his first season in League One could only be described as mediocre. His appearances were limited, and his goal tally was modest. Although he displayed glimpses of talent, he was still far from being a star or an indispensable player for the team. However, he anticipated a significant transformation in the upcoming season. If memory served him correctly, Mbappé would experience a breakout, participating in 29 matches, scoring 15 goals, and providing 11 assists. Such remarkable statistics would inevitably catapult his market value to over 100 million. To secure his services, Paris Saint-Germain would ultimately invest a staggering 180 million. It is noteworthy that when PSG signed him, Mbappé was merely 18 years old. Thus, if Guardiola genuinely wished to acquire him, now was the opportune moment to act. Delaying for another season would render such a pursuit exceedingly difficult. Quan's sentiments were clear. Mbappé possessed immense potential, and should he join Manchester City, it would significantly enhance the team's prowess. However, AS Monaco, unlike other Ligue 1 clubs, shares similarities with PSG, as both are backed by affluent owners. Therefore, while they do not shy away from profiting through player sales, they do not actively pursue this strategy, distinguishing them from certain clubs in the Portuguese league. Following the World Cup 2 years prior, James Rodriguez's market value soared, and recognizing the impossibility of retaining him, Monaco swiftly capitalized on the situation with a lucrative sale. Mbappé, being a product of their youth system, was viewed with even greater optimism by the club's hierarchy. Thus, even at the tender age of 17, acquiring him for less than 70 million euros seems implausible. However, it is indeed a formidable challenge for someone as composed and judicious as Guardiola to invest such a substantial sum, 70 million or even more, on a youth whose potential could be jeopardized by a single injury, rendering this hefty expenditure futile. This decision, evidently, is fraught with difficulty. Guardiola does not doubt Quan's insight and judgment, yet he must also assess the inherent risks involved. Consequently, he resolves to ponder this matter carefully before deciding whether to place a bid. Following Monaco's rejection of Manchester City's initial offer, a sense of apprehension lingered, fearing that other elite clubs might unearth this gem within their squad. However, after several days, aside from Manchester City's first bid, they received no further offers for Mbappé, which provided them with a sigh of relief. As for Manchester City, after a period of contemplation, Guardiola submitted a second proposal, this time elevating the figure to 40 million euros. This amount is sufficiently substantial to secure a prominent player in the transfer market, thus reflecting Manchester City's earnest intentions. Upon receiving this offer, Monaco exhibited clear hesitation. The 40 million euros represented a full doubling of the previous bid, a figure that undeniably piqued their interest. Although they regarded Mbappé as a prized asset, the reality remains that no treasure is beyond sale if the price is right. With Paris Saint-Germain looming as a colossal competitor, Monaco's ambitions for the Ligue 1 title diminished significantly. In terms of capital and investment, PSG eclipsed them entirely, leaving Monaco unable to contend on that front. Recognizing that they could not compete with PSG, they deemed it unnecessary to invest heavily, realizing their focus should be on securing a top-3 league finish and a Champions League berth. Thus, it became abundantly clear to Monaco that Mbappé's departure was inevitable. Retaining such a superstar was beyond their grasp. Given that his exit was merely a matter of time, their primary consideration shifted to maximizing their benefits. Should they take the considerable risk of nurturing him further in hopes of enhancing his market value and attracting more buyers? Or should they seize the opportunity to profit from Manchester City while they could? The football world is never short of young prodigies, yet only a scant few truly flourish. Occasionally, some talents may shimmer briefly, only to vanish into obscurity. The reason Messi and Ronaldo are hailed as unparalleled icons lies not solely in their technical prowess or goal-scoring records, but in their remarkable ability to maintain peak performance over an extended period, enjoying lengthy and stable careers. Throughout the football landscape, sustaining a peak period exceeding a decade is exceedingly rare. Therefore, clubs exercise caution when dealing with young players, reluctant to shoulder excessive risk. Should Monaco opt to sell now, they are assured a steady profit of 40 million. However, should they delay for another year, a single injury might obliterate the player's potential, rendering that sum null and void. Some of them are thus indecisive, failing to provide an immediate response to Manchester City. The absence of a reply indicates that the transfer is feasible. Mbappé is not an untouchable asset. Although no response has been received, Guardiola swiftly comprehended the stance of the other party. Clubs typically reject external offers for their non-transferable players to clarify their position and dissuade those attempting to poach. Within Manchester City, Quan enjoys such treatment. Over the past few years, Manchester City has dismissed all offers from other clubs for Quan without even glancing at the amounts. This unwavering stance signals their position, hoping to dishearten other clubs' pursuits. Despite their firm resolve, the results seem less than satisfactory, as other clubs remain undeterred, submitting offers for Quan year after year. With increasing amounts, Monaco has not promptly rejected the offers as before, which suggests that Manchester City's proposal is nearing their psychological expectations. Should they now consider raising their offer? Perhaps it is wise to wait and resolve transfers for other positions first. Guardiola, being seasoned, understands that Monaco is currently hesitant and will likely choose to observe further. If Manchester City were to raise their bid again before receiving a definitive response, it would merely empower the other side to continue demanding exorbitant prices. Consequently, Guardiola intends to adopt a measured approach, engaging in a psychological game with the Monaco representatives. During the summer transfer window, Guardiola refrained from major signings, leaving him with substantial funds totaling $1.3 billion. Should this amount prove insufficient, he can easily request additional funds from the club, and given Mansour's usual generosity, it is unlikely that his requests would be denied. With such formidable financial resources at his disposal, Guardiola's actions are decisive. He first acquired Gabriel Jesus from the Brazilian league for $30 million, followed by a $40 million purchase of winger Leroy Sane from Schalke 04. Subsequently, he made an offer to Roma to acquire their winger, Mohamed Salah. This sequence of offers and transfers has captured the attention of the Premier League and the football world at large. What is Manchester City up to? A substantial reinforcement of their attacking line suggests they are indeed aiming for a third consecutive Champions League title. Meanwhile, Monaco is closely monitoring Manchester City's movements in the transfer market. Upon learning that Manchester City had secured a young forward for $30 million from Brazil, they could not suppress their worries. They feared that after acquiring this substitute forward, Manchester City would no longer consider Mbappé, thus nullifying their opportunity to profit $40 million. Their despair deepened upon discovering that Manchester City had also signed Sane. Like Mbappé, Sane is a prize gem from Schalke 04's youth academy, regarded as a treasure. Upon seeing the transfer fee for Sane to Manchester City, it immediately dawned upon them that Manchester City had submitted transfer proposals to both clubs at the same price, intending to select one from among the two. The lack of timely response from their side allowed Schalke to seize the opportunity for the transaction. Upon realizing this, the representatives from Monaco were filled with regret. Had they known, they certainly would not have hesitated. Sane and Mbappé, both of similar age and playing position, are immensely promising young talents on the flanks. Comparatively, Sane, who is 2 years older than Mbappé, currently garners more attention in the football world. After all, this summer, Manchester City had previously submitted a bid to Schalke 04. Although that particular transaction did not materialize, it drew considerable attention to this young star within Schalke 04. As Sane approaches his 20th birthday, his immediate impact on the field evidently surpasses that of Mbappé, making him a more suitable choice for Manchester City, who were in need of a substitute. This led Monaco to ponder whether accepting Manchester City's $40 million offer would have been a boon for them. Regrettably, they missed that opportunity. As the transfer window drew to a close and no other teams had made offers for Mbappé, Monaco's sense of regret deepened. Initially, Monaco had no intention of selling Mbappé, but the bid from Manchester City had inadvertently planted that notion in their minds. The adage that one values what they cannot possess resonated deeply with them, intensifying their remorse. What a ridiculous treasure, they lamented, unable to sell it. It becomes nothing more than a worthless burden. On January 31st, as Monaco wallowed in regret with the transfer window nearing its end, Manchester City submitted a third bid. This bid did not increase the offered amount, but merely reiterated the second offer. However, unlike before, upon receiving the identical offer from Manchester City, Monaco felt as though they had struck gold. This feeling of reclaiming what was lost exhilarated them, and without a moment's hesitation, they accepted the offer, fearing that delaying further might cause them to lose a golden opportunity. The same $40 million, at different times, yielded vastly different effects. When Mbappé learned that the club had accepted Manchester City's offer to sell him, he was bewildered. What on earth? A mere player from League One. And someone is willing to pay $40 million for me? Moreover, the buying team is Manchester City, one of the elite clubs in football? Is today April Fool's Day? Once he confirmed that it wasn't a prank, Mbappé was overjoyed, eagerly packing his belongings to head to Manchester. His excitement stemmed from the fact that his idol was Quan. The mere thought of battling alongside his idol at the Etihad Stadium filled Mbappé with immense delight. End of chapter. Chapter 121. The Future Legends under Manchester City. Did you truly manage to acquire Mbappé? Quan was incredulous about Guardiola's last-minute capture of Mbappé before the winter break ended. He initially believed that Monaco would not easily part with their player, especially considering the considerable attention Kylian Mbappé had garnered within France. However, upon further reflection, this seemed quite reasonable. After all, the young Mbappé is still in his formative years. While his immense talent is evident, Monaco lacks the foresight to guarantee his future development. The phenomenon of prodigious talent failing to flourish is not uncommon in the world of football. As for France's regard for Mbappé, that is of little concern to Monaco. Though modest in size, Monaco is an independent nation. The French may wish to retain their genius within their borders, but Monaco harbors no such intentions, as Mbappé does not possess their nationality. Therefore, selling him to a Ligue 1 club holds the same significance to them as selling him to clubs in other leagues. In fact, the latter may even be more advantageous, for selling Mbappé to a Ligue 1 team would merely bolster a competitor's strength, offering no benefit to them. He chuckled, surprised that Monaco consented without hesitation at the last moment. Initially, he had approached the situation with a tentative mindset, merely testing the waters. Guardiola appeared somewhat pleased, viewing this transfer as one of his crowning achievements. Should Mbappé truly realize his potential in the future when his market value soars, the world would undoubtedly commend Guardiola's discerning eye for talent. Conversely, if Mbappé fails to deliver, he too may face ridicule. Much like Bojan Krikic did during his time at Barcelona, the young prodigy shattered numerous records in Barcelona's youth team, even surpassing Messi's statistics. Yet, upon his promotion to the first team, he faded into obscurity, failing to exhibit the breathtaking brilliance that Messi once showcased to the world. Consequently, the once cherished Prince of Barcelona, who was imbued with high hopes, found himself sold off to an Italian club to merely pass time after years of underwhelming performance. Having witnessed Bojan's cautionary tale, Guardiola harbored some trepidation regarding Mbappé. After all, he had signed him with an astronomical transfer fee that shattered records, and for a considerable time, their fates would be intertwined. Where one flourishes, the other does too, and where one falters, the other suffers. Guardiola's suspicions were confirmed when the football world erupted in astonishment upon learning that Manchester City had secured a 17-year-old winger from Monaco on the deadline. Was Guardiola out of his mind, investing such a substantial sum in a mere child? Historically, Guardiola has possessed an uncanny ability to identify talent. Thus, his bold move must be underpinned by something substantial. I surmise this young man must possess extraordinary gifts. Or perhaps there is an intimate connection with Guardiola. Could he be his illegitimate son? Chuckling, one might suggest that a glance at Mbappé's heritage could offer a different perspective. Perhaps Guardiola envisioned a talented young woman of African descent instead? Is he truly a genius? The external reaction to this transfer was predominantly one of shock and skepticism. €4 million is no trifling sum, and investing it in a 17-year-old player appeared to them as a gamble, even if this individual possesses extraordinary talent. The risks associated with this transfer are considerable. Guardiola, undeterred by external skepticism, arranged for the club to provide a host family for Mbappé upon his arrival. Subsequently, he directed him to the youth team for further development. The Premier League is renowned for its physical confrontations, and defensive players are notorious for their ruthlessness when tackling opponents. They show no regard for one's genius and can be exceedingly reckless. Fearing for Mbappé's safety, Guardiola has opted not to field him in Premier League matches just yet. His current focus is on honing his skills and swiftly acclimating to the Manchester climate. Once he has firmly established himself in the youth team, Guardiola will evaluate his performance and grant him opportunities accordingly. At that juncture, he might allow him to play for 10 to 20 minutes in matches where the outcome is already determined or in cup games where weaker opponents are often encountered. Ultimately, the aim is to ensure his safety while allowing him to develop, so he can meet Guardiola's expectations and ascend to the first team as soon as possible. Coach, I am exceptionally skilled. I can compete in the Premier League, I assure you. Mbappé clearly has a different perspective on Guardiola's plan. Having already played in Ligue 1, he is reluctant to return to the youth team. He yearns to play alongside his idols in the first team rather than with younger players. This is the downside of early fame. At merely 17 years old, Mbappé has developed a somewhat inflated sense of self-worth. He looks down upon his peers, believing they pale in comparison to him, rendering the idea of playing with them utterly uninspiring. Guardiola glanced at Mbappé and remarked, "The flanks of the first team are currently well-staffed. If you believe you can secure a position, find someone you think you can surpass. If you defeat him, I shall grant you his spot. What do you say?" "All right." Mbappé, with the fearlessness of youth, readily agreed. Guardiola then halted the training session and summoned the players, instructing Mbappé to issue his challenge. Mbappé intentionally overlooked several key players, although he was eager to challenge his idol. He recognized the vast disparity in their abilities and understood that doing so would be futile. Among the substitutes, Nasri had played for Manchester City for several years, contributing to multiple championships. While he may not have been a starter, he certainly held a position as a reliable rotation player. Upon observing Nasri's robust physique, Mbappé dismissed the idea of challenging his fellow Frenchman. Ultimately, his options for a challenge narrowed to Son Heung-min and the newly signed Sain. "I challenge you." Ultimately, Mbappé chose to challenge Son Heung-min, under the impression that Asian players were inherently weaker. This newcomer to Manchester City did not seem particularly formidable, and given that they both excelled in speed, he felt confident in his chances. "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" Son Heung-min laughed, incredulous. "I am taller than Nasri, and yet you opt to confront me instead of him? Do you perceive me as a soft target? Indeed, I will surely defeat you," Mbappé declared with unwavering confidence. However, after a few exchanges, he faced a resounding defeat. When Son Heung-min advanced with the ball, Mbappé found himself utterly unable to defend against him. A mere feint left him off balance, and he could only watch as his opponents surged forward to score. Conversely, when Mbappé attempted to attack, any physical confrontation saw him easily knocked aside, unable to maintain possession and thus incapable of mounting an offense. "You're resorting to trickery. If you have the skill, try not colliding with me." Mbappé felt increasingly frustrated, for his strengths lay in speed and explosiveness. Yet, his opponent denied him any opportunity to accelerate, rendering his physical prowess useless. "Are you jesting?" Son Heung-min regarded him with a look of disbelief. "On the pitch, forget about that level of physicality. Every defensive player will employ any tactic available, whether pulling, pushing, or tackling. Do you truly believe they will grant you the chance to accelerate so easily?" Mbappé remained unconvinced, viewing Son Heung-min as an older, cunning player with ulterior motives. Thus, he turned his challenge to the younger Leroy Sain, who, at 20 years of age, was 3 years his junior and possessed less experience than Son Heung-min. However, Sain was no fool. Having just witnessed how Son Heung-min handled Mbappé, he employed the same tactics against him. This left Mbappé utterly outmatched. Both his opponents were taller and more robust, and in physical confrontations, his slender frame proved no match. Once he was unable to hold onto the ball, his defeat became inevitable. After 2 successive failures, Mbappé felt a wave of despondency wash over him. While still unwilling to concede entirely, he was forced to acknowledge his glaring deficiencies in physical confrontations. "Take your time. There is no need to rush." At the tender age of 17, one's body is yet to develop fully, and it is entirely natural for physical resilience to be somewhat lacking. There is no need to hasten the training in this regard. For now, focus on honing your technical skills. As for developing physical prowess, that can be gradually addressed once you reach adulthood. Noticing Mbappé's dejected demeanor, Quan offered him a towel to wipe away his sweat, providing a few words of comfort that also served to impart his own experiences. "Yes, I will, brother Lin." Mbappé initially felt a deep sense of frustration, but Quan's reassurance swiftly lifted his spirits, his smile nearly bursting forth uncontrollably. "Indeed, as the rumors suggested, brother Lin is genuinely kind-hearted. My decision to transfer to Manchester City has proven to be the right one. A one-on-one duel may not encapsulate a player's full potential. So Guardiola subsequently organized an internal match to allow Mbappé the opportunity to showcase his abilities in a more realistic setting. Adorned in the blue vest that signified a starting player, Mbappé eagerly joined forces with Quan. Observing the young lad's enthusiastic demeanor, Guardiola silently approved. His ability to swiftly adjust his mindset without being derailed by previous setbacks demonstrated commendable mental fortitude, indicating that he could potentially evolve into a player with a big heart in critical moments. Mental resilience is of paramount importance for professional athletes. Some may shine brightly in practice matches, but falter under the pressures of actual competition due to inadequate psychological strength, resulting in a drop in performance and an inability to fully express their capabilities. Conversely, some individuals possess an innate ability to thrive under pressure, performing even better in crucial matches, earning them the title of big game players. Before the training match commenced, Guardiola specifically instructed Quan and De Bruyne to pass the ball to Mbappé more frequently to observe his performance on the field. The starting team clearly possessed a strength that surpassed that of the substitutes, thus granting Mbappé numerous offensive opportunities during the internal match. While he squandered many of these chances, he managed to seize a few, even scoring a goal from a brilliant assist by Quan. In the wake of his goal, Mbappé celebrated exuberantly, sliding on his knees in joy, only to be reprimanded by Guardiola for a full 5 minutes. Such knee-sliding celebrations are perilous, particularly for young players, as they pose a risk of knee injuries. Guardiola's foremost concern was to avoid any injury to Mbappé, which fueled his irritation. Furthermore, despite having scored, Mbappé's deficiencies were glaringly evident. His footwork was rather crude, and his shooting technique and ball handling were lamentably inadequate. In the realm of comparison, Mbappé found himself amidst a cadre of players whose technical skills and football intelligence were of the highest caliber. When juxtaposed with these athletes, Mbappé's rawness was starkly apparent. Nonetheless, Guardiola was also keenly aware of Mbappé's merits. His physical attributes are remarkably powerful, excelling in explosiveness, speed, flexibility, and coordination. Although he currently faces challenges in physical confrontations due to incomplete development, these can be gradually improved through practice. However, such innate talents, determined by nature, cannot be cultivated later on. For athletes, talent dictates the ceiling, while effort establishes the floor. Mbappé's extraordinary gifts signify an exceptionally high potential. As long as he maintains his health and combines it with diligence, his future achievements are bound to be substantial. With this in mind, Guardiola resolved to invest more energy in nurturing this young talent. After the intra-squad training match, Guardiola personally escorted Mbappé to report to the youth team. Upon handing Mbappé over to the youth training director, he glanced at a training ground and inquired, "How have those young lads been performing lately?" Guardiola was referring to 3 players born in the year 2000 within Manchester City's youth academy: Foden, Sancho, and Haaland. Although still under 16 years of age, they have already exhibited remarkable talent and prowess in youth competitions, garnering significant attention from fans. Guardiola has been closely monitoring their progress and is deeply invested in their development. He firmly believes that, given time, these players will become the backbone of Manchester City. Chapter 122. The Rise of Harry Kane, Tottenham's Resurgence. As January commenced, it seemed that the considerable lead had led to some fluctuations in Manchester City's performance. In 4 matches during January, they achieved a record of 2 wins and 2 draws. While this outcome would be satisfactory for many teams, it appeared somewhat less than perfect for the reigning champions. The unexpected home draw against Everton, in particular, left the fans disappointed. In this match, Manchester City started slowly and squandered several opportunities. Conversely, Everton performed admirably, with their forward Lukaku delivering an outstanding performance, creating chances through his individual prowess, though his teammates failed to capitalize on these opportunities. Lukaku had already showcased remarkable form last year and continued to impress this year, attracting the attention of numerous clubs, including prestigious ones. Chelsea and Manchester United showed the most interest in Lukaku. As a former Chelsea player, the club naturally wished to bring him back to Stamford Bridge after witnessing his excellent form at Everton. Meanwhile, Manchester United, lacking a strong center forward, considered Lukaku, especially given Everton's subordinate status to them. If the player himself is agreeable, the transfer should pose no significant issues. Despite external commentary and criticism, Guardiola remained unfazed. The knockout stage of the Champions League is fast approaching, necessitating meticulous management of the player's stamina to mitigate unnecessary exertion in preparation for the grueling matches ahead. Furthermore, Manchester City's current record of 2 victories and 2 draws has had no detrimental effect on their position at the summit of the league. Their primary rival, Leicester City, has similarly achieved a record of 2 wins and 2 draws over the same 4 matches, leaving a 12-point gap between the 2 teams. With 15 matches remaining in the league and City leading by a substantial margin, they can afford a more relaxed approach to their gameplay. As February dawned, Guardiola adopted a bolder rotation strategy for the team. In the fourth round of the FA Cup, he fielded a squad composed almost entirely of substitutes. To everyone's astonishment, this ensemble of substitutes triumphed with an impressive 5-0 victory over Aston Villa, leaving the opponents utterly disoriented. The standout performer of the match was the homegrown talent Kelechi Iheanacho, who secured a hat-trick with a combination of headers and strikes, bringing his total tally for the season to 14 goals. Given the current pace of his scoring, he could potentially reach 20 goals by the season's end, a remarkable figure surpassing that of many leading strikers in the Premier League, especially considering he has been playing as a substitute. Following this stellar performance, Iheanacho's name has gained considerable recognition beyond the Premier League, capturing the attention of clubs from various leagues. During the winter transfer window, several clubs approached Manchester City with offers for his services. However, these proposals did not meet Guardiola's expectations. Additionally, Iheanacho himself was reluctant to leave the club, leading to their rejection. With such a dazzling display now under his belt, it is inevitable that his market value will continue to soar. Should other teams wish to acquire him during the summer transfer window, Manchester City is unlikely to entertain any offers below $30 million. Guardiola's stance on Iheanacho is quite clear. If he is willing to remain, City will welcome him with open arms. However, Guardiola will not guarantee him a starting position, leaving him to vie for a place in the first team. Given Aguero's current form, it will be a formidable challenge for Iheanacho to compete for a starting role, especially with the arrivals of players like Sane and Jesus further diminishing his playing time. Consequently, Guardiola leans towards selling or loaning him out. After engaging in discussions with Guardiola, Iheanacho has come to terms with the situation. While he is reluctant to part ways with Manchester City, he recognizes the necessity of prioritizing his career advancement. Out of respect for his former club, he has declined offers from Premier League teams, expressing a preference to explore opportunities in other leagues. He remains open to ventures in La Liga, the Bundesliga, Serie A, or even League One. As Manchester City began to signal his availability, numerous clubs expressed interest, sending scouts to evaluate his potential, including representatives from 2 clubs in the Chinese Super League. On February 6th, following a narrow 1-0 victory against Sunderland away from home, Manchester City faced Leicester City once again. This marked the second encounter between the two teams in a span of 40 days. Since their last meeting, the records of both teams have been strikingly similar, with each securing 3 victories and 2 draws in their past 5 league matches. However, the strength of their opponents has varied significantly. Manchester City has predominantly faced weaker teams, while Leicester City has contended with formidable rivals, including the likes of Tottenham and Liverpool, emerging victorious against these giants. Consequently, Leicester City's morale has seen a substantial boost ahead of this pivotal clash for the top spot, having fully recovered from their previous defeat. Claudio Ranieri remained as humble as ever, lauding Manchester City and Pep Guardiola, referring to them as the finest team and coach, and asserting that City's dominance in the Premier League remains unassailable. Leicester City approached their visit to the Etihad Stadium with the modest aim of securing a point, adopting a deferential stance as if they had resigned themselves to the outcome. Nevertheless, once the match commenced, they exhibited no inclination to capitulate. Learning from their earlier setback, Ranieri wisely opted for a solid defensive counter-attacking strategy for this match. Leicester's formation was notably compact, with players rarely venturing beyond their half, and maintaining a presence within a 30-meter zone, except during counterattacks when they would slightly advance. This extreme defensive posture posed significant challenges for Manchester City's offensive efforts. During the winter transfer window, Leicester bolstered their squad by acquiring a rapid forward, who would exploit his speed to challenge City's defenders during counterattacks. While the success rate of this tactic was not particularly high, it nonetheless presented a considerable threat. In the first half, Leicester matched Manchester City in a tactical duel, relying on their defensive counterattacks. As the second half unfolded, Manchester City altered their formation to a 3-2-4-1, positioning a multitude of playmakers behind the striker to supply him with opportunities. Remarkably, these playmakers were also capable scorers themselves, particularly Kevin De Bruyne. This formation adeptly utilized the width of the pitch, stretching Leicester's defensive setup and creating prime scoring opportunities for attacking players, especially those making late runs from the flanks. Capitalizing on this strategy, Manchester City struck first in the second half. However, fortune favored their opponents when a long-range shot from outside the box deflected off a defender's leg, unexpectedly leveling the score. City soon found the net again during a counterattack, but the goal was disallowed for offside. As the match progressed, neither side could find the breakthrough, resulting in a final score of 1-1. Following this encounter, Manchester City's lead at the top of the table remained unchanged at 12 points, while Leicester City successfully garnered a point on the road. Thus, the outcome was deemed acceptable for both teams. After the match against Leicester City, Manchester City entered a particularly congested fixture period. In the forthcoming fortnight, they are scheduled to engage in 4 matches, 2 in the Premier League, 1 in the Champions League, 1 in the League Cup, and another in the FA Cup. Notably, 3 of these encounters are concentrated in the final week of February, placing Manchester City in a challenging predicament. Last season, Guardiola strategically relinquished the FA Cup and League Cup to prioritize their League and Champions League performances. However, this season, due to the enhanced depth of the squad and the effective rotation implemented by Guardiola, the team has managed to maintain their physical condition despite the demands of competing on multiple fronts. Consequently, after consulting with the players, Manchester City has resolved not to forego these cup competitions this year, with aspirations of achieving another Grand Slam. The League Cup matches are nearing their conclusion, with only the final remaining. The complication arises from the fact that the final round features Manchester City facing Liverpool. In recent years, Liverpool has, like Arsenal, experienced a drought in titles, and they are unlikely to dismiss even a minor trophy such as the League Cup. Thus, it is probable that Liverpool will field their strongest lineup in the final. To secure victory against them, relying solely on substitutes and young players may prove insufficient. Manchester City must also deploy their key players, yet this match is closely followed by the league fixture. Should the first team engage in a fierce battle against Liverpool, they might strategically abandon the 27th league round. Abandoning the 27th league match may be a viable option, given their substantial lead. Moreover, the 27th league round is closely situated to the Champions League round of 16, and the players, having just returned from an away game, will not have fully recovered their stamina. Competing in another league match would likely leave them in no condition to contend for the title against Liverpool. Hence, I advocate for skipping the league match. Within the internal discussions, the coaching staff largely supports foregoing this league encounter, even if they were to lose. The most they would concede is 3 points, and their lead remains considerable, alleviating concerns about losing the championship. Furthermore, the opponent does not possess formidable strength. Should Manchester City field substitutes, they may still secure a favorable outcome. If they win or draw, it would be considered a bonus. In light of the decision to forfeit the 27th round, the team is determined to achieve a decisive victory against Tottenham in the 26th round at home, ensuring they secure those vital 3 points. With Kane's steadily rising prowess, Tottenham's performance has markedly improved this season under his leadership. Although the loss of Son Heung-min to Manchester City has had some detrimental impact, Kane's emergence has compensated for these shortcomings, establishing him as a prominent figure in the Premier League, being hailed by the Fleet Street media as the new star of the British Empire. Unlike previous inflated claims of emerging stars, Kane genuinely possesses that caliber of talent. Consequently, he has attracted the attention of numerous elite clubs, with rumors circulating that Florentino Perez intends to recruit Kane as a successor to Cristiano Ronaldo. This speculation is not unfounded, as compared to the aging Ronaldo. The 1993-born Kane is considerably younger and holds greater potential for the future. Real Madrid has frequently acquired players from Tottenham, with Bale being a notable example. However, during the acquisition of Bale, Real Madrid was significantly overcharged by Tottenham. Should they truly aspire to lure Kane away from Tottenham, they might find themselves in an even worse predicament, as Kane holds far greater importance in Tottenham's eyes compared to Bale. Despite Kane's exceptional performances over the past 2 seasons, few anticipated Tottenham's success prior to the match. The rationale is straightforward. Manchester City seems to have a psychological advantage over Tottenham. In recent seasons, matches between Manchester City and Tottenham have often resulted in lopsided scores, with City frequently netting 4, 5, or even 6 goals, and this has occurred on multiple occasions. Consequently, pre-match sentiment was heavily against Tottenham, with some even wagering on the margin of their defeat. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Kane experienced a breakout performance in this match. He and Eriksen combined to score 3 goals, leading the team to a remarkable 3-2 victory over Manchester City, thus redeeming themselves and finally standing tall before their rivals. This unexpected defeat was a shock for the entire Manchester City squad. failing to overcome an opponent like Tottenham, who seemed to be under their control, resulted in a loss of 3 points before the 27th round. Would they consider conceding in the next round? Coach, should we not reassess our prior strategies? Indeed. If we were to lose again in the next round, our lead could dwindle to a mere 6 points. With 12 rounds remaining in the league, a 6-point advantage is still substantial. However, dropping 6 points over 2 matches creates an unsettling momentum, even if one of those matches was intentionally relinquished. Should Manchester City exhibit such a downer, it would rekindle the suspense surrounding this season's championship. Other teams, upon facing Manchester City, would undoubtedly display greater resilience, as nearly every team in the Premier League, aside from them, wishes to prevent a monopoly on the title. This also implies that their forthcoming matches will prove to be increasingly challenging. Therefore, they cannot afford a loss in the next match. Upon hearing the remarks from the coaching staff, Guardiola fell silent. He was acutely aware of the stakes involved and understood that his decisions could wield significant repercussions. Let me ponder this carefully. Guardiola chose not to rush into a decision, as he was uncertain about the best course of action. He contemplated returning home to discuss the matter with Quan, or perhaps observing the situation further, waiting until after the Champions League knockout stage before making a decision. If all else fails, he might consider relinquishing the cup competition. Losing the League Cup would not be of grave concern, as it does not count towards the treble. End of chapter. Chapter 123. You can always trust Lin Huang. There is a saying, when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can lead to discomfort. Just as Manchester City grappled with the congested fixture schedule at the end of February, their opponent in the 5th round of the FA Cup was revealed. Unfortunately for Manchester City, their adversary was none other than the formidable Chelsea. Chelsea's performance in the league this season has been dismal, having long lost hope for the championship. Thus, they have set their sights on cup competitions. With Chelsea eliminated early from the League Cup, their only remaining chance for glory in domestic cups lies with the FA Cup. A month ago, Manchester City would have faced Chelsea without trepidation. But encountering them now is certainly not fortuitous for City. It appears that Chelsea is intent on demonstrating their determination to contend for the title, hoping to dissuade City from underestimating them. Before the match commenced, Chelsea's manager, Guus Hiddink, announced the starting lineup, which consisted entirely of the club's first-team players. To triumph over such a formidable squad, relying solely on substitutes and a handful of key players is evidently inadequate. If Manchester City aspires to secure victory, they too must field their strongest lineup. Guardiola, unwilling to relinquish the FA Cup given its higher prestige compared to the League Cup, decided to bring all available first-team players to Stamford Bridge, aside from those sidelined by injury. At Stamford Bridge, Manchester City engaged in a fiercely contested battle against Chelsea. The match unfolded with dramatic twists and turns, leaving the spectators' emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. Sensing Manchester City's recent struggles, Chelsea capitalized on their home advantage and launched a relentless offensive. The likes of Hazard, Diego Costa, Oscar, and Willian exhibited remarkable vigor. In midfield, Matic and Fabregas frequently surged forward, enabling Chelsea to blossom offensively. Merely 7 minutes into the match, Chelsea found the net. Their forward, Diego Costa, capitalized on a brilliant pass from Hazard to open the scoring. 5 minutes later, Hazard delivered another exquisite ball from nearly the same position, this time to Willian, who scored. Before the first quarter hour had elapsed, Chelsea had already established a 2-goal lead. This dreamlike start transformed Stamford Bridge into a sea of jubilation, with Chelsea supporters' songs resonating incessantly amidst their excitement, creating a cacophony that drowned out the coach's shouts to their players. Chelsea's goals seemed to awaken Manchester City, as Quan stepped up to spearhead the counterattack. In the 15th minute, following an interception in midfield, City executed a swift counter, with De Bruyne threading a pass to Quan. As Quan made a diagonal run, he created space for Aguero by drawing a defender away. Before delivering the ball into the penalty area, Aguero, exhibiting astute movement, received the ball in an open position. However, Courtois reacted swiftly, rushing out to block Aguero's shot angle. Noticing the lack of a shooting opportunity, Aguero unselfishly redirected the ball to the right, following Quan's effortless strike into the open net. He aided his team in narrowing the score. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City earned a corner kick, which Quan took upon himself to execute. The ball was lofted into the penalty area, where Van Dijk's header struck the upright. The rebound fell at the feet of Kroos, who, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Kroos's attempt was indeed menacing, with an acute angle and rapid velocity. Although Courtois reacted and spread his body in midair like a soaring golden eagle, he was unable to make contact with the ball. Astonishingly, Manchester City equalized within a mere 11 minutes. At the moment Kroos scored, the jubilant chants from Stamford Bridge abruptly ceased. Chelsea fans were left bewildered, exclaiming in frustration, "Is our defense made of paper? How could a two-goal lead evaporate in just over 10 minutes?" Meanwhile, the away supporters from Manchester City erupted in applause, fervently cheering for their team. Just 10 minutes prior, they had anxiously watched as Chelsea scored consecutively, fearing for their team's lackluster performance. Fortunately, at this crucial juncture, their savior emerged. Otherwise, Manchester City might have faced yet another defeat. Manchester City cannot thrive without Quan, just as the West cannot forsake Jerusalem. This is the embodiment of a stabilizing force. You can always rely on the Emperor. However, the Manchester City fans appeared to celebrate prematurely, as the first half had yet to conclude. It seemed the 4 goals scored in the initial 20 minutes had exhausted both teams' fortunes, leaving them unable to find the net again in the remaining time. During the stoppage time of the first half, Oscar surged into the penalty area and fell, prompting the referee to award a penalty. Just as Chelsea's supporters believed they would head into halftime with a 1-goal advantage, Oscar's penalty was heroically saved by Navas. After denying Oscar's attempt, Navas let out a triumphant roar. Such a magnificent save was a tremendous morale booster. Conversely, Oscar, having missed the penalty, stood in disbelief, cradling his head in shock, unable to fathom that his spot kick had been thwarted. His teammates mirrored his expression of incredulity. Why was Manchester City such a tough nut to crack? Despite creating numerous opportunities and even taking a lead, why had their opponents not succumbed? Even the improbable event of saving a penalty occurred. Could it be that even divine intervention favored Manchester City? This penalty miss seemed to be the final straw that shattered Chelsea's morale. In the second half, their offensive vigor waned compared to the first. In contrast, following halftime adjustments, Manchester City regained their composure. The players steadied their approach, gradually gaining control of the match's rhythm, and employed their familiar attacking strategies against Chelsea. In the 67th minute, Quan's free kick soared into the penalty area, where Manchester City captain Kompany outmuscled Chelsea's captain Terry, executing a powerful header from close range that found the net, marking the final goal of the match. Ultimately, after a grueling contest, Manchester City triumphed over Chelsea with a score of 3-2, advancing to the next round. Despite the victory, Guardiola's expression was far from jubilant. In the 65th minute of the second half, just as he was preparing to make a substitution, Aguero sustained an injury. The pained expression on Aguero's face, as he clutched his knee, indicated to Guardiola that the situation was dire. Aguero's injury had been lingering for quite some time, a persistent ailment that had not resolved satisfactorily. A significant factor in Aguero's retirement was indeed his injuries, compounded by Barcelona's stifling treatment of his close friend Messi. Professional athletes often carry injuries. With the frequency of matches, injuries are an inevitable part of the game. Aguero's chronic issues primarily affected his ankle and knee, both of which are critical for any player. It remains uncertain how long it will take for him to recover from this latest setback. As Manchester City's primary striker, Aguero's absence will undoubtedly have adverse effects on the team's composition and strength. Fortunately, Guardiola had proactively reinforced the squad during the winter break, though it remains to be seen whether the newcomers can adequately fill the void left by Aguero, including the previously injured David Silva. The number of casualties in Manchester City's attacking line has become rather concerning. Thankfully, the team's sole linchpin, Quan, has maintained his health without any injury issues, providing Guardiola with some reassurance. He shudders to think of the implications should Quan also fall victim to injury. How would Manchester City cope? While the mood among City supporters is subdued, Chelsea fans are utterly disheartened. Having lost the league title, they now find themselves denied a cup title as well. Their league position has plummeted to outside the top 10, and given their current points tally, they may not even qualify for the Europa League next season. Such thoughts have instilled a deep-seated animosity among Chelsea supporters towards Manchester City. Since City's rise to prominence, Chelsea's fortunes seem to have taken a turn for the worse. This year's dramatic decline in Chelsea's performance has raised concerns about whether they will ever recover from such a setback. Amidst the anxiety of the Blues fans, Abramovich stepped forward, publicly asserting his unwavering commitment to the club and his continued support. His reassurance provided a sense of solace for Chelsea supporters, Although the team's performance has dipped, they remain optimistic that, with their owners' backing, the Blues will eventually rise again. Indeed, Abramovich is a commendable owner. Despite his fiery temperament and hasty decisions regarding coaching changes, he is undeniably a good owner. The emotions of Chelsea fans towards Abramovich are quite complex. Initially, they were resistant to the oligarch from Russia. However, over the years, Abramovich has invested substantial sums, elevating Chelsea from a modest club to a powerhouse in the Premier League, securing several league titles, and even clinching a Champions League trophy. Moreover, he frequently graces the stands, appearing as an ordinary fan to watch Chelsea's matches. After more than a decade of unwavering support, the number of loyal Blues fans embracing him continues to grow. Should a day arrive when he is ousted from Chelsea, the supporters might find themselves reminiscing about him. Following a victory against Chelsea, leaving the injured Aguero to recuperate at the club, Guardiola and his team boarded a charter flight at Heathrow, bound for Kiev. 4 days later, they would face their Champions League knockout stage adversaries, Dynamo Kiev. How cold it is. In late February, Kiev remains bitterly cold, with outdoor temperatures plummeting below freezing. Upon disembarking the plane, the players were immediately met with a sharp chill. For the Manchester City squad, who had journeyed from England, the temperature evoked a nostalgic wintry feeling. Influenced by the North Atlantic drift, winter temperatures in Manchester are relatively mild, rarely dipping below zero. However, in Eastern Europe, sub-zero temperatures are commonplace. And winters here are not only frigid but also exceedingly prolonged. Manchester City had previously been grouped with a team from the Russian Premier League. If fortune did not favor them, a December match at their opponent's home could see temperatures plummet to -10 degrees Celsius. If their luck were to worsen, they might even contend with snowfall during the match. Additionally, given Russia's vast expanse and its remoteness from other countries, the arduous journey to play an away match there can be incredibly taxing for European teams. Consequently, many teams, in order to avoid the rigors of travel and mitigate the risk of injuries to key players, might opt to rest their starters if they enjoy a comfortable lead, sending only substitutes to compete. Leveraging their climatic advantage and the benefits of a well-rested home team, Russian Premier League clubs have performed commendably in the Champions League, with teams consistently advancing from the group stages to the knockout rounds. While it may be somewhat justifiable for UEFA to include Russia, a core region in Europe, it seems rather absurd for Kazakhstan, entirely located in Asia, to be part of UEFA as well. The critical issue is that Kazakhstan possesses slots for European competitions. Any team drawn into their group would face a daunting round trip of over 10,000 kilometers. Of course, as compensation, Kazakhstani clubs are notably less formidable, posing minimal threat. Thus, encountering them in the Champions League, aside from a slightly taxing journey, presents few challenges, effectively guaranteeing a straightforward 6 points. The fans of Dynamo Kiev clearly did not welcome Manchester City's arrival. They brandished various banners and gestured rudely towards the City players, while some shouted incomprehensible insults in a language the players could not understand. The players of Manchester City are no strangers to such scenes. If Dynamo Kiev harbors any aspirations of advancing to the next round, their solitary hope resides in their home ground. Should they fail to capitalize on the advantage of playing at home against Manchester City, their prospects will be significantly diminished upon returning to the Manchester Stadium for the second leg. Consequently, their supporters will undoubtedly employ every conceivable means to disrupt Manchester City. As anticipated, on the very night of the team's arrival in Kiev, opposing fans gathered outside the hotel, beating drums and even setting off fireworks, depriving the Manchester City players of a restful night. When dawn broke, many players bore the telltale signs of sleeplessness, their eyes resembling those of pandas, and their spirits notably low. The morning training session was cancelled. Those who were fatigued returned to their rooms to recuperate, while others engaged in light activities within the hotel. Upon witnessing this, Guardiola refrained from compelling the players to train. After the match concluded the previous night, they had set off, arriving in Kiev just before midnight. And with the ruckus that ensued, not only the players but Guardiola himself had also been deprived of rest. What troubled Guardiola further was the uncertainty of whether the fans would create a disturbance again that evening. Such incessant disruptions would surely prove detrimental. Chapter 124, Guardiola. Manchester City cannot be without Lin. In response, Manchester City opted to alert the local authorities while simultaneously lodging a protest with UEFA. This dual approach compelled the Kiev supporters to temper their antics. at least refraining from further disturbances the following evening. However, the interference had already significantly disrupted Manchester City's preparations for the match. On the day of the game, the weather was far from favorable. The sky was overcast and devoid of sunshine, resembling a scene poised for snowfall. The temperatures in Kiev had been relatively low, raising the possibility of snow during the match, which greatly concerned the assistant coach as he expressed his anxieties to Guardiola. "What does the weather forecast indicate?" Guardiola inquired, casting a glance skyward, his heart sinking at the thought. If extreme weather conditions, such as snowfall, were to materialize during the match, it would undoubtedly be to Manchester City's detriment. The forecast indicated a high probability of snow, exceeding 70%. A 70% likelihood essentially implied that a snow event was imminent. According to UEFA regulations, in the event of extreme weather, such as heavy rain or snowfall, matches may be postponed. However, there was a genuine concern that if the snowfall were insufficient to meet the criteria for postponement, Manchester City's performance would be adversely affected by the conditions. Should snow accumulate and render the pitch slippery, it would pose significant challenges for Manchester City, who excel in ground-based attacks. Despite the unfavorable weather, the match still attracted a substantial crowd of spectators. The contingent of Manchester City fans traveling with the team was modest, numbering around 1,000. While the majority of the audience comprised supporters of the home team. Dynamo Kiev's stadium, modest in size, accommodates only 16,900 fans. And due to its designation as a non-professional football ground, the stands are separated from the pitch by a running track, diminishing the impact of the fans' cheers on the players compared to a professional stadium setting. However, as the players of Manchester City stepped onto the pitch, they were taken aback. The scene at the Lobanovsky Stadium was divided into two starkly contrasting spectacles. On one side stood a group of burly men, bare-chested and fervently drumming, leading a chorus of rhythmic applause and chants while proudly waving the home team's scarves. Though their numbers were few, their presence was striking. On the other side, a throng of fans had inexplicably procured a considerable amount of fireworks, igniting them in the stands. The orange flames and swirling smoke gave the impression that this side of the stadium was ablaze, radiating an atmosphere of wild exuberance. The Manchester City players appeared unfamiliar with such a scene, particularly the bare-chested fans, undeterred by the biting cold, who shouted their support with fervor. Merely glancing at them sent chills through one's bones, leaving one to ponder how these fervent souls could endure such conditions. It seems we have frightened the Manchester City lads. Let us rally, brothers, and show these timid souls the fierce spirit of us Ukrainians. As the City players frequently cast their gazes in their direction, the exuberant fans swelled with pride, drumming and chanting with even greater zeal. Such are the supporters of Dynamo Kiev. Indeed, they are wildly passionate. Guardiola, seated on the bench, instinctively wrapped his down jacket tighter around him. The biting cold wind pierced through, and even clad in a down jacket, he felt a shiver, let alone the players on the field in their shorts and jerseys. If they did not warm their bodies thoroughly, they risked injury from the cold or muscle stiffness once the match commenced. Playing in such frigid temperatures significantly heightened the risk of injury. One could only wonder how the players from the Ukrainian and Russian leagues managed to endure. At 9:45 p.m., with a sharp whistle from the referee, the match officially began. Despite having warmed up adequately beforehand, the players' bodies quickly cooled down during their return to the locker room. Thus, at the onset of the match, the Manchester City players approached with caution, their movements restrained as they played somewhat tentatively. Their opponents, evidently prepared for this, launched an aggressive assault immediately after the kickoff, seemingly intent on exploiting Manchester City's lack of rhythm before they fully settled into the game. The strategy of Dynamo Kiev was astute and executed with determination. However, Guardiola had anticipated such an approach, having incorporated defensive measures into the pre-match tactics. Upon realizing the opponent's aggressive intent, Manchester City promptly compacted their formation and fortified their defense. The positional strength of Dynamo Kiev was not particularly robust, and against Manchester City's staunch defense, they failed to create significant opportunities. Observing Manchester City's preparedness, the Dynamo Kiev coach could not help but sigh. After witnessing his players struggle to penetrate the opponent's defense and squander 3 or 4 chances without posing a threat, he decisively ordered a halt to this offensive surge. At this juncture, the match had reached the 15th minute, and following the initial quarter hour of play, the Manchester City players had gradually begun to find their rhythm. It was precisely at this moment that their opponents altered their strategy, abandoning their previous frenetic assaults. Consequently, Manchester City started to mount a counteroffensive, seeking to strike back at their adversaries. In the 17th minute, after regaining possession in midfield, City launched a swift counterattack. Son Heung-min, driving down the flank, delivered a cross into the box. New signing Gabriel Jesus, making his first start for Manchester City, found himself impeded by a defender. Although he lunged forward in an attempt to execute a sliding shot, his foot failed to connect with the ball, which slipped by the goal. Quan at the far post also failed to make contact, resulting in a squandered opportunity to alter the scoreline. Despite this missed chance, Guardiola extended his applause to the players, sensing that as long as Manchester City maintained this momentum, a goal was merely a matter of time. The coach of Dynamo Kiev, evidently sensing impending trouble, immediately instructed his players to bolster their defense and increase their physicality. Their method of fortifying their defense was both simple and brutal, committing fouls. In the 22nd minute, City launched another offensive, but Son Heung-min was met with a reckless challenge from the opposing fullback. Whether the foul was intentional or accidental remained uncertain. Yet Son writhed on the ground in pain, clutching his leg. Witnessing their teammates' distress, nearby City players rushed to his aid, surrounding the offender in an attempt to seek justice. Was this a match for football, or merely an invitation to violence? The opposing players, unwilling to back down, quickly converged, confronting the City players. As tensions escalated towards a potential brawl, the referee promptly intervened, issuing a yellow card to the fouling Dynamo player while also cautioning both sides for their aggressive actions. The referee's timely intervention curtailed what could have erupted into a significant altercation, yet the simmering animosity between the players could not be entirely quelled. In the ensuing play, both teams became increasingly physical, with retaliatory tackles becoming the order of the day. However, such chaos seemed to favor Dynamo Kiev, as it effectively stifled Manchester City's burgeoning momentum. The tumultuous situation hindered City's ability to organize their ground attacks, and the ferocity of their opponents, coupled with the anxiety over injuries, left City players hesitant in their offensive endeavors. In the stands, Dynamo Kiev supporters vociferously jeered, mocking City's players. What a farce of a Champions League champion. They appear to be nothing special. Indeed, victory in this match seemed assured. Manchester City's spirit had been unsettled, and their play had lost its structure. On the sidelines, Guardiola furrowed his brow. This tumultuous atmosphere was detrimental to Manchester City, yet the players, clouded by anger, were largely unresponsive to his calls for adjustments. One can only hope to make adjustments during halftime. Until then, the only wish is for the players to remain injury-free. According to Murphy's Law, the more one fears a certain occurrence, the more likely it is to transpire. Just as Guardiola silently implored for no injuries, an unfortunate incident unfolded on the pitch. In the 31st minute, Dynamo Kiev's winger, Gamache, went in for a tackle against Quan, and both players collapsed to the ground. Guardiola sprang from the bench. Anxiety etched across his face as he gazed at the field. At that moment, all thoughts of victory or defeat, and the progression of the knockout stages, were cast aside. His sole concern was, how is Quan? Surely he cannot be injured at such a critical juncture. Manchester City cannot afford to lose him. With the roster already plagued by injuries, the prospect of losing Quan was too dire to contemplate. As the core player of the opposing team appeared to be incapacitated, Dynamo Kiev's supporters erupted in jubilant song, celebrating as if it were a festive occasion. How splendid! We have taken out their key player. Victory is assured, they exclaimed. I wonder how serious his injury is. If it keeps him from the next match, perhaps we might triumph over Manchester City in the return leg. To achieve a double victory over City is a feat even the likes of Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich have yet to accomplish. Who would have thought we could have such a chance? They had every reason to be elated, for it was well known that Quan was pivotal to Manchester City's success. Without him, the team's strength would be severely diminished, greatly enhancing Dynamo Kiev's chances of victory at home. The thought of potentially eliminating the reigning champions and advancing to the quarterfinals had the fans so ecstatic that they could hardly contain their excitement. In stark contrast to the jubilant Kiev supporters, Manchester City's fans were on edge, their hearts in their throats. Quan simply could not afford to be injured. His absence was unacceptable. Many City fans had begun to pray for his well-being, hoping fervently that he would be all right. As the players lay on the ground, medical teams from both sides rushed onto the field. Surprisingly, After examination, it was determined that Quan sustained no serious injuries. With the assistance of his teammates, he hobbled to his feet. A collective sigh of relief swept through the Manchester City supporters, while the disappointment was palpable among the Dynamo Kiev fans. What kind of player is Gamache? Couldn't he have done better? They lamented. He failed to incapacitate Quan. What use is he if he can't perform such a simple task? Perhaps he should be released from the team. However, they seemed oblivious to the fact that Gamache, whom they berated, was still lying on the ground, unable to rise. To err on the side of caution, Guardiola instructed that Quan remain on the sidelines for further examination, opting not to return him to the fray just yet. In his heart, he felt a sense of relief, glad that Quan was unharmed. Had he sustained an injury, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Contemplating this, Guardiola considered whether it might be prudent to substitute Quan instead. Even if they were to lose this match, it would not matter, as there would still be a home game ahead. Quan's well-being was paramount above all else. While Guardiola pondered these thoughts, the medical team of Dynamo Kiev signaled for a substitution. After the examination, they concluded that Gamache could no longer continue and must leave the field for treatment. He became the first player to be injured and withdrawn from the match, and since he was one of their own, the previously boisterous atmosphere among the Dynamo Kiev supporters began to wane. This scenario was not as scripted. Why was it one of their own who was injured? Just moments ago, it had been Gamache who had tackled an opponent, yet it was he who ended up hurt. It dawned on them that Gamache had likely committed a reckless foul, realizing he could not evade punishment from the referee, thus resorting to this tactic in an attempt to escape consequence. Indeed, it was quite plausible. The foul had appeared rather severe, as he had not merely tackled the ball, but had forcefully struck the opponent's ankle. Such an infraction could have warranted a yellow card, or worse, a red card, with potential disciplinary action from UEFA following the match. If Gamache could hear the discussions among his supporters, he might have wept. He was not feigning. He was genuinely injured. As for why he, the aggressor, was the one to be hurt rather than the opposition, even he could not comprehend. All he felt was that the moment he kicked, it was as if he had struck not a leg, but a steel plate, the recoil leaving him with the sensation that his bones might shatter. Despite Gamache's injury, the referee was not inclined to let him off lightly. He issued a yellow card for Gamache's departure, which, though merely a yellow, could be considered an act of leniency. Had Gamache emerged unscathed while Quan had to exit due to injury, it is likely that the referee would have shown him a red card. However, even without a direct red, losing a player so early was detrimental to Dynamo Kiev. At that moment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The anticipated snowfall, as forecasted, had finally arrived. The players of Dynamo Kiev, witnessing the snow begin to fall, felt their previously waning morale surge as though invigorated by a new spirit. Truly, fortune favored them. This snowfall was immensely advantageous. Indeed, the English players were likely unaccustomed to playing in such wintry conditions. As the snow accumulated and the pitch became slippery, it would severely impair their ground passes, thereby diminishing Manchester City's capabilities. At that point, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Seeing the snow descend, Guardiola couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although the snowfall is currently light and has yet to exert a significant impact, the morale of both teams has been notably affected. The difference lies in the fact that the opponent's spirits have soared, while our own team's morale has suffered a substantial blow. It seems that the Manchester City players are aware that prolonging the game is disadvantageous for them. If the snow accumulates further, their offensive maneuvers will become exceedingly challenging. This sense of urgency has led to hasty decisions during their attacks, often without taking the time to assess the broader situation, resulting in choices that may not be the most judicious at that moment. Stay calm, control the pace, do not rush, we still have time, Guardiola called out from the sidelines, attempting to remind his players. Quan also sensed the impatience in his teammates during their recent offensive attempts. There were evidently better options available. With a bit of observation, they could have directed the ball to the weaker side. However, it seemed that his teammates were oblivious to this, opting either to shoot directly or to pass the ball into areas crowded with defenders. Consequently, Manchester City's recent offensives yielded no results, failing to break the deadlock in the match. With little time left in the first half, the urgency to score increased. If they could not find the net soon, the onset of the second half with more accumulated snow could truly bring unforeseen challenges. This thought made Quan somewhat anxious. Stay composed. It is crucial to remain calm. Rushing only complicates scoring. With this in mind, he carefully observed the positioning of the opposing defenders. The opponents did not remain static like wooden stakes. They continually adjusted their positions based on the ball carrier, striving to maintain the integrity of their formation. The more formidable the team, the more cohesive their formation remains during movement, making it increasingly difficult to penetrate their defense. Nevertheless, as long as they are in motion, there will always be vulnerabilities to exploit. After all, it is nearly impossible for 11 players to act with perfect unity. Some may initiate their movements slowly, while others are quicker. Disparities in speed exist among them. Such subtle differences harbor the potential for opportunity, and seizing even the slightest chance could lead to a breakthrough. The football field is vast, and it is nearly unattainable for 11 players to control half of it effectively. There is indeed a gap in hard strength between Dynamo Kiev and Manchester City. Earlier, when Manchester City launched their assaults, the opponents struggled to keep pace, resorting to foul tactics to delay the City's advances. However, after more than 30 minutes of acclimatization, they have gradually adapted to Manchester City's rhythm, especially after successfully defending against a few hasty attacks from City, which has boosted their confidence and morale. Morale is a delicate matter. A side with high spirits can contend with, and even triumph over, a stronger opponent despite lacking in raw talent. History is replete with instances of the underdog prevailing over the favorite in football, with the most renowned example being the miracle of Istanbul in 2004. At that time, AC Milan held a distinct advantage across all lines, with as many as 7 or 8 players in the starting 11 being of legendary caliber, significantly outpacing Liverpool in sheer strength. The first half score of 30 served as a true reflection of the disparity in capabilities between the two teams. However, what of it? In the second half, Liverpool surged with momentum, their morale soaring, and they managed to overturn the more formidable AC Milan, even nailing them to the pillar of historical disgrace. Thus, the well-known adage in football, "the ball is round," is not merely a saying but a profound truth. Once Quan regained his composure, he observed De Bruyne receiving a pass from Kroos, prompting him to extend his hand for the ball. De Bruyne, attuned to Quan's intentions, immediately sent the ball his way and confidently surged forward, preparing for a wall pass. Even if Quan did not return the ball to him, De Bruyne's movement attracted the attention of the opposing players, alleviating some pressure off Quan. Quan silently commended De Bruyne, yet he refrained from passing the ball back. After De Bruyne's forward run, 3 opponents were drawn towards him, consciously positioning themselves to intercept Quan while planning to double-team De Bruyne once Quan made a pass. Naturally, Quan would not send a risky ball to De Bruyne under such circumstances. Instead, he utilized his expansive vision to execute a sweeping pass to the opposite flank. The transfer was executed with remarkable finesse. Due to Quan's offensive maneuver, the opposing formation instinctively shifted towards the right, leaving the other side abundantly open. Should Son Heung-min receive the ball, he would be free to advance without hesitation. Although Son Heung-min did not share the same level of synergy with Quan and had not anticipated a pass coming his way, he adhered to the tactical instructions laid out by the coach, pressing forward in alignment with the team's formation. It was this decision that granted him an exceptional opportunity. The tilt of the opposing formation towards the right resulted in their fullback positioning himself closer to the center, neglecting to closely mark Son Heung-min. Since the ball carrier was too far away, even if Manchester City attempted to switch the ball over, there would be ample time for him to arrive and defend during the ball's trajectory. However, the defending players seemed to underestimate Son Heung-min's speed. Upon seeing Quan's pass, Son Heung-min immediately accelerated, racing towards the ball's landing spot. Quan's pass was not aimed directly at Son Heung-min, but provided him with a significant lead, landing in open space ahead of him. This way, Son Heung-min would not have to initiate his sprint after receiving the ball, which could risk being entangled by defenders, missing his opportunity to break away. By passing ahead of him, Quan allowed Son Heung-min to pick up speed before receiving the ball, making it increasingly difficult for the opposition to intercept him. What a splendid pass! Guardiola could not help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing Quan's exquisite long pass. The vision, the technique, and the perfectly calculated lead time were simply extraordinary. What kind of brilliance does this individual possess? With exceptional dribbling skills and top-notch shooting ability, complemented by remarkable organization and passing, one must wonder, what can this individual not accomplish? Meanwhile, Son Heung-min effortlessly received Quan's pass without losing momentum. leading him to sing praises for Quan in his heart. Truly, brother Lin, your passing ability deserves an impressive score of 82. While the remaining 18 points I graciously bestow upon you in a 666 fashion. Oh, if only the young talents in the national team could exhibit such precise passing. How could I ever falter in the national squad? Recently, Son Heung-min's experience with the South Korean national team has not been particularly satisfying. He has gone several matches without finding the back of the net. In contrast, his teammates like Koo Ja-cheol are thriving, causing South Korean fans to begin questioning Son Heung-min's prowess, and the accolades proclaiming him as Asia's finest have also come under scrutiny. This realization fills Son Heung-min with indignation. What caliber of teammates do I have at the club? World class indeed. And what of the national team? A handful of intercontinental-level players, with the rest merely of national caliber. The disparity is simply too vast. At the club, he can conquer defenses thanks to the exceptional support from his teammates. However, in the national team, his youth and lesser standing lead to bullying and exclusion, compounded by a tactical system that does not align with his style and teammates who struggle to keep pace with him, resulting in a significant decline in his performance. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Son Heung-min resolved to demonstrate his true abilities to his compatriots back home. As Son Heung-min received Quan's pass, was he preparing to take charge of the match? The commentators in the Korean broadcast booth, witnessing this moment, shook off their earlier fatigue and despair, their spirits lifted, and their voices grew louder. At the start of the match, it was already 4:30 a.m. in Korea, and after half an hour of play, it was past 5 a.m. Were it not for the winter season, when dawn breaks slowly, one might have even glimpsed the rising sun. Yet, for the indefatigable Koreans, among the top 3 overachievers in East Asia, what does 5 a.m. signify? They could easily endure another 17 or 18 hours. As long as they could witness the players they support score, the sleepless night would be worthwhile. At this moment, Son Heung-min had pushed his speed to the utmost limit, finding ample space on the left flank to accelerate. With his speed surging, his confidence soared. As an opposing defender attempted to intercept him, he elegantly executed a deft nutmeg, leaving his adversary in his wake. This left both the spectators in the stadium and viewers at home utterly astonished. A substitute from Manchester City possesses such formidable dribbling skills? Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, was somewhat taken aback. He was well aware of Son Heung-min's capabilities, his speed, shooting finesse, and prowess as a remarkable scorer. However, his breakthrough and dribbling abilities are not particularly remarkable among wingers, making him less suited for positional play. He thrives in counterattacks that allow him to fully exploit his speed advantage. At this moment, Son Heung-min exhibited previously unseen capabilities, astonishing Guardiola and prompting him to ponder. Could it be that the training Quan conducted for them has finally borne fruit? Last summer, Guardiola had endeavored to enhance Kanté's offensive skills, enlisting Quan to teach them techniques for breakthroughs and dribbling. Unfortunately, Kanté's development in this regard proved unsuccessful, and Guardiola had since dismissed the matter. Yet, unexpectedly, this unintentional endeavor had fortuitously bolstered Son Heung-min's prowess. This was indeed a delightful surprise. The players of Dynamo Kiev were equally taken aback, unable to fathom how their opponent had managed to bypass their defensive reinforcement, leaving them no chance to intercept Son Heung-min. He had already surged into the penalty area. At this juncture, Son was faced with 2 choices: to shoot directly against the advancing goalkeeper or to pass the ball to a trailing teammate for an assist. However, due to his remarkable speed, his teammates were still at a distance, and with numerous defenders on the right side, Son lacked confidence in successfully delivering a pass. Thus, he resolved to complete the attack on his own. Calmly adjusting his footwork and observing the goalkeeper's movements, he opted to aim for the far corner. His shot was executed at an extreme angle, nearly directed toward the post to evade the opposing goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, upon witnessing Son's shot, instinctively attempted to block it, but was unable to make contact. As he turned to watch the ball roll past him, he thought to himself, "Surely, I must have covered all angles of the shot. If I couldn't even touch the ball, it was likely to sail wide." To his dismay, Son Heung-min was no Darwin Núñez, free from the habit of skewed shooting. The ball grazed the post and nestled into the net. A profound silence enveloped the stadium, broken only by the howling wind and swirling snowflakes. Dynamo Kiev's fans stood in shock, incredulous that their team was trailing. A sharp, biting wind swept through, prompting the previously fervent bare-chested drummer to shiver slightly, feeling the chill. So cold. On the field, after witnessing his goal, Son Heung-min joyfully raced toward the corner flag, shedding his jersey to reveal the words emblazoned on his undershirt, dedicated to my beloved father. Written in Korean, these words were largely incomprehensible to the spectators and players, aside from the Koreans present. Yet, thousands of miles away, Korean viewers watching the match were filled with admiration for Son. What a remarkable young man. So filial. The family of Son Jong-hyun must be truly extraordinary to have raised such an outstanding son. Far across in England, Son Heung-min's parents received countless congratulatory messages and phone calls from friends and family. Son Heung-min expressed his deep gratitude towards his father, as his father's influence on his career has been profoundly significant. It can be said that without his father's unwavering companionship and support, he would not have achieved his current success. Initially, his father intended to accompany him to the away match. However, Son Heung-min deemed the weather in Ukraine too frigid for his father's comfort, thus preventing his attendance. It remains uncertain whether they were able to witness the match and his remarkable performance. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 126. The Last Hope of the Premier League. Manchester City's opening goal dramatically altered the dynamics of the match. Originally, Kiev Dynamo planned to wait for the arrival of inclement weather, hoping to capitalize on the snowy conditions to launch their attack. However, they were now compelled to initiate an offensive prematurely. With little time remaining in the first half, a swift equalizer was crucial. Otherwise, they would return to the locker room at a disadvantage. Their opponents would certainly adjust their tactics during halftime, making the second half increasingly challenging. Even with the potential advantage of adverse weather and home field support, scoring would not be guaranteed. The longer the game progressed, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Yet, with a player of Son Heung-min's extraordinary speed in the opposing lineup, and having just scored from a rapid counterattack, it seemed unwise for them to push forward aggressively at this juncture. As anticipated, upon Kiev Dynamo's forward thrust, Manchester City's offense began to gravitate towards Son Heung-min's flank, eager to exploit his remarkable pace. In the 44th minute of the first half, after successfully intercepting an opponent's attack, Manchester City repeated their strategy. Kroos sent a long pass from the back, and Son Heung-min surged forward, dribbling at high speed. This time, the defending players dared not underestimate him, converging towards his position. Yet, as they shifted, Son Heung-min swiftly delivered the ball. Quan, following up, struck the ball with a volley, sending it into the net. With a single counterattack, Manchester City effortlessly extended their lead to 2-0. Although this goal was not scored by Son Heung-min, his speed and assist were crucial to its success. The players of Kiev Dynamo, gasping for breath, hurriedly retreated to their own half, most unable to reposition themselves before the ball nestled in their net. The impact of this blow was akin to a heavy strike, leaving them speechless, engulfed by a myriad of emotions: frustration, helplessness, despair, and confusion. The prospect of scoring seemed insurmountable, while the opponent's goals appeared as simple as the act of eating and drinking. They found themselves at a loss regarding how to proceed in the remainder of the match. Trailing by 2 goals placed them in an even worse predicament than before. The more daunting reality was that these were away goals. If Manchester City were to return to Manchester with such an advantage, the next match would be rendered nearly moot. Yet now, what could they do? With just 1 minute remaining in the first half, they still had not discovered a way to breach Manchester City's defenses. Conversely, the opponent's counterattacks were executed with precision, leaving them in a state of hesitation and indecision. The players of Dynamo Kiev seemingly drifted through the first half, oblivious to how they returned to the dressing room. On the other side, the Manchester City players, with a 2-goal lead, maintained a calm and composed demeanor. In the locker room, Guardiola lauded the team's exceptional performance in the first half, particularly singling out Son Heung-min for praise. This recognition brought immense joy to Son, as he recalled it being Guardiola's first public commendation of him within the team. During the absence of David Silva due to injury, Son had temporarily secured a starting position, and his outstanding displays during this period instilled in him the confidence to vie for a regular spot in the lineup. The strategy for the second half remained unchanged. Holding a lead, there was no need for haste. They intended to wait for the opponents to launch an offensive, capitalizing on any defensive lapses. However, it was crucial to note that the snowfall outside was intensifying, potentially rendering the pitch exceedingly slippery. Guardiola emphasized the importance of avoiding injuries, as, despite the favorable scoreline, Any injuries sustained towards the end would overshadow the joy of victory. Consequently, he planned to make substitutions around the 65th minute, resting several key players. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and the second half commenced. As anticipated, the Dynamo Kiev coach made tactical adjustments during the halftime break. They simplified their attacking strategy, minimizing excessive passing to evade interceptions by the opponents. This led to a focus on high balls and long passes. The wingers frequently delivered crosses into the penalty area, allowing their tall striker to contest headers. During counterattacks, they bypassed the midfield, launching direct balls from the back line to the forwards, who were tasked with either challenging for headers or laying the ball off to supporting teammates. Though this strategy was somewhat rudimentary, it proved effective to a degree. Their attempts on goal created considerable chaos within Manchester City's penalty area, despite Navas's efforts to maintain his form by bouncing around the goal. The frigid temperatures significantly impacted his performance. In the 55th minute of the second half, an opponent's shot resulted in a fumble, nearly leading to disaster, but fortunately, Kompany cleared the ball off the line just in time, narrowly safeguarding Manchester City's goal. Although the ball did not find the back of the net, the opponent's morale received a substantial boost. As the snowfall accumulated, the pitch became increasingly slippery, and the resistance faced by the ball while rolling on the ground intensified due to the snow. This led to numerous passing errors from Manchester City, and the opponents capitalized on one such mistake during their offensive foray. Guardiola glanced at the clock. It was still shy of the 65-minute mark, yet he felt the urgency to act decisively. With resolute determination, he initiated a substitution, withdrawing both Kroos and De Bruyne, replacing them with Fernandinho and Sane, while repositioning Quan to a more central attacking role. Upon Sane's entrance, Jesus retreated, transforming from a sole striker into a versatile forward, contributing diligently across the pitch. Guardiola had long recognized the balanced skill set of this young talent. His presence was felt on both ends of the field, exhibiting intelligence in his play. He often engaged the opposing defenders, disrupting their distribution and buying precious time for his teammates. Should his responsibilities in this regard be intensified, he could evolve into a defensive forward. At present, Manchester City's task was straightforward: to fortify their defense, establish a solid barrier, and exploit the speed on the flanks alongside Quan's expansive vision and exceptional technique to deliver a decisive strike that could seal the match. Even if such an opportunity did not materialize, it mattered little. Manchester City's defensive prowess had already surpassed expectations. Despite any adverse effects of the pitch on their performance, the diminished City side still boasted a defensive capability that outmatched the opponent's attacking strength, rendering it exceedingly difficult for the adversary to find the net. How audacious! Was Manchester City truly resorting to a defensive formation? How could they, the reigning champions, stoop to such tactics? Witnessing Manchester City's substitutions, the fans of Dynamo Kiev were incensed, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. With such formidable strength, how could City employ a defensive counterattack against a perceived underdog? Was this not a display of utter shamelessness? Guardiola, who had often criticized Mourinho's teams for their unattractive, utilitarian football, now found himself in a similar predicament. If he were to hear such sentiments, he might retort defensively, "Isn't the weather to blame? Had it not been for the snowfall, we would have certainly taken the initiative to engage in an open contest." Does Manchester City fear you? Yet, with such heavy snowfall, continuing to play their usual possession style would indeed be folly. Hadn't even Kroos and De Bruyne faltered in their passing? This was ample evidence that ground-based attacks were no longer feasible. Thus, a pragmatic approach was warranted. Unlike the agitated fans, the head coach of Dynamo Kiev refrained from vehemently condemning Manchester City's perceived dishonor. His focus had shifted entirely. The premature substitutions from City disrupted his tactical scheme, complicating their offensive efforts with the addition of a defensive midfielder. Moreover, the opponent's forwards seemed to have altered their approach, opting not to receive the ball or engage in offensive play, but rather to act like a relentless adhesive, persistently harassing the ball carriers of the home side. This strategy was entirely unforeseen. Who could have anticipated such talent within Manchester City's ranks? Most troubling for him was the realization that, while City fortified their defense, they did not diminish their offensive capabilities. Although two central midfield linchpins had been substituted, one would expect a reduction in their organizational core and a significant decrease in attacking threat. However, Quan, adeptly juggling multiple roles, exceptionally fulfilled his responsibilities. Upon retreating to a more central attacking position, He excelled in orchestrating play, directing movements, transitioning, and even delivering incisive passes that posed a significant threat. With his presence, the defenders of Dynamo Kiev dared not to relax, for any lapse in concentration could lead to them being exposed to his lethal through balls. In the second half, Manchester City launched several rapid attacks down the flanks. Although these attempts did not culminate in goals due to various reasons, they were sufficient to endanger Dynamo Kiev's goal, preventing them from pressing forward as they did in the dying moments of the first half. However, the inevitable transpired, witnessing Sane and Son Heung-min squander opportunities they had created. Quan took matters into his own hands. In the 75th minute of the second half, he seized a free kick opportunity and scored directly, altering the scoreline to 3-0. This goal effectively extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. Following his strike, Manchester City's players surged forward to celebrate, with even those on the substitutes bench, bundled in winter coats, racing onto the field in exuberance. One might have thought Manchester City had clinched the Champions League title, given their fervor. Meanwhile, the Kiev fans in the stands felt as though they had been doused with cold water, their spirits dampened considerably. The previously exuberant supporters, who had been cheering with bare chests and drums, had quietly donned their shirts again. It was unclear if they were chilled to the bone. But even wrapped in thick down jackets, they felt enveloped by an unrelenting cold, devoid of warmth. Upon witnessing Quan's goal, Guardiola immediately utilized his final substitution. He replaced Quan with Iheanacho, repositioning Jesus to a central attacking role while Iheanacho took the lead. Observing the opponent's fluid positional changes akin to a jigsaw puzzle, Dynamo Kiev's coach could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was indeed no disgrace to lose to Manchester City. Their prowess far exceeded that of Dynamo Kiev. Not to mention, the adaptability of Manchester City's players to various positions was something the home side simply did not possess. It is no wonder that Guardiola's team could manipulate formations with such creativity, given the multitude of versatile players at his disposal. Although Jesus is also quite versatile. At just 19 years of age, he still lacks experience. In the 87th minute of the second half, the opponent capitalized on one of his delayed passes, launching a counterattack that resulted in a goal, allowing the home team to salvage a modicum of pride. However, this goal came far too late. With little time remaining in the match and diminished resolve among the Dynamo Kiev players. Ultimately, the match concluded with the score firmly set at 3-1. Manchester City achieved a comprehensive victory away from home, and with 3 away goals and a 2-goal advantage, they had one foot firmly planted in the Champions League quarterfinals. As Manchester City was the last of the 8 matches in the first leg of the Champions League knockout stage, the conclusion of their game marked the end of the opening round, with scores from several key encounters unveiled. Thanks to the goals from Neymar and Cavani, Paris Saint-Germain triumphed at home with a score of 2-1 against Chelsea, with Mikel finding the net for the latter. Real Madrid secured a decisive 2-0 victory over Roma on their turf, with Cristiano Ronaldo contributing 1 goal. Arsenal, predictably, succumbed at home to Barcelona with a score of 0-2, where Messi netted both goals, making him one of only 2 players to achieve a brace in this round, the other being Quan. Juventus, playing at home, managed a 2-2 draw against Bayern Munich. Despite initially trailing by 2 goals, the Old Lady mounted a spirited comeback, showcasing their remarkable resilience, thus silencing skeptics who had doubted their capabilities due to previous group stage performances. However, Ribery, nursing an injury, was not introduced until the 84th minute. Without the Ribery-Robben duo, Bayern was evidently not at their strongest. As Bayern returns to their home ground for the next match, public sentiment still leans favorably towards them. Among the 3 Premier League teams that reached the knockout stage, only Manchester City emerged victorious after the first leg. Both Arsenal and Chelsea faced disheartening defeats, the latter being particularly grim. Arsenal, despite Barcelona's weakened state post-Neymar's departure, found themselves unable to overcome their adversaries, resembling a team fated to be outmatched, struggling with disorganized play, and their passing and possession statistics failing to reach even half of those of their opponents. Sanchez, eager to prove himself, was effectively contained by his former teammates, leaving him with no opportunities. Arsenal supporters, having witnessed the entire match, were engulfed in despair, realizing that with such a performance at home, their chances would be bleak away. It seems the Gunners' journey in this season's Champions League may come to an abrupt end. Similarly, Chelsea fans were shrouded in gloom, as PSG's acquisition of Neymar had significantly bolstered their overall strength. Chelsea faced comprehensive domination on the road, with possession trailing by 22 and a shooting tally reduced to less than half of their opponents. Had it not been for the forwards of PSG squandering opportunities, the scoreline might have reflected a far greater disparity. Thus, Manchester City emerged once again as the last hope for the Premier League. Chapter complete. Chapter 127, League Cup Final. Quan assumes the captain's armband. Even though Manchester City stands as the final bastion of hope for the Premier League, this does not guarantee them preferential treatment in the league. Following their arduous away expedition, City swiftly embarked on another journey, challenging Newcastle United. In this match, the main players of Manchester City were somewhat affected by the fatigue of travel, exhibiting a less than stellar performance. However, several substitutes rose to the occasion. In the 5th minute of the first half, Sane, receiving a pass from De Bruyne, netted his inaugural goal for Manchester City. Despite the opponent's tenacious equalizer with a header in the 31st minute, it could not deter the fervor of Manchester City's substitutes. In the 52nd minute of the second half, Gabriel Jesus executed a clever run, successfully evading the offside trap to score a solitary goal, altering the scoreline to 2-1. The performances of the new signings, Sane and Jesus, illuminated the eyes of Manchester City fans. The talent of these players acquired during the winter transfer window is commendable. Sane possesses formidable individual skill, excelling in dribbling, breakthroughs, and shooting, making him a potent scorer. Meanwhile, Jesus plays with great team spirit, tirelessly seeking space for shots during attacks and actively participating in defensive duties, even harrying opponents in possession to disrupt their rhythm. However, it is not to say that these two are devoid of flaws. Sane's shortcomings are apparent. He tends to play in isolation, often opting for individual efforts even when his teammates are positioned more advantageously for a pass. As for Jesus, his height is a disadvantage, rendering him less effective as a traditional center forward. Fortunately, Manchester City does not require a conventional striker, allowing Jesus's deficiencies in this regard to remain obscured. Having observed both players for an extended period, Guardiola has gained a profound understanding of their abilities and playing styles. He intends to provide tailored guidance to address Sane's tendency to play solo, encouraging a more collaborative approach. Regarding Jesus, while his defensive commitment is admirable, it is imperative that he enhances his scoring capabilities, as fulfilling his primary role as a forward is essential. Nonetheless, placing Jesus in a forward position may not be the most suitable choice, necessitating further exploration to determine where his talents can be maximally utilized. Following their match against Newcastle, Manchester City found no respite, hastily making their way to London to prepare for the League Cup final at Wembley Stadium. This encounter poses a greater challenge than the league, as their opponent, Liverpool, has been conserving energy and is well prepared. Liverpool's fans hold this championship in high regard, and manager Klopp has declared his commitment to securing the title. This season, due to various circumstances, Liverpool has been unable to advance further in the league, making cup competitions like the League Cup their last bastion of hope. The proximity of this match to the recently concluded league games presents a disadvantage for Manchester City. Liverpool is evidently aware of this, as they sought to accelerate the game's tempo from the outset, aiming to deplete the stamina of City's players. After 6 months of coaching, Klopp has indelibly stamped his style upon Liverpool, transforming the team into one that plays and strategizes in stark contrast to the side under Rodgers. Under his tutelage, Liverpool resembled a youthful guard, playing with fervor and formidable impact, rendering them nearly irresistible. In the first half, Manchester City found themselves momentarily subdued by their opponents, experiencing an unusual disadvantage in ball possession. However, a quarter of an hour later, City acclimated to the rhythm of the game, subsequently regaining control and asserting their dominance. This match mirrored the prior encounter between Liverpool and Manchester City in the league, where Liverpool consistently initiated pressure on City, only to cede dominance once City adapted. Gradually, City would gather momentum and establish a scoring advantage. As Martin Tyler's words echoed from the commentary booth, Manchester City found the back of the net. Surprisingly, it was not the likes of Quan or Son Heung-min, nor any of the attacking players such as Gabriel Jesus, but rather the defensive stalwart N'Golo Kante who struck. Kante, initially perceiving the opponent's defense as impenetrable, decided to take a speculative shot, which unexpectedly transformed into a breathtaking goal of remarkable quality, leaving the opposing goalkeeper utterly helpless as the ball sailed into the net. This goal proved crucial, arriving just before the end of the first half, during which the entire Manchester City squad had expended considerable energy countering the opponent's tactics. As the second half commenced, with their stamina dwindling, they were bound to find themselves on the back foot. However, securing a lead before the halftime interval would alter the landscape of the match entirely. With the initiative in hand, they would have a plethora of tactical options available, even reverting to a defensive counterattack strategy as they had previously. Regardless of the perceived insignificance of the League Cup title, it remains a trophy, and competing fiercely for it, even through a half of defensive play, poses no issue. Klopp evidently recognized this, as his brow furrowed upon witnessing Kanté's goal. Trailing by a single goal may not seem substantial, yet history has shown that scoring in a final is a daunting task. Nevertheless, Liverpool was not devoid of opportunities, unencumbered by European commitments. They were spared the taxing travel that Manchester City endured. Thus, in terms of physical stamina, Liverpool held a distinct advantage. Their previous league encounters saw them succumb to a Manchester City comeback, primarily due to exhaustion, which hindered their performance in the second half. However, in this match, it was unlikely that City would maintain their earlier vigor in the second half, allowing Liverpool the potential to dominate the play. Consequently, Klopp urged his team to press forward, to apply relentless pressure on Manchester City, leveraging their physical superiority to adopt a more proactive and decisive style of play. It remained uncertain how Liverpool's players interpreted their manager's intentions, yet upon the commencement of the second half, their pressing and movement indeed became markedly more vigorous. However, this increase in intensity also led to a rise in their fouls, resulting in 2 yellow cards within merely a few minutes of the second half. Klopp, observing from the sidelines, felt his frustration grow as he pondered, "Is this truly how I instructed you to play?" There was no alternative. The 2 positions that committed fouls were crucial. Thus, he had no choice but to utilize his substitution quota, replacing those players to further bolster the attack. Klopp's primary intention behind this maneuver was to prevent a reduction in his squad, as he feared that the players cautioned might act irrationally in their heightened emotional state, risking a second yellow card. However, making substitutions before the match reached the 60-minute mark inadvertently intensified Liverpool's offensive threat, amplifying the defensive pressure on Manchester City. Once the fresh legs entered the fray, they exhibited remarkable activity on the pitch, troubling the already fatigued Manchester City players, who struggled to cope and even made several mistakes that nearly resulted in calamity. Observing this, Guardiola promptly played his substitution card, bringing in 2 vigorous players to replace the fatigued Zabaleta and Kroos. The entrance of Sagna and Fernandinho temporarily stabilized Manchester City's defense, rendering them less vulnerable to the opponent's attacks in the short term. Yet, the desired effect of a counterattack from City remained unachieved. The relentless pressing from Liverpool was overwhelming, and after expending considerable energy during the first half, Son Heung-min and Jesus found themselves fatigued. The only player in the attacking front with ample stamina was Quan. Thankfully, Quan's presence in the forward line prevented the opposition from committing all forces to the attack. Otherwise, Manchester City might have succumbed to Liverpool's relentless onslaught in the second half. In the first half, both teams maintained a similar possession rate, with Manchester City holding a slight edge. However, in the second half, particularly after the 55th minute, a conspicuous shift in possession statistics became evident. Manchester City's possession rate plummeted, while Liverpool's surged rapidly. Unable to mount an effective attack and hesitant to overpass in their own half under the relentless pressure from their opponents, Manchester City found themselves in a precarious position, leading to their declining possession rate, which was entirely understandable. Nevertheless, the outcome was still astonishing. It is well known that Guardiola has always placed great emphasis on ball control since his days at Barcelona. His teams have suffered numerous defeats, yet they rarely lost in terms of possession statistics. This illustrates the immense pressure Liverpool exerted in this match. The fervent Liverpool supporters, witnessing their team dominate their rivals, were filled with excitement, passionately singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" while eagerly anticipating the arrival of a goal for Liverpool. To reclaim the League Cup, Liverpool needed 2 more goals. With approximately 30 minutes remaining in the second half, scoring twice might prove challenging. However, it was not a concern. They simply needed to score once to level the match and push it into extra time. The visible decline in the stamina of Manchester City players was apparent. If they could barely sustain themselves during regular time, being dragged into extra time would undoubtedly play into Liverpool's hands. The players of Liverpool were evidently aware of the circumstances. Thus, even when trailing in score, their spirits remained remarkably high, leaving an observer to believe they were in the lead. However, unexpectedly, in the face of Liverpool's fervent onslaught, Manchester City's defense proved to be exceptionally resilient, preventing their opponents from completely overwhelming them. By the 70th minute, the score remained 1-0, with Liverpool still unable to find the back of the net. As the 80th minute approached, the score had not changed, despite Liverpool's persistent siege on Manchester City's goal, which ended in repeated failures. Although they managed to withstand the relentless attacks from their adversaries, it was evident that Manchester City was also feeling the strain. Players began to suffer from cramps, and their captain, Vincent Kompany, succumbed to injury during a fierce contest for the ball. Pep Guardiola was compelled to utilize his final substitution, bringing on the veteran Martin de Michelis in place of Kompany. As Kompany left the pitch, he entrusted the captain's armband to Quan, saying, "Lin, you must secure this championship. I implore you." Lin nodded earnestly, replying, "Rest assured, Captain, I will not let it slip away." Lin then donned the captain's armband on his arm. Throughout the match, Lin was the target of intense scrutiny from Liverpool. The moment he received the ball, multiple opponents would converge to trap him. Should they fail to encircle him, they would resort to committing fouls, ensuring he was denied the opportunity to accelerate. Klein, Moreno, Emre Lalana, and even Coutinho had all received yellow cards for their tactical fouls against him. In essence, Lin single-handedly drew 5 yellow cards during this match. This count only reflects the fouls that resulted in bookings, while countless others went unpunished. Liverpool, determined to thwart him, resorted to such aggressive tactics, willing to incur bookings across the team to impede his progress, clearly illustrating the apprehension Klopp and the entire Liverpool side felt towards Lin. Yet, under the relentless targeting from his opponents, Lin resembled an indomitable force, repeatedly knocked down yet rising again without hesitation, immediately re-engaging in the match. This unyielding spirit compelled even Liverpool's supporters to express their admiration. How can he not be broken? He is remarkably tenacious, I must admit. I have developed a certain respect for him. Why is he not one of us at Liverpool? How wonderful it would be if he could join us at Anfield. The fervent fans of Liverpool greatly appreciated, even revered, Lin's indefatigable spirit, which resonated deeply with the club's ethos. Unfortunately, it seemed improbable that he would don the iconic red jersey of Liverpool to fight for the Reds. While it was evident that Lin was the sole threat to Liverpool from Manchester City's front line, his presence alone was enough to leave Liverpool in a state of unease. This contributed to their inability to score, as the match surpassed the 80-minute mark, and time continued to dwindle with no goals in sight. The Liverpool supporters, initially enjoying their time with songs and laughter, could no longer suppress their growing anxiety. Although their aspirations are commendable, the fundamental requirement is that they must score. As of now, they have yet to find the back of the net. Forget about championships or extra time. If this continues, they risk losing the final. One goal. Unable to contain their anxious hearts, the Liverpool supporters have begun to chant in unison, yearning for a hero to emerge and rescue the team from desperation. Coutinho, hearing the fans' calls, is eager to rise to the occasion. He skillfully dribbles past the fatigued De Bruyne and executes a brilliant wall pass with a teammate, successfully receiving the ball near the edge of the penalty area. However, just as he prepares to shoot, a foot suddenly swoops in from the side, executing a slide tackle that sends the ball rolling away from him. Coutinho is taken aback and instinctively glances at the tackler, only to notice that the jersey number on the back is the same as his, number 10. It's Quan. Coutinho's heart jolts. How did he manage to recover from the front line to the penalty area? Is this not the duty of a forward? The gasps of the crowd interrupt Coutinho's thoughts as he sees that blue figure charging with the ball in the opposite direction. And that direction leads straight to the Liverpool goal. At the sidelines, Liverpool's head coach suddenly springs from his seat, his gaze fixated on the rapidly advancing Quan. He senses a tremendous threat. The opponent's speed is remarkable, and Liverpool's players have failed to halt his acceleration, rendering Klopp's tactical restrictions utterly ineffective. How infuriating! Why does he still possess such vitality at this moment? Klopp is filled with confusion. The match has surpassed 80 minutes, and the other Manchester City players are utterly exhausted, struggling even to maintain their pace. Yet, he sees none of that fatigue in Quan. This fellow's stamina appears inexhaustible, forever brimming with energy and determination. He is truly formidable. Stop him. Realizing the imminent danger, Liverpool's players rushed towards Quan, determined to thwart him by any means necessary. They cannot allow him to score. If they concede another goal now, their hopes will be utterly extinguished. The Liverpool players have resolved. If they can stop him, they will. If not, they will commit a foul, as they have previously resorted to such tactics against him. However, this situation is markedly different from before. Previously, they succeeded primarily because Quan had just received the ball, yet to find his rhythm. This time, however, Quan has already reached full speed and is accelerating further, making it imperative for Liverpool to intercept him with someone faster or positioned ahead of him. Liverpool is not devoid of swift wingers, yet with over 80 minutes elapsed, even the fastest steeds have lost their vigor. Thus, they are utterly unable to keep pace with Quan, relegated to trailing behind him, enveloped in his dust. To thwart Quan, the responsibility falls to a few defenders from Liverpool stationed at the back. As Quan surged past the halfway line, he found himself confronted by merely two adversaries, the central defenders Kolo Touré and Lucas. Kolo Touré, the elder sibling of Yaya Touré, had previously donned the colors of Manchester City for 4 years, and their time together formed a celebrated chapter in football history. Unlike his brother, who emerged from a formal footballing background, Kolo Touré honed his skills in street football. His ascent from such humble beginnings undoubtedly attests to his exceptional talent. Possessing a wealth of experience, Kolo had never shared the pitch with Quan, yet he had long heard of Quan's illustrious reputation from his brother. Furthermore, as a defender, studying the playing styles of the world's finest forwards is an essential part of their craft. Hence, he understood all too well that a single defender would be insufficient to halt Quan's advance. Even two would prove inadequate. Consequently, he decisively halted Lucas's reckless pursuit, advising him to maintain a prudent distance and to retreat alongside him, thereby constricting Quan's dribbling space and obstructing his pathways, compelling him to decelerate. Though Virgil van Dijk had not joined Liverpool, the defensive strategy employed by Kolo closely mirrored that which Van Dijk often utilized. The difference lay in the fact that Van Dijk operated solo, while here, two defenders collaborated in unison. Such cooperation undoubtedly amplified their effectiveness. Most forwards would find themselves at a loss in such a scenario, either succumbing to impatience and shooting prematurely or recklessly attempting to dribble past, only to be ensnared by the duo and lose possession. However, achieving this level of effectiveness necessitated flawless coordination between the two, for any slight misstep against a player of Quan's caliber would manifest as a gaping flaw. Regrettably, such a flaw existed between the two defenders. Faced with this defensive maneuver, Quan remained unfazed. Throughout his dribbling, he had keenly observed his two opponents. Lucas, at 28 years of age, was in the prime of his career, excelling in all aspects. Kolo, conversely, was now 35, a shadow of his former self. His loss of a starting position at Manchester City was attributable to age and declining form, rendering him no longer suitable for the team, which led to his departure. Now, 2.5 years later, his condition had further deteriorated, while his experience had deepened. Without the requisite physical prowess to support it, such experience became futile. With a swift glance, Quan pinpointed his target for the breakthrough. As he accelerated with the ball, he feigned a move to the left, causing Lucas to instinctively pause and shift his weight in that direction. Seizing the moment of Lucas's imbalance, Quan executed a deft feint and, evading the challenge, surged past Kolo, initiating his advance. At this moment, Lucas had already taken a step forward. Upon witnessing Quan's movement, he was startled and quickly retracted his foot, preparing to assist his teammate. However, he committed the same blunder as Boateng by failing to notice the shift in his body's center of gravity. He intended to support on the right, yet his weight was shifting toward the left. In this turmoil, Lucas became another Boateng, tumbling down onto the grass with a thud. This spectacle left the fans in astonishment. Without any physical contact, the opposing defender had fallen on his own. What was this? Kolo, seeing Quan attempting to break through his position, felt a jolt of alarm and immediately braced himself to block the advance, determined not to allow an easy passage. If he could slightly impede the opponent's speed until Lucas arrived to assist, everything would be all right. Yet, while calculating his strategy, he caught a glimpse of Lucas tripping over his own feet, falling to the ground. Kolo cursed under his breath at his clumsy teammate and gritted his teeth. Taking matters into his own hands, he was prepared to risk a yellow card, or even a red one, to thwart Manchester City's assault. However, the 35-year-old Kolo Touré was not as agile as he was a decade ago. His mind was sharp, but his body could not keep pace. It seemed Quan had deciphered his intentions. Upon seeing Lucas fall and the gap appear on the left, Quan swiftly changed direction, evading Kolo and breaking free on a clear path. Liverpool's goalkeeper, Minole, was compelled to charge forward, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Quan as well. This time, Quan truly surpassed Liverpool in every conceivable manner. After bypassing the last Liverpool defender, he effortlessly found the back of the net, then spread his arms wide, resembling a glider, as he sprinted along the touchline. Upon reaching the camera near the corner flag, he let out a roar, pointing at the captain's armband on his arm, and then gesturing towards the number on his back. The implications seemed to convey that if anyone wished to triumph over Manchester City, they ought to consult him first. At this moment, all his teammates rushed over, including the goalkeeper, who sprinted across the entire field to join the celebration. They all piled onto Quan, creating a mountain of exuberance. Despite Guardiola's repeated admonitions against such hazardous celebratory actions, which could easily lead to injury for those underneath, the players were too exhilarated to heed his warnings. Although it was merely a League Cup final, they felt as if they were competing in a Champions League final. For most of the Manchester City players, this match was an immense trial, even an ordeal. After enduring relentless battles and facing a team employing a ferocious style of play, the majority felt utterly drained. Had it not been for Quan's last-minute goal, which decisively extinguished the suspense of the match, they believe they truly would not have been able to endure any longer. Although the time remaining in the match was dwindling, Liverpool's fervent efforts in the final moments suggested that a single goal could have transformed the outcome entirely. Alas, Quan's decisive strike extinguished such hopes, rendering any what-ifs moot. Indeed, Quan's remarkable goal, achieved by surging nearly 80 meters from his own half and evading all defenders, dealt a devastating blow to Liverpool's morale. After more than 80 minutes of play, their stamina had significantly waned. Any semblance of a siege against Manchester City was sustained solely by sheer will. With that willpower now dissipated, Liverpool found it increasingly challenging to mount an offensive akin to their earlier attempts. Trailing by a single goal still left room for hope. But being 2 goals down with only a few minutes left meant that only a miracle could salvage their chances. Moments later, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. Ultimately, after a grueling contest, Manchester City triumphed over Liverpool with a score of 2-0 at Wembley Stadium, claiming their first championship of the season. In the aftermath, Quan's spectacular long-range goal sparked widespread discussion and admiration among fans online. Countless supporters eagerly shared and amplified the moment, and thanks to the rapid dissemination of the internet, it gained global attention in a matter of hours. Truly, Quan's prowess shone through, as only he possessed the skill to execute such a remarkable goal. Indeed, his ability to sprint the length of the field, bypassing multiple defenders and even the goalkeeper, is nothing short of extraordinary. Such dribbling finesse demands respect. While the peak Messi may have once achieved similar feats, his current explosive power pales in comparison. Moreover, one must not overlook that Quan scored this goal after over 80 minutes of play. Maintaining such vigor at that juncture is almost otherworldly. Though Quan stands modest in stature and appears unassuming, he possesses remarkable endurance. In all the matches I have witnessed, he has never shown signs of cramping or fatigue that necessitated his substitution. It seems the brother above only began to follow Quan after his transfer to Manchester City. During his earlier days at Werder Bremen, there were indeed moments of fatigue, occasional cramps, and injuries, though such instances were rare. It is true that Quan of yesteryear did not exhibit the same extraordinary capabilities he demonstrates now. While he was strong, he remained within the realm of human limitations. Yet now, how could I forget? The last time Quan sustained an injury was seemingly ages ago. Listening to your words is akin to savoring a profound truth. The current Quan is remarkably well-rounded, seemingly invincible, unstoppable in his runs, unyielding in his challenges, adept in dribbling, fierce in breakthroughs, and precise in passing, resembling a versatile warrior with no blind spots. However, let us not overlook his weaknesses. His height does impose limitations on his heading ability, and it appears he has yet to score a header this season. Is Quan truly invincible? Perhaps not entirely. Just the other day, while playing poker at a teammate's house, Quan found himself utterly defeated, questioning the very essence of life. I'm done. I can't win at all. This is no game. After an hour and a half of play, Quan found his pockets utterly bare. Having lost everything to the likes of David Silva and Kroos, De Bruyne, equally inexperienced in the realm of poker, had also faced a dismal defeat. His countenance darker than Quan's. Well, the barbecue is ready. Let us indulge in some food. David Silva, having nearly recovered from his injury, was now able to engage in rehabilitative training. During his absence from the team, he had been somewhat out of touch with the squad's dynamics. Hearing whispers of new arrivals who had showcased remarkable performances, this stirred a hint of anxiety within him regarding his starting position, prompting him to gather a few teammates for a reunion. You've all worked hard during this period. We've finally persevered through this grueling schedule. The past week had been nothing short of a hellish ordeal for Manchester City, yet following the conclusion of the League Cup final, they could finally catch a breath. With the League Cup no longer a concern, the remaining fixtures of the season would primarily revolve around the league, the Champions League, and the FA Cup. Their significant lead in the league alleviated much of the pressure, leaving the focus mainly on the Champions League and the FA Cup. The intertwining of these two competitions with league matches, compounded by national team fixtures, would significantly heighten the stress on each player in the coming months. Manchester City boasted a multitude of international players, and while those from European nations fared relatively well due to proximity, the South American players faced a less fortunate plight. Each time national duty called, these summoned South American internationals were compelled to embark on long journeys spanning thousands of kilometers to participate in matches. The toll of such travel often eclipsed the exertion of the games themselves. Aguero's previous injury had occurred after he returned from an international fixture, causing considerable dissatisfaction within Manchester City, not towards the players, but rather towards the Argentine national team. It seemed unnecessary to summon players from such distances for inconsequential matches, as this only heightened their risk of injury, leading to substantial losses for the club. After all, each player represented a significant financial investment. However, the national teams appeared indifferent to the club's perspectives. If even a player of Messi's caliber complied, how special could Manchester City consider themselves? I will summon whoever I wish. Do you have any say in this? Chapter complete. Chapter 129. Liverpool finally rises to the occasion. David Silva's return from injury was indeed a boon for Manchester City. Yet, Guardiola found himself in a quandary. Having acquired an abundance of wide players during the winter transfer window, the current roster was now overcrowded in that position. With Silva's return, the competition for places would intensify further. Silva's previous performances left no doubt regarding his ability. However, the substitutes had also excelled, and relegating them to the bench without consideration might breed discontent among them. Thus, this dilemma proved to be a source of considerable concern for him. On March 3rd, the 28th round of the Premier League commenced. Merely 3 days after the League Cup final, Manchester City faced their long-standing rivals, Liverpool, once again. However, this time, luck was not on Manchester City's side. At Anfield, Manchester City initially took the lead, but Sane's celebratory antics incited the ire of Liverpool's players, nearly igniting a brawl. Even Guardiola and Klopp, typically on amicable terms, exchanged heated words. Their previously cordial relationship, marked by mutual respect, was momentarily overshadowed by surging emotions, casting aside their past camaraderie. Liverpool, initially trailing and under pressure, found their fury ignited. Each player elevated their performance to extraordinary levels, orchestrating a remarkable turnaround before halftime. Although Manchester City managed to equalize in the second half, the rejuvenated Liverpool, in a frenzied display, scored 3 goals in a mere 13 minutes between the 65th and 78th minutes, altering the score to 5-2. Despite Quan's late free-kick goal that narrowed the deficit, it was insufficient to salvage the match, culminating in Manchester City's defeat by a score of 5-3. The Liverpool supporters present at the match erupted in jubilant celebration post-game. To them, this was far more than an ordinary league fixture. It was a quest for vengeance. After a resounding victory on their home turf against Manchester City, they finally avenged the humiliation suffered at Anfield previously. If this grudge remained unaddressed, they felt they could never hold their heads high in the presence of Manchester City. An increasing number of Reds fans began to perceive this victory as the dawn of Liverpool's resurgence. If they could triumph over a team of Manchester City's caliber, what else could Liverpool not achieve? Klopp, who orchestrated this victory, saw his stature among Liverpool supporters surge dramatically. despite a dismal league performance this season, where championship aspirations seemed bleak and even a top-4 finish appeared distant, and following their recent League Cup defeat. The ability to vanquish the formidable Manchester City and uphold Anfield's honor was more than sufficient to satisfy their spirits. Having spent over half a season with the team, it is clear to any discerning fan that Klopp possesses a remarkable vision, yet constrained by the players' abilities and the depth of the squad. The full potential of his strategies has yet to be realized, with ample resources and time during the summer transfer window to enhance the squad. Next season's Liverpool is poised for greater strength. In addition to Klopp's presence igniting hope among Liverpool supporters, the emergence of another young talent within the squad has further fueled their anticipation for the future. That player is Coutinho. In this match, Liverpool's winger Coutinho was in exceptional form, not only scoring 2 goals like Quan, but also providing an assist. After the match, he was awarded the title of Best Player for his remarkable performance, having single-handedly contributed to 3 goals. Following this game, Coutinho's reputation soared, attracting the attention of numerous prestigious clubs. Barcelona, rumored to be particularly interested, could no longer remain passive and began counting their resources, eager to bring him to Camp Nou during the summer transfer window. Meanwhile, Coutinho's former club, Inter Milan, extended an olive branch, hoping to lure him back to San Siro. Additionally, teams such as Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Paris Saint-Germain also expressed their interest. In an instant, Coutinho became the most coveted player in the transfer market, receiving adulation from all corners. Naturally, Liverpool was keen to retain this prolific scorer. In fact, Guardiola had taken note of Coutinho's performance, keeping a close eye on the rival's exploits. However, he had no intention of acquiring Coutinho. Firstly, Manchester City was well stocked with wingers, lacking any need for additional personnel. Secondly, he understood that Coutinho's current form was heavily reliant on Liverpool's tactical framework. Under Klopp's management, Coutinho held a pivotal role in the team's attacking strategy, enjoying the freedom to express himself offensively. Should he depart from Liverpool for another club, it was uncertain whether he would receive such favorable treatment. If placed in an unfamiliar position, his performance might not replicate its current brilliance. Not everyone, however, shared Guardiola's level-headedness. Barcelona, reeling from Neymar's departure, appeared disoriented and, upon spotting a promising talent on the flanks, were eager to make a move. Since it was not the transfer window, Barcelona refrained from directly contacting Liverpool and instead reached out privately to the player's agent, intending to negotiate terms with the player before making a financial commitment. This approach would minimize potential complications. However, whether due to Barcelona's lack of discretion or being outmaneuvered, their clandestine dealings with Coutinho's agent were leaked to the media. This revelation provoked a strong response from Liverpool, who condemned Barcelona's actions and promptly initiated contract renewal negotiations with Coutinho, determined to secure his future and prevent his departure. The last major player Liverpool lost was Suarez, whose exit precipitated a significant decline in the team's performance. Having learned from this experience, Liverpool was resolute in ensuring that their core player would not be easily lured away. While victorious Liverpool was left with burdens to bear, the defeated Manchester City seemed unfazed. In the 29th round of the league, Manchester City hosted Aston Villa, achieving a resounding 5-0 victory. The first half ended without either team making a breakthrough. However, in the second half, Manchester City suddenly surged, scoring 4 goals in a mere 14 minutes from the 48th to the 62nd minute. Lin completed a hat-trick, while Son Heung-min added 1 more to the tally. In the 66th minute, the substitute David Silva found the back of the net, extending the team's lead to 5-0. Had it not been for a missed penalty by a Manchester City player in the 73rd minute, the score might have soared to 6-0. However, this was inconsequential. Whether they scored 1 more or 1 less did not affect their triumph or the acquisition of 3 points. During the first half, as the team struggled to break the deadlock, Guardiola sat on the bench, somewhat anxious about the players' form. Yet, in the second half, when the goals began to pour in, Guardiola could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the opponents. Was this not a bit too harsh? The rival players were starting to question their existence. The focal point of this round of matches was the North London derby between Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur. These two teams are fierce rivals, and every encounter brims with intensity. This match was no exception. At White Hart Lane, the teams collectively received 8 yellow cards and 1 red card. Arsenal took the lead in the first half, but subsequently lost a player to a red card. In the second half, Tottenham capitalized on their numerical advantage to launch a vigorous counterattack. Harry Kane and Alderweireld scored in succession, altering the scoreline to 2-1. Just when it seemed Arsenal was doomed and Tottenham was poised to claim victory in this North London derby, the stalwart Sanchez emerged. In the 76th minute of the second half, aided by Bellerin's assist, Sanchez netted a goal, leveling the score under dire circumstances for the 10-man Arsenal. The score of 2-2 remained until the final whistle, allowing Arsenal to escape a calamitous defeat, while Tottenham lamented their missed opportunity to secure a home victory. In other matches, Chelsea continued their dismal form, being held to a draw by Stoke City at home. Liverpool maintained their previous good form with a comeback victory away from home. Leicester City, after a hard-fought battle, secured 3 points with a winning goal from Mahrez. The unluckiest of all was Manchester United, during their away match against West Bromwich Albion. Mata received 2 yellow cards within the span of 2 minutes, resulting in a red card and his expulsion. Mourinho, observing the incident from the sidelines, was left in shock. "This referee is committing a crime," he exclaimed. Mata has never received a red card in all his years in the Premier League. To issue him 2 yellow cards in 2 minutes and send him off, this is clearly targeting Manchester United. Mourinho protested vehemently to the 4th official and was cautioned with a yellow card for using inappropriate language. After receiving the yellow card from the referee, Mourinho clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up to the official. The referee, unwilling to tolerate such defiance, sent him to the stands with a red card. With the match barely underway, Manchester United was reduced to 10 men, and their coach was ejected from the game. How could they possibly continue? Their recent form had already been lackluster, and now, forced to battle with one fewer player, the outcome was inevitable. Ultimately, the 10-man United succumbed to a 0-1 defeat against their opponents, dropping another position in the league standings, overtaken by Liverpool and falling to 7th place. At this juncture, they find themselves a staggering 25 points adrift of the league leaders, Manchester City. This vast chasm in points starkly illustrates the disparity between the two teams. The Manchester United supporters, who had placed immense faith in Mourinho at the beginning of the season, have now descended into utter despair. Since Sir Alex Ferguson's retirement, Manchester United has seemingly plummeted into oblivion, and no change in management has succeeded in altering their fate. Within a mere 3 years, they have cycled through 3 coaches. Yet none have been able to extricate them from this quagmire. Must it be that Manchester United is destined for eternal decline? Initially, Manchester City's fans would mock their neighbors' misfortunes with glee, but now they find themselves devoid of the desire to continue such taunts. It appears, in their eyes, that Manchester United is no longer worthy of comparison to Manchester City. This blatant disregard from City supporters incenses the United faithful, who find themselves powerless to alter the situation. Left to seethe in silent fury, as they approach the 30th round of the league, Pep Guardiola opted to send a squad composed of half first-team and half reserve players to face the bottom-placed Norwich City, in preparation for their Champions League knockout match just 4 days later. Norwich, entrenched in the relegation zone, is not as hopeless as teams like Aston Villa. Their gap with the teams above is not insurmountable. Thus, Norwich harbored hopes of securing points against Manchester City, although claiming all 3 points from City was a daunting prospect. Earning a draw seemed plausible, especially given that their opponents had fielded a weakened side. At Carrow Road, Manchester City once again encountered an opponent employing a defensive strategy akin to a bus parked in front of their goal. Regrettably, this time, their usual arsenal of attacking prowess was absent, leaving City's players unable to breach the opponent's resolute defense. Sane, Jesus, Iheanacho, and their compatriots unleashed a remarkable 18 shots. Yet only one struck the target, yielding no goals. This outrageous conversion rate starkly highlights the tenacity of the opposition's defense. The City attackers had no opportunity to settle for a comfortable shot. Most attempts were long-range efforts from outside the box, often taken under duress, lacking precision altogether. The opponent's defense rendered City's forward line impotent. If only they had displayed such commendable defending in prior matches, how could they have found themselves in the relegation zone? Even securing a single point per game across 29 matches would have afforded them enough points for survival. Despite Norwich's impenetrable defensive setup, they matched Manchester City in terms of shots on target during the match. With a meager 21 possession and only 2 attempts at goal, they too managed to register a shot on target. Thanks to the collective resolve of Norwich's players, they successfully stifled City's attacking forays. In the end, after 90 minutes, Neither team found the back of the net, and Norwich achieved their desired result, securing a vital point. However, despite this point, their immediate rivals, Sunderland, triumphed with a resounding 3-0 victory over Everton, gaining crucial points in the process. The predicament of Norwich has worsened considerably. The hard-earned point from Manchester City has lost its allure. The substitutes were unexpectedly held to a draw away from home, which surprised Guardiola somewhat, yet he remained largely unfazed. The reason is simple. Manchester City's lead is substantial enough to withstand such a setback. Although Leicester City secured victory in this match, the gap between the two teams remains a daunting 9 points, with only 8 rounds left in the league. Closing a 9-point deficit is no trivial task. One cannot perpetually rely on Manchester City faltering, can they? Chapter 130. A resounding advance to the quarterfinals. Despite a humiliating defeat at home, Dynamo Kyiv has not entirely relinquished their hopes of reaching the quarterfinals. They arrived in Manchester 3 days early, renting Manchester United's training facilities, and discreetly gathered intelligence regarding Manchester City, even seeking advice from United on strategies to counter City. Clearly, Dynamo Kyiv had intentions for this match. However, Manchester City's preparations were equally thorough. Guardiola rotated the squad in advance, allowing most of the key players ample rest specifically for this encounter. City was determined to win this match convincingly, aiming to elevate their form before the next stage of the Champions League knockout rounds. Thus, regardless of whom they face in the quarterfinals, Manchester City would not tremble in fear. Yet, it seems that fortune was not on Manchester City's side. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Kompany was injured during a challenge. Guardiola was compelled to make an involuntary substitution, bringing on Rudiger in his stead. This was not Kompany's first injury, having previously sustained one in the League Cup final, but fortunately, that time was not severe, and he recovered after a week's rest. However, this time, the injury appeared grave, and it was likely he would not recover in the short term. Losing the captain just 5 minutes into the match was undoubtedly a significant blow for Manchester City. Fortunately, Rudiger has shown remarkable growth this season, having appeared frequently in cup matches and coming off the bench multiple times in the league, ensuring his form was intact. Upon entering the pitch, Rudiger quickly found his rhythm, collaborating with Van Dijk to neutralize the opposing forwards, thus thwarting Dynamo Kyiv's plans for a surprise attack. Yet, Manchester City's misfortunes were far from over. In the 23rd minute, another blow struck. Starting centre-back Van Dijk sustained a knee injury while challenging Bajalski, collapsing to the ground. On the sidelines, Guardiola sprang to his feet at the sight of Van Dijk down. Could it be? 2 starting centre-backs injured in quick succession. Was their luck truly this dire? The team's medical staff hurried onto the field, assessing Van Dijk and signaling for a substitution. Although Guardiola had mentally prepared for such an eventuality the moment Van Dijk fell, the situation was nonetheless dire. However, upon witnessing the substitution gesture from the team physician, I could not help but mutter a curse under my breath, sending a bottle of mineral water flying into the air with a swift kick. Damn it, Van Dijk is injured as well. How are we supposed to play now? He glanced back at the Manchester City bench, where 2 defenders remained seated. One was the aging veteran Demichelis, whose appearances this season had significantly dwindled. The other was the young defender Kimmich, recently acquired from Stuttgart. At merely 21 years of age, Kimmich played as a full-back, and his height of 1.77 meters was hardly sufficient to anchor a central defensive role. Thus, after some deliberation, Guardiola ultimately decided to field Demichelis. The loss of 2 key central defenders for the opponents undoubtedly presented a plethora of tactical opportunities for Dynamo Kyiv. They were acutely aware of the prowess of Manchester City's 2 main central defenders. Kompany was a long-established top-tier defender in European football, serving as the dual captain for both Manchester City and the Belgian national team, and his personal abilities were beyond dispute. Although Van Dijk was merely a promising young talent, the strength and potential he demonstrated in the center-back position commanded respect from all quarters. Some even speculated that should Van Dijk continue his impressive form at Manchester City, he might contend for the title of the world's foremost central defender. The absence of these 2 stalwarts from City's defense would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. For Dynamo Kyiv to overturn the situation and advance, they required goals, and the sudden upheaval in the opponent's defense seemed like a divine opportunity bestowed upon them. Feeling favored by fortune, the players from Kyiv brimmed with confidence, as if they were on home turf, launching a fierce assault on Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium. Indeed, the morale of City's players had taken a hit due to the injuries, and their performance in the first half was less than stellar. However, the audacity of their opponents incensed them profoundly. This was the Etihad, a renowned fortress in Europe, a nightmare for all visiting teams. Not a stage for these individuals to flaunt their bravado, thus fueled by their rekindled fighting spirit. The Manchester City players quickly regained their composure and initiated a vigorous counteroffensive against Dynamo Kiev. Observing the situation, Guardiola promptly adjusted the tactics, urging his players to accelerate the pace of the game, engaging in a thrilling back-and-forth exchange. With the defense no longer as steadfast as before, the solution lay in attacking. As long as our tally exceeds that of our opponents, conceding goals becomes a trivial matter. The sudden increase in tempo led to mistakes from both sides, with tackles, counterattacks, and recoveries becoming the prevailing themes on the pitch. In this rhythm of frenetic exchanges, both teams found numerous scoring opportunities. In the 36th minute of the first half, De Bruyne unleashed a sudden long-range shot from just outside the penalty area. However, due to a slip, the ball veered slightly off target. 2 minutes later, Quan's low shot upon entering the penalty area was thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper's legs. Kiev Dynamo was presented with several opportunities. In the 33rd minute of the first half, a low cross from the right flank found Yarmolenko, who laid it back for Bialski, whose attempt from the center was thwarted by Navas. Despite the score remaining 0-0, the exhilarating and intense exchanges captivated both the spectators in the stadium and those watching on television. In an era dominated by pragmatic football, it is commonplace for lesser teams to adopt a defensive posture against stronger opponents, rendering matches quite tedious. Such bold, attacking encounters are increasingly rare, especially when faced with a formidable side like Manchester City. Yet, Kiev Dynamo displayed commendable courage by initiating attacks at City's home ground. Regardless of the outcome, their audacity to confront their adversaries head-on deserves commendation. However, fans often misjudge the prowess of Kiev Dynamo, perceiving them as weaker than Manchester City. Yet, Kiev Dynamo is a prominent force in the Ukrainian Premier League and does not regard itself as merely a minnow. Both teams exhibited fierce offensive displays, yet luck eluded them, resulting in a scoreless first half. As the second half commenced, neither side showed any intention of retreating. Manchester City, unwilling to adopt a defensive stance against what they perceived as an inferior opponent, continued to press forward. For the trailing Kiev Dynamo, the only option was to persist in their offensive endeavors. In the 58th minute, City earned a well-placed free kick just outside the penalty area. Quan conferred with Kroos and De Bruyne, who withdrew slightly aside. Both Quan and De Bruyne positioned themselves over the ball, causing alarm among the opposing players. Fully aware of their prowess in set pieces, De Bruyne's curling free kick is renowned, while Quan's delivery is unpredictable, regardless of who took the kick. It posed a significant challenge for the goalkeeper. As the referee blew the whistle, both players commenced their run-ups, but in a deceptive maneuver, De Bruyne feigned a strike, allowing Quan to take the real shot, aiming for the top left corner of the net. The opposing goalkeeper leaped with all his might, narrowly deflecting the ball, which sailed just above the crossbar and out of play. Observing the trajectory of the shot, City fans raised their arms in celebration, only to be met with dismay as the goalkeeper executed a miraculous save, prompting sighs of frustration among the crowd. The goalkeeper, elated by his feat of denying a shot from one of the world's best, would cherish this moment for a lifetime. Yet, as the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Just moments later, Manchester City scored. In the 59th minute, following a corner kick, Quan delivered a pass to the back post, where the veteran substitute Demichelis outjumped the defender, executing a powerful header that found the back of the net. The opposing goalkeeper remained utterly unresponsive to the goal, as the distance was too close for him to react in time for a save. The scorer, Demichelis, exuberantly dashed towards the sidelines, kissing the Manchester City emblem emblazoned on his jersey as he ran. Demichelis's contract with Manchester City is set to expire this summer. Although the club wishes to extend his tenure, he has declined their offer. His playing time this season has been minimal, and remaining with the team would only hinder the emergence of younger talents, providing little benefit to the club. Given these circumstances, he finds it more appealing to gracefully depart from Manchester City and seek a more suitable environment for his later years. Despite his relatively brief stint at Manchester City, a significant portion of Demichelis's career accolades were acquired during his time there, leading him to harbor strong sentiments towards the club. considering his salary and contributions. He has resolved to leave. Demichelis believes he still has fuel in the tank and is reluctant to retire prematurely. Furthermore, the dismal weather in Manchester is hardly conducive for an aging player with past injuries. He yearns for the sun-soaked beaches of the Iberian Peninsula, and coincidentally, his former club, Malaga, has expressed interest in him. Thus, Demichelis intends to return to Malaga for a peaceful retirement. Malaga occupies a mid-table position in La Liga, devoid of European competition or relegation fears. Playing here guarantees him ample playing time without the intense pressure of achieving significant results, making it an excellent choice for a 36-year-old veteran like him. Therefore, Demichelis' celebratory gesture effectively conveyed his decision to the Manchester City supporters. Upon witnessing his actions, fans in the stands rose to their feet, spontaneously applauding him. 3 years prior, when Demichelis joined Manchester City at the age of 33, he faced skepticism from the public. Many City fans expressed their discontent, believing he was merely there for a leisurely retirement, especially during a time when the club lacked major honors. They yearned for young, vigorous players who could help build the team's legacy rather than an aging veteran on the verge of retirement. However, in his inaugural season, Demichelis transformed the prevailing perception. He was not there merely to retire. Despite his age, he showcased his enduring prowess. During a period when Manchester City's defense was frail, his pivotal interventions saved the team on multiple occasions. His contributions are undeniably part of Manchester City's 2 UEFA Champions League titles. As such a distinguished player prepares to depart, the sentiments among City fans are a mix of reluctance and heartfelt blessings. With the first goal secured, one could only wonder how far the second would be. Following the breakthrough, Manchester City's front players seemed to have rediscovered their scoring touch. In the 61st minute, Quan distributed the ball to the advancing Son Heung-min on the right flank, who unleashed a powerful angled shot within the box, striking the left post and ricocheting into the net. 20. The aggregate score transformed to 5-1. Manchester City solidified their victory and simultaneously secured a place in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Despite being significantly behind, Dynamo Kyiv resolutely continued their offensive efforts, unwilling to concede defeat even in the face of insurmountable odds. In the 82nd minute, they were presented with their best opportunity. A defensive error by Rudiger allowed an opposing forward to turn and break free on goal. However, Navas executed a miraculous save, thwarting the opponent's close-range attempt. This remarkable intervention shattered the morale of Dynamo Kyiv's players, who, in the ensuing 10 minutes, failed to create any further threats to Manchester City's goal. Ultimately, the score was fixed at 2-0, with Manchester City triumphantly advancing to the quarterfinals. Though this match was not the highlight of the round, it attracted a substantial audience, slightly fewer than the clash between Barcelona and Arsenal, making it the second most-watched match of the round. The allure of this contest stemmed from both teams' commitment to attacking football, enhancing the spectacle of the game. According to post-match statistics, a total of 39 shots were recorded throughout the match, with Manchester City contributing 21 and their opponents 18. In terms of shooting attempts, the teams were evenly matched, yet the number of shots on target revealed a stark contrast. Manchester City registered 8, while their adversary managed only 4, a disparity of twofold. This underscores that, despite missing 2 key defenders, Manchester City's defensive performance was commendable. Although the opponent attempted numerous shots, the majority posed little threat, showcasing a lackluster offensive display. In terms of possession, Manchester City's advantage was marginal, holding 52 compared to their opponent's 48. This is a remarkable figure, as few teams, even among the elite, maintained such a close possession percentage against Manchester City. These statistics illustrate that Dynamo Kyiv is indeed not a weak side. Regrettably, they faced Manchester City. Against lesser opponents, they might have had a better chance. Chapter concluded. Chapter 131. Manchester City versus Paris Saint-Germain, the pinnacle of financial football. Manchester City advanced effortlessly to the quarterfinals, while other matches largely avoided any shocking upsets. Paris Saint-Germain replicated their previous scoreline, defeating Chelsea away to secure their own quarterfinal berth. Benfica ventured to St. Petersburg, braving the snow and biting winds to conquer Zenit and also advance to the last 8. Wolfsburg narrowly edged Gent at home with a 1-0 victory, securing a 4-2 aggregate score to progress. Real Madrid triumphed over Roma with a 2-0 scoreline at home, as both Cristiano Ronaldo and James Rodriguez found the net. sweeping Roma aside with a 4-0 aggregate. Arsenal, however, failed to create a miracle at Camp Nou, suffering another defeat at the hands of Barcelona, thus halting their journey in the round of 16 while the latter advanced to the quarterfinals. Perhaps the most surprising outcomes were those involving Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid. While both teams ultimately reached the quarterfinals, their paths to advancement were fraught with challenges. Bayern Munich, renowned for their formidable attacking prowess, seems to have encountered their nemesis. Following a draw of 2-2 in their previous away match, they returned to their home ground only to be held to the same scoreline once more by their adversary. Surprisingly, Juventus dominated much of the match, taking the lead for a considerable duration, with Bayern only managing to equalize in the second half through 2 goals from Müller and Lewandowski. This has led to some skepticism regarding Bayern's current form, which appears to have dipped significantly compared to their earlier season, where they were an unstoppable force. However, this could also be attributed to the formidable strength of their opponents. Although Juventus faltered in extra time against Bayern's relentless assault, missing the chance to advance to the quarterfinals, their performance during regulation time was commendable. To bring a team of Bayern's caliber to such a tight contest is a testament to Juventus's undeniable strength, albeit marred by a stroke of bad luck this season. Had they not been drawn into the same group as Manchester City, their talents might have seen them contend for the top spot, thus avoiding a daunting confrontation with Bayern in the knockout stage, which ultimately led to their elimination. Similarly, Atletico Madrid found themselves in a tense stalemate with PSV Eindhoven, with both teams failing to score across 2 matches, leading to extra time without any breakthroughs. Ultimately, the contest was decided by a penalty shootout, where the score remained tightly contested. In the first 7 rounds, both sides converted their penalties flawlessly, but in the 8th round, PSV's designated penalty taker, Nasserai, succumbed to pressure and missed, tipping the scales in Atletico's favor. Quan, under immense pressure, stepped up last and coolly converted his penalty, securing an 8-7 victory for Atletico and clinching the final quarterfinal berth. Despite their triumph, Atletico's form raises concerns among observers. PSV is not a particularly formidable opponent, yet Atletico failed to score in both encounters. While their defense remains steadfast, the lack of goals poses the question: how can they secure victories without finding the net? Is relying on penalty shootouts for fortune their only option? The issue of offensive impotence is a persistent ailment that Atletico must address. If left unresolved, it could hinder their progress. As in previous years, the roster of the Champions League quarterfinals has seen little alteration. Familiar names such as Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Atletico Madrid continue to dominate the list. La Liga remains a formidable force, with 3 teams advancing to the quarterfinals. The Bundesliga has also made strides this year, as Wolfsburg joins Bayern in the last 8, marking them as the second strongest league with 2 representatives. Despite the plethora of elite teams in the Premier League, it often comes down to Manchester City as the sole survivor in the quarterfinals, and this year is no exception. They have once again become the beacon of hope for their league. This year, only Paris Saint-Germain remains from Ligue 1 in the Champions League quarterfinals. Last year's quarterfinalist, Monaco, faltered even in the qualification stage, failing to reach the group stage. Serie A faced a dismal fate, with both Roma and Juventus eliminated, leaving no team to advance to the last 8. However, Serie A fans have grown accustomed to this scenario since Inter Milan's victory 6 years ago. The performance of Italian teams in the Champions League has been on a downward spiral. In the 2013 to 2014 season, Serie A teams faced a similar embarrassment, with none making it past the quarterfinals, making this year's situation unsurprising for them. Yet, reminiscing about the World Cup-like fervor of Italian football from over a decade ago evokes a sense of nostalgia. Once the Premier League among the top 5, it has now fallen to contesting with Ligue 1. Following the conclusion of the first knockout stage, UEFA promptly commenced the draw for the next phase at its headquarters in Switzerland. As the reigning champion, Pep Guardiola felt the weight of attention when he represented Manchester City at the draw. The representatives of the remaining 7 teams watched him closely, their gazes filled with a mix of apprehension, seriousness, animosity, and eagerness. Guardiola took his seat with composure, fully aware that as the defending champion, he would inevitably become the target of scrutiny. The draw was not conducted by the familiar figure of Infantino, who was preoccupied with his UEFA presidential campaign. Instead, it was overseen by UEFA's competition director, Marchetti, with Italian football legend Zambrotta as the guest of honor. The large screen showcased the journey of the 8 qualified teams, highlighting various thrilling moments, especially featuring prominent players such as Quan, Messi, Ronaldo, and Neymar. Undoubtedly, they represent some of the most formidable talents in contemporary football and are iconic figures for their respective clubs. The first team drawn was Wolfsburg, a strong contender from the Bundesliga, who topped their group, surpassing Manchester United and extinguishing their hopes of advancing. Despite a commendable performance in both the group and knockout stages, Wolfsburg is likely ranked 7th or 8th among these 8 teams, lacking the stature of a true powerhouse and resembling more of a soft target. Thus, upon Zambrotta drawing Wolfsburg, the other representatives could not help but feel hopeful that the next team drawn would be theirs. Ultimately, however, this stroke of fortune was claimed by Real Madrid, setting up a daunting quarterfinal clash for Wolfsburg against the La Liga giants. Bayern Munich was the third team to be drawn, and they were confirmed to face Real Madrid. The representatives from Madrid displayed an air of indifference, seemingly hoping for Bayern to clash with old adversaries such as Manchester City or Barcelona, thus eliminating one formidable opponent before the semifinals. However, their hopes were dashed as Bayern's fortune shone brightly. They drew Benfica, one of the weaker teams remaining in the quarterfinals. The earlier draws had already eliminated the 2 least formidable teams, implying that the remaining 4 strong contenders would engage in fierce battles. The representatives of the 4 remaining teams grew solemn at this juncture, with even Guardiola's demeanor turning notably serious. Despite his unwavering confidence in Manchester City's prowess, the implications of the draw were significant. Should City encounter a series of tough opponents from the quarterfinals onward, their stamina could be severely taxed by the time they reached the final, leaving the outcome uncertain. Zambrotta did not keep everyone waiting long, swiftly drawing the reigning champions, Manchester City. Upon this revelation, the representatives of the remaining 3 teams instinctively straightened their postures, with the representative from Paris Saint-Germain even shifting uncomfortably in his seat, as if something beneath him was amiss. No team wished to face Manchester City in the quarterfinals. Their strength was self-evident and required no further elaboration. Although a title victory necessitated overcoming City, everyone hoped the other teams would first test the waters against them, potentially exhausting City and thereby presenting a better opportunity for subsequent challengers. Ironically, the very team most apprehensive about facing City was Paris Saint-Germain, who were fortuitously drawn against them. The representative from PSG wore a wry smile, acknowledging their unfortunate luck in the draw. With the outcomes of the first 6 teams revealed, only Barcelona and Atletico Madrid remained, set to engage in a La Liga derby. Given the abundance of La Liga teams advancing to the quarterfinals in recent years, such derbies have become commonplace. Yet, the fortunes of these Spanish clubs have been somewhat dismal, with numerous teams reaching the latter stages but failing to secure the championship. It has now been 5 years since a La Liga team last claimed the title. As the draw results were announced, it sparked a flurry of discussion within the football community. German media and fans largely regarded Bayern's draw as fortuitous. Although Benfica is a historic powerhouse in the Portuguese league, their strength is insufficient to pose a significant threat to Bayern. This matchup presents Bayern with an opportunity to fine-tune their current form, as maintaining the momentum from their previous matches will be crucial for achieving better results. Indeed, when Manchester City faced Juventus, they executed their strategy with remarkable decisiveness, whereas Bayern found themselves embroiled in a closely contested match that required extra time for victory. This situation was exacerbated by the unfortunate injuries to key players such as Ribery and Robben, leaving the team to rely heavily on Müller and Lewandowski. The absence of these 2 pivotal wingers significantly diminished Bayern's attacking prowess, while Juventus' formidable defense further complicated their efforts to secure a win. However, with Ribery's anticipated return from injury, Bayern fans remain optimistic that their team will reclaim its former glory. In La Liga, the draw has been met with general satisfaction. Real Madrid is pleased with their favorable matchup, yet the internal clash between Atletico Madrid and Barcelona has somewhat dulled their joy. Both teams possess the capability to reach the semifinals, but they are forced into a premature confrontation in the quarterfinals. Although Atletico currently struggles with offensive vigor, their defense is exceptionally robust, making it challenging for Barcelona to gain an advantage. Should Atletico eliminate Barcelona, their current form raises concerns about facing teams like Bayern or Manchester City, where the likelihood of defeat would be heightened. Conversely, if they were to eliminate Real Madrid, leveraging their understanding of the latter, the implications could be even more dire. In Ligue 1, The reaction among the French is one of lamentation, as many perceive Paris Saint-Germain to have drawn the most unfavorable opponent. Given the tactical style of the teams, Manchester City poses the greatest challenge to PSG. Neymar, their strongest asset, finds himself matched against a formidable adversary within the City ranks, one who could overshadow his impact. This significantly narrows PSG's advantages, potentially erasing them entirely. The manner in which the Spanish team has historically subdued Brazil is a testament to the challenges PSG faces. While PSG is dissatisfied with the draw, Guardiola and Manchester City fans express contentment with the outcome. Compared to Atletico and Barcelona, Guardiola prefers the challenge posed by PSG, which, despite its talent, remains several steps away from being a top-tier club. Moreover, while the squad boasts numerous stars, the coach is yet to harmonize these individuals into a cohesive unit. The players, drawn primarily by lucrative contracts rather than the intrinsic allure of the club, often resemble mercenaries, lacking a strong sense of belonging or honor. This scenario mirrors Manchester City's past struggles before they secured their first Champions League title, which marked a transformative moment. Having shed their former image of upstarts, Manchester City has ascended to the status of a true powerhouse, with players increasingly identifying with the club as they pursue both financial rewards and prestigious accolades. The match dates have been set for April 7th and April 13th, leaving just over 2 weeks until the encounters unfold. Seizing the opportunity, Manchester City can now devote their full attention to resolving matters in the league and domestic cup competitions. On March 20th, the 31st round of the Premier League commences, with the highlight being the annual Manchester Derby. This time, Manchester City will host their rivals on home turf. As City's lead over Leicester City has diminished slightly, the suspense surrounding the Premier League title has been prolonged. This situation has garnered significant attention, as a victory for Manchester United could enable Leicester City to capitalize on the opportunity to narrow the gap. In response, Guardiola remarked, "You are overthinking it." Despite the opponent's current lackluster form, this is, after all, a Manchester derby, where anything can happen. Thus, Guardiola has assembled the best possible lineup for City to secure a crucial victory at home. Chapter 132, Manchester City versus Manchester United, a colossal, indeed monumental blunder. For the outside world, these recent confrontations are rife with intrigue. Whether it be the long-standing rivalry between Barcelona and Atletico Madrid, or the financial showdown between Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, each matchup presents noteworthy points for discussion. Both Manchester City and PSG are backed by powerful financial conglomerates from the Middle East, stirring considerable upheaval in European football in recent years. This clash of the titans serves as a litmus test for which clubs' financial investments yield greater results. Although City's financial backers are pioneers in this realm, having entered the top 5 leagues earlier than PSG's, the latter's ability to spend is not to be underestimated. In fact, they may even surpass City in this regard. Last summer, PSG shattered the transfer record by acquiring Neymar for a staggering $200 million, effectively doubling the previous record. In the foreseeable future, unless a player of the caliber of Quan or Messi transfers, this record is unlikely to be broken. Even a transfer involving Cristiano Ronaldo would struggle to challenge this benchmark, given his advancing age and declining market value, with few clubs willing to invest $200 million in him. While many mock PSG as nouveau riche, squandering vast sums without tangible success, the impact of their spending is evident. At the very least, in Ligue 1, PSG's emergence has quelled the chaos of the league, transforming it from a battleground of many contenders into one dominated by PSG. However, the competitive nature of Ligue 1 has never been particularly strong, making their supremacy less commendable compared to other leagues. Consequently, the external scrutiny of PSG's Ligue 1 titles is minimal. Greater attention is focused on their performance in European competitions. Regrettably, PSG's results on the continental stage have been disappointing, having fallen in the quarterfinals for 3 consecutive years. Since the Qatari consortium took over, they have yet to breach the Champions League semifinals. This achievement is, in truth, not insignificant. After all, Manchester City struggled to even progress beyond the group stage in previous years. They were often eliminated early, becoming a laughingstock in European football. However, in the past 2 years, Manchester City's performances in European competitions have been nothing short of magnificent. They not only clinched the title, but also secured back-to-back UEFA Champions League trophies. becoming the first team to successfully defend the title since the competition's reform. Consequently, Manchester City has distanced itself from Paris Saint-Germain in terms of European success. PSG's previously commendable record in European competitions has suddenly become trivial by comparison. This year, PSG has invested heavily in acquiring Neymar, striving for a breakthrough in European contests. Yet, they have been unfortunate to face the formidable Manchester City. Perhaps, PSG will once again find themselves eliminated in the quarterfinals, as they have in the past. Do not underestimate Paris Saint-Germain. Although Ligue may first not possess the competitive intensity of the Premier League and other leagues, PSG stands alone at the pinnacle of French football, entirely outclassing other teams. Many within the club perceive Manchester City as having drawn a favorable lot, leading to a sense of overconfidence. Guardiola feels it is his duty to awaken them, to extinguish any burgeoning complacency within their hearts. The perceived weaknesses of Ligue 1 have their advantages, allowing PSG to secure victories more easily and concentrate their efforts on European endeavors. This season, Paris Saint-Germain's dominance in the league is indisputable. Following an overwhelming 9-0 victory over the bottom-placed Troyes in the 30th round of Ligue 1, PSG has secured the championship with 8 rounds to spare, achieving an early quadruple. This early triumph not only marks them as the fastest champions in the history of French football, but also breaks Bayern Munich's record of clinching the title 7 rounds in advance during the 2013-2014 season. Moreover, PSG is making significant strides in various cup competitions, reaching the semi-finals of the Coupe de France and the finals of the League Cup. Should they advance to the final stages of European competition, they would become the first team from Ligue 1 to achieve the prestigious treble. To substantiate his claims, Guardiola promptly presented footage of PSG's recent matches for the players to review. After watching the recordings, the players' expressions shifted to a more serious demeanor. While viewing PSG's domestic matches did not evoke much concern, their performances in European competitions, particularly in the group stage and against Real Madrid, as well as the knockout rounds against Chelsea, demonstrated that they are a remarkably potent team. Manchester City is well aware of Chelsea's capabilities, despite their lackluster performance this season. Chelsea's historical strength endures, especially at home, where even City cannot be assured of victory. However, PSG managed to defeat Chelsea in both legs with remarkable composure, maintaining control of the game and leaving Chelsea powerless. It is evident that PSG has made significant progress this season, qualifying as a top-tier team. The opposing team is free from concerns regarding the league, and their squad is relatively intact. In contrast, we are burdened with numerous injuries, coupled with the distractions of both league and cup competitions, making it challenging to concentrate our full efforts on the European battles. This is our vulnerability. Therefore, prior to the onset of the European competition, we must seize every opportunity to accumulate points in the league and decisively extinguish any lingering championship suspense. Guardiola promptly issued directives for Manchester City to shift their focus towards the league. With half a month remaining until the quarterfinals, they have 2 league matches to contend with. If they can secure victories in both encounters, even if they cannot clinch the title prematurely, they will significantly diminish the uncertainty surrounding the championship. On March 20th, at 4 p.m., the final match of the 31st round of the Premier League commenced at the Etihad Stadium, marking the highly anticipated clash between Manchester City and Manchester United. Due to Leicester City's narrow victory over Crystal Palace in an earlier match, the points gap between the two teams has narrowed to 6. Should Manchester City falter at home against Manchester United, the championship race would remain very much alive, with 7 rounds still to play. Recently, Leicester City has exhibited remarkable form. With stellar performances from Vardy and Mahrez, they achieved 3 wins and a draw in their last 4 matches, narrowing the gap with Manchester City following their defeat to Liverpool. The team, under Ranieri's stewardship, has thoroughly captivated Premier League fans, regardless of whether they ultimately secure the championship. Their journey to this point as a modestly assembled team is already commendable. Of course, if they manage to clinch the Premier League title, it would be a legendary feat, especially considering they are competing against Manchester City, currently the strongest team in Europe. Tonight, we are all Manchester United supporters. United, we implore you to muster your strength. To thwart Manchester City, the onus rests upon you. Prior to the match, Leicester City fans rallied online to encourage Manchester United, hoping for a delightful surprise. Although Leicester may struggle against City, other teams have the potential to triumph. If any team defeats Manchester City, it indirectly benefits Leicester. These are all opportunities. In fact, it is not just Leicester fans cheering for United. Apart from Manchester City and Liverpool, nearly all other fans are rallying behind Manchester United. As Premier League enthusiasts, they are averse to a single team's dominance and do not wish to witness Manchester City monopolizing the championship. Thus, any challenger to Manchester City garners their support and sympathy. Manchester City fans have grown accustomed to this, for to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Despite the overwhelming support for Manchester United from fans across the UK, once the match commenced, United adopted a defensive posture within their own half, seemingly cowering. Witnessing this, the supporters of Manchester United were nearly incensed. Come on, United, can you not exhibit some backbone? This is the Manchester Derby. What does it mean to play defensively? Have you no pride left? In this pivotal and fiery Manchester Derby, the fans arrived with elevated expectations. They yearned to witness a fervent clash of attacking football, rather than a tedious display of ultra-defensive tactics. However, in the 16th minute, when Manchester United capitalized on a swift counterattack and Rashford netted the ball, securing an early lead, the spectators fell silent, even reconsidering their previous sentiments. Truly, Mourinho's strategy of parking the bus was commendable. What need is there for chivalry against Manchester City? The formidable 8 gates golden lock formation was deployed with precision. This tactic entails that aside from the forward, the remaining 8 players remain stationed within and around the penalty area, forming an impenetrable defensive shield. On the sidelines, Mourinho was oblivious to the online accolades being bestowed upon him. Upon witnessing Rashford's strike ripple the net, he exuberantly celebrated with a slide, momentarily forgetting he was clad in a suit. This goal was of utmost significance. The defensive counterattack strategy thrives when the opponent is relentless in their pursuit. The closer the adversary presses forward, the greater the opportunity left for counterattacks. Now, with a lead on the scoreboard, it was inevitable that the opponent would escalate their offensive efforts, thereby amplifying the efficacy of Mourinho's tactical approach. Should Manchester City falter in their defensive vigilance, a second or third goal could swiftly follow. Guardiola, upon witnessing Manchester United's opening goal, could not help but shake his head. The absence of 2 key central defenders had indeed cast a significant shadow over the team's performance. Rudiger's reckless challenge had been ill-timed. Although he attempted to recover quickly, he was a step too late, leading to the concession of the goal. Guardiola had observed Rudiger for an extended period. His impulsive nature and lack of composure were evident. While his turning and chasing speed were commendable, this very confidence in his abilities often led him to take unnecessary risks. Unlike another primary central defender, Van Dijk, Rudiger's approach could be likened to that of Paris Saint-Germain's David Luiz. It appears that the depth of talent in the defensive line may require bolstering, particularly with De Michelis confirmed to depart, leaving a void in the squad. Despite the temporary setback in the scoreline, Guardiola remained unflustered, and the home supporters maintained their composure. They continued to sing passionately, embodying the role of the team's 12th man. True to Mourinho's predictions, Manchester City intensified their offensive maneuvers after falling behind, presenting Manchester United with an opportunity for counterattack. In the 23rd minute, Pogba delivered a precise through ball from the flank, allowing Martial to surge forward and face a one-on-one situation. Once again, Manchester City's goal was under severe threat. However, Martial was unable to adjust his rhythm to shoot immediately. By the time he considered a second attempt, the angle had already been blocked by Navas. He managed a desperate strike, but the ball struck Navas and went out for a goal kick. On the sidelines, as Pogba delivered a precise through ball, Mourinho had already raised his hand, ready to celebrate. Yet, Martial nearly squandered the opportunity entirely. Such a promising chance, a one-on-one, and he failed to convert. Had that shot found the net, the game would have been secured. Missed opportunities often lead to dire consequences. In the 25th minute, Quan noticed the opponent's intense pressing and marking in the attacking third, so he returned the ball to Kroos. Kroos advanced to the vicinity of the halfway line, where the opposing forwards hesitated to apply immediate pressure. He then leaned his body, drew back his bow, and unleashed a signature long pass exceeding 40 meters, delivering the ball with precision to the feet of Son Heung-min on the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Son swiftly crossed it into the box, where both Jesus and Quan were in position to score. Jesus narrowly missed connecting with the ball, but Quan, arriving at the back post, skillfully slotted the ball into the net. In less than 10 minutes, Manchester City had equalized. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, with City fans elatedly chanting Quan's name, celebrating the king of the Etihad. On the sidelines, Guardiola joyfully pumped his fist and took a few steps along the touchline, embracing several assistant coaches in a hearty hug. The goal was executed beautifully, particularly Kroos' long pass. The breadth of his vision is astonishing, enabling him to spot and accurately deliver the ball from such a distance. Son's cross was also of high quality. Had it been a lofted ball, Quan and Jesus, given their stature, would have struggled to make an impact, allowing the opposing center-backs to clear it. However, the low ball rendered the taller defenders powerless, as they hesitated to intervene for fear of an own goal, while the smaller players exhibited greater agility and quicker reactions, enabling Quan to strike before the defenders could clear. Meanwhile, Mourinho's expression darkened considerably. His elation had barely lasted 10 minutes before it dissipated. Damn it! How could the defense he meticulously trained be so fragile? What were those players doing moments ago? Why was no one marking that player? Jesus was merely a young prospect, and Mourinho had not regarded him with much concern. His focus was on Quan. The fact that his defenders had lost track of Quan was an egregious error. Chapter 133. Guardiola. My son is truly remarkable. Manchester City's swift equalization shifted the dynamics of the match once more. Not only had Manchester United's advantage vanished, but their morale also took a significant hit. On the other hand, upon realizing that United's defense was not as formidable as anticipated, City's confidence surged in their offensive efforts. Consequently, as the first half progressed, the tides turned dramatically, with City dominating the play around United's goal. Quan has always emphasized the principle of reciprocity. When Son Heung-min graciously offered him a pastry, it was only natural for him to respond in kind. In the 39th minute of the first half, Quan received a through ball from De Bruyne, successfully evading the offside trap. Despite having the opportunity to score himself, he selflessly passed the ball to Son Heung-min. Son, not one to squander such a generous gift, effortlessly slotted it into the empty net, altering the score to 2-1. Witnessing Son's goal, Guardiola felt a profound sense of relief. The tactical approach of counterattacking is most vulnerable when trailing. Once behind, their rigid defensive formation becomes untenable, rendering it futile to maintain such a strategy. They must advance. In contrast, Mourinho, in a bid to bolster his defense, opted for a roster brimming with players renowned for their defensive prowess. These players, while formidable in defense, contribute little to the offensive efforts. To equalize, Manchester United would need to make substitutions, which would inevitably weaken their defensive capabilities. A reduction in their defensive strength would significantly simplify Manchester City's task of scoring. City, unperturbed by the prospect of an open exchange of attacks, posed a question: would their opponents dare to engage? Mourinho, often labeled a madman by the media, earned this moniker not solely from his exchanges with journalists and rival coaches, but also due to his strategic acumen. Recognizing the precarious position of his team, he understood that mere defensive rigidity would lead to inevitable defeat. Consequently, he took decisive action, altering his formation and introducing 2 attacking players before the first half concluded, determined to amplify his offensive efforts. Guardiola, witnessing the audacity of his rival, could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. With 2 key central defenders absent, it was evident that Manchester City's backline was vulnerable. However, underestimating City's attacking prowess would be a grave mistake. Thus, in response to Mourinho's adjustments, Guardiola too displayed resolve, signaling his team to accelerate and engage in an exchange of attacks. Come on, who fears whom? Under the guidance of their respective coaches, both teams embarked on an exhilarating offensive battle. The match quickly transformed into a captivating spectacle, heightening the excitement of the spectators present. The pace of the game quickened. Mere moments after a Manchester United shot, City was countering with their own assault on United's goal. In such a frenetic contest, players from both sides inevitably made errors during ball progression, providing the perfect opportunity for the opposing team to capitalize on counterattacks. Both Guardiola and Mourinho excelled in exploiting these opportunities, leading to an intense contest for midfield dominance, particularly in intercepting and pressuring the opponent's playmakers. For Manchester United, Pogba and Mata were the primary targets of City's intense scrutiny, while on the City side, Kroos and De Bruyne faced comprehensive attention. Nevertheless, significant differences persisted between the 2 teams. Apart from De Bruyne and Kroos, Quan in Manchester City's front line is also capable of retreating to assume the role of a playmaker. However, Manchester United lacks such a player. Consequently, although both teams are engaged in offensive maneuvers, it is evident that Manchester City poses a significantly greater threat with higher quality in their attacks. Mourinho is not oblivious to Quan's organizational abilities. Rather, as the team focuses on tightly marking De Bruyne and Kroos, it becomes impossible to allocate additional resources to contain Quan. After all, compared to the former duo, restraining Quan is a far more challenging task. His individual prowess is exceptional. His dribbling, breakthrough, and passing skills leave no room for criticism. Moreover, his football intelligence is remarkably high, with a broad perspective and vision. When faced with tight marking, he can either rely on his outstanding personal abilities to maneuver through or distribute the ball at the opportune moment. With limited players on the field, a concerted effort to mark one individual inevitably creates gaps elsewhere. Should he seize the opportunity to pass the ball, it can prove devastating. Thus, it is not that Mourinho is unwilling to counter Quan. It is simply that he finds it unmanageable. During his time at Inter Milan, he could assign Zanetti to contain Messi, but at Manchester United, he cannot identify a suitable candidate. If he could have found one, he would have employed them long ago. The inability to restrict Quan signifies that Manchester United will suffer greatly in counterattacks. Although they managed to hold the scoreline in the first half without conceding a third goal, shortly after the second half commenced, Quan assisted Jesus in scoring again, altering the score to 3-1. At the Etihad Stadium, when Manchester City established a 2-goal lead, it essentially sealed Manchester United's fate. Despite Guardiola's audacity in utilizing his third substitution to bring Lingard on to bolster the attack, it proved futile. Conversely, Sane, who came off the bench for Manchester City, scored again in the 85th minute, finalizing the score at 4-1. Manchester City triumphed once more in the Manchester Derby, marking their 7th consecutive victory over Manchester United. This left the Red Devils fans lamenting, fearing that continued losses might instill a psychological shadow over Manchester United regarding City. Following a significant defeat away from home, Mourinho was in a foul mood, leaving the field without waiting for Guardiola to shake his hand. He has faced numerous distressing matters recently, and following this defeat, one can only anticipate the challenging inquiries he will encounter in the upcoming press conference. However, he cannot blame anyone but himself. Given his penchant for engaging in verbal sparring with journalists and cultivating rivalries. Post-match, Mourinho's helpless expression on the sidelines, coupled with images of him besieged by reporters, sparked considerable discussion among fans. Alas, Mourinho seems to have changed. He no longer exudes the vigor of his earlier days. Some fans noticed the gray hairs at his temples, contrasting sharply with the spirited persona he displayed during his time at Inter Milan and Real Madrid, prompting a collective sigh of nostalgia. How illustrious was Mourinho in his prime! With Porto, a team once deemed unlikely to succeed, achieving a remarkable championship victory, and subsequently challenging the Red Devils dynasty after venturing into England. He has secured 2 Premier League titles amidst fierce competition. Though his relationship with Abramovich led to his dismissal, he returned to prominence in Italy, guiding a cadre of seasoned players at Inter Milan to an astonishing treble. Holding 2 Champions League trophies, he ascended to the ranks of elite coaches, akin to Guardiola. When invited warmly by Real Madrid to helm the illustrious Galacticos at the Bernabeu, Mourinho was brimming with ambition. However, the turning point began the moment he took the reins at Madrid. The failures at Real Madrid became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, leading to the swift disappearance of his once magic touch. During his second tenure at Chelsea, his coaching record was lackluster, marked by defeats in cup competitions, league play, and the Champions League. Upon joining Manchester United, he experienced a brief moment of brilliance early in the season, but soon succumbed to a downward spiral. At this juncture, Manchester United had already fallen from the title race, with their Champions League qualification for the next season becoming precarious, necessitating fierce competition against Tottenham, Arsenal, and Liverpool. Should United end the season empty-handed, without even securing a Champions League spot, one wonders if Mourinho would again face dismissal, moving on to yet another club. Frequent changes in teams are detrimental for both players and coaches. To seamlessly integrate one's tactical philosophy into a club requires time. Yet in the increasingly impatient world of football, many teams are reluctant to offer coaches such leeway. When results fail to meet expectations, they swiftly act. often scapegoating the head coach. This cycle of frequent firings leads to deteriorating performance and ultimately results in job loss or obscurity. Observing Mourinho's struggles naturally evokes comparisons to another once-renowned figure, Guardiola. In contrast to Mourinho, Guardiola's post-Barca career faced its own hurdles, with his tenure at Bayern Munich for a year and a half hardly deemed successful. Yet, Guardiola has since transcended those challenges. Under his guidance, Manchester City has flourished, marking a renaissance in his career and potentially reaching new heights beyond the peaks of the famed treble-winning team. This juxtaposition elicits sympathy for Mourinho, who lacks the fortuity that Guardiola possesses. Had Mourinho's son exhibited talent akin to that of Lionel Messi, the outcome could have been vastly different. In response to claims that his success is tied to the brilliance of his players, Guardiola does not refute. Rather, he smiles and acknowledges, "I am fortunate to have encountered geniuses like Messi and Iniesta." Guardiola embodies the rare phenomenon of a coach who reached the pinnacle of success from the outset. Having encountered a prodigy like Messi at the very beginning of his coaching career, leading a cadre of talents from La Masia to create a legendary dynasty. Guardiola is indeed formidable. However, without Messi, his coaching career at Barcelona would not have been as illustrious. As Guardiola himself stated, it was Messi who elevated him to heights that did not rightfully belong to him, leading him to believe that success was easily attainable. It was not until he left Barcelona and Messi that a series of failures gradually revealed to him that such success was merely serendipitous. After Messi's departure, many of his tactics and philosophies could no longer be executed flawlessly, as few could meet his exacting standards. Only true geniuses could fulfill his directives. Yet, Guardiola's fortune was remarkable. The emergence of Haaland alleviated his concerns almost immediately. Presently, Manchester City, while yet to achieve the pinnacle of Guardiola's vision, finds solace in Haaland's presence. His task now is to construct the team gradually around Haaland as the foundational cornerstone. Thus, when outsiders claim he is fortunate to rely on his son, he feels no indignation. Instead, he takes pride in it. After all, how many can boast of having such a talented son? The disappointment following Manchester United's defeat to Manchester City is not solely felt by United fans. Leicester City supporters share in this dismay as well. They had harbored high hopes for United, only to discover their fragility, shattering at the slightest provocation. Now, with merely 7 matches remaining in the league and a 9-point deficit, their championship aspirations seem exceedingly dim. However, the despair for Leicester City does not end there. In the 32nd round of the league, Manchester City visited Bournemouth. Within the first 15 minutes, Haaland scored twice, securing the victory. De Bruyne netted a direct free kick, and just before the final whistle, De Michelis headed in another goal, leading City to a decisive 4-0 triumph and their 3rd consecutive win. Despite Leicester City's valiant effort to triumph over Southampton at home, the gap to Manchester City remained unbridged. With only 6 matches left and a 9-point gap, Leicester's hopes of clinching the title now exist only in theory. Fortunately, the quarterfinals of the Champions League are imminent, and the impact of competing on multiple fronts may cause Manchester City to drop points in the league. This represents Leicester's final opportunity. Should they miss it, they will be left powerless as Manchester City claims the title once more. On April 4th, after their league match, Manchester City set off for Paris to prepare for their Champions League encounter with Paris Saint-Germain in 3 days. City found themselves fortunate, having drawn a schedule that favored them, playing away first before hosting the return leg. This arrangement benefits them. A mere away goal, even without a victory, could significantly enhance their chances of progression upon returning home. Naturally, should they triumph away, the pressure in the subsequent leg would be considerably lessened. Nevertheless, with Guardiola's early warnings, the players remained humble and grounded. Although Paris Saint-Germain is a team in Ligue 1, their prowess cannot be underestimated. The upcoming match on their opponent's home turf promises to be a formidable challenge, necessitating that they prepare for the worst. As 2-time Champions League victors, Manchester City currently boasts significant renown across Europe and the world, bolstered by a roster filled with numerous stars, particularly the exceptional Quan. This prominence led to a considerable number of fans awaiting their arrival at the airport, among whom were many of Chinese descent, students studying in France and tourists visiting the country, who had come specifically to greet Manchester City upon hearing the news of their Champions League match. The intentions of these fans were unmistakable, as evidenced by the various banners and slogans welcoming Quan. Upon encountering these enthusiastic supporters, Quan was both surprised and touched. He took the initiative to approach them for photographs and signatures, generously gifting them a few jerseys. Quan's warmth exceeded the fans' expectations. They were astonished that such a colossal star could be so approachable. Overwhelmed with excitement, they couldn't help but share their experiences online, causing those who had missed the opportunity to feel deep regret. Had they known about the chance to receive gifts and autographs from Quan, they certainly would have made the effort to attend, fearing that such an opportunity might not arise again. Chapter concludes Chapter 134. Neymar seeks revenge. Neymar misses a penalty. The arrival of Manchester City instilled a sense of trepidation in Paris Saint-Germain. Observing the star player of the opposing team signing autographs and posing for photos at the airport with an air of ease, seemingly unfazed by the impending match, only complicated the emotions within the Parisian camp. As the most prominent star in Ligue 1 and Quan's counterpart in the forthcoming match, Neymar bore a heavy burden. The hopes of not only the PSG fans but also his teammates and the entire league rested on his shoulders, as they looked to him to lead the team against their formidable adversary. Neymar understood the significance of this confrontation. A victory against Manchester City would not only win him the hearts of countless supporters, but also serve as a testament to his capabilities, affirming his status among the elite in football. Although he currently holds the record for the highest transfer fee in football history, his true greatness must be validated through his performance on the pitch. Since joining PSG, Neymar had enjoyed a sense of ease due to the comparatively lower competitive pressure in Ligue 1, becoming the focal point of the team and receiving various privileges. This indulgence led to a certain level of complacency, as evidenced by his less diligent training habits and occasional forays into Parisian nightlife, reminiscent of the former Brazilian stars. However, following the draw for the knockout stage against Manchester City, Neymar underwent a dramatic transformation in his attitude. He ceased his visits to nightclubs, adopted an exceptionally positive approach to daily training, and even began to engage in additional practice sessions after regular training concluded. The driving force behind Neymar's actions is an insatiable desire for revenge, specifically against Quan. Since the commencement of the 2013 Confederations Cup, Neymar has faced Quan multiple times, suffering a disheartening string of defeats. Emerging as a prodigious talent from Brazil, he was once hailed by Pelé as a formidable contender for the title of the next football king. However, after enduring consecutive losses at the hands of Quan, Neymar not only relinquished his aspirations of ascending to the throne of football greatness, but also found himself overshadowed by Quan's dominance. This was a scenario Neymar was determined to change. Thus, he yearned to vanquish Quan, seeking to assert his worth through revenge and ultimately liberate himself from Quan's looming shadow. Neymar's transformation has delighted the coaches and executives at Paris Saint-Germain. As the star player of the club, his peak performance significantly enhances PSG's chances of victory. Prior to the match, having already secured the league title, PSG took a week to recuperate and prepare for this formidable encounter. On April 7th, at 1945, the Champions League quarterfinals commenced with the referee's whistle. PSG deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with Neymar, Cavani, and Di Maria positioned on the left, center, and right, respectively. The midfield trio comprised Matuidi, Mata, and Rabiot, while the defensive line featured Maxwell, David Luiz, Thiago Silva, and Aurier. The goalkeeper was Trapp, a name easily remembered due to its similarity to that of a certain president. On the opposing side, Manchester City arranged themselves in a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Jesus leading the front line and Quan, Son Heung-min, and De Bruyne supporting him from behind. The two defensive midfielders were Kroos and Kanté, and their defense was anchored by Zabaleta, De Michelis, Rudiger, and Kolarov, with Navas starting as the goalkeeper. In contrast to the well-equipped PSG, Manchester City's lineup was somewhat incomplete, as injuries had sidelined for key players. This presented a potential opportunity for the home team. As the match commenced, PSG kicked off amidst the fervent cheers of their home supporters. Yet, within mere seconds, they lost possession of the ball. Manchester City unexpectedly launched an aggressive pressing attack, seemingly intent on seizing an early advantage. PSG appeared unprepared for this onslaught, and in a flurry of confusion, they quickly relinquished control. Fortunately, they swiftly regrouped and initiated a counter-press against Manchester City. However, City's attack was executed with remarkable speed, and within a few swift passes, the ball found itself perilously at the feet of Quan, just outside PSG's penalty area. Observing this, PSG's center-back, David Luiz, immediately charged in an attempt to intercept the ball from Quan. Yet, Quan deftly outmaneuvered Luiz with an impressive feint, gliding past him with ease. Infuriated, Luiz retaliated by fouling Quan from behind. A mere 23 seconds into the match, PSG committed a foul, one that was certain to incur a booking. The referee promptly blew the whistle, hastening over while reaching for his cards. David Luiz, having regained his composure, realized the magnitude of his error. The foul he committed was likely to grant the opposing team an excellent opportunity for a free kick, and given the severity of his actions, a strict referee could very well have issued a red card. Had it indeed been a red card, losing a key defender within the first minute would have jeopardized Paris Saint-Germain's chances in the match. As the referee approached him, Luiz panicked, fervently pleading for leniency while attempting to help the fallen Quan to his feet. Observing Luiz's contrition, the referee exhibited mercy, merely producing a yellow card to caution him. With the card issued, Luiz ceased his pretense, retracting his hand that was reaching for Quan. Just then, Quan rose from the ground, utterly speechless at the scene. This fellow was fortunate. Had the foul been committed against another Manchester City player, he likely would have been stretchered off. Reflecting on this, Quan cast a deep glance at David Luiz, marking him in his memory. It was a pity. Had he taken one more step into the box, it could have resulted in a penalty. Standing over the free kick, De Bruyne glanced at the nearby penalty area and, with a hint of regret, remarked to Quan that the position was indeed promising and could pose a significant threat if executed well. However, Quan felt no such regret. Had he advanced into the box, the opposing players would not have dared to foul recklessly. Moreover, with the world-class defender, his sister-in-law, stationed in the penalty area, breaching that defense would not be a simple task. As the ball was too close to the wall, Quan relinquished the free kick to De Bruyne. The latter attempted a shot, which was cleverly angled towards the corner, but unfortunately, he failed to keep it down, sending it slightly over the bar. Nevertheless, it sent a shiver down the spines of the home fans. Conceding a goal so early in the match would have been dire. Under the pressure of Manchester City's aggressive start, Paris Saint-Germain became notably cautious upon resuming play, refraining from advancing recklessly. Both teams engaged in a tactical probing of one another's strengths, searching for vulnerabilities. During this period, Neymar remained relatively inactive on the wing, nearly fading from memory. Yet, as the probing concluded and Paris Saint-Germain launched a renewed attack, Neymar's threat immediately became evident. In the 13th minute of the first half, PSG initiated an offensive, with Neymar breaking through on the flank before cutting in towards the edge of the penalty area. Rudiger, assuming Neymar intended to shoot, moved to intercept. Instead, Neymar opted to pass directly to Cavani, who was positioned behind Rudiger. Upon receiving the ball, Cavani half-turned, leaning against de Michelis, preparing to shoot, when suddenly he stumbled and fell within the penalty area. The referee promptly blew his whistle and pointed to the penalty spot, awarding Paris Saint-Germain a penalty. The controversial decision incited vehement discontent among the Manchester City players, who, in a fervent display of emotion, encircled the referee, demanding an explanation. De Michelis attempted to articulate to the match official that he had committed no foul, asserting that Cavani had merely slipped. However, the referee remained steadfast in his ruling, brandishing 2 yellow cards to caution both de Michelis and Clichy. On the sidelines, Guardiola, known for his typically composed demeanor, erupted with expletives beginning with the letter F upon witnessing the awarding of a penalty and the issuance of 2 yellow cards to his defenders. Had it been merely a single penalty, his ire might have been contained, but the implications of cautioning 2 of his defenders were profound. With a yellow card to bear, their defensive actions would inevitably be tinged with apprehension, and opponents would likely exploit this vulnerability, a troubling prospect for Manchester City. The concerns surrounding the defense left Guardiola with a sense of unease. It seemed unlikely that his team could maintain a clean sheet, and conceding a goal felt like an impending inevitability. The pressing question remained: could the attacking front compensate for the frailties of the backline with an abundance of goals? As Manchester City's players continued to contest the referee's decision, Neymar, undeterred by the unfolding drama, gleefully approached the penalty area, football in hand, prepared to take the penalty kick. Nearby, Cavani brushed off the grass clippings from his shorts, visibly torn between words. This penalty, which he had engineered, was rightfully his to convert, as he was the team's primary striker. Yet, accustomed to deferring to the star player, Cavani hesitated to confront Neymar and could only silently fume as Neymar seized the opportunity to take the penalty kick. Once the referee, having quelled the dispute with yellow cards, signaled for the match to resume, Neymar had already positioned himself at the penalty spot for several minutes. The match had only just begun, and City's goalkeeper, Navas, had yet to find his rhythm. Coupled with the inherently low success rate of saving penalties, the players of Paris Saint-Germain were poised for celebration as Neymar readied himself. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Neymar began his run. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, aiming for the lower right corner of the net. However, Navas, perceptive to Neymar's movements, anticipated the kick and, at the moment Neymar struck the ball, had already launched himself into a dive to effectuate a save. The football rebounded off his grasp, leaving Neymar momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the unexpected block. In his hesitation, he failed to chase the loose ball, allowing a Manchester City defender to clear the danger. The crowd at Parc des Princes erupted in disbelief. Thousands of spectators staring in astonishment at the ball that had not found its way into the net. The collective sentiment was one of shock. How could this be? It was a penalty. The players on the field mirrored the astonishment, with Cavani momentarily taken aback before casting a glance at Neymar, who knelt on the ground in despair. A flicker of schadenfreude crossed Cavani's mind. You took my penalty, and now you've missed it. Serves you right. Paris Saint-Germain's failure to convert a penalty severely impacted their morale, while Manchester City was invigorated by Navas's miraculous save. Upon resuming play, the players of Manchester City exhibited a marked improvement in their performance, with even their defense stabilizing. With their apprehensions alleviated, Manchester City began to exert more pressure offensively. In the 35th minute, Quan broke through on the flank and passed the ball to De Bruyne, who swiftly delivered a through ball. Gabriel Jesus, stationed at the forefront, laid the ball back to Quan, who, after maneuvering to create space, poised himself to shoot. The opposing defender advanced to block. Yet Quan feigned a shot and delivered a subtle pass, threading the ball into the penalty area where it found De Bruyne making a late run. De Bruyne struck without taking a touch, leaving the goalkeeper with no time to react as the ball found the back of the net. The score became 0-1, with Manchester City taking the lead away from home. A hush fell over the crowd as the PSG fans stood in stunned silence, gazing vacantly at their own goal. Had they truly conceded? The PSG players, too, were momentarily paralyzed. Some who had sprinted back from the front line, bending over with hands on their knees. Their eyes filled with despair as they watched the ball roll within their net. De Bruyne's goal felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the Parisian players, leaving them with a chilling sensation. This goal was particularly devastating for PSG, as it was an away goal for their opponents. Even if they managed to equalize, they would still be at a disadvantage. Even a potential comeback with 2 goals would not alleviate the threat posed by that away goal. In stark contrast to PSG's gloom, Manchester City was elated. What a stunning shot. What a brilliant pass. After De Bruyne's goal, Quan sprinted towards him, leaping onto his back. If you hadn't made that run, I would have wasted my effort, so the credit for this goal belongs to you. Quan's words were not mere banter. Had it been any other teammate, he likely would have taken the shot himself. Without sufficient synergy, such a pass would not only fail to result in a goal, but could also relinquish possession to the opponents. If the opposing defenders had strong ball distribution skills and launched a counterattack, Manchester City could have found themselves in peril. However, Quan was confident that De Bruyne would make that forward run. Regardless of whether he passed or not, De Bruyne would instinctively do so, allowing Quan to pass the ball to where he felt it ought to go without needing to look. De Bruyne, true to his instincts, grasped Quan's intention and exploited the vulnerabilities in the opposing defense to deliver a decisive strike. This was a goal forged through their mutual understanding. Chapter 135. Neymar faces scrutiny. The match between Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain not only captivated the fans of both teams, but also attracted the attention of other clubs. Top-tier teams such as Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich nearly simultaneously dispatched representatives to witness the match in person. Upon witnessing De Bruyne's remarkable goal, the spectators could not help but furrow their brows. The Manchester City midfielder seems to have grown even more formidable. When De Bruyne transferred to Manchester City, he was not initially regarded with much esteem, as he had been on the fringes at Chelsea and the transfer fee was modest, leading many to doubt his potential to make an impact at City. However, within a single season, De Bruyne decisively proved his critics wrong, demonstrating that time apart can indeed lead to newfound respect. Since joining Manchester City, he has made significant strides in his fitness, physicality, and ball control, enabling him to thrive in the intense battles of the Premier League. His expansive vision, refined technique, and ability to deliver incisive passes have been further enhanced. For those who frequently watch Manchester City, it is evident how De Bruyne orchestrates the offense, delivering penetrating passes that perfectly set up the forwards, allowing them to comfortably convert opportunities. This is reflected in his impressive statistics. This season, he has played 42 matches, scoring 16 goals and providing 23 assists. In the Premier League, he leads with 18 assists, positioning himself as a strong contender to retain this accolade. Such dazzling figures and consistently outstanding performances have catapulted De Bruyne to fame within the football world. His market value has soared to over 50 million. And considering the recent fluctuations in transfer fees, any attempt to pry him from Manchester City for less than 70 million would likely prove futile. If Manchester City relied solely on De Bruyne, that might suffice. However, the team's overall configuration is equally opulent, featuring a player who is arguably the best in the current football landscape. Even more astonishingly, this individual shares an exceptional synergy with De Bruyne. Together, their combined prowess is formidable, amplifying their collective impact to an extraordinary level. If Paris Saint-Germain cannot thwart the connection between these two, they are likely to face a challenging match. The sudden concession of a goal evidently left PSG somewhat bewildered after resuming play. They took considerable time to regain their composure and launch a renewed offensive against Manchester City. Compared to their earlier attempts, PSG's current assault is markedly more aggressive, with heightened determination and resources devoted to their offensive efforts. They are acutely aware of their precarious situation. Securing a victory at home is imperative, as failure to do so could spell disaster. Under the relentless pressure of PSG's attack, Manchester City's defense began to buckle. Neymar, who had previously appeared somewhat disoriented after conceding a penalty, has since recalibrated his focus. Emulating his former teammate Messi, he has curtailed the display of intricate footwork, opting instead for a more astute and streamlined approach. This shift has infused new vigor into PSG's offensive maneuvers down the left flank. In the 37th minute, Neymar executed a splendid backheel maneuver, evading the attentions of Manchester City's fullback, Zabaleta. In an effort to thwart the opposing advance, Zabaleta was compelled to commit a tactical foul, thus receiving Manchester City's third yellow card of the match. This was an unfortunate development for Manchester, as 3 of their 4 defenders had already accrued yellow cards. Moreover, the most burdened defender, Zabaleta, now bore a card, complicating Manchester's ability to contain Neymar along the flanks. Fortunately, Quan, perceiving the imminent danger, promptly retreated to assist Zabaleta in limiting Neymar's influence, significantly diminishing the threat he posed. However, this strategic withdrawal also reduced Manchester's offensive potency, resulting in a temporary stalemate where neither side seemed capable of breaching the other's goal. In this pivotal moment, Edinson Cavani emerged as a beacon of hope. In the 42nd minute, leveraging his remarkable individual skill and astute positioning, Cavani found space after receiving a pass from a teammate and deftly directed the ball into Manchester's net, altering the score to 1-1. The atmosphere at the Parc des Princes erupted as Paris Saint-Germain fans fervently chanted Cavani's name, hailing him as a hero. While Neymar's stature may be more prominent, it is Cavani who has dedicated a longer tenure to the club, earning him a considerable following. Furthermore, in a moment when Neymar was being targeted and unable to rescue the team, Cavani's decisive intervention only enhanced his standing among the fans. Many supporters regarded Cavani as the true reliable figure, in stark contrast to the Brazilian, whose exorbitant price tag of 200 million seemed less practical than Cavani's contributions. Neymar felt a sense of frustration. It was not due to a lack of form or ambition, but rather the relentless focus of his adversaries. Initially, when Quan came to assist him defensively, Neymar remained unconcerned about the situation. How formidable could an attacking player be in defense? As it turned out, his assumptions were validated. Quan was not particularly adept in that regard. The issue lay in Quan's straightforward approach. He immediately escalated the intensity, engaging Neymar in physical confrontations. Physical dueling was not Neymar's forte, and he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, unable to gain the upper hand in these confrontations. Neymar struggled not only to break through, but even to receive the ball. When he did manage to gain possession, turning under the pressure of aggressive physicality proved exceedingly challenging. His opponent appeared well-versed in Neymar's playing style, timing each tackle and challenge with precision, ensuring that Neymar's initial touches were anything but comfortable, disrupting his rhythm and thwarting any potential breakthroughs. Faced with such an adversary, Neymar felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Were it not for the necessity of the opponent to focus on their own offensive endeavors, which prevented them from marking him closely at all times, he feared that he might be rendered completely ineffective throughout the match. If only Quan were his sole shadow, Neymar believed he could find a way. However, with the seasoned Zabaleta nearby, any moment of hesitation on Neymar's part would quickly result in a double team. Neymar found himself unable to deliver the ball accurately to his teammates ahead, resorting instead to forced back passes. Such a retreat inevitably slowed Paris Saint-Germain's offensive momentum, necessitating a complete reorganization while confronting Manchester City's well-structured defense. This predicament starkly illustrated the primary reason for PSG's offensive struggles. Had it not been for Cavani's exquisite positioning and the remarkable precision of Mata's earlier pass, PSG might have found themselves trailing in the match. Determined to alter the tide, Neymar resolved to abandon his stagnant position along the flanks. Observing that Di Maria and Cavani were stealing the limelight while he struggled to make an impact, he began to rethink his approach. Following the restart of play, he proactively withdrew, drawing closer to his teammates to ensure he could receive support whenever necessary. Furthermore, to evade being double-marked, he gravitated towards the center, seemingly opting for a role as a central midfielder rather than a winger. This tactical shift granted Neymar a more expansive range of motion. At the very least, Manchester City's fullback Zabaleta could no longer apply relentless pressure as he had before. With newfound space, Neymar's threat began to materialize. During the added time of the first half, after deftly maneuvering past a defender, he passed the ball to Di Maria on the wing. Di Maria then cut inside, drawing the attention of opposing defenders before feeding the ball into the penalty area for Cavani. Although Cavani found himself marked by a City center-back and unable to turn, he spotted Neymar's timely run and selflessly returned the ball to him. Neymar met the ball with a fierce shot, delivering a strike akin to those seen in the World Cup, aimed squarely at the lower left corner of the goal. Navas, despite his best efforts to intervene, was left helpless. Just as he resigned himself to the inevitability of the goal, there was a resounding thud as the ball struck the post and ricocheted away. Neymar stood frozen in disbelief. Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? The ball had not found the net. It was not only Neymar who was left astonished. The tens of thousands of PSG supporters present were equally stunned. Both the interplay among the teammates and Neymar's shot appeared flawless, leaving one to wonder why fate had conspired to deny them a goal. "Oh post, how could you betray us in our time of need?" Regrettably, while Neymar's shot was executed beautifully, fortune seemed to elude him. Even the commentators expressed sympathy for Neymar, lamenting that had this shot found its mark, the early penalty blunder would have been forgotten. Alas, this miss lingered heavily. Should PSG ultimately lose the match, it was likely that Neymar would become the target of ire from the fans. After all, had that initial penalty been converted, the dynamics of the game could have shifted dramatically. During halftime, having finalized the tactical arrangements for the second half, PSG's head coach noticed a dip in the players' morale and took it upon himself to offer words of encouragement. "Hey, everyone, it's not the end of the world just yet. We haven't lost the match, so there's no need for such despair. Neymar, your performance in the first half was commendable, particularly towards the latter part. Cast aside the unpleasant moments and continue this momentum in the second half. The team needs your energy. The current score on the field is tied, and the situation remains unfavorable for Paris Saint-Germain. In the second half, they must persist in their offensive efforts to seek a turnaround, ideally aiming to score multiple goals. This way, by the next round, they will be more at ease when playing away." On Manchester City's side, Guardiola did not alter the tactical arrangement during halftime. A score of 1-1 is entirely acceptable for them. In the second half, their focus should be on solidifying their defense while striving to net another goal. Given the opponent's formidable attacking prowess, if their defense falters, it might be wiser to prioritize offense over defense. Thus, he instructed the players to initiate another aggressive attack as the second half commenced, hoping for fruitful results. Goal. N'Golo Kante. Goodness. Just 20 seconds into the second half, Manchester City scored, and it wasn't one of their forwards, but rather a defensive midfielder, which is truly astonishing. One should not stumble over the same stone twice. Yet Paris Saint-Germain managed to do just that. Despite having been caught off guard by Manchester City's attack in the first half, they entered the second half with the same lack of preparedness, falling victim to another sudden assault by City. Since Manchester City kicked off the second half, this attack was even more unexpected than in the first half. In their haste, the opposition focused on Quan, Jesus, and De Bruyne's forward players, failing to anticipate Kanté's powerful long-range shot from behind. This shot was of remarkable quality, leaving the opposing goalkeeper helpless, merely watching the ball sail into the net once again. Just as the second half began, Paris Saint-Germain found themselves trailing once more. This sudden blow not only disrupted their plans, but also unsettled the entire team's mentality. After the kickoff, they were eager to equalize. And although their offensive efforts were intense and fervent, their urgency led to a lack of coherent strategy. They relied solely on individual prowess, resulting in numerous shots that posed little significant threat. Conversely, Manchester City capitalized on the opponent's aggressive push, launching several dangerous counterattacks from the flanks. Unfortunately, Son Heung-min's form was not at its best today, as his final shots were rather wayward, failing to extend the lead. However, should Manchester City continue in this manner, scoring seems only a matter of time. It appears that Paris Saint-Germain is on the brink of elimination. Scouts from other teams present to assess the situation on the field have largely condemned Paris Saint-Germain to a grim fate, should they suffer a defeat at home. Their hopes of advancing in the next round away would likely be less than 30. The home ground of Manchester City is notoriously challenging to navigate. Over the years, even elite teams such as Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Barcelona have found no advantage at the Etihad Stadium. Paris Saint-Germain, while formidable, still lags behind these top-tier teams. When facing Manchester City on their home turf while trailing in the score, the outcome is bound to be grim. In such dire circumstances, the onus falls upon the star players of PSG to lead the charge. Where is Neymar? He must rise to the occasion. If he does not muster his strength soon, PSG may find themselves overwhelmed. Is this truly the prowess of a player valued at 200 million? Were it not for the commentators' incessant mentions of Neymar's name, one might hardly notice his presence on the field. The fans are also discontented with Neymar's performance. With such a hefty transfer fee and the highest salary in the team, is this the best he can deliver? Although Quan from the opposing side did not score, both of Manchester City's goals had a direct connection to him, one of which he even assisted. As the chapter concludes, PSG suffers a 3-2 defeat. Neymar's heart is heavy. During halftime, he managed to calm his nerves under the coach's reassurances. However, the second half commenced with an immediate setback, leaving him questioning the game's viability. Neymar is acutely aware that countless eyes are scrutinizing him. Without an impressive display, he is certain to face severe criticism post-match. In his anxiety, he neglects the coach's advice from halftime, fixating instead on individual prowess to mount an attack, disregarding his teammates. While Neymar possesses remarkable individual skill, often showcasing it in Ligue 1, this is the Champions League knockout stage, not a domestic league match. His adversaries are not the second or third-tier teams of Ligue 1, but rather the elite of the football world. Relying solely on personal ability against such formidable opponents is a rather fanciful notion. Consequently, Neymar's choices not only failed to aid the team, but also squandered precious time, diminishing PSG's offensive threat. The Parisian fans, unable to contain their frustration, began to boo their star player when he attempted yet another solo endeavor. Taken aback by the chorus of jeers, Neymar was stunned. He never anticipated being booed by his own supporters. The Manchester City players, equally astonished, had never witnessed such a scene in their extensive careers. Are the PSG fans turning against their own? The only one unfazed by this spectacle on the field was Quan. After all, even the legendary Lionel Messi, with 8 Ballon d'Or awards, has faced jeers from the PSG supporters. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Neymar would endure the same fate. The fans' defection struck a significant blow to PSG's morale, particularly for Neymar, who appeared increasingly disoriented and his performance deteriorated further. Seizing the moment while the opposition's spirits waned and key players faltered, Manchester City launched a fierce offensive, determined to capitalize on PSG's vulnerabilities. Regrettably, Paris Saint-Germain's defense is remarkably solid, and Thiago Silva undeniably deserves the title of the world's premier defender. Despite Manchester City's fierce offensive onslaught, they found it challenging to penetrate the opposing defense, preventing the scoreline from widening further. With Neymar out of form, The head coach of PSG had no choice but to shift the focus of their attack to the right flank, entrusting Ángel Di María with the pivotal role in their offensive strategy. Di María did not disappoint. His exploits on the right wing were vibrant and dynamic, nearly overwhelming Manchester City's left-back, Gaël Clichy. Although Clichy possesses commendable defensive skills, he bore the burden of a yellow card, and Di María, known for his adeptness at drawing fouls, posed a significant threat. If Clichy fell victim to Di Maria's antics, he risked receiving a second yellow card and being sent off, which rendered him hesitant in his defensive actions, ultimately leaving him unable to contain Di María effectively. In the 62nd minute, Di María once again succeeded in a one-on-one encounter, breaking through on the flanks before cutting inside towards the center. While dribbling, he gestured towards the vacant space in the penalty area, signaling Edinson Cavani to make a run. However, as Manchester City's defenders were distracted by Cavani's movements, Di María seized the moment and unleashed a decisive shot. The execution was exquisite. The power, angle, and timing of the strike were nothing short of perfection. Keylor Navas's view was momentarily obstructed during Di Maria's shot, causing him to react a fraction too late. And despite his utmost effort, he could not prevent the ball from finding the back of the net. As the ball crossed the line, Di María jubilantly sprinted across the pitch, expressing his joy to the fans in the stands with heart gestures. PSG supporters erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, truly enamored with their right-wing angel. In stark contrast to Neymar's staggering $200 million transfer fee, Di Maria's acquisition for a mere $65 million stands out as a veritable bargain. His performance on the field, however, is by no means inferior to Neymar's. Indeed, in such a critical match, he proved to be even more reliable than Neymar. This prompted many fans to advocate for granting Di María greater freedom to take the initiative in attack, relying on him more as a focal point. Coincidentally, the head coach shared this sentiment. Recognizing that the opposition could not contain Di María on the flanks, he resolved to exploit this advantage further, seeking to dismantle the opponent's defense and create more opportunities for the team. However, Pep Guardiola is no fool. He would not allow his team to be so easily exploited. Upon noticing the vulnerabilities exposed on the flanks, he promptly opted for a substitution. Surprisingly, he did not choose to bring in the seasoned veteran Bakary Sagna, but instead opted for the young Joshua Kimmich, a mere 21 years old, who had seen limited action for Manchester City prior to this. Under Guardiola's tutelage, Kimmich has developed the capability to excel in three positions: defensive midfield, right back, and left back. Despite his youth, Kimmich possesses a level of composure and poise that belies his age. He exhibits excellent positional awareness, a sharp intellect, and a keen sense of the game, making him a rare asset who rarely commits defensive errors. Moreover, Kimmich's physical prowess is truly remarkable. His agility, ability to recover, and turning speed are all of the highest caliber. In direct defensive situations, he showcases formidable interception and tackling skills, even if he is momentarily bypassed. His exceptional recovery ability allows him to collaborate with teammates to form a cohesive defensive blockade. When Guardiola substituted Kimmich onto the field, Di María, perceiving him as an unheralded newcomer, initially underestimated his capabilities. However, after attempting to break through on the flank as he had previously, only to be thwarted, Di María swiftly realized that he was up against a formidable opponent. Kimmich played with remarkable intelligence. When isolated from teammates, he would close down the inside, compelling opponents to traverse the flanks. When flanked by teammates, he would decisively press forward, forcing opponents to either retreat or attempt risky breakthroughs. Should a breakthrough succeed, his teammates would be poised to provide cover, thus preventing defensive lapses. Conversely, if the attempt faltered, Manchester City would swiftly launch a counterattack. The formidable counterattacking prowess of Manchester City had already been witnessed by Paris Saint-Germain, leaving Di María somewhat apprehensive and momentarily at a loss against Kimmich's tenacity. He attempted to deliver crosses from the wing, yet Manchester City's defensive organization within the box was impeccable, leaving Cavani and fellow teammates with scant opportunities. Di María made several attempts at crossing, all of which failed to pose a threat, one of which was even intercepted by the goalkeeper, who initiated a perilous counterattack that nearly breached Paris Saint-Germain's defenses. Recognizing the futility of his initial strategy, Di María resolutely shifted his approach. No longer fixated on penetrating the flanks, he began to reposition himself towards the center, even engaging in overlapping movements with his teammates. Young players often lack the experience to effectively maintain their positioning while tracking their assigned opponents, which can lead to critical positional errors. If the opposition were to err in this regard, Di Maria would seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. However, he was disappointed to find that Kimmich possessed an exceptional sense of positioning, consistently avoiding the anticipated missteps. Upon noticing Di Maria vacate his defensive zone, Kimmich promptly delegated the task of marking Di Maria to a teammate, while he himself filled the void left behind, demonstrating a disciplined approach to his responsibilities. This left Di Maria somewhat exasperated. This young man proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, having ventured out of his comfort zone and into the midfield, Di Maria was determined not to squander the opportunity. After executing a wall pass with a teammate, he boldly charged towards Kimmich, perceiving him as a soft target. If he could not outmaneuver Kimmich on the flank, could he not easily bypass him in this entirely different central position? The dynamics of central defense differ significantly from those on the flanks, and Di Maria doubted Kimmich's defensive capabilities in midfield given his youth. Yet, reality once again dashed his hopes. Kimmich, a versatile player in the backfield, found himself even more adept at the defensive midfield role than as a fullback. As Di Maria charged towards him, Kimmich met him head-on, undaunted. The central corridor is significantly more congested than the flanks, leaving players with considerably less space to maneuver. A mere moment of ball retention can result in being besieged by multiple defenders. Attempting to sprint with the ball through the center, akin to the flanks, is nearly impossible. As Di Maria initiated his run, he was immediately thwarted by Kimmich. Under Kimmich's relentless pressure, he found it nearly impossible to break free, let alone make a pass. Just as he became entangled with Kimmich, Kante surged in from the side, dispossessing Di Maria with a decisive tackle. This position was perilous, and in a moment of panic, Di Maria reached out to grab Kante, attempting to employ a tactical foul to thwart a counterattack. However, despite Kante's modest stature, his balance was surprisingly stable. He managed to remain upright after the initial tug, hurriedly passing the ball away. The pass was directed toward Quan on the flank. But due to interference during the pass, the ball was both swift and poorly placed. In that instant, Kante was brought down on the grass. Waiting for the referee's whistle, believing that the counterattack would be thwarted and a foul would surely be called, possibly even a card issued. To Kante's astonishment, the anticipated whistle did not sound. The referee, adhering to the principle of advantage for the attacking side, signaled for the game to continue. Kante's pass was slightly too swift and not quite accurate, forcing Quan to slow down to receive the ball. The opposing fullback, recognizing the opportunity, charged in from behind, intending to disrupt the play. Sensing the pressure from behind, Quan, upon the ball's arrival, skillfully controlled and flicked it up, executing a delightful rainbow maneuver to elegantly bypass his opponent. The crowd erupted in astonishment, with Paris Saint-Germain fans left utterly speechless by their star's stunning display. The opposing fullback was caught off guard by this unexpected move, rendered immobile in disbelief. Thus, Quan's maneuver was not only stylish but also practical, fundamentally distinct from Neymar's more theatrical interpretations of the rainbow flick. Witnessing Quan's remarkable feat, even the supporters of Paris Saint-Germain felt compelled to applaud him. What a splendid display! On the sidelines, Guardiola, after observing Quan's deft handling of the situation, could not help but express his admiration. This young man consistently creates unforeseen surprises on the pitch. Having evaded the opposing fullback, Quan found himself in vast expanses of open field, free to gallop at will. Stop him! Thiago Silva immediately commanded his teammates to intercept Quan, not necessarily hoping to halt him entirely, but merely seeking to delay his advance, thereby granting time for others to position defensively. Quan was evidently aware of this strategy. Thus, as the defenders approached, he executed a rapid and nimble nutmeg, bypassing the intercepting player and advancing toward the edge of Paris Saint-Germain's penalty area. This position was well within his shooting range. However, he did not rush to take a shot, instead opting to carry the ball into the penalty area. Thiago Silva, resolutely charging toward him with arms behind his back, sought to deny him any space for a shot. Quan seemed oblivious to his sister-in-law standing before him. As he dribbled the ball forward, he cast a quick glance at the goal and the goalkeeper's positioning before decisively launching a shot. Thiago Silva felt a sudden chill beneath him, as if something had slipped through. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find the ball had vanished from Quan's feet. This fellow had managed to slip it through his legs. A wave of frustration surged within him, igniting a fire of indignation. However, he was not the only one caught off guard. Paris Saint-Germain's goalkeeper, Trapp, had been wary of Quan shooting towards the near post. And in the midst of his movement, he failed to adjust in time. Quan executed yet another nutmeg, and the ball, having traversed two small openings, ultimately rolled into a larger goal. The score was now 2-3. Manchester City had once again taken the lead away from home, and the match had reached the 80-minute mark. Time was running out for Paris Saint-Germain. In the dying moments of the game, PSG launched a desperate offensive, but alas, their attempts either veered off target or were thwarted by the goalkeeper. In the end, they failed to alter the scoreline. Manchester City emerged victorious on the road, gaining an advantage in this two-legged contest. Although a one-goal lead may seem slender, City also boasted 3 away goals. In an era when the away goals rule had not yet been abolished in the Champions League, such an advantage was monumental. In the next leg, PSG would need to score at least 2 goals at the Etihad Stadium to have a chance of progressing. Yet, the Etihad was notoriously difficult to conquer, and achieving a clean sheet against Manchester City there seemed utterly fanciful. Consequently, following the conclusion of the first leg, the general consensus among observers was grim for PSG, with few believing they could overturn Manchester City. Another focal point of the match was the duel between Quan and Neymar, which concluded with Quan's triumph. In this encounter, Quan contributed 1 assist and 1 goal, while also orchestrating another, showcasing an outstanding performance. In contrast, Neymar, apart from striking the post once, had little to show for his efforts, virtually disappearing from the match. This left many PSG fans discontent, feeling that the $200 million investment had been a misstep. Those who had speculated that Neymar could rival Quan and Messi were now silent. Match reports may be misleading, but the truth on the field speaks volumes. This match starkly illustrated the disparity between Neymar and Quan, revealing that Neymar still had a long journey ahead to reach the echelon of Quan and Messi. The chapter concludes. Chapter 137. The Devil's Home Ground. Manchester City unassailable at home. In the other 4 matches, Bayern, despite missing numerous key players, narrowly triumphed 1-0 against Benfica at home. Barcelona edged past 10-man Atletico Madrid with a score of 2-1. This match was the highlight of the round, second only in attention to the clash between Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain. The two teams possessed remarkably similar abilities and had faced each other multiple times in the league, being well acquainted with one another. In the first half, Torres opened the scoring, but his lack of composure led the referee to issue him 2 yellow cards within 6 minutes, resulting in an early red card and his expulsion from the match. As Torres left the field, a torrent of boos echoed throughout Camp Nou, with nearly 100,000 Barcelona fans hurling insults and spitting in his direction. Atletico Madrid's coach, Simeone, passionately argued with the 4th official, believing the referee's decisions were biased. It was only the 35th minute, and losing their main striker seemed to undermine any chance of competing effectively. No wonder the world whispers of Barcelona having a benefactor within UEFA. He had previously dismissed such claims, but this time he found himself convinced. Simeone's words were fervent, and after the 4th official relayed his complaints to the referee, the latter approached him and issued a yellow card as a warning. Restraining the urge to spit at the referee, Simeone stood with his hands on his hips, contemplating his next tactical moves. Fortunately, the player sent off was a forward, which would not significantly impact Atletico's defense. However, without a focal point in attack, their counterattacks would become increasingly challenging. One could only hope that his disciples on the field could endure and maintain their lead until the final whistle. However, Barcelona was evidently determined not to squander such a prime opportunity. Under the leadership of Messi and Suarez, they launched a fierce assault on Atletico. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Alves delivered a cross from the right, and Alba executed a volley at the back post, with Suarez deftly redirecting the ball into the net. Barcelona equalized. This was not a favorable sign for Atletico. The rejuvenated Barcelona grew increasingly formidable in the ensuing minutes. In the 74th minute, it was Alves again who provided a cross, assisting Suarez for his second goal of the match. Ultimately, propelled by Suarez's 2 goals, Barcelona secured a hard-fought victory at home. Nevertheless, for Atletico, while the result was less than ideal, it was not utterly disheartening. Although they lost, the margin was not substantial, and they still possessed an away goal. More importantly, they succumbed only after being reduced to 10 men, Prior to Torres's dismissal, Atletico had been in control of the match. Unfortunately, their aggressive defense and relentless pressing tactics often faltered against Barcelona, leading to an astonishing tally of 8 yellow cards and 1 red card in this match alone. In their last 5 encounters with Barcelona, Atletico had received 5 red cards, averaging 1 per match, an alarming statistic. This undoubtedly correlates with Barcelona's style of play. As everyone knows the illustrious reputation of La Masia, from the moment Torres fouled Busquets, it was difficult to argue that Busquets did not embellish the incident. Post-match, the Atletico players, including Simeone, expressed their dissatisfaction with the result, and Simeone vowed that they would deliver a stern lesson to Barcelona at the Calderón Stadium. As the victors, Barcelona naturally brushed aside the defeated's bold proclamations. They have even begun to contemplate their opponents in the semi-finals. In contrast to Barcelona's triumphant demeanor, another team from La Liga, Real Madrid, finds itself in a far less fortunate predicament. Believing they had drawn an exceptionally favorable lot, Real Madrid confidently made their way to the away match, only to be soundly defeated 2-0 by Wolfsburg at the Volkswagen Arena. Not only did Real Madrid fail to score, but they also conceded 2 crucial away goals. This disheartening outcome has rendered their chances of advancing perilously slim. Without an away goal to their name, they must return to their home ground and net at least 3 goals to progress, all while ensuring that their opponents do not score. Should Wolfsburg find the net at the Bernabeu, it would spell disaster for Real Madrid. The sudden shift in circumstances has led many to cast doubt on this illustrious club. The devastating loss to Wolfsburg has even given rise to rumors suggesting that Zinedine Zidane's position might be in jeopardy. These whispers have gained traction, convincing a considerable number of fans, including some of Real Madrid's own supporters. After all, the club has a storied history of dismissing coaches for various reasons, with numerous high-profile managers falling victim to this fate. Zidane, however, is but a novice in the coaching realm, having yet to showcase any significant prowess in management, and cannot be deemed a distinguished coach by any means. Although these rumors may be unfounded, they are not entirely baseless. Following Real Madrid's dismal performance away from home, President Florentino Perez's confidence in Zidane has undeniably wavered. If Real Madrid had lost to the likes of Manchester City, Barcelona, or Bayern Munich, it would have been more palatable. However, succumbing to Wolfsburg, a team widely regarded as an underdog, has left fans searching for answers. The number of coaches dismissed by Real Madrid in recent years has indeed been excessive. And if another managerial change occurs, it could further destabilize the team, jeopardizing their aspirations for a 10th Champions League title. Thus, Perez must endure the mounting pressure and resolutely continue to support Zidane, hoping for a commendable performance in the return leg. Meanwhile, Bayern's subpar form and Real Madrid's unexpected defeat have propelled the odds of Manchester City and Barcelona winning the championship to new heights. Manchester City's odds have surged to the top, significantly outpacing Barcelona, who occupy the second position. Following them in the championship odds are Bayern, Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid, Paris Saint-Germain, Wolfsburg, and Benfica. Although Wolfsburg triumphed over Real Madrid, external skepticism remains, with even their vanquished foes' odds of winning the championship surpassing theirs. This may appear perplexing, yet it is quite logical considering the stark disparity in the team's overall strength. Even if Wolfsburg has successfully navigated past Real Madrid, they will likely face insurmountable challenges in the next round. Conversely, should Real Madrid manage to stage a comeback at home, they would still be considered strong contenders for the title. However, odds are merely a reflection to observe. If they held any real significance, there would be no need for the relentless competition match after match. Following their victory, Guardiola advised his players to remain humble and vigilant, urging them not to underestimate their opponents and to maintain a positive mindset as they awaited the second leg of the match next week. However, it is evident that, having secured a win in the first leg, the upcoming match should be considerably easier for Manchester City. The concern lies in the team's numerous injuries, leaving one to wonder if these players will be fit to return for the second leg. On April 10th, the 33rd round of the Premier League commenced, with Manchester City hosting West Bromwich Albion. Given the opponent's relatively modest strength, this match posed little challenge for City. Consequently, Guardiola made the decision to include the recently recovered Aguero in the starting lineup, intending to assess his form before the forthcoming Champions League fixture. At the onset, Aguero played with a certain restraint, a natural instinct for players who have just returned from injury. Overcoming psychological barriers was crucial. to assist Aguero in conquering his inner doubts. Quan graciously conceded a penalty he had earned, allowing Aguero the opportunity to take the spot kick. Aguero capitalized on Lin's generosity, executing the penalty with precision and composure. Following this goal, Aguero's demeanor noticeably improved, as he played with increased confidence and ease. In the 66th minute of the second half, Lin once again assisted Aguero, enabling him to score his second goal and secure the victory for Manchester City. In a moment of camaraderie, Aguero rushed towards Lin, placing Lin's foot, which had delivered the assist, upon his knee and kneeling to express gratitude. "Thank you, Lin. Having a teammate like you is truly my fortune." This gesture astonished the fans present, particularly as Aguero, a seasoned veteran who had dedicated 5 years to the club and was instrumental in securing Manchester City's first Premier League title, displayed such respect for Lin. This clearly underscored Lin's esteemed standing and influence within the team. Lin, in turn, helped Aguero to his feet, joining in a celebration with De Bruyne and others. On the sidelines, Guardiola wore a satisfied smile. Once the players concluded their celebrations, he swiftly made substitutions, bringing Lin off the pitch to allow him some rest. As the League and Champions League approached their final stages, it was imperative that Lin, a key pillar of the team, remained unscathed. The injuries to Aguero, David Silva, and others had heightened Guardiola's vigilance. The prospect of losing Lin at this crucial juncture could jeopardize their Champions League aspirations. Though Lin did not score, he received a standing ovation and cheers from the fans as he exited the field. He smiled and waved to the supporters, making his way off at a measured pace. The West Bromwich players showed no urgency to hasten his departure, perhaps relishing the extra moments as they endured the relentless onslaught from Manchester City. Shortly after Lin's exit, Aguero was also substituted. He has just recovered from his injuries and is not yet fully fit. Guardiola is cautious not to overuse him for fear of aggravating old wounds with new ones. In April, a series of joyous tidings followed, as Manchester City triumphed over their opponents at home, securing 3 points to maintain their lead in the standings. Furthermore, 2 other injured players returned to training. The return of David Silva has significantly bolstered Manchester City's attacking prowess, enriching their tactical options. The comeback of stalwart defender Van Dijk has also provided Guardiola with a sense of reassurance. Since Van Dijk's absence from the defense, Guardiola has harbored concerns about the stability of Manchester City's backline. The pairing of Demichelis and Rudiger lacks the formidable strength of Van Dijk and company. And considering Demichelis's advancing age and declining form, he may still manage in league matches, but in the high-intensity environment of the Champions League semi-finals or finals, his condition and stamina may falter. Thus, Van Dijk's timely return alleviated Manchester City's pressing concerns. This positive development for Manchester City is, conversely, bad news for Paris Saint-Germain. In the first leg, their ability to score 2 goals was attributed not only to their own impressive performance, but also to the makeshift nature of Manchester City's defense. However, with Van Dijk's return, Manchester City's backline is greatly fortified, complicating matters for their attackers. In this match, Paris Saint-Germain adopted a 3-5-2 formation, which unveiled their underlying trepidation. They were afraid. Upon observing the opponent's formation, Guardiola felt a surge of confidence. He promptly signaled for his team to press forward and engage in an aggressive offensive. David Silva's return provided Manchester City with an additional organizing and passing point in the midfield, allowing their possession-based football to flourish more seamlessly. Meanwhile, Van Dijk's presence added an exceptional sweeper to Manchester City's defense, making it challenging for the opposition to find the net even during counterattacks. As the match commenced, Manchester City's offensive onslaught was relentless. They had little regard for initiating an opening attack, as they ramped up the intensity of their offense from the very first second. The players of Paris Saint-Germain felt immense pressure, akin to a fragile vessel adrift on a tempestuous sea, perilously close to capsizing under the storm's fury. Within the first 20 minutes, Manchester City had already registered 8 shots, 4 of which were on target, with an astonishing possession rate of 82. The match had unmistakably tilted in one direction, with Paris Saint-Germain resembling a feeble child trembling before the onslaught of a giant. It was terrifying. Could this truly be the Manchester City we had encountered before? How had they suddenly become so formidable? The players of Paris Saint-Germain began to question their own capabilities. Just a match prior on their home turf, they felt capable of contending with Manchester City. Now, however, in the away match, they found themselves utterly powerless. as if the two teams belonged to entirely different tiers of competition. Not only were the players of Paris Saint-Germain taken aback, but even the scouts from other teams present at the venue were equally astonished. The sheer confidence radiating from Manchester City, coupled with their formidable dominance on home turf, instilled a sense of trepidation. In such a state, not only Paris Saint-Germain, but even their own teams would find themselves at the mercy of defeat if they ventured here. It is no wonder that the Etihad Stadium is renowned as a fortress. Having witnessed it firsthand, one can truly affirm its formidable reputation. Although the fans here may not be fervent, even described as genteel, the team itself is so terrifying that it compels one to kneel in submission. At this moment, a consensus emerged in the minds of all present. The home side, Manchester City, is an indomitable force. Chapter 138, Quan versus Cristiano Ronaldo, a duel of two titans. As the match between Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain commenced, another clash unfolded at the Santiago Bernabéu, where Real Madrid faced Wolfsburg. Returning to their home ground, Real Madrid adopted a 4-3-3 formation, fully committed to an offensive onslaught. With their backs against the wall, they had no choice but to attack. Meanwhile, Wolfsburg, buoyed by a two-goal advantage, seemed to underestimate Real Madrid, opting for a 4-2-3-1 formation at the Bernabéu. While this formation is typically balanced in both attack and defense, its selection in an away match, particularly against a team poised for a desperate offensive, was somewhat audacious. Similar to Manchester City, Real Madrid launched a fierce assault on Wolfsburg as the first half began. Completely transformed from their previous away performance, the desperate Real Madrid squad displayed an invigorated spirit. In the 15th minute of the first half, Carvajal delivered a cross from the right flank, and Ronaldo, lurking at the goal, deftly shot to score, bringing the tally to 1-0. Merely a minute later, in the 16th minute, Real Madrid took a corner kick, and Ronaldo made a sudden advance from the penalty spot, meeting the ball with a glancing header that bounced past the goalkeeper's fingers and into the net. The score became 2-0. In just 16 minutes, Real Madrid had completely overturned their previous deficit. Scoring 2 goals within a minute, Ronaldo raced to the sidelines, roaring in triumph, while the Bernabéu erupted in jubilation, with countless fans cheering and applauding him. Although rumors of his departure circulated last summer, the fans realized on the pitch that he remains their most reliable asset. The current offensive prowess of Real Madrid indeed seems inseparable from Ronaldo, whose extraordinary goal-scoring efficiency far surpasses that of the expensive Gareth Bale. With their spirits soaring, Real Madrid relentlessly pressed on with wave after wave of fierce attacks against Wolfsburg, who appeared utterly bewildered and powerless in the face of the onslaught. They have paid a price for their arrogance, even if they secured a victory at home once. It does not signify that they can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Real Madrid. Had they positioned themselves correctly prior to the match and recognized the disparity between the two teams, opting for a more pragmatic and conservative defensive formation, the outcome might have been different. Real Madrid took the lead, and by 2 goals no less. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Etihad Stadium, the Barcelona scouts in attendance displayed expressions of concern upon hearing this news. Initially, following the scoreline of the first leg, Barcelona believed Real Madrid was in dire straits. To their astonishment, upon returning to their home ground, Madrid unleashed a ferocious performance, leveling the playing field in a matter of minutes. Consequently, the probability of Real Madrid advancing to the semifinals has significantly increased. Unless Wolfsburg continues to conjure miracles, they are certain to be eliminated. Should Real Madrid progress, the likelihood of Barcelona facing them in the semifinals escalates considerably. On the Manchester City bench, Guardiola also learned of the score from another match. It seems Zidane possesses considerable skill after all. The assistant coach's perceptions of Zidane underwent a dramatic transformation due to this result. Previously, they regarded him as merely a talented player, with mediocre coaching capabilities. However, as Real Madrid stands on the brink of the semifinals, their views have shifted. Have you noticed that players who emerged from midfield tend to excel as coaches? Indeed, it appears so. Many esteemed coaches in contemporary football, such as Ancelotti and Guardiola, hail from a midfield background. The midfield position demands a high level of tactical awareness, knowing when to attack, when to defend, and where the gaps are requires keen insight and decision-making. Thus, the brains and commanders of most teams are often players from the midfield. This mindset greatly aids them in managing a team, as coaching necessitates an overarching perspective, assessing and selecting players, organizing training, devising tactical strategies, and managing the locker room and players' mental states. Consequently, coaches who transitioned from midfield typically emerge as tactical maestros. In contrast, coaches with a forward background often lead teams with formidable attacking prowess, like Hanks and Kevin Keegan, both of whom are former forwards. Guardiola, observing silently, listened to his subordinates' discussions. Yet he has never doubted Zidane's coaching acumen. After all, a true expert's capability is evident at first glance. The adjustments made by the opposing side regarding Real Madrid's formation and tactical approach have rendered this current Madrid stronger than 2 years ago, with their offense becoming more efficient, streamlined, and unpredictable. If Manchester City encounters Real Madrid in the semifinals, the match will undoubtedly be arduous. However, it is not yet the time to dwell on such matters. Manchester City currently holds the upper hand on the pitch, but has yet to secure victory. To persistently defend is to inevitably lose. After successfully withstanding numerous assaults from Manchester City, the players of Paris Saint-Germain felt a collective sigh of relief as they observed the opposition begin to control the rhythm of the game, abandoning their previous frenzied attacks. However, seizing the opportunity presented by the opponent's waning vigilance, Kroos astutely identified a moment to strike. In the 34th minute, Kroos proactively retreated to receive the ball. Noticing that the opposing forwards had yet to apply pressure, he took a moment to assess the situation before swiftly transferring the ball to the flank. At the instant Kroos executed his pass, a player on the wing surged forward like a wild stallion, racing towards Paris Saint-Germain's penalty area. Upon recognizing the number on the opponent's jersey, the players of Paris Saint-Germain were instantly filled with trepidation. It was Manchester City's number 10, Quan. Offside. The referee has to call it. David Luiz raised his hand almost immediately, signaling that Quan was offside. Yet, the linesman paid him no heed, fixated instead on the ball as it sped along the sideline, showing no inclination to raise his flag. Fall back quickly. Thiago Silva urged his teammates as he sprinted in retreat. The synergy of the opposing team was remarkable, or rather, Quan's timing was impeccable. Had he been a second too early or late, the opportunity for a clear shot would have been lost. What level of understanding must one possess to execute such a seamless and flawless collaboration? The goalkeeper for Paris Saint-Germain had already abandoned his post, rushing towards Quan. Remaining in goal without support would be tantamount to waiting for death, as the angle for the opposing shot was too favorable. If he did not make a concerted effort to block, conceding a goal was highly probable. However, his decision to charge was somewhat belated. Quan did not attempt to bypass the goalkeeper, but instead feinted, momentarily deceiving him before effortlessly scoring. The goalkeeper, misled by Quan's feint, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. The score transformed to 1-0, and the aggregate score climbed to 4-2, further extending Manchester City's lead. At this juncture, should Paris Saint-Germain aspire to advance, they must net 3 goals within the next 60 minutes, a formidable task, especially away from home against a team like Manchester City, rendering it nearly impossible. After scoring, Quan gestured towards Kroos, inviting him to celebrate together. The timing of Kroos's pass was impeccable. Given the opponent's 3 center-back formation, vulnerabilities existed on the flanks, allowing Quan to intentionally drift wide and exploit the space to launch an attack. Kroos discerned his intention and delivered the perfectly timed pass, assisting him in securing the goal. Executing such a collaboration is no small feat. It demands a high level of precision from the passer. A slight deviation in such a long pass could yield entirely different outcomes. Kroos smiled as he approached Quan and their teammates to share in the embrace. Although his pass was precise, he could not guarantee success at the moment of delivery, as such teamwork necessitates a profound mutual understanding. In circumstances where verbal communication is unattainable, conveying one's intentions through a mere glance or gesture to teammates proves to be a formidable challenge. Were it Kevin De Bruyne, such synchronicity between the two would not be surprising, for they frequently collaborate and share a strong rapport. However, the relationship between Kroos and Quan can be described as rather ordinary. Their instances of cooperation are far fewer than those of De Bruyne. Thus, Kroos felt a twinge of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected harmony between himself and Quan. On the sidelines, Guardiola had already risen in anticipation of celebration as Kroos executed a long pass. He believed that as long as the ball reached Quan's feet, granting him an opportunity to confront the goalkeeper one-on-one, a goal was virtually assured. Quan's success rate in such solitary encounters with the keeper is astonishingly high, with very few squandered opportunities. As expected, Quan fulfilled the expectations, effortlessly finding the back of the net without the nail-biting tension that often accompanies a striker's one-on-one situation. Surely, this seemed to secure the match. The assistant coaches, brimming with excitement, rushed onto the field, embracing one another and exuberantly proclaiming, "Almost there. If we score another, it will be even more secure." Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when the referee's whistle pierced the air, halting their jovial chatter. Upon focusing their gaze, they discovered their star player, Quan, lying within the opposing penalty area. A wave of bewilderment swept through the crowd. Many were still immersed in the euphoria of the recent goal, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. What had transpired? Why was Quan down in the opponent's box? Moreover, the opposing goalkeeper, Trapp, was fervently attempting to explain himself to the referee. Did Quan's fall involve him in some way? The instant replay on the large screen elucidated the mystery. After the restart, Manchester City swiftly executed a steal, launching a rapid counterattack. In his attempt to intervene, goalkeeper Trapp inadvertently tripped Quan, leading to the current predicament. A red card. The foul was egregious and warranted severe punishment. Penalty awarded. Upon grasping the situation, the Manchester City supporters erupted, clamoring for the referee to issue a red card to the opposing goalkeeper, demanding his expulsion from the match. The referee hesitated. Perhaps out of sympathy for Paris Saint-Germain or due to his lenient officiating style, he refrained from issuing the red card as the fans had requested, instead opting for a yellow card and warning the player, while awarding Manchester City a penalty kick. Now trailing, Paris Saint-Germain could not evade the penalty, and should the goalkeeper be sent off, the match would swiftly devolve into a mere formality. The decision of the referee left Manchester City fans dissatisfied, their boos and shouts of corrupt officiating echoing throughout the stadium. Quan, however, remained unfazed. The goalkeeper's previous foul had been minor, causing him no significant harm. Thus, the outcome of a yellow card and a penalty kick was quite commendable. Given that Quan had already scored once, he intended to relinquish the opportunity of the penalty to Aguero. However, Aguero graciously declined his offer, stating, "No need, you have already allowed me a penalty before. This penalty is far more crucial for your pursuit of the Champions League Golden Boot. Do not squander the chance on my behalf." Aguero felt his performance today was rather mediocre and feared wasting the opportunity that Quan had graciously offered. The thought of missing the penalty would be quite embarrassing. Moreover, he felt somewhat awkward about repeatedly accepting penalties that Quan had surrendered. Upon hearing Aguero's words, Quan ceased to insist and took it upon himself to execute the penalty kick. Uncertain if it was due to the prior foul or the fact that Quan had repeatedly pierced through his defenses, Paris Saint-Germain's goalkeeper, Trapp, appeared distinctly anxious when facing Quan. Recognizing this, Quan altered his rhythm during the run-up, momentarily deceiving Trapp before calmly placing the ball into the net, achieving a splendid brace. In contrast to his first goal, Quan was not overly exhilarated by this penalty, merely exchanging a few celebratory high-fives with his teammates before moving on. At that moment, he was unaware that, in another stadium, Cristiano Ronaldo had also netted 2 goals. However, during halftime, upon learning that Quan had matched his tally, Ronaldo became quite agitated. He resolved to score at least once more in the second half. Determined to surpass that fellow, Ronaldo's competitive spirit was intense. He was unwilling to be outdone in any endeavor. The more formidable the opponent, the more they spurred him on. In contrast to Ronaldo's fierce desire to win, Quan remained remarkably composed. So, Ronaldo had also scored 2 goals for Real Madrid? Quite impressive. Upon receiving the news of Ronaldo's brace, Quan merely offered a casual compliment, exhibiting no inclination to engage in a rivalry. However, fortune can be unpredictable. In the 76th minute of the second half, after Kanté executed a successful tackle, he delivered a precise through ball. Quan received the pass, maneuvered laterally, and unleashed a long-range shot. He hardly aimed, as he neither gazed at the goal nor considered the goalkeeper's positioning. Nevertheless, that seemingly haphazard shot was of remarkable quality, finding the back corner of the net, rendering the opposing goalkeeper helpless. By the 30th minute, Manchester City had effectively sealed the match. Unwittingly, Quan had completed a hat-trick. Although he was oblivious to the competition with Ronaldo, he had inadvertently taken the lead. End of chapter.